Hello. Today I'm feeling lazy, so I won't introduce anything. I just want to say that I am not talented enough to take back my body. I will continue sleeping. The hero and the demon king coexist in this world. Heroes are those who fight selflessly for the kingdom's benefit, while the demon king is the one ruling behind the scenes in the demon realm. The world grants heroes power, and their only mission is to destroy the demon king. Similarly, the demon king exists only to wipe out the heroes. These opposing extremes continue to coexist and fight each other, and the command squad is the name given to the loyal attendants serving the demon king. The army consists of 12 commanders numbered from 1 to 12. They are the subordinates of the demon king, possessing incredible strength and being extremely ruthless. For them, it's only a matter of killing the wrong target, never missing. No one can fight against them except the heroes. However, everything in life has its exceptions. History has recorded a case where a demon killed a hero. The one who struck is the demon commander Zero named Aris. He is the demon king's ace, both talented and the most favored by the demon king. One day, for some reason, Aris placed a resignation letter on the demon king's desk. The demon king became furious, gripping the pen so tightly that it broke in half. He slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Aris with murderous intent. "Do you dare to leave me?" I thought the demon lord would scold or punish Aris, but unexpectedly he knelt down, clutching his leg and crying, begging Aris not to leave. Aris seemed to be used to this kind of thing. He didn't say anything, just coldly glanced away as if he despised him. The demon king couldn't understand why his favorite suddenly wanted to leave him, suspecting it might be because of the other subordinates discriminating against Aris for being human, but that could never be true. Although human, Aris is terrifyingly powerful. He has reached a level of strength that even those who train tirelessly cannot attain. Therefore, everyone worships and respects him. Even the demon king, Aris is the strongest card in his hand. Touching Aris is like touching the demon king, so no one dares to face him head on. Aris remains expressionless and states that no one has ever looked down on him. But when the demon king asked for a specific reason, Aris responded in a very strange way. "Can you kill me?" The demon king, upon hearing this, momentarily couldn't believe his ears, thinking he must be hearing things. Aris is his favorite, cherished like a fragile flower, and he wouldn't even consider letting him die. He'd rather let himself be killed. The demon king truly couldn't understand why Aris would do that. He kept frantically shaking Aris, asking repeatedly why, which made the boy extremely exhausted. Suddenly, Aris started bleeding from his nose. It seems this isn't the first time this has happened. The demon king, seeing his favorite fall ill, immediately went into a frenzy, summoning Aris's personal doctor with a voice so loud it shook the entire region. A while later, Ben, the personal doctor of the Zero commander, arrived to treat Aris. He said that this was due to the after effects of the injury Aris sustained in the battle with the hero. The demon king obviously knows about this, but what he needs is for Ben to find a definitive treatment. The sooner, the better. The demon king looked at Ben with deadly intent, knowing that if he failed, the consequences for himself would be unpredictable. The demon king ordered someone to take Commander Aris to rest and recover. Without delay, Dr. Ben immediately grabbed Aris's hand and dragged him away like a gust of wind. "I can walk on my own. Let me lead you." Soon after, Aris was placed on a bed that had been prepared earlier. "Oh, come on. Just a little syrup and you're making such a fuss." The doctors treating Aris are pushing the bed and chatting away. Did Commander Zero just vomit blood? The after effects of that hero battle were already mild. Still, he remains the second strongest here, right after the Demon King. No wonder they call him Commander Zero. This time things are really serious. Aris just wanted to live a normal life, but why is it so difficult? Just thinking about those happy days makes it feel so wonderful. After carefully tending to the esteemed Zero commander, the doctors bowed and left. Devil Zero, destroying heroes, or some boundless power, what does it matter? Aris was just an ordinary person named DDN Hat, and moreover, he was the weakest person in this demon world. Just a little pressure was enough to suddenly make Aris fall ill like today. But everyone here mistakenly believes Aris is a strong person, and he has become Zero commander, a subordinate of the Demon King. Therefore, he can only cling to the excuse of post-trauma after fighting the hero to hide his weakness. If anyone had discovered that Aris has been weak as a snail since birth, the ending would surely be tragic. Just thinking about being mocked by those demons and pierced through in one shot makes Aris shiver with fear. But then again, thanks to the reputation as the strongest in the demon world, Aris has managed to survive in the Demon King's castle all this time and even received special attention from him. When Aris fell ill and became weak, the Demon King immediately sent a whole pig for him to nourish himself. Honestly, it's really the end of the line. As I was lying there lost in thought, suddenly Aris's door swung open. That is the deputy commander of the Zero S army. S just returned from the human world and heard that Aris was sick, so he immediately came here and even brought a new ruby to cheer him up. S is one of the few demons Aris feels comfortable around. Every time he visits the human world, he brings something back for Aris to make him happy. Seeing Aris fall ill and lying in bed makes S extremely uncomfortable even though he said he's fine. He also respects and admires Aris like others, even more so. To S, Aris is like a savior who fought tirelessly for the demon world against that hero. Seeing Aris suffering from injuries after the battle, S vowed to find a way to heal him, even if it meant tearing apart that Dr. Ben. Indeed, in the demon world, every demon is terrifying. After a gentle inquiry, E then stepped outside to let Eris rest. Counting how many people care about me like he does makes Aris happy. The Demon King also cares a lot about Aris, but he's too overbearing, which makes Aris a bit uncomfortable. In the end, it was thanks to him that Aris could live here safely. That night in the office, the Demon King kept staring at Aris Sam's resignation letter, still unable to understand. Aris always keeps a cold expression, so he never knows what he's thinking. Remembering the first time I met Aris, he was already an unpredictable person. At that moment, the Demon King saw you standing there, hugging and staring intently at the corpse of the hero. So he thought that Aris had killed that human, with a few others around adding their own gossip. He pierced through the hero's defenses and killed him, making the Demon King believe it was the truth. After all that, being able to stand firm on both feet is truly extraordinary. The Demon King approached and asked Aris for his name. Aris simply coldly replied that he would sing, and so their agreement began from that moment. And yet, I still don't understand why Aris agreed to join the army so quickly back then. Now, the Demon King still doesn't know what task to assign to him. Suddenly, he noticed a report on the table. After reading it, the Demon King smiled a strange, knowing smile. He ordered a meeting of all the Legion commanders and told them to gather immediately. Aris will probably like this. Aris, who was resting at this moment, was very annoyed to hear about the urgent meeting. His precious, peaceful moments were completely ruined by the Demon King. Clearly, just now I told them to rest, and now they're being called to meet in the middle of the night. If it's a meeting among the commanders of each legion, then it means the other generals living in the Demon King's castle have also been summoned. Usually, just facing low-level demons already made Aris terrified. Now having to sit in a meeting with other demon commanders is like testing the taste of death itself. Aris's tense face made the servants around the castle whisper and gossip. Aris let out a tired sigh, knowing he had to adjust his expression to avoid causing any trouble. If he had to fight them, he wouldn't stand a chance. Actually, it seems the rumors about his background in the first encounter with the Demon King have been exaggerated by these petty demons. Clearly, when he first met Ruse, he told him his name was Dien Hot. But somehow, from the mouths of these demons, it turned into the evil demon Aris. Aris felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing this, but there was nothing he could do. Your level of weakness is at full capacity, so who would you dare to fight? It seems like the misunderstandings are getting more and more serious. But whatever, let the gossip of the world go. If they want to talk, let them talk. Looking on the bright side, at least it keeps those guys from daring to cause trouble with you. If everything is exposed here, Aris will definitely die. Before leaving this devilish domain, Aris must not let anyone discover that he's just a weak and cowardly guy. He has to pretend to be brave and confident. Pretending to be unafraid of anyone like that is what truly suits the title of Zero Legion Commander. Now Aris has arrived at the Demon King's chamber. He adopts a cold, murderous expression and demands the two guards to open the door. When the door opened, it seemed like everyone inside had already arrived. Perhaps Aris was the only one late. The Demon King looked at him and said, "Aris, you're here." Aris immediately sensed that something was very strange in the atmosphere. All the Legion leaders have gathered, including Legion Leader 1 JK, Legion Leader 3 AIL, Legion Leader 4 Idalia, and Legion Leader 6 Velaton, along with Cram secretly longing for Aris, Legion Leader 11 Rhinel. Aris sat down next to the Demon King, but sitting among so many Legion leaders made him feel so pressured that he broke out in a cold sweat. The Demon King gently asked if Aris was doing okay. Being so late must have a reason. Aris apologized and made up some excuse to get past it, because there's no way he would honestly say he was hesitating whether to go or not. At this moment, a demon servant standing nearby offers to pour wine for Aris. Aris maintains a cold expression on the outside, but inside he is secretly overjoyed. This is also what kept making him hesitate and wonder whether he should attend this stupid gathering, because Aris's favorite thing in the demon world is alcohol. Whenever a meeting is held in the demon realm, he always enjoys drinking expensive wines. As soon as the wine was poured, Aris quickly took a sip to taste it, but suddenly he felt something strange. It seems like what's in this glass isn't alcohol. Aris suddenly couldn't hold back and loudly said, "It's just some juice." The other leaders were surprised to see Aris, looking confused and a little displeased, and the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew tense, a dark silence enveloping the entire space. Aris also realized that he had just done something wrong. His face darkened, feeling like they were looking down on him. The Demon King sighed, ruffled your hair, and then spoke to clear things up. "It was I who ordered them to do that. Your love for wine truly is..." But Aris still doesn't understand why only his glass has grape juice. Are they discriminating between humans and demons or what? Or maybe they think he's useless and just regret the wine. Aris kept guessing wildly, overwhelmed by the fear that his true identity had been exposed. If that was the case, then the reason they gathered here was to execute him or announce a tragic end. He was just rambling about negative thoughts when the Demon King added that Aris was the reason for organizing today's meeting. Needless to say, Ruse felt completely hopeless after hearing that. At this moment, the Demon King orders the leader of the 6th Legion to hand over the documents he previously submitted to the Demon King. Velaton obeys and begins to relay that the number of monsters has suddenly increased. The 12th Legion can no longer defend the important village now. After the monsters destroyed more than half of it, they and the reinforcements evacuated the remaining residents to the city behind tall walls. However, we can't predict when that place might be ambushed, so they need to reinforce their defenses to hunt down those monsters. The only thing is, no one knows why the leader of the 12th Legion was absent from this meeting, and many rumors are spreading. But when it comes to the monsters, since they are defective products, they won't be a problem. It's worth noting that when they gather together, they are quite formidable, and in fact, the chaos was caused by the same desire that the demons also have. Among the creatures created by the Demon King, monsters are entities without senses and only loyal to their own instincts and desires. That's why they are considered failed products. If it's true what the rumors say, that the leader of the 12th Regiment was defeated by those monsters, then I really can't believe it. Yes. Recently, for some reason, the number of monsters has been steadily increasing in both strength and quantity, and the number of heroes who have defeated monsters is also decreasing. So it's not surprising that the leader of the 12th squad was killed by the monsters banding together, and it was actually Zero who killed the hero. Eris is confused and scared. Are these guys planning to deal with him using this excuse? But in reality, Aris didn't kill any hero. More importantly, it was the Demon King who actually intended to kill the hero. So it must be him who is responsible for this. Eris turned to whoever was contacting the Demon King, his eyes conveying a message asking him to say something about this, at least not to involve Aris. At this moment, the Demon King caught Eris's gaze, but perhaps due to a communication error, he misunderstood his intent. The Demon King slightly smiled and clearly announced that the leader of the Zero Legion would be dispatched to support the 12th Legion. Aris sitting beside him heard that and was more stunned than being struck by lightning, stiff with glue. That's not what Aris meant at all. Oh my god, damn it. What the hell did this Demon King just do? They sat happily laughing as if they had just done something great, surprising not only Aris but also the other Legion leaders. In their eyes, although Arus is lucky to be trusted and respected by the Demon King, everyone still harbors some suspicion towards him. Aris actually really doesn't want to go, but he can't refuse outright, so he pretends that his current condition isn't very good. At first, Jay thought Aris was just making an excuse because he didn't want to go. Well, he really didn't want to go. But for some reason, when he saw Aris's expression, he felt a very different sensation. Maybe now he's trying to suppress his anger and check if his body is healthy enough to set out. Even though I didn't want to believe it, I have to admit that Aris's expression truly shows he's a great leader. Not only is he strong, but he also knows how to make accurate judgments. Aris truly proves the saying that no matter how strong you are, as long as you have an impressive expression, that's enough. The Demon King said that Aris's task there isn't too difficult, just commanding the Zero Legion and then resting in the village, which will be very easy for him. But for Aris, everything is really difficult. Inside, he's screaming that he really doesn't want to go, but it seems there's no way out in this situation. There's no other choice but to take a risk and go for it. Aris quietly said while crying that he would join this mission. That night, the army immediately set out on their mission, while Dian continued to lament and recall his failed escape plan. Today has finally arrived. The more I run away, the closer the apocalypse gets. That night, when I saw your luggage, the Demon King asked, Dian, have you packed your belongings? You want to go there? Sorry, I should have sent you earlier. Dian sweat profusely after hearing that. Oh no, yes, I was just eager to die. Thinking about this, he sighed and said, how can I confess to the Demon King that I am fleeing back to the kingdom? Of course, escaping is not easy either. The crazy king sent me to the Demon Lord and even my hated brother to the core, but it's still better than being among the demons and dying without knowing when. I can't be discouraged. I have to think positively. I heard that the Legion is also extremely powerful, so I will just do my part well, and they will handle everything else. At this moment, a subordinate came to report that we are approaching the village. After hearing that, he responded, maintaining his composure and not letting his guard down. He silently reassured himself, that's right. There's no reason for me to step forward. The Demon King also said I don't need to do much, so there's no need to worry anymore. Just enjoy this moment. Thinking of that, Dian's hand began to grasp the bottle of wine with excitement. A special Demon World wine. A rare type only found in the demon realm, with a very delicate aroma that makes many demons crave it. Dean smiled happily, recalling the scene earlier when he couldn't drink because the Demon King was present during the meeting. But there will be a new problem if they think he will give up and steal the bottle of wine when the meeting is postponed. They say that anyone who drinks this will soar to the 9 heavens. Maybe before I die, I should try it once to see what a specialty tastes like. Taking a big sip from the bottle, Dian smiled happily and said, this stuff is really good. The demon world makes the best wine. It feels like truly living. Outside, E was worried because Dian showed no sign of movement. The guy hesitates. Is Lord Dian still feeling uncomfortable? Maybe it's because of that thing before we set out. When the army was about to move, a girl hurried over and said, please, Sir Dian, wait a moment. I know you like riding horses, but please also think about your health and stay in the carriage until you fully recover. Dai looked at the girl in confusion, wondering what this guy was talking about. Of course I will get into the carriage. Who said I like riding this savage beast? Just go ahead and go straight inside. All right then, since it looks interesting, I just wanted to take a quick look. This made E extremely upset. He quietly thought to himself that he had served Lord Dian for a long time and knew he loved riding horses very much. It's just a simple hobby. I just want him to be able to ride as long as he wants. But the Demon King's order is to do everything for Lord Dian's benefit. When he heard that Lord Dian was planning to ride, the Demon King crossed his arms in anger and shouted, "Are you crazy? Do you think it's good for him to ride after his health has been diagnosed like that?" Time passed normally, and the rider in front suddenly spoke. "The envoy has arrived at the village. Before them was a village engulfed in a blazing red fire. It's horrifying. I thought the monsters had already swept through the village and left. They probably haven't gone far. Let's chase after them and move forward." But suddenly, a horde of terrifying monsters with ferocious appearances emerged from the chaos and slowly surrounded us. He was momentarily frightened and said, "Are the monsters ambushing us at the entrance? The soldiers are ready to fight for the Mad Lord. Everything depends on us." The battle erupts fiercely, and these failed creations only think of killing. They attack anyone who appears before them in a frenzy. The sound of weapons and shouts echo everywhere, making this place chaotic and filled with the smell of rust. E grimaced and said, "Damn it, there are too many. Be careful." As the scream ended, a giant monster nearly 3 meters tall appeared in front of him, opening its wide mouth to bite him. X shivered in fear, standing stunned and thinking, "I've lost my vigilance." Back at the Demon Realm's castle, Deka was discussing the battle strategy with the Demon King. "My lord. Demon King, would it be okay if only the Legion handled those monsters?" The Demon King calmly replied, "Do you mean controlling those monsters?" Deka explains, "Should we send more troops to reinforce since their numbers are quite large?" Quivwang immediately laughs happily. "Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The Legion is very strong, I assure you. And if something really goes wrong, they still have him. The battle on this side is hanging by a thread." He thought he would be left there to rot, but luckily someone came to his rescue. Blood splattering everywhere. The giant monster let out a loud roar after taking a few deep cuts from the crazy person's weapon and then collapsed to the ground. He immediately cheered when she saw her leader arrive and called out loudly, "Sir Dian, sir!" She was about to thank him when a sharp dagger suddenly pointed directly at her. "Oh my god, I was about to ask for your help," the sharp-eyed man asked. "Are you also an enemy?" On a battlefield where you can't tell whether it's the enemy or us, it's a disaster. Hearing this, he was very frightened and hurriedly said, "It's not that I don't care about you." Then he asked again, "Is that kid the enemy?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he was hit with a heavy blow that sent him crashing into the wall. The demon struck so quickly that he couldn't react, being thrown to the corner. Witnessing this scene left everyone terrified. He was terrified. Lord Dian, after the dust settled, revealed his entire body covered in blood, looking truly miserable. Caught off guard and confused about the reason, Dian's face turned cold as he confirmed it was true. Once he identified the enemy, he immediately charged forward like an arrow, filled with rage to avenge everyone. Dian's frenzy consumes him, and in his eyes, every strike is decisive. He only needs a bit of awareness to know who the enemy is. The rest will be left to the two daggers. Although the remaining members are called demons, seeing the bloodthirsty demon truly going mad and tearing apart the monsters in front of him, they can't help but feel a chill. They asked each other, "So that's the commander of the non-demon army, Dian, right?" As Dian fought, he thought, "Don't let the enemy stay intact. Even enemies that seem to be dead don't stop tearing our bodies apart. Making them feel fear with my fragile body is how I survive in this world." Meanwhile, somewhere else, news of the Void Army reached a special person who sat on a throne and said sternly, "The Void Legion commander is fine." The mysterious figure kneeling in the hall immediately replied, "Yes, sir. The soldier sent to scout the demon world is believed to have caused the commander of the Void Legion to participate in this attack. The rumor says he is extremely powerful and ruthless. The gods have heard that the commander of the Legion is not the Demon King's most valuable subordinate." King Diz of the Edgewador Kingdom chuckled softly and replied, "It reminds me of someone. If that's how they want to leave the demon world, we need to be prepared. I also have a promising candidate. What do you think? I'll give you a chance to achieve something." The mysterious person immediately clasped their hands in respect and replied, "I obey the Emperor's command." The king extended his hand to that person and said, "Well then, you will become a valuable subordinate. The 8-year battle for the kingdom's glory, where blood and bones were spilled. Among them, with the noble sacrifice of the frontline vanguard, in Dian's mind, they are essentially just abandoned meat shields. This is simply hell, yet they constantly encourage each other in those life and death moments. Never back down, fight bravely for the kingdom. I never wanted this hell or to risk my life fighting for the kingdom. This is just a joke. I don't want anything like that at all. I have no intention of sacrificing myself for a country that has pushed me into this hell. I just do whatever it takes to survive. I refuse to sacrifice myself for their wishes. I will survive no matter what happens and seek revenge." They had a strange and incredibly vivid dream that made Dian wake up in a panic. He froze in place thinking to himself, was it just a dream? What did I just dream of? It felt so real. Is this your room? Dr. Ben and S, who were right beside the bed, saw you sit up and immediately rushed over to ask Han, "Are you awake? You've been sleeping all day. We finished the treatment while you were asleep. Do you know how scared I was when you came back covered in blood?" Ak looked confused and asked, "What are you talking about? And when did you get back here? And what about the mission? Each frowned and immediately replied, "The monster suppression has been completed. They ran away in fear, and we returned to the Demon King's castle as soon as you fainted. Please forgive me. I wish I were stronger." At this point, he suddenly realized something strange. Why? Is the mission over? And what do you mean I fainted? Seeing Ben's clueless expression and not understanding what was happening, I immediately diagnosed him. Oh my god, I think he's just temporarily lost his memory. This injury is really serious. Do you not remember anything? You were hit by a monster, but you got up right after, so you didn't think much about it. Dan still looked confused, not understanding what they were talking about. Did I lose my memory? But then, Dan's face suddenly turned pale with fear as he sat silently, trying to recall everything. A flash of memory that just crossed his mind made his mood even worse. Did I cause any trouble while I was drunk? I think I just drank too much, not that I was injured. Maybe while drunk, I hit the target. Dr. Ben then added, but I heard that the Legion completed their mission without any casualties, even with a bunch of monsters around, which is truly amazing. Diane awkwardly replied, "No, I didn't do anything. You're the one being humble." Ha, I really didn't do anything after all. E and the Legion handled everything, right? Cutting off his thoughts, he turned to E and said, "Sorry, I only caused trouble." "But contrary to your guess," E cheerfully replied, "you really were amazing, Sir Dai. You took down a bunch of monsters at the front line. You're truly an exemplary commander." Dr. Ben beside him added, "But still this time you pushed yourself too hard. We know you're very strong, but after that battle your body has weakened, so please be careful." Dean turned away, sniffling. "What are you all talking about? How could I possibly defeat all those monsters? I know you don't fully trust us, but you're still there because of us. We will become stronger so you can rest assured and focus on your recovery." I don't know what these two are talking about, but I definitely can't do that. Fine, let's just leave. At this moment, the leader of the 3rd Legion, Azel, and the leader of the 4th Legion, Adelia, suddenly arrive. "Lord Dion, we heard that you have woken up," who just walked by frowning and shouting loudly, "Lower your voice, the commander needs to rest." Adelia refused to give in and retorted, "You're even more talkative than I am, so what are you doing with me? Do you want me to play with you?" "Stop leading him away. I came here to visit the commander. Didn't I?" Seeing the two of them, Dian was very curious, wondering why these people were here. They're not that close anyway, so why visit? Deka felt they were a bit annoying and reminded them, "You two are fine. If you're here to visit him, just say hello and then leave. Don't you feel uncomfortable that day?" Hearing that, they both sincerely apologized to Dean. "Mr. Dean, I sincerely apologize. Inside, I just want to flip the table and chase everyone away. But on the outside, I can only sigh and dare not be fierce with anyone." Looking at them, Dean silently wondered how to escape from these people now. Seeing Dean silent, the commander of the 3rd Legion worriedly thought, "Damn it, he must be exhausted after that recent mission. I really am a failure." The goat beside him also added, "I understand you two don't get along, but stop fighting inside this castle. Don't try to kill each other anymore." Dai immediately asked, "What do you mean by killing?" "Who to kill? Who to kill? What are you talking about? I couldn't beat anyone even in my dreams. If these bastards find out I'm weak, they won't show mercy to me." Wait a minute. Should I teach them about kindness so they might be kind to me in the future? They might forgive me if they realize I am weak. Al nervously said, "If Lord Dian is truly annoyed, we sincerely apologize." Dian then slightly smiled and replied, "I am indeed angry." He silently thought to himself that he needed to speak more carefully, with a firm tone but without revealing anger. But there's no reason to resort to violence just because you're angry. It's not always that I want to cause harm to someone, do you understand? That's what compassion is. Even when dealing with troublemakers or those weaker than us, we should learn to treat others with kindness. After finishing, the arrogant person smugly thought, "Good, my words worked, remember this lesson, and forgive me in the future." Her words are gentle, but her attitude is full of deadly intent. This lecture on kindness is chilling, making everyone too afraid to speak, only bowing obediently and thinking to themselves, "What kind of atmosphere is this?" It seems she's become a preacher for demons. Even this string of notes is scared, even though it did nothing wrong. The Legion leader also spoke up this time. "After all I heard that you completed the mission, you must have been exhausted. There are so many rumors about you. You're crazy. They say you single-handedly wiped out half of the monsters. Are you okay, you crazy?" "I'm fine." Hearing that, Dian was surprised and wondered to himself, "I cleared half of the monsters. What kind of rumors are so vicious? So I ended up taking the credit from others?" Dian shyly turned to apologize, but his face was now flushed with happiness with no trace of resentment or anger. Dean was once again stunned. What kind of expression was that? Aziz stepped forward and made a request. "I've also heard your heroic stories and came here to ask you for a favor." "Just asking, a simple request. Can I fight you after you fully recover?" Even Dian himself must have been terrified. "You must have heard me wrong, so you quickly asked again. Fight a spar with me?" Deep down, he was screaming inside. Could it really be a fight against a demon? A real fight against a demon, the elite commander of the 3rd Legion, protecting the king and himself. Yes. After receiving the challenge from the leader of the 3rd Legion, Az could tell how terrified In was without even thinking. He quickly asked again, thinking he must have heard wrong, "You want to spar with me?" As he eagerly nodded, he said, "Yes, I have constantly heard of your glorious achievements, Lord Didier. I would be honored to learn a few things from you." And the other two are just as excited as he is. Descartes stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "That sounds interesting." In his mind, he reflected that he hadn't seen Commander Zero train with anyone since he became the commander. "I also want to witness Commander Zero's skills. I wonder if he will accept this request." Leah excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my god, I get to see Lord Dian face off in battle. You know that the 4th Division is an intelligence division, right? I will do my best to gather the largest audience possible." An angrily replied, "I don't care who comes to watch, but don't let anyone cause trouble." Dian pouted and hesitated, saying, Wait, I didn't want to either." But his words suddenly stopped when he saw the expectant eyes of the commanding officers. Dian thought to himself, "I can't refuse anymore." Imagining that scene, Dian turned pale with fear, thinking, why do they keep deciding on their own? This makes no sense at all. Am I going to be wiped out by that odd guy's hand? Dean, scared, hugged his head and said, "I think it's very hard to accept this training request, because after facing monsters in my strength, I could die. No, I will die." After talking for a while, Dian didn't even know what he was saying anymore. The more he looked at them, the more terrified he became. And the more terrified he was, the more he babbled. Asu's face darkened as he wondered silently. Is he avoiding a fight? Why is that? Dian thought anxiously as he looked at himself with suspicion. And it's true. No one can understand the reason for all this over the past year. When Dian still didn't know how to explain it to them, his brother, who liked to overthink, suddenly spoke up. "That's amazing. Even when facing a commander, you're still very confident. I used to wonder why you never participate in sparring, but now I understand. You're worried your opponent might get hurt." Upon hearing this, Ao turned to look at the Legion commander without confusion. After a moment, he widened his eyes and then shouted, "Could it be?" Descartes leaned up. "Of course he refused because he was worried about you. Moreover, it's been a long time since he last challenged, so I'm quite sure that once the sparring begins, it will be a fight to the death." Seo quietly pondered, still confident that he would be the one to win that day. "I, who am always confident in every battle, have never believed I would actually win. What kind of confidence is this? Is this the absolute strength that the Demon King believed in?" After some hesitation, the commander of the 3rd Legion finally bowed his head and said, "This is truly humiliating. But I really am not confident I will win, and I don't want to fight you to the death. I no longer dare to fight you, Mr. Dean. Although my pride hurts a bit, I thank you for your generous consideration." Dean was stunned after hearing that, thinking to himself, he really agreed. "I forced my side with a proud look at my leader, just as I hoped. Lord Dian is truly amazing to make these terrifying commanders respect him." Dian frowned, thinking to himself that he had no idea what Az was talking about. "Well, as long as it's not a sparring match. But I still won't give up. When I feel confident that I am stronger and won't die, I will challenge you again." After hearing that, I was furious inside and wanted to scream. But I didn't want to fight and just gave up. Oh my god. The commander of the 3rd Legion clenched his fists and said happily with a smile, "All right, your promise will be my motivation, so I will go train now." "You just said you're going to train right away?" "He's already gone." Wait a moment. After A left with fiery passion, it left a terrifying feeling in the heart of the madman. He clenched his fists, trying to stay calm, and said, "This drives me crazy." Ja, hearing that, replied, "He never had any ambitions, but maybe you gave him the motivation he needed. That's also good." Adelia next to him only cared that Asu had spoken too much. Then, Dian suddenly clutched his head and staggered, and seeing that, she hurriedly called out, "Dian, are you feverish again?" He immediately turned to the two commanders and said, "Sorry, but Lord Dian needs more rest." Seeing Dian so exhausted, they also didn't want to bother him and left together. "That's right, I wish you a speedy recovery. Please rest well. We will take our leave now." Dean did not answer, but took the glass of water from his subordinate's hand to drink, then thought about escaping from the demon world. Before leaving, Dega happily turned back to say more. "Oh right, after you train with Commander Ba, please let me fight you too. I'm really looking forward to it." Lord Dean, after hearing that, you became so overwhelmed with fear that you fainted. "I have to escape from the demon world quickly." Dr. Ben and E saw that and hurriedly performed first aid. "His heart is pounding so fast. Please don't die on me, my crazy one." Time passes, Dian leans wearily against the wall and says, "Man, I'm exhausted. Finally got out. E keeps nagging you to get better so you can join the army, huh? Everyone hopes you will do it." "You're crazy." Ben always looks worried and advises him, "If you keep staying in your room like this, you won't get better. And you also need to exercise. Asen is very diligent in reporting. It's okay for you to visit the troops. I'm also training hard to keep my promise to you. These endless visits are the headache that never ends. What do you want from me? Please, leave me alone." In frustration, you accidentally kicked a stone that hit a demon on the head, and it immediately turned around and growled loudly. "Who's responsible? Which bastard did this?" "I got caught, so I instinctively stepped back." "Oh no, I'm doomed. I shouldn't have run here." "You just opened your mouth to apologize when the other person bowed their head to apologize first." "Hello, I am Commander Zero. Sorry for the disturbance." "It's our fault," Dian said in confusion. "What do you mean we're bothering you? Huh?" The demons didn't dare delay and immediately replied, We are teaching this one a lesson. Just a lowly Inkbus, but since he dared to block our way, we will handle him without bothering you. Dian looked at the dream demon in front of him and thought, ha, I heard that dream demons are the lowest kind in the demon world, so this one must be bullied and picked on. Seeing Dian silent, the little demon nervously added, we will leave immediately. In his mind, he thought, I didn't think you were happy, so I better run. After the demons ran off, leaving the corridor empty with only you and Inkbus, Dai silently wondered what to do with this kid now that they've all left. It's the first time I've met a weaker demon than myself. What should I do now, master? The ghost girl clenched her fists, trembling, thinking to herself, he's watching me. I heard that she is usually very quiet, but once she gets angry, she's even more ruthless than any other demon. My presence has made him angry again. I'm sure I'll die this time. Unexpectedly, Dian not only didn't hate me, but also reached out his hand to the dream demon and softly said, come on, can you stand up? Those bullies are gone now, so don't worry anymore. The demon ghost was so surprised by this that after a few seconds of standing still, it felt moved in thought. He didn't look at me with disgust, but with affection. It's been a long time since anyone treated me so kindly. Inko's eyes welled up with tears as they threatened to fall from the corners of his eyes. Looking at Dian's hand, he hesitated before asking again, do you really find it disgusting to touch me just because I'm an Incubus? Dian, without hesitation, immediately grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her up. His face still expressionless as always, then said, so what if I am this person? You say that, am I also disgusting? Dream Demon hurriedly explained, no, that's not true. How could it be? He smiled gently, placing his hands on the girl's shoulders and saying, I don't think that way, so it's okay. Inside, he wondered, is this kid also struggling to survive in this world? Wow. Inkbus, for the first time meeting someone like you, I am truly touched and say you are really kind. I have never been treated like this before. I really want to repay your kindness. Are you free right now? Dian replied blankly. What? It feels like I've just gotten myself into some trouble again. Is it just a feeling? Oh, and at this moment, the Demon King is also heading to Dian's room to visit him. Looking at the empty room, a figure appeared, and he wondered, Dian, where did he go? It seems I have nothing to do right now. Are you talking about time? Dream Demon eagerly replied, yes, to thank you. I want to take you for a walk around the garden and give you some medicinal herbs to help with your fatigue. Lord Daidon, I know the commander is very busy, so if you're occupied, it's okay. But Daidon was very surprised to hear that. You ask again, does the Demon King's castle also have a garden? Is there even a whole garden in this dark and gloomy castle of the Demon King? Yes, sir. Hello, Lord Dian. Sorry for the late greeting. My name is Hai Han, and I am the gardener responsible for taking care of all the plants in the Demon King's castle. Dean was amazed and thought to himself, so there are peaceful jobs like this even in the Demon World's gardens? She looks very kind. Then he stroked his chin and started to imagine. A garden, a place filled with fragrant flowers and lush green trees with an incredibly pure atmosphere is exactly the healing place I need. Just thinking about it makes Dian feel incredibly relaxed. He happily agreed, seeming like a perfect place for me to calm down. Can you lead the way? Long Ghost's eyes lit up as he hurriedly replied, yes, please follow me. As I walk with Dian, I think to myself, finally I get to breathe again. They quickly arrived at an incredibly beautiful garden with lush climbing roses lining the entrance. Monkui enthusiastically pointed inside and said, here it is. Dian happily exclaimed, this garden is so beautiful, the fresh scent of greenery and the pure air. But just as Dian thought this was the best place in the demon castle, he almost became the dinner of the nearby carnivorous plant. Dian was terrified, quickly dodging to avoid the sharp teeth. He turned pale with fear, clutching his chest in panic and asking, what is that? Hien immediately approached, gently stroked the tree, and said, Tree, you are not allowed to jump and attack the cursed Dian like that, or do you want to be disciplined again? Then the girl turned to look at Dai, smiling sadly and saying, sorry, Lord Dai, I think it's probably because it was happy to see you visit. Dai was still stunned, grinding his teeth to stay calm, secretly thinking that this was the first time he saw a weaker demon than himself, so he was a bit worried. Even her illusions are not normal. Now that I think about it, this garden looks normal from the outside, but inside it's filled with all kinds of strange plants. I need to get out of here quickly. Running away is the best plan to stay alive. Dian didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately made up an excuse to leave. Sorry, I have urgent business and need to leave right now. But there are still many types of trees, even better than this one if you go a little further inside. That's why I didn't want to. I mean the training ground. I need to check immediately if the team is there or not. Since I've been walking for a long time, I think I need to go see them right away. Anyway, goodbye. After saying that, Dian immediately ran off, leaving Tuen standing there in shock. He has already left. With such a hurried manner, he must be very busy. Even the tree beside him looks as gloomy as his mood. Hien gently placed his hand on the branch and asked, what's wrong? Did his departure make you sad? I think so too. Do you think he will come back here someday? Yeah, next time I have to bring a gift to see him. He seems to really like plants. Should I give the cutest tree here as a gift? I hope Mr. Dian and I can become closer. Over here, the crazy one is still not over the shock from earlier, walking and muttering that he's still chicken. It's really stupid to think there's anyone normal in the Demon King's castle. Yeah, as expected, my room is the best. The others are too dangerous. His foot suddenly stopped as he hesitated. Even though I only used it as an excuse to run away from the garden, I probably really went to see the team members. Because I caused quite a bit of damage when I was drunk, I'm still avoiding responsibility to save face. But the Demon King and E still bother me, and instead of staying quietly in the room, why doesn't he go to the training ground to see the team members and give them a few words of encouragement? He said with a look of suffering. That's right, what he said isn't wrong, but E has never actually said that. Yeah, since I'm outside, at least I should show my face to them. I can't let those terrifying experiences stop me from meeting the team members. Their efforts and hard work are also for me. Thinking that, Dien walks to the training ground and, seeing the quiet scene before him, sighs and says, "Just as I thought, no one is here. I've already come here, so I should head back now." But avoiding it won't solve everything. I'm also curious about how strong the team really is, so Dien started wandering around, looking for a place to sit and wait for them. His eyes accidentally glanced at the neatly arranged wooden swords. Are they training with these? During the demon extermination mission, I lost my mind and can't remember anything. This is probably a good opportunity to test myself again. Dien picks up a wooden sword intending to test her strength, but suddenly realizes she can't lift it. So humiliating. So humiliating. You stand there and start complaining. That's right. When you go to the battlefield, you can't even lift a wooden sword, let alone an iron one. Haha, my strength is cursed. I should only focus on love for the game. Just then, the number 2 team members, after finishing their lunch break, sluggishly arrived at the training ground. Hearing the noise, Dien immediately turned around to look at the young man, tearfully thinking to himself, when did the team members arrive? And why didn't they see me earlier? In their eyes, the young man in front of them looked no different from a demon radiating intense evil aura. But as soon as they realized he was the leader of the Number 0 Legion, they rushed over to ask about him excitedly. Mr. Dien, hello? How are you? It's been a long time since you last came here, so we've been worried. We just finished our break, not because we're lazy. Mr. Dien, you did very well on your final mission. Lord Dien. From top to bottom, men and women alike, everyone was so excited that they talked so much it made his ears ring. He quickly interrupted the greeting and said, "Calm down. I'm fine. Everyone stay calm first." The demon soldiers of the Legion kept whispering among themselves, but he still looked exhausted. He's always like this when he's angry. Yeah, he can't be okay when he has to work himself to the limit like last time. Our commander, we will protect him until the end of our lives. Looking at the tearful crowd before him, Dien helplessly wondered why they looked at him that way. Hey, whatever. Just finish what needs to be done and then leave. With that in mind, Dien turned his face and said as he walked away, I had already planned to do so right after completing the mission, but I couldn't because of many reasons. I'm sorry. Do your best for the team. After saying that, he immediately thought to himself that since his training method was to let them fend for themselves, he would say a few motivating words, then wait for them to start training and sit back to watch. He continued seriously, I just came to say that. Well, I believe that even if I didn't say anything, you would still do your best. Now, you can continue training. Just looking cool for a few seconds, then suddenly you stumble again and your ankle twists, causing your whole body to wobble. He grimaced internally, thinking my leg has gone numb. If I fall like this, I'll become a laughingstock. I have to hold on. Realizing I was about to fall in front of all these eyes watching so intently, I probably should just cover my head and go home, but who would have guessed that at the moment I collapsed, I would luckily dodge a surprise attack from behind with a sword. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, how could he dodge that? He didn't even see it coming. After hearing everyone's gasp, he realized he had just snatched his life back from the hands of death. A Zero Legion member shouted in concern, Commander, are you okay? What happened to that bastard? He looked terrified and asked what was going on. Did he attack me? That's too dangerous. I need to run away. As Dien hurriedly turned to run away, his elbow unexpectedly struck the face of the assassin. He was hit hard, blood splattering everywhere, and fell backward. Seeing that, Dien quickly withdrew his hand. Huh? He got beaten up. The jealous assassin, clutching his face, angrily cursed, You bastard demon Dien. Looking at the person in front of him, he was very surprised to see that it was actually a human. He frowned and thought to himself how a human could have gotten in like this. If the Zero Army didn't know him, he must have been an intruder. All the members of the Zero Squad hurriedly ran over to Commander Han, asking, Are you okay, Mr. Dien? Seeing the situation turning critical, that human tried his best to stand up and run away. Now I have to run, but before he had a chance to stand up, Dien raised his heavy wooden sword high and struck the guy's head with all his strength. He stared wide-eyed in horror, shouted loudly, then collapsed motionless on the ground. Dien thought to himself, if I let him go now, he will definitely be very dangerous in the future. Dien managed to catch the assassin and subdue him purely by luck. He looked at everyone with a cold gaze and said, Report to the Demon King and lock this guy up. Yes, Sheng Yan. After saying that, Didi hurriedly left, unaware that behind her, the members of the Legion were watching with admiration. Mr. Dien seems very disappointed in us. Of course, we let this guy sneak into the training ground, But it was him who caught him that day. The blue-haired one nearby frowned, thinking to himself, all of his movements are very fast and graceful. Lord Dean was just stretching his legs, but he still dodged that attack with unbelievable speed and even counterattacked him. Moreover, he caught the guy while he was trying to escape and handled the situation immediately. The commander of the army is truly extraordinary. His presence alone can overshadow an entire battalion. I've trained harder than before to earn recognition, but his skills far surpass my imagination. We're not even on his little finger's level. Thinking that, the guy turned to his teammates and shouted, "Don't waste any more time. From now on, we will start training immediately. We will train until we can help Lord Didon. We will train non-stop from today onwards." On the way back to the room, Dien just rotated his wrist while complaining. "I think I swung my wooden sword a bit too hard. My wrist hurts too much. Once I finish this annoying mission, I'll sleep all day in my room." That's right. After returning to his room, Dien immediately fell asleep until the next day. As he yawned and sat up, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Are you sleeping well? The Demon King is sitting relaxed, waiting for you." He sipped his tea and smiled happily, saying, "You must be very tired. You look so sound asleep." Dien couldn't believe his eyes and immediately asked again, "Am I dreaming? This can't be real. I'm not dreaming. Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" Putting down the teacup, the Demon King casually asked the Legion commander, "Sorry to bother you right after you woke up, but could you spare a moment? What's the matter?" Dien stood up feeling worried, wondering what this was about, and recalling that he hadn't caused any trouble lately. "I don't really care what it is, but since he's here and waiting for me to wake up, is it something urgent? If you're offering cake, then I immediately thought of this. Are you talking about the intruder?" "Yes, for now, follow me." A moment later, the Demon Lord led Dien down to a place beneath the castle. Looking around, Dien thought to himself, this is the dungeon in the basement. That intruder must be imprisoned here. But why did he bring me here? Could it be that he said something strange about me, or is he really planning to use me as an example this time? Lost in his own thoughts, Dien unconsciously approached the cell of the intruder. Seeing his bloodied body, Dien opened his mouth in surprise. What is going on with this chaos? What happened last night? The Demon King approached, grabbing his collar and pulling him back, then said, "Dien, look at this bastard and see if he looks familiar." He struggled in pain, shouting, "Let me go, and I will kill you." The more he struggled, the tighter the Demon King gripped, then continued. The power he possesses can defeat a demon even though he is human, and that power is even greater when facing me, a Demon King. Hearing this, Dien was even more astonished. Because he is quite perceptive and intelligent, Dien suspected that this might be a hero. According to his understanding, a hero facing death while fighting the Demon King must choose one of two options. First, sacrifice themselves to inflict the most damage on the Demon King. Second, use their lives to unleash their power across the entire continent to create a hero's legacy. Most heroes choose the second option because they fear their power will disappear, and the Empire has been seeking out and recruiting those who possess remnants. And all those who possess remnants are officially called heroes, but only those who prove themselves worthy through outstanding achievements are awarded the hero title and granted unparalleled glory. They are being exploited to the bone by the Empire. But at this moment, the Demon King suddenly releases his grip from his neck and says, "This isn't something to be happy about, sending a hero to the demon world? No, it's more accurate to call him a hero candidate rather than a hero himself. He must be a leftover from a hero." Dien pondered silently, saying to himself, if he's truly a hero recognized by the Empire, he wouldn't be this weak. But he's still a hero. It's a waste to see him as disposable. There's no way they would send a hero candidate to the demon world so casually. What are the Empire's plans? Your Majesty, what's wrong? Please let me have a moment alone with this person. Seeing the expression on that Demon King's face, I didn't want to ask anything further and simply agreed. "Okay, I will wait for you outside. Yes, I will be done soon." There are no messages, and he only targets me. But why? What is he thinking? Now only the two of them are left here. The assassin begins to curse and insult. "Dien, you traitorous dog. You gained the trust of the Empire and became a hero, but you betrayed us and sided with the demon world, you damn dog." Hearing that, he suddenly burst into laughter. I never thought he would send me a message like this. The mysterious intruder asked again what, and Dien laughed so hard he was trembling, tears streaming down his face before he finally stopped. He asked him again, "All right then, you're just a discarded thing, right?" He immediately snapped back, furious. "How dare you say that? I was assigned an important mission by the kingdom to eliminate traitors." Dien immediately replied, "No, the evidence is that you called me a traitor." Feeling that this isn't enough, his smile grew more malicious and began to attack his opponent's psyche. "You keep mocking and ask, what mistake did you make with the Empire to be discarded like this? What do you mean by being discarded?" I stepped forward and placed my hands on his trembling shoulders, then continued, "The king knows everything. The reason I stayed in the demon world, my purpose, everything." Hearing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, "So the king really sent you here to a dangerous place like the demon world just to kill a traitor? Did he really abandon me? Then think carefully before you die. Even a fool would understand this is just an excuse to drive me away." Dien, having finished convincing him, stepped outside, ignoring the assassin who started shouting alone, blaming him for being deceived. I have sacrificed everything to serve the Empire, and I will not forgive you. I will kill all of them at any cost. Dai pondered silently. Is this what you call loyalty? It's such a waste of time for someone like him. The Demon King has been waiting outside for a while. When he saw Dian come out, he asked, "Are you done talking?" Seeing your face, I guess all doubts have been cleared up, right? So how should we deal with him? Maybe I should use him as a pawn. Dian smiled softly and replied, "Everything is according to your majesty's orders, but I believe it's best to kill him." All right then, is that your decision? Fine, I will do this. But you have to help me with one thing. The first army just requested urgent reinforcements. Dian immediately replied, "At the front line? Yes, they say this time it's not a hero candidate, but a real hero fighting in the war." You also know that humans and demons don't get along, right? If the hero appearing on the front line isn't just a toy the king just used and discarded, but a true hero from the heavens, then ordinary demons are no match for him. And the important thing is you're very curious, right? Pay attention to the name of the straw hero that the king sent. I believe you will handle everything well. Dian lowers his head in silence. Then when his next personality awakens, he is shocked and asks himself, "When did I come here?" After saying that, the Demon King turns to leave, but still reminds him to prepare for the journey. Dean's face turned pale with horror as he stammered, "What am I about to go to? Death?" Not long after, the carriage and the group were already waiting in front of the castle. Dian slowly approached with tears streaming down his face. "This time it's over, teacher. I remember going down to the underworld with the Demon King, but as soon as I regained consciousness, I was about to head to some crazy place. I keep losing awareness, and every time I do, I feel like I'm about to go insane. Is this a kind of illness? What I remember is that the intruder will die." Then the Demon King ordered me to the battlefield. From afar, he suddenly waved his hand towards me and loudly said, "You're crazy. Everything is ready for departure." I see, and the appearance of a new hero. That's right, going outside will let me see what this hero looks like. After all, I'm really curious. Looking at my commander, I quietly think to myself, I know he's satisfied after the battle against those monsters, but isn't that still not enough? IDN. I heard the battlefield is very brutal now, but he seems very happy, almost like he's on vacation. Just as he was about to get on the carriage to go on his mission, Commander Renil of the 11th Legion flew over on a magic broom to see him off. The commander of the 11th Legion waved from above and shouted, "I miss you so much, girl." Dean wondered and asked, "Renil, what are you doing here?" Deep down, he thought that although she looked adorable, she possessed demonic energy only second to the Demon King, so he wouldn't be fooled by her appearance anymore. She looked at the carriage and replied, "Ah, I heard you're about to go to the battlefield, so I wanted to give you this." Renil's frantic inner thoughts wondered why it was a necklace. It looks suspicious. Why would she give me this? It looks too suspicious, so I won't accept it. Renil had no idea about that, so she happily explained, "I cast a protective spell on it, so it could prevent death from coming to you once. It's not much, but I want to do something useful for you." Hearing that, Dian immediately threw aside his philosophy of doubting life. He casually grabbed the necklace and said, "Thank you." In his heart, he thought, she gave it to me, so how could I refuse? How could I possibly refuse something so valuable? That would be such a loss. Meanwhile, Dean absent-mindedly reached out to pat the little girl's head, making her blush with happiness. After a moment, he suddenly realized he had unconsciously patted her head. Does that thing live? Can it move or slide around? No, that tube looks too weird. Renil seems to be enjoying it, so it's okay. But he was so scared that he just stopped. E beside him, although not the recipient of the gift, was deeply moved. "Thank you very much." "Miss Renil, I know that Lord Dian is very strong, but I was really worried because of that injury, so I truly appreciate you giving him that necklace." Hearing this, Renil was also deeply moved. She covered her mouth in surprise and said, "You are truly a loyal envoy for caring so much about him. Keep serving Lord Dian like that." "Yes, just trust me." Dian frowned and burst out laughing, cutting off their words. "Ha, great, do whatever you like." Hearing that, I hurriedly replied, "Lord Dian, let me escort you. There's no need for others to play with Renil." Dai sitting alone in the carriage, muttering to himself, "Is it true that I am infamous for killing the hero? Can this be clarified to clear things up? I didn't defeat the hero. He self-destructed, or I was injured by the explosion. At that time, I was the only comrade beside the hero, a group of wounded people helping each other through the forest. The entire army, but this is all that remains. We lost many people on the way here. Suddenly, the hero stopped and told you, 'Your Majesty, please stay here.' At that moment, I didn't understand why he said that. I asked, 'Are you serious?' Hero said, 'Yes, I am serious.' He said, 'I will end this war with the royal soldiers.' Dean hesitated, but Hero immediately said, 'This is enough.' He looked at Dian with hopeful eyes and said, 'Since this Demon King has been known as the strongest in history, nothing can guarantee that you will survive. We also need someone to report the battle results to the kingdom. I want you to be that person, so please go back. You still have many things you want to do, right?' Seeing the troubled expression on Dian, the hero became even more certain of his decision. 'I know why the hero of the previous war, like you, is taking part in this journey. Because you need to achieve an even greater feat to fulfill your wish, right? If you return with the outcome of the battle, that will already be a glorious achievement. But if that's not enough and you still want to join this fight, you must ask for the country's opinion. Did you happen to ask the entire kingdom? The hero was also quite curious about Dian's wish, so before leaving he promised to find out about it once he returned safely. Seeing the hero smile and say, "Again, I will return," time slowly passes, leaving Dian alone sitting under the big tree waiting for many days. How long has it been? How many days have passed without them coming back? I want to know too, but I can't go. Is it because I'm embarrassed, ashamed, afraid, or all of them? My teammate's mission is to lead the attack against the Demon King, but I was told to stay behind. Waiting here all alone is making me so bored I can't stand it anymore. I muttered to myself, damn it, I just want to survive. No, I have to survive. At least I should go see how the battle is going. If they win, I will bring them back. If they lose, I'll go back and report it. If I observe from afar, it should be fine. Then I suddenly got up and sneaked closer to where everyone was. But the scene before his eyes left him stunned and speechless. Damn it, what is going on? Is it over? How could it be so overwhelming? Are all your teammates dead? The hero is kneeling before the Demon King. Is he asking the moon for forgiveness? The hero didn't answer, but only sneered contemptuously. In the next instant, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from the hero. Dian secretly watched them from the top of the high cliff. He knew the hero was preparing for his self-destruct plan. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, is this the end? I have to report to the king. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dian at this moment. Dian Huanghon hurriedly turned around to see who it was. Holy Spirit, he had just returned and immediately encountered a terrifying demon. It swiftly swings the sword in its hand toward you. In this situation, maybe we should call Nine Springs too, or no one can handle this anymore. The huge sword crashes down onto the ground with a loud explosion, but Dian narrowly dodged it by jumping to the side. He exclaimed in horror, what the hell? Why did it suddenly swing the sword without warning? But just as Dian narrowly escaped, a series of other slashes immediately followed. He uses his battlefield combat experience to dodge and weave, avoiding attacks from the enemy. After jumping up and down for a while, Dian is also exhausted. If this keeps up, I won't be able to escape. I need to find a way to tie him up. Thinking that, I continued to charge forward to fight. He quickly dodges to the left, then to the right, and in a moment, he manages to get close to its foot. He slashed right across the knee joint, causing it to collapse in pain. That damn brat is a notorious assassin of the Empire. You have enough skill to leap onto this giant and stab him in the neck with a dagger. But in misfortune, there is also luck. Your precise stab wasn't strong enough to bring him down, but it was enough to make him stagger and pull you off the cliff. And looking down, Dian was terrified to see the army of the Demon King below him. What should we do now? Damn it! Oh my god, it's heaven. In the next second, they both hit the ground with a thud. After a loud explosion that sent rocks and debris flying, the scene revealed the giant demon lying flat in a pool of its own blood. And above, the main character Vochi is still alive and breathing steadily. He is stunned, covering his mouth to hold back laughter, thinking to himself, am I alive? So the monster is dead? I guess I survived because I fell onto the monster. I guess if I used all my strength, I might be able to stab the demon. Hopefully not. If I fall off the cliff, I must be right in the middle of the enemy's camp, and only then does the madman realize the danger around him. The demons below, witnessing this, turn pale and ask each other nervously. The leader of the 7th Legion, who is that human guy? How is he so strong? Hearing that, Dian collapsed in pain. He was only defending himself. He never expected this to happen. So he's the leader of the 7th Legion? That means I fell right in the enemy's camp and killed the Legion's leader right in front of them. Wait a minute. What the hell is that? Isn't that the Demon King? He's glaring at me with a murderous look. Your sudden appearance has thrown everything into chaos. Even the hero's plan to self-destruct can no longer be carried out. The fragile hero called out, Dian, what are you doing here? You knew I was planning to self-destruct, so why did you still come? Dian hurriedly ran to the hero and said, I'm sorry, I want to fulfill my duty. The hero heard that, suddenly grabbed Dian and made his plea. You are truly clever. I had hoped that at least you would survive. Frowning, I think to myself, did he stop self-destructing? He is a kind and loyal person beyond imagination, completely opposite of what the world thinks of him. I wish he could become the next hero. The hero then said, do you see this scene, world? This is my final plea, so please let this person live. Please, I beg you, grant him even a fragment of your power, and his entire body radiates with a blinding, dazzling light. The Demon King couldn't react in time, only raising his hand to shield his eyes from the overwhelming brightness. He muttered to himself, that light is different from self-destruction. Could it be that the hero is trying to transfer his power? No way! How could that happen? Not long after, the faint light gradually disappeared, and the hero departed in Dai's arms, thinking to himself, that fool, he should have known that transferring a hero's power is impossible with just the strength of will. I can't believe he canceled his self-destruction just to transfer his power to me and then gently laid his teammate down. At the same time, Dian raised his hand to cover his mouth, carefully pondering. I also wondered for a few seconds, but as expected, the men people haven't changed at all. I am still the weakest. The demons nearby started whispering among themselves. What's going on? Did that person just kill the hero? I think so. He stopped the hero from self-destructing and then killed him. That was amazing. But I think he's in a lot of pain. If he's taking most of the hero's hits, there's no way he's still okay. Looking at the bloody hand, Yen silently thought Hu Min is throwing up again. Maybe it's because he fell from the cliff, but it doesn't really matter. I won't be able to defeat all those demons. I guess this is the end, no matter how hard I struggle to survive. At that moment, the Demon King started shifting all his attention to the new character. He approached and suddenly started a conversation with you. Wow, how can you be smiling in a situation like this? Hey, what's your name? Dean looked at him suspiciously, thinking to himself, I don't know what he's planning, but I think making him happy will keep me safe. Then he coldly replied, after hearing your introduction, Demon King, I like it. Have you ever considered joining the demon army? After hearing that, I thought to myself, I will make him let his guard down and then try to escape when there's an opening. Yes, I will join the Army Corps. Huh? What does he want me to do? Seeing your shock, the Demon King added, I'll tell you up front, don't worry about humans or demons opposing this. After what happened here, they wouldn't dare even in their dreams. She hid her hands tightly over her mouth, horrified to realize she was trying to survive but never thought she would live on like this. The flashback ends here. Daidon smirked and looked at the scenery on both sides of the road, silently thinking that everything began from that day, and everyone in the Demon Castle, including the Demon King, shared the delusional belief that they were unimaginably powerful and should tone it down a bit. They made such a hole that I became afraid of the days to come. Just then, S arrived and interrupted Daifo, commander of Zero Legion, respectfully saying, Sir Dian, we have arrived. The border between the human world and the demon world, where endless battles between demons and the Empire have reached this place, Jia, the commander of the First Legion, immediately came out to welcome the arriving squad. I'm waiting for you there. Seeing how exhausted he looked, Dian also guessed that the situation here was quite bad. He reached out to shake his hand and nodded slightly. He silently thought to himself that he should have refused him back then, but he believed he would die if he did, so he had no other choice. That's my life. Seeing Dee's face so calm eased Jia's worries a bit, just as he hoped. His expression has relaxed more after escaping from the Demon Castle. I'm sure he's really looking forward to the battle. Then, he added, Sorry to disappoint you, but the fighting has temporarily subsided, and we don't know when the battle will resume, so you can prepare in the meantime. Dian looked puzzled, wondering, What are you talking about? Who is waiting for what? You mean the Legion? Dega immediately replied, No, normally I am also talking about you. I really want you to join the fight as soon as the Imperial Army begins its attack. These words hit Dian like a slap in the face. He secretly screamed in horror inside. You want me to fight too? The next morning, at the Imperial camp on the front lines of the human world, the Imperial leader received urgent news from the demon realm. He rested his hand on the table and asked thoughtfully, Do you mean Commander Zero? The messenger replied, Yes, sir. According to the scout team, many reports indicate that Commander Zero will participate in the battle, and the fighting spirit of the Demon King soldiers has increased significantly since yesterday. On the other hand, the commanding officer frowned and interrupted, Enough is enough. Inside, he was silently thinking, This is really troublesome. Why? That despicable coward has come down here himself. Zero Commander is the key card of the Demon King and is known to be even more outstanding than the first commander. The one expected to be the strongest among the 12 commanders. The leaders of the upcoming battle are discussing their plans when they hear news of an uninvited guest, and they start to panic. Uncle's sister-in-law anxiously asked the person sitting beside him, What should we do now? If this is true, then there's no way to guarantee victory. The man in the green cloak remained silent for a moment before replying, We will send an assassin. Assassinate the commander, yes? It cannot succeed. The man in the blue cloak slammed the table and stood up, helplessly saying, Yes, if Commander Zero really exists, I know the rumors about him are extraordinary, but no one has actually proven that the rumors are true. Maybe the commander isn't real, just the Devil King's lie to motivate the soldiers. The one who just spoke is the handsome hero Kruin of the Empire. Kruin sternly continued, If we uncover the truth with a killer, that would be a great achievement, so should we prioritize gathering intelligence on the documents? Meanwhile, Deputy Commander S from Dai's side carefully bandaged his leader. Dai is hesitating nearby, wondering if she really has to join the battle. But no matter the pressure or consequences, she has never wanted to step down from her position as Zero Commander, and things are still going smoothly because everyone usually avoids her or holds false prejudices. But today, she will truly withdraw from this position. Seeing that the leader didn't say anything, Li worriedly asked, Are you feeling unwell, Mr. Dian? Because you keep trembling? It's hard to bandage you. Dian forced a nervous smile and replied, Nothing's wrong. Yes, I'll continue then. I'm not that meticulous, I just came to see the Imperial hero's face and then leave. Confused, she asked again, What's wrong? Seeing Dian, she sighed inwardly, thinking, What is this look? You looked at me as if I just said something really funny. It made me feel quite uneasy. Immediately after, Deputy Commander S began his speech. What did he just say? We never know when the battle will start. The human world is right in front of us, and the fighting spirit is rising high, so I have to be more careful than ever. You really don't take care of yourself at all. You don't know how worried I am about you. He cares for me very carefully and worries about me, but why does he keep following me without saying a word of complaint? He raises his hand to stroke his chin in thought. Let's see, what do I have that's attractive? I cough up blood and get tired easily. It turns out I get hurt if I stay in the sun too long. No matter how I look at it, I'm just a useless piece of trash from humanity. So why do I keep acting as a deputy commander? He's not a demon, but actually an angel. E has just finished bandaging his master. He happily said, "With this, we can easily wipe out humanity." Hearing this, all the delusions of the madman were shattered. Maybe I was wrong. E still happily carries out his duty, enthusiastically introducing himself. This outfit was specially made by the Demon King using magic so you can fight to your fullest. It can block the sun and keep your body temperature stable. As long as it's not completely destroyed, it can still recover on its own. I sighed helplessly and added, "I heard you. You even cast a spell to make the area around the eyes, nose, and mouth easier to move." The Demon King is always showing off. Etch happily added, "With how generously he uses magic like this, your majesty really values you." Lord Dian, he even cast a spell on his cloak to help him see better, Dian muttered to himself. Isn't it because the Demon King has so many spells he doesn't know where to use them? So you always use magic randomly to pass the time? Magic is what breaks the rules of the world, and a demon's magic has limits. The energy used by demons to cast spells cannot be restored. Moreover, there are rumors that the more demon energy is used, the sooner the new hero of mankind will appear. If he uses a lot of magic, that means he is confident he can defeat the new hero, right? Anyway, it's none of my business. It's all done now, thank you. This outfit is so comfortable. With a confident face, loudly declares that with the Legion and you, Lord Dian, I believe we don't need to worry anymore. All the members of the Legion are training furiously for this battle. Dian thought helplessly, I really am not as strong as you think. Then Dian replied, I will go check the 9th Commander's army and look around this tent. Ek asked in confusion, what? Shouldn't you save your strength for the upcoming battle? I am in good enough shape. Then Dian waved his hand and left, leaving him standing there worshipping him without realizing it was just an excuse. Dian's steps grew faster and faster. As he walked, he silently thought he had to seize the moment and find a hiding spot. But as he stepped out of the tent, Dian bumped into a group of demons. Seeing you, they all froze in place, and a terrified black demon exclaimed, Wow, it's really Commander Zero. The person next to him is crying and saying, We worked so hard, but now we don't need to anymore. Dian silently sighed in frustration, wondering why it was no longer necessary. What do you mean? From afar, Commander Deka and his guards have been observing everything. When someone said he was really looking forward to the upcoming battle, the deputy commander smiled slyly and said, No doubt about it, we will definitely win the next one. Deka didn't speak, but also subtly smiled in agreement, just as expected. The Demon King made the right decision. As soon as he appears, the morale of all soldiers will be boosted. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, as if something was pressing down. It seems we have some parasites among us. Dai looked up with wide, bloodshot eyes, staring blankly into the space in front of him in utter confusion. Is it okay that the glass just flew away like that? I only wanted to chase away that annoying fly that kept bothering me. He glared angrily. Why, you damn annoying fly? Get out now. Unable to hold back any longer, he clenched the glass tightly and suddenly threw it with force, causing it to fly straight up into the air like an arrow. He stood frozen, staring in shock, eyes wide open, unable to speak, as the glass slipped from his hand, shattered on the floor, spilling red wine like blood. Dian is stunned. How could that happen? He stammers, awkwardly trying to explain. I didn't mean to, I swear. E remains calm. Dian was startled by that, her gaze briefly confused. Both of them froze suddenly as smoke suddenly rose from the shattered glass on the ground. E's eyes widened, while Dian hurriedly took a half step back in instinct. He frowned angrily, realizing it was poison. Is Dian still in shock? E looks around as if searching for someone's figure, while Dian beside him remains panicked. Is my drink poisoned? He looked up at the ceiling, sensing something just passed by, and immediately tensed up, realizing there was an intruder. The suspicious figure glided past like a gust of wind, rushing through the trees with footsteps as light as feathers. The masked man gasped for breath. Gasped for should I report this to the Empire? As soon as possible to Lord Kruin. Each step crushes the branches with a dry crack, and he is stunned. Zero Legion Commander's abilities are no exaggeration. He is truly formidable. That shadow darted swiftly through the branches, and a wave of panic spread through him, extremely dangerous. Daikok coldly looked ahead, his face appearing as if he's about to explode. Someone dared to intrude here, and their target is the Zero Legion Commander. Sound of surprise escapes from one of the soldiers. What? Commander Zero? Someone else doubts. But how did they get in here? Besides the Zero Legion Commander, no one else noticed anything. Yes, I stand tall and commanding. I will punish you for letting outsiders succeed in infiltrating here afterward. Now we must ensure there are no enemies left in the area. The soldiers shout loudly and stammering. Order issued. In the dim light, Dian stands still. Your breathing is heavy, and Dian is extremely tense. I really could have died. Next to him, E bowed his head, sincerely apologizing. He kept blaming himself for being so stupid that he couldn't detect the intruder's presence until it was too late. Dian was a bit surprised. I didn't think they could fool even you, E. Then, he cautiously thought to himself, which showed how skilled that assassin really was. He sighed, realizing he should stop acting as the commander of Zero Legion or something, because of the stupid position that even some damn Imperial bastards want to kill him. Dian mutters in frustration about that damn assassin so much that he hasn't even had a drink. Then his gaze suddenly falls on the bottle of wine being raised by the pink-haired guy. He softly calls out. He flinched and respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Dian, I will gladly accept any punishment you desire. Are you planning something? So before you pour the drink for me, the bottle hasn't been opened yet, right?" Confused. "Yes, sir." When the pink-haired boy felt a hand on his shoulder, he shouted and ran to snatch the bottle of wine from his hand. The pink-haired guy flinched. "You frowned? Are you sure the poison is in the glass and not the bottle?" You said slowly, as if weighing something important. That means a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he lifts the bottle with anticipation and asks, "I can totally drink this, right?" He was excited. The alcohol is fine. In some room, the gray-haired man stands solemnly before him, Kruin resting his head on his hand, looking grim and exhausted. A heavy voice echoes, "He is very dangerous." Kruin rests his elbows on the table, his brow furrowed with tension. He is lost in his own memories, the frantic voice of the masked boy still echoing. It seems the rumors are not wrong at all. If things keep going like this, the Empire won't stand a chance. His eyebrows subtly furrowed as if pondering something unbelievable. That assassin is no ordinary foe. Yet, he returned with such a stunned look on his face. Kruin tapped his fingers on the table. "Now we have confirmed that the Zero Legion commander is truly as powerful as the rumors say." He hesitates. "We will need that bastard to defeat the demon faction because they have the Zero Legion commander on their side." The blonde officer was slightly surprised. "Are you suggesting there's another hero in the Empire?" Kruin seemed a bit disappointed. "That's right, but since he's not here right now, and with the somber atmosphere, you carry the serious demeanor of a true leader, so we will retreat. But if we retreat, won't it look like we're running away out of fear of Commander Zero? Once they start looking down on us like that," before he could finish his sentence, Kruin angrily stabbed his knife into the table. He tried to contain his boiling anger. "We will withdraw, but if any bastard chases after us, we just need to ensure their absolute death." Then he gently raised his head, the desolate land without a single ray of sunlight. "We don't need to brandish weapons to take that useless land. We need to make those demons think so. Kruin is planning to withdraw without showing our weakness, and we need to make it clear that we will not fight unless they invade the human world." The officer was startled. "Yes, I will pass the message to everyone. But what should we tell the Empire?" Kruin's voice grew serious as he emphasized each word. "Our order is to reclaim the land seized by the demons, not to expand our territory into the demon world. The blade is deeply embedded in the map on the table." Kruin continues. "We have reclaimed the land of the Empire." He bowed his head slightly and said, "We don't need to cause more conflict between the two worlds, so we have decided to retreat, and that is what we will report." After finishing, Kruin thought to himself, "Yes, that's fine. I won't overdo it and ruin my debut as a hero. We've come this far, and I won't let anything tarnish my hero's reputation." Kruin sighs, hoping that Commander Zero won't take out his anger on the wrong person. The officer remains very worried. "I heard that Commander Zero rarely fights personally. Do you think we will be safe helping the troops?" He continued. "Good, then let's proceed with the plan." Before he could finish speaking, a soldier rushed in shouting loudly, "General!" He was stunned, eyes wide open, stammering, "The evil army is coming, and their leader is Commander Zero." Kruin froze in place for 5 seconds, while the officer beside him was panicked, grinding his teeth, "You damn stubborn ox." Kruin was a bit panicked, thinking silently that nothing was going according to plan. Outside, Dien was frantically slashing at a soldier, blood splattering everywhere, groaning in pain. He burst into a maniacal laugh, a long, echoing cackle filling the blood-soaked space. Dien spins the sword at his side like he's playing with toys, blood splattering in arcs, then without hesitation, swings again to cut the soldier's hand. The soldier panicked, his mouth wide open as he stared at his half-missing arm. He shouted, "Ah, my arm!" The bright red blood splattered again into the air as Dien tightly gripped the knife handle, repeatedly stabbing the soldier. Next to E, she strangled another soldier and lifted him high, glancing flirtatiously at Dien. E frowned. He had finished the entire bottle and was now completely drunk. However, this is for the best because with Lord Dien here, everyone's spirits are very high. He decisively threw the other guy to the ground, making him cry out. The soldier rolled on the ground, retreating backward, his whole body trembling like a demonic machine. Dien stood tall like a death god, imposing and unwavering. The soldier sitting on the ground in panic, with wide eyes and a half-smile, is still haunted by fear. If not him, then who else could be the real demon? His pupils dilated as he glanced at the soldier lying on the ground. The soldier was so scared he was about to pee himself, tears streaming down because no one was there to help him, but Li Tree pulled him back, grabbing the sword beside him because if he wanted to survive, he had to fight. He raised the sword and pointed it straight at the madman, trembling with fear as he stepped back. "Don't come any closer." Then he glanced at the dead soldier, wondering if he would become a corpse like him. He gently grasped the sword pointed at him. "Why are you crouching down here?" He whispered teasingly, "If you want to live, you have to resist." The soldier was still trembling like a leaf, unable to speak. "Help! Swing your arm and get him ready for heaven. If not, you will quickly lose your life like this." The soldier still harbors a glimmer of hope, hoping someone will come to save me. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the silence, a blinding flash of lightning from the strike igniting the scene in flames as if burning everything down, and the soldier gained a boost from the Star of Hope. He opened his mouth wide, crying like a baby begging for milk. The attack just now knocked Dien over, causing him to fall into the ground. He whimpers and struggles to get up, then runs away in panic. Lord Dien. He comes to help Dien up, carefully examining every corner of his body. He looked at you worriedly and said, "Are you okay, sir?" Then he glared and shouted angrily, "How dare you hurt Lord Dien?" A silent figure of a warrior appears, all eyes fixed on that tall form, everyone in shock. In that breathless moment, hope is reignited. A hero. The voice rang out emotionlessly, "I had intended to kill you in one strike." Frog stared in shock, eyes wide open. "That person is a hero!" Dien, suffering in pain, groans. He anxiously shouts, "Are you okay, Dien?" Dien gasped for breath, reaching into his shirt as if to retrieve something. A burst of brilliant purple light erupted, illuminating his bloodstained palm, and Eighthought exclaimed in shock. This is when he suddenly remembered that the protective necklace from Miss Ririnel could save him in the moment of life and death. I was amazed that without it, he would have died from that attack. The surrounding atmosphere was so tense and suffocating that everyone was stunned, and the soldier suddenly burst into tears as if he had found the bright moon of his life. Aha! The new hero of the Empire. He reaches out as if to grasp the glow of heroism. He pours out his deepest emotions on the battlefield. Kruin, the soldier, seems mesmerized, crawling towards Kruin in the end. In a flash, Dien swung his knife, slicing past the soldier and causing him to spray glue, leaving his words hanging in the air. He was then cut straight across the neck, eyes wide with horror. Wait a moment, you acted so quickly that the soldier's head had already fallen to the ground, but he still managed to leave a final word. What is it? Step forward and stand face to face with Kruin. You smirked. So you're the new hero. Kruin remains humble. That's what everyone calls me, but I still feel unworthy of the title. Holding the dagger tightly, a slight smirk appeared on my lips. That's right. I've heard a lot about you. You squint your eyes in a fake friendly way, but strangely, your voice sounds very familiar. Have we met before? Oh, it's nothing. Can you take off your helmet? Kruin is on guard. You want me to take off my helmet in front of the enemy? I refuse. But deep down, I feel like I know him very well. DDM Nin seemed to be playing with the knife in her hand like a toy. I guess you're not going to put it down because of me. Kruin is still lost in his own world. This is the first time I've met Commander Zero. So why then? Dai clenched the hilt of the sword, slipped back, and prepared to attack like a beast about to pounce on its prey. Then, in the very next moment, his entire body shot up into the air like an arrow, charging straight at the enemy. Dien rushed forward desperately, eager to skewer Kruin. Maybe I should step in and help you. Luckily, Kruin lives up to his reputation on the battlefield. Zane deftly dodges wherever Kruin swings his sword, smooth and flawless, yet the insane strength combined with his drunken frenzy still leaves Kruin in awe. He's really fast. In just a moment, I lost track of him. Kruin swung his sword, the clash of metal ringing loudly as the two weapons collided fiercely. He quickly realizes the direction of the attack, but says, "But that doesn't mean I can't keep up with your movements." Both figures leaped simultaneously, each step causing violent waves as if tearing through the air. Their feet glided across the ground at terrifying speed, leaving long trails of smoke behind. True to his name as the Demon Dien, Dien swung his blade forward, a savage smile spreading across his face. "You managed to dodge, huh? Not bad." Kruin rushes forward at the same time. In a brief moment, both of them closed in. A blinding flash of light lit up the night sky as their sharp blades clashed. Mockingly, he said, "So, maybe calling you a hero is a bit too much, huh? Should I help you confirm that again?" He replied cautiously. "I don't think you have a reason." In a flash, Kruin knocked the dagger away. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's enough." The surrounding air seemed to tear apart, but as a seasoned warrior, Kruin could immediately tell that although his opponent's speed was formidable, his attack didn't carry much force. Then Kruin decisively knocked the gam dagger out of Dien's hand, causing it to embed into the ground. Dien was stunned, his hand trembling. Kruin seized the opportunity and charged, swinging his sword to eliminate the opponent. But unfortunately, the drunken Dien was no different from a mad dog. He widened his eyes, quickly drew another knife from his pocket, and without hesitation, brandished it to block Kruin's attack, the fierce clash of weapons creating a terrifying friction. Dien gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he tried to block Kruin's strike. It seems he is truly weaker in this endurance race. So he jumped up, kicked him in the stomach, then flipped onto the beam. Both of them slid across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that covered the entire area. I'm a bit confused. Why are his attacks so weak? Is he holding back? I don't know if he's hiding his true power, or if he's no longer interested in the fight. But the more you act like that, the more it gives me an advantage. Did Daidon realize it? Suddenly he smiled, a bright smile like a flower. "Brother, truly, today is the end." Kruin hurriedly, he truly wanted to end this madman right now. "How dare you? The battle isn't over yet. Who gave you permission to stop?" Dien calmly smiled and said, "No, it's over now. You've killed Commander 9. You frown in mockery and say, so even after reclaiming your territory, you're still not satisfied and keep invading the Demon Realm's land. We only take back what belongs to us. Are you joking with me? I won't let him keep talking." Dien continued, "Why bother wasting energy? when you're just bragging? Why don't we accept that each side only protects its own territory? Dean's words make Kruin reflect. He's right. I don't need to go too far in the fight after reclaiming the enemy territory, but if I keep going, I might eliminate Commander Zero. He sneered provocatively, saying that instead of a hero trying to spark a war, I don't think your soldiers would be happy to agree. Kruin flinched, turned around, and saw that most of his soldiers were badly wounded, and the few remaining had already taken to the skies. It was only then that he suddenly realized he had lost his temper. Kruin put away his sword. This time I will stop here. We have suffered heavy losses. Continuing the fight is not wise. It would be smarter to retreat as planned to preserve our forces. Dai turns and leaves, casually waving goodbye. Alright, you mock us? I hope we never meet again. I really hate your voice. Kruin still looked back with regret. When the madness had completely left, he turned to his soldiers and said, "We will retreat as well." The two of them went their separate ways, seemingly never to meet again. But who knows? Fate might bring them back together. Amidst the bustling crowd, Dian quietly walks on. Amidst the crowd, whispers and murmurs finally cause the Demon King's army to stop. It's not like we haven't faced many hardships since coming here. Thanks to you, Dian. Jay glanced and thought that retreating like this was really not worth it. But he had no choice. This should have been the perfect opportunity to attack since the Imperial army had lost morale and suffered quite a few casualties. He is cautious in every step. I'm sure he has a reason to stop the battle, because he has been looking forward to this battle so much. I shouldn't say anything. There's no reason to upset him. Deka pats Dian on the shoulder to comfort him. Good job. Dian froze for a moment before collapsing, and he hurriedly caught him. Are you all right, sir? Dian collapsed on his shoulder, lamenting his useless body and trembling as he reached out to Deka for help, frowning. His whole body was burning hot. Had he been fighting in this condition? He pondered quietly, wondering why he withdrew in the middle of the battle, but it seemed he was thinking about the future fight and suppressing his desire to continue fighting. The enemy wouldn't realize his condition. Our soldiers still maintain their fighting spirit. Both Ben and S are panicked, rushing over to help Dian. Lord Dian, are you all right? Ja, still deep in thought, but if he fails, it could affect the morale of the demon army, so he chose to retreat proactively. He shouted in worry. He must be exhausted from fighting in such a terrible condition. Ben tried to stay calm, quickly get him inside. Ja, still lost in thought, truly remarkable, very clever. Ben and S help Dian inside, so we'll go ahead. Yes, don't forget to give instructions. All right, take good care of him. Then he sank back into contemplation as Commander Zero suddenly appeared and turned the tide, bringing to mind the first encounter between Dian and his 500 demon allies. He killed the 7th commander and prevented a potentially disastrous war for the demon world. Moreover, the Demon King accepted him and brought him into the ranks of the commanders. Ja, quieting himself. Though I know I can't deny his contributions, I still can't stop myself from doubting. Maybe now things are different. He smiles faintly and says, but today his actions proved he is worthy of the title of Zero Commander of the Demon Army. Yes, I've lifted the heavy burden from my heart, so leave everything else to me, Demon Dian. Somewhere else, the purple-haired boy jolted in surprise. Miss Ririnel, what's wrong? Ririnel's face darkened. It's been destroyed. She angrily grabs the purple-haired boy's shirt. It's been destroyed. The purple-haired boy gasped in fear. It's been destroyed. You mean the castle's seal? Then it's serious. What if a monster invades the castle? Ririnel threw the purple-haired boy aside, her eyes wide with shock. Isn't that just an ordinary monster able to break my seal? The necklace I gave you has been destroyed. Her eyes are teary, her pupils shimmering, as if longing for something. I'm sure the crazy lord is now in danger of losing his life. What should I do now? The purple-haired guy sits helplessly in the corner. Suddenly, Ririnel shouted, I have to go to him. What's with that purple-haired guy panicking? He's kneeling down, reaching out as if to cling to a glimmer of hope. Oh, where do you think you're going, your majesty? The Demon King ordered the seal guard. Don't worry, Lord Dian. Ririnel is coming. As soon as Dian was brought back to the castle, the Demon King was already waiting there. Welcome back. He smiled and waved. Well done. Sir, yes, your majesty. The Demon King happily pats Dian's shoulder and says, I heard Ja and told you. This time you also achieved a great feat, right? You never disappoint me. So how did the meeting with the new hero go? Regarding the new hero, I have something to report to you. The Demon King flinched slightly and carefully observed, still not fully calm after the battle. He spoke in a deep voice. Shall we go inside to talk? The commander of the 2nd Legion also wants to report information about the new hero. Dian sighed tiredly. The commander of the 2nd Legion thinks this guy is a nuisance. He's always nagging in your ear. You really suit this group. Next time, please wear this outfit again. The Demon King laughs so hard he's crying. From your expression, it seems you don't quite like the commander of the 2nd Legion, huh? But now he's busy sorting through a pile of information. The commander of the 2nd Division is sprawled on the table among a stack of papers. I have to work too much. I bought a lot of clothes for Dian to try on. He spoke in a calm voice to reassure he won't be able to leave the inner circle for a while, so don't worry. Get dressed and come to the office. In some luxurious room, a thick stack of documents was thrown onto the table. The Demon King politely extended his hand and said, Take a look first. There are some very interesting pieces of information in there. Dian nodded slightly. He slowly squinted and read, then suddenly jumped in fright. Dian raised an eyebrow, and then a sudden scream snapped Dian back to reality. The day Dian opened his eyes wide. Huh, you're stunned and don't understand what's happening. Wait, where am I right now? Oh, so I'm inside the Demon King's castle. When did I come back? Just a moment ago I was still on the battlefield. Down below, Ririnel was crying with tears and snot all over her face, soaking her torn clothes. She sobbed. Thank goodness you're safe. Dian is panicked. Reno froze for 5 seconds, still not understanding what the hell is happening. What does she mean by that? I just wanted to get drunk before dying. A flash of old memories crossed your mind, and you suddenly froze. Wait, Dian looks extremely panicked, his face darkening. What? Will I pass out right after drinking that? I only drank 1 bottle, so am I losing my stamina? The liver is the only healthy organ in my body. Below, Ririnel still holds me tightly, crying desperately. They said the necklace I gave you was broken, so I hurried to the battlefield, but only heard that you had already returned to the Demon King's castle. Anyway, I'm glad I met you as soon as I arrived. Dian froze in anticipation. Shouldn't the necklace Ririnel gave me have at least saved my life? It was broken, so I almost died. Was that it? Ririnel was overjoyed, but you pushed the hero to the brink and even restored the broker's territory. That's our Dian for you. Dian frowns. Probably drunk and causing trouble again. Do I really have to quit drinking? Ririnel still holds you tightly. Lord Dian, you're so cool. Suddenly Dian realizes the pile of documents is crumpled in his hands. Huh? What am I holding right now? The photo of the person who appeared in it caught your attention, along with their name and information about them. Hero Hat D. Don frowned and sneered. Ha! This is the name I can't forget even after 1,000,000 years. The one I can't help but love my brother. In a flash, Kruen's figure swept past his head like a sudden storm, bringing back not-so-happy memories. Dian is covered in blood, kneeling beside a corpse. Opposite him is Kruen, who is furious. Dean sobs uncontrollably, tears streaming down as he looks at the corpse, then lifts his head to beg for help. Kruen snaps, grinding his teeth as he draws his sword while Dian continues to plead for mercy. His eyes widened with surprise, tears still falling endlessly. He didn't understand what had happened, only that afterward blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire space red. Dian clenched the piece of paper in his hand and frowned. So he's been a hero all along? You casually pat Rinel's head and she, a bit confused, blushes slightly and looks up as Lord Dian suddenly grows serious. Sorry, I have some matters to attend to and I'll be leaving now. Rinel touched her head, still feeling a bit confused. Alright, stay safe. The purple-haired guy is worried. The Legion commander is truly frightening. She wonders why he suddenly got angry. Miss Ririnel, are you okay? Ririnel's face darkened and the Lord looked furious. Suddenly she brightened up, her face blooming like a flower, so charming. The boy with purple hair started to lose patience and immediately decided to leave. Alone in the bedroom, he looks like a CEO waking up in a 5-meter bed every morning. He is angry. Emperor, this damn bastard, you knew everything that happened and still let Kruen take on the hero role? Dan furrows his brow, just when he needs to return. Now seeing the scroll, he can remember more clearly. A fleeting memory flashes and the Demon King bows slightly, asking, Are you not supposed to be heading to the Empire now? Dian lifts his eyes and replies, Yes, as long as you permit, I will also gather more information about the new hero. The Demon King gently smirked and said, All right, go now. Anyway, if you leave the Empire for too long, they will start to suspect, then placed his hand on your shoulder. A purple light emanated from Dian's chest. A whirl of magic energy surrounds the body. Then a circle of enchantment appears, shining brightly with intricate runes. The boy silently thinks, a seal, following the traces of magic and a kind of guarantee. The Demon King slightly smirked and said, Of course, if you have anything useful, you must tell me. The commander of the demon army. Coldly, Dian straightened Fang Fi's collar as the Demon King continued, and the hero of the Empire. I thought the sweat had dried up, but our conversation went on like that. Dian frowned in confusion. Why should I become a snake spy for the Demon King? As long as this mark is still on my body, it definitely isn't me. I put my hand on my head. I'm sure that every time I get overwhelmed, I lose my memory. Every time I lose my memory, I almost feel crushed by the pressure. If I don't want to forget, I can't be depressed. How can I do that? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. This is Lord Dian, E speaking. Din, wake up. E gently approached. I heard His Majesty say it. Today is the day to return to the human world. Dian thought to himself that he had thought he was missing, probably with the Demon King. He coldly replied, Yes, it's time for me to return and I have some personal matters to look into. E raised his eyebrows in worry. Who's speaking next? Do you have something you want to tell me? E hesitated and replied, really long Thi. B. Ha's memory suddenly flashed through S's mind. The Demon King shouted, Do you think about becoming the commander of the 9th Legion? Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, is the position of commander of the 9th Legion currently vacant? The Demon King calmly replied, Yes, we have always had the positions of Legion commanders. Haven't I already appointed you as the Deputy Legion Commander? He is confident, but in terms of skill, you are more than qualified to become the commander of a Legion. I am offering you this position. What do you think? E paused for 5 seconds, silently thinking about the Legion Commander. I clenched my fists. When I served under him, I completely forgot about this. But that is the position I have always dreamed of. But E slightly tilts his body and wonders if I become the Legion commander. What about serving as your deputy? The Demon King remains calm. We will need to recruit a new person. Someone below you. He tilts his head slightly. I won't force you. So take this time to consider it carefully. But if you ultimately refuse, this position will go to some other bastard. Are you really willing to let a weaker junior become your superior? With a determined grip, I will become the Legion commander. Memory flashback was interrupted as Dian looked confused and asked, did the Demon King say anything to you? He wondered if he was scolded because he got drunk. E opened her eyes in surprise. He shook his head gently with a small smile and said nothing. Then he thought to himself, it's definitely better not to tell Lord Dian. He is excited. If you're planning to leave right now, I'll inform the chef. Then he can prepare the food for you to cross into the human world. Dai faces him emotionlessly and thanks him. Then you secretly thought that he probably had something to say to you, but you didn't want to pressure him. A soldier stepped in and bowed respectfully. Lord Dian, your carriage is ready, Dian replied. All right, I'll go out now, Dian carefully reminds. All right, then take care of yourself until I return. Suddenly, he sprayed glue and shouted, wait! He bowed respectfully and said, I wish you a safe journey home. Dian then fell into deep thought, wondering if he wanted to give up his position as deputy commander because I was too difficult to serve. He suddenly stopped and hesitated before asking, do you have any wishes or desires? It's hard to understand. Yes, she blushed slightly. I'm also heading to the Empire now. Maybe there's something you want that only exists in the Empire. He started rambling to himself, making E widen his eyes in surprise. It seems he likes the Empire's snacks. Maybe I'll find something that keeps well for him, and this time I'll take a whole bunch, so if you need anything, just say. EP chuckled to himself, ha ha ha, I wonder if there's any superior in the demon world who cares for their subordinates this much. He cheerfully replied, I don't need anything. Dian looked suspicious. Really? Then I will choose the suitable items myself. Worriedly following all the way to the door, he didn't forget to give instructions. Above all, you must wear the necklace that Ben gave you at all times. And when you're in the human world, remember to wear a cloak. Dian waved as he walked away. All right, I get it. He thought to himself that no superior really needs help that much. X shouted so that the crazy one could hear. I will wait for you to return, Lord Dian. But the fact that Mr. Dian needs me doesn't make me feel bothered. It probably shows that I respect Mr. Dian much more. He recalls the interrupted flashback earlier in front of the Demon King clearly and firmly. As expected, I don't want to become the Legion commander. His eyes lit up. I enjoy serving as vice commander for Lord D, and above all, I want to be of help to him. He bows his head, wishing you a safe journey. He seems to respect Dian a lot, so the Legion commander doesn't. No matter where you go, I will always be here waiting for you. In the name of the deputy commander. In front of a magnificent castle gate, 2 soldiers stand guard in neat uniforms, one yawning loudly today, while the other remains alert. Someone is coming. In front of them, Dian, dressed in a fully covered black cloak, calmly steps forward until someone shouts and makes Dian stop in his tracks. This is the Count's residence. They raise their spears to block in front of Dian. The young girl has already left her residence. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, Dian said in a deep voice. Open the gate. Why is that short-haired soldier panicking? Does he really not fear becoming an enemy of Count Hap? He shouted that if anyone came closer, we would attack. Dian just slightly lifted his hood. By the way, pull down your mask. I just want to go into my own house. Do you dare to stop me? The soldier jumped in fright. The owner hasn't even fully stepped into the house yet when everyone inside rushes out. The Count has returned. Everyone, hurry up! The door gently opens. Dian calmly walks inside and casually throws his suitcase to the butler waiting right at the door. The other maids respectfully bowed and greeted the return sir. Dai frowned in confusion. Yeah. He thought to himself that he had said they didn't need to greet like this. But suddenly, another person in dress shoes approached respectfully. You are back already. Master, I think to myself he has been here since I inherited the mansion. Seeing Remember makes me feel like I am truly home. It's been a long time since you looked so happy, hasn't it? Remember? Fuckhao smiled. Yes, my lord. It's really been a long time. About 6 months, hasn't it? Have you succeeded in the expedition yet? Hearing this, Dian suddenly froze. What do you mean? Oh, I see. Yes, everyone thought I was on a journey to punish monsters on the king's orders. I have returned after completing my mission. You are injured. He felt guilty. I can't join you in fighting the monsters because I'm just an old man. He blushed slightly and removed his hand from his face. It's okay. I'm not a child. Remember smiled softly. You're right. Now you're an honorary count. Remember walking beside him? He softly suggested. You must be tired after your long journey home. Let me have someone prepare your room. Without turning back, he only let out a soft cough and said, I don't need to go meet the king today. The sound of footsteps echoed on the cold marble stairs, followed by a tired sigh. Now Ming just wants to lie down and rest, and Remember is surprised. Immediately. He replied without hesitation. Yes, that's right. Get ready immediately. I wonder, but I'm sure the king already knows I've returned to the Empire. Suddenly, I stop in front of a crumpled red cloth. The torn fabric fluttered wildly, revealing the scene inside, and Dian tensed. Meanwhile, a boy with black hair and another person who seems to be DN briefly appear in the frame through the torn holes in the red cloth. DN contemplatively says, I also need to ask him about Kruin. Remember stood silently behind him for a moment, watching his figure with a hint of unease clearly reflected in his expression. Remember bowed his head slightly and said, I will leave now, my lord. In another office elsewhere, UAS nervously says, DN Hot has returned. He rolled his eyes sarcastically. The king's dog. Has he gone to see his master? So what should we do? A single step echoed, revealing a faint, shadowy figure emerging. Kruin strides forward arrogantly. Yaster sneers. Lord Kruin, your brother has returned. I will send a request to the Assassin Guild. Laster's eyes widened like crazy. Oh my god, Kruin, what if you get caught? He chuckled happily. We still have one card left, right? Silin replied calmly. Are you referring to the Revolutionary Army? Yes, your majesty. Yaster replied. That's right. He continued. If the group craving to kill the king gets involved, then even if we are caught, it doesn't matter. Yaster widened his eyes in satisfaction. I don't think Lord Kruin would overlook something so obvious. Kruin glanced away. Sorry, I will contact the revolutionary forces immediately. I wonder what the King of Virtuous War's hero is like. The Count of Honor sings passionately. Cheers of joy echo loudly through the luxurious room. The place where the crystal chandeliers reflect shimmering starlight. It's done. Standing amidst that dazzling scene is DN Hot, exuding the aura of a nobleman full of dignity and coldness. A maid exclaims, perfectly suited for that day. The master took a deep breath, overwhelmed, washed up, changed clothes. It was over in the blink of an eye, finally done. The maids looked at him with sparkling eyes, saying how wonderful the outfit was. But the gentle light spreading throughout the room, filled with elegant floral hues, made him look noble and aloof, and a soft whisper escaped. Isn't the uniform making him stand out more? No way! Lately, the trend is to look serious, but inside he's screaming. Who could that be? DN's face darkened. All his clothes are white. So what else is there to discuss? Remember stepped forward to advise, Master, it's still very sunny, so please wear this mask. Dane politely accepts the item from Remember's hand and thanks him. Suddenly, he becomes serious. Remember, I know it's late, but thank you for taking care of my nutrition while I was away. Remember, I am touched. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. The tiny owner has now grown up and become a great count. I am truly honored to have your recognition. Dalian is a bit confused. Don't say that, you're still healthy. Remember to wipe your tears. Not at all. Now I hurt in many places. He lowered his voice and said, I plan to discuss retirement after you return. Sir, Diane was momentarily horrified. What? He can't be about to retire. He manages everything, from personnel and assets to finances and resources, all under his control. Diane worries about where she will find such talent. Remember, you can handle it. Before he finished speaking, he quickly added, I was just joking. I froze for 5 seconds, then chuckled softly. The only joy I get is seeing you flustered, so don't worry about this old man. Dean was so angry he couldn't speak. This old man, you're really enjoying yourself. Anyway, the carriage is ready. Go ahead. Under the clear blue sky, a magnificent mansion appears grandly. Diane got into the carriage and instructed, I don't need many guards, just a few people to follow. One hesitated, but he narrowed his eyes, knowing that not many in the Empire knew I was back, so it wouldn't take long. The soldier saluted respectfully and responded, Sir, the leader of the soldiers ordered. Half of you follow me. We leave immediately. You should stay in formation. Diane sat down quietly, exhaling softly, having had to flatter the Demon King in the Demon Realm, and now I have to flatter the King of the Empire. He frowned, feeling extremely annoyed, but the King was just as terrifying as the Demon King. Deep in thought, he was a ruler who ascended to the throne by eliminating all rivals. The Ninth Prince, you killed all your siblings and crowned yourself while bathing in blood. That was still a topic of debate 10 years later. Until the princess sacrificed herself for the kingdom, the debates never ended, and the king was called a tyrant. Eduardo sat proudly on the throne. I took this position through the blood of many, so I want to replace the old kingdom's name and declare that this country will be under my rule with a new name. From now on, this land shall be called an empire. Diane couldn't stop pondering. He declared that the country would be called an empire. Since then, your empire named the country with a ridiculous decree. Of course, other countries won't just stand by. And then the war begins. The war changed my whole life. It was a very long battle. I rested my head on my hand, feeling that life was incredibly terrifying. Hell is truly hell. Even though I lost half of my memories because they were too terrible, I don't want to remember anything. Otherwise, how could people say that peace is happiness? Lost in thought, but the Empire controls a third of the continent and has become a vast land ruled by a warlike, fanatical king. You furrowed your brow and, thanks to your achievements in the war, were awarded the honorary title of Count. Although you no longer clearly remember the memories from the battlefield, you are certain you fought in despair to survive. A war for territory between humans and demons has pulled me into its cycle from which I cannot escape. So now I have to move between the demon world and the Empire, hiding my true identities. He is stunned, a sudden shock like lightning in a clear sky. He screams, What is happening? At that moment, a fierce battle was raging. The soldiers brandishing swords clash with unidentified enemies. He is panicked. What on earth is happening? Then Diane suddenly realized how the revolutionaries knew he was back and that they even came here. He hurriedly tried to escape. This is bad. I need to get out of here now. Suddenly, from behind, the muscular brown-haired guy rushes forward to attack Dian. He quickly realizes the enemy, but is still grabbed by the collar. He forcefully pushes him into the carriage, leaving behind a faint white smoke streak across the sky. Dian gently coughs as he is choked, still not understanding what's happening and feeling a bit stunned. Cough, who is this? The brown-haired boy with wide eyes and a hungry look like a predator. I see you, Imperial Dog. The organization formed during the fierce battle 8 years ago, caused by the empire that has been invading everywhere, is truly an unignorable alliance. It is an organization symbolized by a white bird leading the Revolutionary Army. During a turbulent time, as the empire invaded other kingdoms, tragic events unfolded under such circumstances. Every place they passed through is left in ruins. Their houses and villages have all been taken over by the empire. Moreover, the most important things in their lives were destroyed by the empire's hand. Their families, their soulmates. The unfortunate victims died unjustly because of their inhumane actions. This ignited the anger of the surviving young people. What else can those with nothing left to lose hope for? They cry blood in their desperation. Then, when they had no other choice, they fought crazily to destroy the empire and the king. Returning to the present, there was a thug with a large scar on his face, one hand grabbing the classical sword's neck, the other raising a spear to attack, grinning greedily. Found you, you Imperial Dog. Your airway is being crushed tighter and tighter, making it impossible to breathe properly, and you silently curse that damn king. His trembling hands tried to resist as he looked straight at his opponent with a stern face, realizing they had created a bunch of crazed copies just like him. At this moment, a thought crept into the scarred man's mind. No matter what their faith was, he didn't care, but he also didn't want to become a victim of them. His hand pressed down wildly, tightening with increasing force. He sneered, I was very worried because you claim to be a hero of the empire. But it seems you're just a useless guy too. Your legs flail as you gasp for breath in response. I'm not a pawn of the empire. Ah-kun froze for 5 seconds as he was sprayed with glue the moment he heard what you said. Then the scar-faced man let go, scratching his head in confusion and asked, What is your name again? I am Dian Hot, the man confidently replied. Suddenly, upon hearing your name, he lost his temper, grabbing your collar and lifting you up roughly, shouting, Are you mocking me? Then you are truly the Imperial Bastard's dog. I am Dian Hat, but I am not his subordinate. He carefully examined the young boy in front of him and confirmed that he had white hair, red eyes, and an arrogant attitude just as the rumors said, as if ready to fight back. The boy was now frantically searching for his dagger, feeling flustered because he couldn't find it anywhere. My dagger! Where is it? The scene of the scar-faced guy getting stabbed when he let his guard down flashes in my mind. But isn't it surprising? He had a cold face, guessed what you were about to do, and used his body to block the dagger aimed at him. Singing with a frown and anger, he managed to block it. This guy's gone crazy from his reckless actions, knocking you down hard. Duong raising his hand to support, shouting loudly, Don't you dare mock me anymore. Blood spatters onto his white mask as he gradually weakens, softly crying out, realizing his own condition. Something's wrong. I can't breathe. That thug doubts the weak thing in front of him. Are the rumors just nonsense after all? How can you be a hero of the empire? With a fierce gaze full of murderous intent, he swung his axe to finish Dian Hot, speaking firmly, If anyone's to blame, it's your king. He didn't forget to insult you, the fake hero. You now tilt your face as if fainting, with the spear just inches from your body. Suddenly an arrow shoots like lightning, and a resolute voice commands, Stop right there, you bastard! The arrow flies straight at the axe, causing it to slip from its owner's hand, leaving him stunned by the unexpected treachery. The axe slipped from his hand and clattered onto the floor of the carriage, while he staggered back, disbelief in his eyes. He turned around to see which monster it was, shouting, What the hell? A cunning smile on his face, he approaches confidently, his voice sounding pleased. He seems proud of the scene unfolding before him. They were hit, and even more surprisingly, he brought along an army behind him, clearly showing 2 tall men, one with short reddish-brown hair, the other with long purple hair hanging loose, both aiming their gun-like eyes at the scarred man who seemed eager and reckless. Cold sweat ran down his nose as the powerful soldier stared in shock, and he suddenly recognized them. Wait, he crossed out the imperial emblem. A coalition whose symbol is a creature with the body of a lion, but with the limbs and beak of an eagle, placed in front of crossed swords. No one else but the Shadow Knight Association, a group of people with familiar backgrounds. The demons born from the 8-year battle led by Dian Hat are now here, and he roars in panic. How did you find me and catch me off guard? A ghost knight holding something in one hand, the other hand unable to hold back a grin. I don't think you'll get away that easily. Should we slaughter them all? He said with a mischievous laugh. But this alliance is not just about that. The terrifying thing about the Shadow Knights is not their skills. Perhaps the reason is the great loss they suffered, as they no longer have a country or a family. At this moment, the eyes of the Ghost Knights gleamed brightly against the crimson sky, their wicked smiles seeming to peer straight into their target. Then, without hesitation, an entire army dressed in white and red, wielding long, sharp swords, surged forward in a fierce charge, causing a thunderous roar on the ground. One of them, with a furious face and clenched teeth, gritted out, "Kill all these damn revolutionaries." Maybe because they act without thinking, all with equally brutal minds, they are extremely savage. The short brown-haired man slashed a deep wound across the back of a revolutionary soldier, blood splattering everywhere as he shouted loudly and decisively ordered the others to attack. You know what to do, right? Don't let them die easily. Over here, the long-haired guy is still frantically stabbing a doomed green-shirted man. Blood splatters across the ground, and he laughs loudly, saying, "No one cares, just enjoy yourself." Indeed, the strength of this army is truly formidable. Their lethal combat ability, words cannot fully describe. The remaining revolutionaries, dead, stand in place as their comrades fall, one by one, blood spraying out like fireworks, soaking the ground. Scarface only now realizes he's afraid, his face dark and furious. I would suffer great losses if I faced those murderous bastards. I must finish off the hero bastard quickly and retreat. He kept staring at the Shadow Knights without noticing the weak, white-haired, red-eyed boy until suddenly he frowned. Seeing the pain, he turned his face back, and oh no, his hand had been torn by Dianhat's claw from some time ago. Blood flowing continuously, and the wound looked so gruesome it seemed about to tear open. He screamed in agony, causing the entire space to tremble with his desperate cry. He was in so much pain that he instinctively threw the boy aside, causing him to crash hard into the carriage wall. His hand trembled as it touched his torn wrist, blood drying up, the pain seeping into his bones, and he couldn't hold back, trembling and groaning softly. His face darkened, as if he had forgotten about his sinewy hand and cursed out loud. "My hand, you crazy bastard!" Dianhat is now standing behind him, laughing gleefully. Talk about eggs thinking they're smarter than ducks. A sneering smile can be seen behind the mask as he raises his blood-stained hand to taunt him. "Sorry, I was going to tear it apart, but I'm too weak now." With that, he took the precious axe from the scarred face, raised it high, and bid farewell. "Now I have no guidance for you, so let me send you off forever. Your eyes now are no different from flames, burning bright like two headlights." He is now powerless and helpless, only able to glare and growl. You didn't keep him waiting long. With a swift strike, you sent him to the afterlife. He lost control and fell out of the car with a loud crash. It seems he's a bit cruel to strike first in front of his teammates, making the other guy cower in fear. His blood pours out like a waterfall, and he gradually loses consciousness as he collapses to the ground. After washing his hands with a bit of blood, Dianhat revealed his face and stepped down from the car. One of your gang members was stunned and stammered. That guy spoke with surprise. "Commander, open the door," appearing in a majestic white outfit stained with blood, still wearing a satisfied smile. Looking at the bloody giant lying motionless on the ground, he silently thought, he's dead. He stood tall, staring down at the scarred face with no mercy, as a sinister thought appeared. Should I keep going? My eyes are only half open. Being tough isn't enough. A mysterious smile on his face, he was calculating a savage plan in his mind. No, I need to use him as a warning so no one will dare to attack me again. Once you start thinking, you can't help but act. I can't stop. You move to sit on the unlucky brute, pulling out the dagger as if to stab a few more times to vent your anger. Just a little more. He decisively plunged the knife into his forehead, seemingly destroying his brain completely. His blood vessels like a timed bomb just triggered, exploding with a splash of blood. You pull out the knife, blood still dripping drop by drop as if to finish the job to ensure it's done. Then, like a mad killer, you ruthlessly stab him repeatedly, as if to satisfy your craving for that thick, red liquid. His eyes are fixed on the fresh blood splattering on his face, a triumphant grin still on his lips. At this moment, he has transformed into a beast, and no one will forget this scene. The crazy henchmen are now marveling in shock. One of them, after finishing off an enemy, quickly pulls out his blood-stained sword and boasts, as expected from the commander, so ruthless. The other kid sitting on the bodies of the blue-clad enemies stacked like a mountain doesn't even bother to acknowledge his presence. It seems like he didn't really need our help from the start, huh? At this moment, one of them looks at the two cowardly guys supporting each other behind and sneers. He's probably fine, but these chickens will probably have a hard time escaping death. The weak, blue-haired guy seems ready to kneel, clinging to the red-haired guy beside him, cautiously eyeing the man in front of them. The henchman smirks and says, "If it weren't for us, these guys would be dead already." The blue-haired one looks ashamed and avoids his gaze. "Handle that brat. Slowly stand up in the big pool of blood, with killing intent radiating fiercely, voice like from hell. What are you doing?" His hands are now stained red, instinctively wiping across his mask with a deadly gaze forward. He signals there's still an enemy. He coldly ordered, "Kill them now!" At this moment, the two remaining members of the Revolutionary Army in front of them were trembling with fear. The long purple-haired man confirms the target. Love steps forward as if playing a cat-and-mouse game. One trembling, softly growls, realizing his worthless life can no longer be saved. The scene shifts to nightfall. The car decorated with splashes of blood from Dianhat stopping in front of a magnificent castle, shining like a diamond amidst the wasteland. The two gate guards return to their formal stance, the red-haired guard frowning and asking, "Why is the car so dirty?" The remaining gray-haired man seemed to realize something and shouted, "Wait!" Dianhat stepped out of the car looking cool as a Korean drama soldier while the guard was still in shock. "It's not dirt," this one shouted, "but blood." Seeing you step forward, the gray-haired soldier raised his hand to signal stop. "This is the royal palace. You cannot enter without an invitation. I won't beat around the bush. I am Dianhat." His face shows clear annoyance. His sharp eyes look at the man in front of him, and in a displeased tone he says, "I came to see the king." The two guards seem to have been told in advance. "Dongthang, please forgive us." The gray-haired man said that, but couldn't stop the thoughts running through his mind. "I know the king highly respects the mad singer and allows him to come whenever he wants. Now you're losing patience and ask sharply, 'Where is the king?'" The gray-haired man nervously replied, "He is in the banquet hall." He was slightly surprised. The banquet hall and the castle seen from above reveal their splendor clearly. With dazzling lights shining against the dark sky, the guards quickly reported, "It's a celebration for the new hero's appointment." He sneered contemptuously and said, "The new hero." At this moment, his cousin Kruin is in the banquet hall, kneeling solemnly before the king. You also guessed part of it, so you asked the guard's name. "My brother must be here, right?" In the magnificent banquet hall, the elegance seems to spread through the air, casting a regal and noble aura over every corner. The light from the giant crystal chandeliers hanging overhead shines like a shower of sparkling stars, illuminating every detail of the intricate vaulted ceiling. The king sits cross-legged in front of Kruin, who looks on with a satisfied and approving tone. "So you have reclaimed the territory that was taken over by the demons? That's wonderful." I kneel on one knee, humbly showing respect and answering, "I am only doing my duty." At this moment, the king stood up confidently and declared, "Today we celebrate the birth of the new hero Gren and toast to his first victory." The guests turned their eyes toward the two of them. The king raised his glass of red wine and continued, "So enjoy this moment of happiness." Just as he began to speak, a figure suddenly appeared, looking as if he had just come from a battle. Everyone around was amazed. Some refused to tolerate the sight of the one with a fistful of dirt and immediately criticized the bloodied person. All the guests are nobles. Suddenly, an unknown person appears, and they can't accept it. "I don't know who he is, but he's really rude." Even though you're wearing a hood and cloak to cover your head, someone can still see your face and exclaim, "Wait a minute, I think he has red eyes and white hair, right?" Anlachi couldn't help but be surprised and covered her mouth with both hands, while Elpidius also couldn't believe his eyes, feeling uncertain. "Who do you think that person is?" The Honorable Royal Count stepped up the stairs with blood-stained legs, and Dien caught his brother's gaze looking at him. Ignoring his brother, he strode past Kruin like a gust of wind. Dien took each step toward the king, bloodstains marking his path on the red carpet. He sighed heavily, thinking to himself that somehow my beloved brother had been made a hero. Then he stopped before the king, knelt on one knee, and bowed in respect. He lowered his hat and coat, his determined eyes not forgetting to introduce himself. "Your servant Dien Hot respectfully greets the king." The whispers are growing louder. "Look at that blood." A woman is covering her mouth with a fan, leaning into the man beside her and adding her 2 cents. "I heard that the crazy one is a vampire count. Could it be that the Hat family adopted a vampire and raised him?" The man, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate to gossip and stir the pot. "I heard that he was oppressed since childhood. I wonder if the Hat family rejected him." Yasser slightly raised his eyebrows as he looked at him. Dien Hat smirked slightly, secretly praising your brave spirit. "It seems you survived in return, truly resilient." The bloodstains splattered on each step where he walked caused chaos among everyone. The king glanced over, his eyes vacant yet full of unspoken thoughts. Looking at the young man in front of him, the king spoke. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it?" The Honorable Count Dien Hot smiled softly and continued, "I did say you could come see me whenever you wanted. You seem to be mocking me, but coming to the palace looking so disheveled, what kind of disrespect is this?" With blood-stained clothes and a bowed head, blood drawn into a path behind you, your eyes narrowing, you lower your voice and say, "Sorry, I was ambushed on my way here." A fierce smile still on his face, the king's voice interrogated, "Who would dare ambush the hero of the kingdom?" Inside his mind, there is a thought no one knows. "Luckily, I had a knight escort you." At this moment, Dien didn't know what to say and could only lower his head in frustration. The king, regal and commanding, handed a glass of wine to the servant and looked at him as he spoke. "It seems you have a lot to tell me. Then why don't we go somewhere else? I also want to hear more from you." "Are you saying it was an ambush?" "It must be the revolutionary insurgents. No doubt about it." On the other side, they are sitting on a similar chair facing each other. "Are you okay? Do you need me to call Sister Lu to come?" Looking at the person in front of him, he silently thought that the hero of the kingdom was singing. The boy calmly replied, "I am fine." At this moment, the king's thoughts continued so clearly that all eyes on him were very negative. He still leaned on his hand, looking at the boy as if admiring a handsome man, while secretly cursing him. They are truly fools. How can their talent compare to Dien Ha's? Dien Ha's background is far from ordinary, as he was a pioneer in the 5th battle. After the battle, the image of you standing tall on the cliff is truly unforgettable. Not only outspoken, he achieved more victories than anyone else. At a memorable moment, when he left as the Empire's first hero, Dien walked out of the final battle with his comrades in hand. Truly impressive. He succeeded in repelling the noble army, saving countless comrades, something no one before him could do. A hero defeated by the Demon King would inevitably be thrown to become food for those hungry demons. The fate of a loser is only as tragic as this, with no strength left to resist the hordes of monsters like starving demons tearing him apart, smelling fresh blood and devouring it. So imagine what would happen if Dien were not there. If Dien Hot hadn't succeeded in saving his comrades, countless souls would have been lost to the Demon King. Gold is truly unafraid of fire. This is truly about that hero. It was an extraordinary feat to face the Demon King. Although it came at a great cost, once you take action, you must do your best. Returning to reality, the king broke the silence. Have you found a way to break the curse yet? Because right now, the curse has stunned you. So then you realize what the king is talking about. Is it the seal of the Demon King? This is a symbol made up of overlapping circles and triangles. You gently lift your hand to your chest and reply, "Not yet, I haven't found it." His face turned to the side with a faint smile, secretly thinking that it was not a curse, but just a spell cast for tracking. But the king believed he had been weakened by the Demon King's magic. The king's gaze remained fixed on you, slightly frowning, silently criticizing, still maintaining that indifferent attitude and neglecting his own health. Perhaps his only purpose in sending you there was one. I sent him to the demon world because I hope he can break that curse. It's a pity that someone as talented as you have to go back to that damn place. Dai, sitting opposite, listened to everything he said, but was thinking differently. He sent me to be a spy snake, but he's just making up a really good excuse to comfort himself, isn't he? The King of Nations set down his teacup, causing a clink as it hit the saucer. He immediately asked, "Anything interesting happening at the Demon King's castle lately?" Dien replied hesitantly, nothing new, but he was quickly curious and pressed him. But why? Going back to the past. Now, Dien is grabbing the shoulder of the guy who just spat blood, laughing wickedly as the father asks, "Tell me, I have met the assassin you sent to the Demon King's army camp." His eyes sharpened. He continued, "Why would he send him to the demon world when he was a potential candidate to become a new hero for the Empire?" The king crossed his arms, showing contempt for that guy. "Exactly, he is the worthless scum who insulted the hero's name." Then he answered your question. "I knew he would die before accomplishing anything in the demon world. But maybe some skill or luck allowed him to escape." I tilted my head and smiled at him, saying, "Still, it's thanks to that trash that you gained more trust in the demon world, isn't it?" He uttered a few words that left you stunned. "Commander Zero, Demon Dian. It seems he knows every move and even what you look like when you're in the demon world." Dien flinched and his face darkened. "He already knows so much." You bow your head and lower your voice, saying, "I beg your forgiveness. I have no way to escape the Demon King." The king saw you flustered and reassured you, saying it's okay and that he didn't mean to scold you. He turned away with a smile, praising you. The more trusted you are in the demon world, the more information you'll have access to. And to earn the Demon King's trust, you truly are very talented. He took another sip of tea before turning to ask you, "So now isn't it true that you have something to ask me? This is your last chance." He fell silent for a moment, uncertain how to speak, then suddenly uttered a familiar name, Cruin H. Without showing any respect, he looked at the king as if he wanted to devour him, his voice tense. "Why did you make him a hero?" "You already know the reason, your majesty." Dean seems to harbor deep-seated resentment and anger. "The only regret of the god is that he couldn't kill Cruin H. You say he is the only survivor of the H family besides me. The family portrait in your house also reflects this. Even though it is covered by a torn curtain, the Terva coincidentally reveals your uncle's face. Are you planning to change what you said? He is the only remaining family member who saved and took Hata Dien away. When you were young, you always loved the family portrait of the four of you. So much so that you were often found gazing at it in admiration. Suddenly, a voice called out your name, Dien. So it turns out it's your brother Cruin calling you from the stairs. Dad and Mom are waiting there. The boy then turns back with an innocent face, rosy cheeks, and a gentle smile at his brother. At this moment, the child hurriedly followed his older brother, asking in a childish voice, "Sorry, is it already lunchtime?" Cruin quickly turns around and reminded him, "It's okay, let's go fast." What if you get scolded? Just because your younger brother tugged your hand, you suddenly turned your head and then jerked your hand away. He rubbed his hands together, turned away, and answered his younger brother's question. His hands are dirty. He was only late because he just finished training. At this moment, Dien looked at him confused, softly sighed as if he understood, unable to hide his awkwardness, then looked away and said, "Sorry, right now I can clearly see the sadness on your face, but I thought my hands being dirty didn't matter." Then the two siblings walked through the spacious grounds of the castle, walking behind, calling out to him, "Brother, wait for me." As they walked, he thought to himself that he was too fast for him to keep up. Suddenly, Cruin stopped abruptly, causing him to bump into his back and cry out, "Wow! You must really enjoy looking at that family portrait, huh?" "I keep looking at it all day long." I happily smile from ear to ear and reply, "Yes, every time I look at it, it makes me feel happy to be part of this family." "You're so cold, like you're snuffing out my little happiness, and you say it's just a painting." Dean nervously scratched his head and replied, "Yes." But it's still Cruin, so he immediately turned away, his face emotionless, and told me to stay in the room and not wander around. He clenched his fist tightly, recalling childhood memories with hesitation. But as his older brother headed to the dining room, he accidentally overheard two maids talking. One asked, "Isn't the second young master's red eyes and white hair a bit scary?" She immediately replied, "Yeah, that's right. Why is it that only he is different?" Since childhood, a terrifying feeling has always followed him, and he has always felt lonely. The maid continued, I wonder if he is really a child of this family. She kept rambling without knowing that he was nearby, overhearing everything, her eyes shining with a faint sadness. But every time he looked at the family's footsteps, those words affected him, and his legs paused there a little longer. That familiar feeling is still there, and I feel like I am still part of this family. The image of the four of us gathered together is what I love most, but I always have an impossible wish. I wished I was born with black hair and blue eyes like the singing family. Right now, in the spacious dining room, the light from the crystal chandelier illuminates the entire space. Their father sat at the head of the table, his stern voice echoing, "Dean Cruin, you two are late," with their mother sitting on one side. His resolute face, though his tone wasn't too harsh, was enough to make the two brothers tremble. "Didn't I tell you to hurry up for tonight's royal banquet?" their mother asked worriedly as she looked at Dien. "Dien, are you feeling unwell again?" "Mother is worried about your health. It's okay if you still have a fever. You can stay in your room." Cruin bowed his head to his parents. "Sorry for being late, Mom," Dien quickly replied to her mother as he climbed onto the chair. "It's okay. I want to come." Hearing the response, she still couldn't sit down and worry. But their father saw that his wife was overthinking and immediately reassured her. "Calm down. My love, I can't stay at home forever." Mother raised her voice uncontrollably. "How can I stay calm? What if something happens?" The boy is already weak, and now he can't hold back his anger. His face darkened and he slammed his hand on the table. "So, are you planning to lock the boy up forever?" The old man gritted his teeth. "We haven't even let the boy meet with the king, and yet rumors about him have already spread throughout the empire. We can't live like this forever." His sharp eyes, like a razor, fixed on Dien as he spoke firmly. "Do you understand now, Dien? You must always be careful when going out and not let others see your flaws." The boy was stunned. Only two words kept echoing in his mind. Flaws. He lowered his head and stammered in response to his father. "Yes, I will remember." His face shows clear sadness, as if he has disappointed them. Surely his parents are not pleased with him. The words of the maids echoed again, making him even more sensitive, with an appearance unlike a family member and a fragile body. "I am the reason why the family can no longer maintain the title of Count. Dad, I heard that you hired a new swordsman." He looked surprised and asked, "Is he changing the subject because of me?" You seemed to doubt it and immediately denied. "No, I don't think so. My brother isn't interested in things that don't concern him." Your father laughs happily, clearly pleased that your swordsmanship skills are improving more and more. His words truly carry weight. The atmosphere in the room instantly changed when the older brother spoke. The father looked at him with hopeful eyes, saying it's hard to find a skilled swordsman. Mom also couldn't hide her joy and cheerfully added, "But wasn't he already very excited when he saw the boy improve? You are now no different from a burden, only knowing how to stay silent. I secretly admire my brother is truly amazing." Looking at him, Dien felt worthless, like a damaged and sad child. "Even living together, I still feel lonely." "You have found the answer. Yes, this loneliness is entirely because of my weakness. Even though I feel sad, I still try to comfort myself. It's okay. After all, I am still a member of the family." Then you set a standard to pursue, thinking that if you try hard enough, you might become like your older brother. And your wish will come true. Your parents will love you more. Now you are dressed in a formal suit, ready for the banquet. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted, drawing your attention. "Hey, look over there!" You asked back. "Are you talking about me?" In front of you is a group of three noble hot dick who mockingly say, "That's right, are you a singer?" You look at them, unsure of what's about to happen. It's the first time someone has approached you like this, and you feel a bit surprised. They started talking to me, the first time someone took the initiative to strike up a conversation. He looked cheerful, his eyes shining, and asked a few questions. "Ah, hello. I'm glad, but I haven't forgotten my father's advice. I think I'm happy, but what should I do if I do something rude?" The kid saw you staring blankly and asked, "Why are you walking alone?" Dien quickly replied, "Ah, my family is meeting my brother's new swordsmanship teacher." He sneered at you and let out a harsh remark. Were you left behind?" Without waiting for you to reply, he kept mocking you with a wide-open mouth. "Do you really not know?" He looked confused, and before you could regain your composure, he let out a soft sigh. The orange-haired kid continued with a truly bitter tone, spreading rumors that you're just a troublemaker for the Hat family everywhere. He doesn't know his limits, but keeps shouting anyway. "Have you really been imprisoned by your family all this time?" Dien immediately spoke up to defend himself, saying, "No, it's just that my body hasn't been feeling well." That kid stepped closer, his shoes almost touching yours, shouting loudly and lying. He pointed at Dien with a mocking smile, the unhappy white-haired, red-eyed boy looking anxious. "Anyway, your family will never love someone like you." At this moment, your face darkened and you clenched your teeth in frustration because you couldn't resist. The kid continued, "The theater will abandon you. He intended to insult you with some ugly words, monster." Before he could finish, Dien was so frustrated and angry that he swung his hand and punched him in the face. You shout a warning, "Don't laugh, you're already weak," hitting someone. But you're the one who's hurting. "What do you know to talk, huh? My family treats me very well." At this moment, the little kid stepped forward, punched him hard in the face, and shouted, "You dare!" Dien shouts in pain as the small orange-haired kid, already hardened by street life, keeps throwing punches and cursing while hitting him. You think just because you carry the Hat surname, you're part of the family? You're getting more and more fired up. You're a monster. You're just a useless piece of trash. It grits its teeth and glares with bloodshot eyes, delivering a final deadly blow. The Hat family will abandon a monster like you. Being insulted and beaten down makes a crazy thought creep into my mind. No, I am not a monster. The little orange-haired kid still shows no sign of stopping. The kid in his group, seeing the situation getting too intense, go over, grabbing his shoulders and trying to hold him back. Hey, stop it. My face is bruised, but it hurts less than the wounds in my family. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted out loudly, calling your name. Dien! Hearing someone call my name, I turned my face toward the sound. Kruin was rushing over, asking anxiously, what's going on? He approaches the boy with a worried face, constantly calling his brother's name. Dien! Dien! He is now growing weaker, tears streaming down his face as he looks at his older brother, unable to think of anything else. The sun is now at its highest point, shining warm light on all of humanity. Now at the Hat family's castle, a voice asks, how is the situation? In Dian's room, a doctor is examining the boy lying unconscious on the bed. His face serious and his body extremely weak. He continues, and be careful with sunlight because he is very sensitive. If you want to stay alive, you need special care. Right now, the only thing we can be sure of is keeping you alive. Behind, your worried mother is leaning into your father with a blank expression. His mother was terrified, covering her mouth with both hands as if she couldn't believe it. Is it really that serious? Her husband was also helpless, placing his hand on his forehead and sighing, how could this happen when no child from the theater had ever experienced this before? At this moment, he woke up, saw his worried parents, and silently thought, Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I promise deep down that I will try harder. Even if it's just a thought, I can hear my weak voice echoing, everyone, don't be sad. And then, your hand was gently held in someone else's. No one but Kruin. He took hold of the boy's hand and gently called out Dian's name. He asked softly, are you okay? You hesitated, brother. A happy smile spread across his face, as if his heart was warmed. I love this family more than anything. Your brother beside you still calmly reassures you. I don't want you to worry about anything at all. Suddenly, he turned to the car and said something that sounded like an insult to you. Anyway, no one expects anything from you. He widened his eyes, stunned by his older brother's brutal words, the two words haunting him the most at this moment, making him feel like he was about to explode like a monster. He gasped for breath, tears in his eyes, softly panting louder and faster, feeling as if someone was strangling him. Suddenly, he sat up, realizing it was just a nightmare. As soon as he woke up from the nightmare, he was confused and unsure what was real and what was fake. Then he heard someone call his name loudly, the sound echoing throughout the room. Dad and Mom burst into the room, with Mom anxiously asking in a trembling voice, what happened? Fighting in the palace? Your father's face hardened, disappointed in his fragile son. What did your father tell you? You were supposed to be careful when you went out, but look at the trouble you caused. Trembling, Lai Ni replied, I am sorry. Bowing his head, he dared not look them in the eye and immediately wanted to explain. But Dad, that kid was the one who started the trouble. How could I forget that scene? That kid from the scene kept punching your face and muttered some hard-to-hear words. Do you think because you carry the Hat surname, you're also part of the Hat family? You're a monster, you're just a defective. The scene shows it puffing out its cheeks and bulging its eyes to scare him. The Hat family will abandon a monster like you. It's the one who started it and insulted your family. The words monster now felt like a curse that haunted him. Dien covered his mouth in fear. At the same time, a thought crossed my mind. Anyway, my father won't listen to what I say. What if Dad thinks like them too? I don't want to explain anymore. Just answer him briefly. It's not like that anyway. Your mother, heartbroken, clutches her face, and your father immediately issues a final warning. It seems going out is still too soon for you. From now on, you're not allowed to go outside. His face darkened as he looked at his son like an unwanted creature and spoke softly. Just stay in your room and reflect on yourself. This feeling really scares you. I don't want to be abandoned. I bury my face in the blanket, crying bitterly, secretly thinking that everyone must be very disappointed in me. Anyone in this situation can't help but think negatively, and neither can I. I want to be loved. I don't want to bother them. But if I don't try to make up for what I'm lacking, I must remind myself firmly not to shame the blood of the singer flowing through me. A voice called out to your room. Dien, are you not coming out of your room today either? It seems to be a servant. Seeing no response, someone quickly replied, all right, stop talking. If you don't go check now, you'll regret it to death. Who would have thought that your excellency would have to work so hard? They have no idea. Inside Dian's room, he's buried in books, studying something. His hand kept taking notes on new knowledge as faint laughter echoed outside. Ha ha ha, maybe this will successfully catch his attention. He moved closer to the window, gripping the curtain ready to open it. This sound is undeniable. Everyone's laughter really is like that. Outside, your parents and brother are joking and having fun. Your father spoke up. That's right, you need to do well. Drew and your brother immediately replied, yes, I will take care of it. Mom giggles happily, and both of them place their hands on the young boy's shoulders, looking like a happy family. The boy looks down from the room, and jealousy is clearly reflected in his eyes. Then he turned away and walked back, opening the drawer to reveal a long piece of wood. He reminded himself not to covet it. He raised the wooden stick, imagining it as a sword, and looked at it with a serious gaze. A strong resolve filled his mind. If I try harder, everyone in the family will notice. Without hesitation, he swung the stick with all his might, imagining himself wielding a sword. He focused intensely, constantly reminding himself of the reason he started. If I want everyone to love me, I have to be stronger, so today I will swing the stick for another 30 minutes. At this moment, dusk is settling in, and inside the castle, Dian's sword training can still be heard. Sweat dripped onto the floor as he silently thought he was exhausted, letting out a ragged breath. I'm really exhausted. I feel like I could die. I tell myself I can't stop. The sounds of breathing grew louder and louder, but you kept pushing yourself. Keep going. You hold on a little longer. At this moment, Kruin suddenly rushes over and snatches the stick from your hand, shouting loudly, Dian, stop! You've pushed yourself too far, but luckily not too far. Just a little blood starting to flow from your nose. Dian looked at his weak brother and shouted, What are you really doing? I'm just training my physical strength. I told you not to do such pointless things and just stay in the room. You don't need to do anything. He bowed his head, blood dripping down his chin, a faint smile on his lips. I try so hard, but what's the point? I'm just useless, a waste. Not seeing a response, he called Dian's name. This time he answered, I know. The guiding gaze turned emotionless, a mechanical smile on his face. You can continue. I won't do anything. The thought that I am useless has taken over my mind. No one expects anything from me. So I gently chase Kruin out. Brother, I'm sorry, but I need to rest now. Can you go outside? He steps to the door, hesitating before glancing at you with doubt. You ponder silently, so you can become a member of the singing family. Dian stands at the window, the light outside not enough to illuminate the whole room. He wonders what he must do to earn everyone's love. Cut to a scene some time later. Now a hand is knocking on the wooden door with a few loud knocks. The butler stands at the door and softly asks, Will you be dining in your room again today? Dian is now sitting in a corner of the room, asking Jia, What about the others? You're already a 14-year-old boy now, but why do you look so pale? The butler was about to answer you, the count and the countess. Before he could finish, Kruin pushed the door open and cut in with a serious expression. My parents had urgent matters to attend to and went out. Time has passed quickly, and now he is a 17-year-old boy, looking much more mature. You look at him in surprise and ask, Are you not training? As you pick up the chessboard on the table, he replies, I finished it this morning. Come and play chess with me. Following his advice, he no longer forced himself. After giving up all efforts, sometimes he would come to his place to play chess. The boy replied, Yes, I am very happy. Kruin hesitated slightly, wondering silently. Using respectful language, looking at the younger sibling in front of me, he lowered his voice. Could it be that you're busy? It's so heartbreaking that our parents have never been here. Now I look down on you slightly, with a small smile, and reply, You're joking with me. No one is coming to find you. I'm just in my room. I haven't done anything to be busy with, he was thinking to himself. Oh my! Why are you suddenly mocking me? I sit back in my chair and reaffirm, I'm not busy. Kruin focused on the chessboard, not forgetting to tell Dian about recent events. There have been quite a few noisy incidents lately, so our parents have been very busy. Maybe you misunderstood your parents. Maybe they're like that because they're busy, but as your hand gently moves a chess piece, you convince yourself with what's been stuck in your head for years. Clearly, your parents don't want to see you. I understand everything, even though I know he's lying. I still want to believe that reason, but with a troubled face, I answer yes. Recall that when I was in my room, sometimes while sleeping, I saw my mother glance at me briefly. Probably because she came to see me alone, so I believed. I decide that I will no longer hope for my family's love. At that moment, my mother gently stroked my head and said, Dian, I'm sorry. Good night. At that moment, I broke down, tears soaking my pillow. I cherished the small acts of kindness from them. Still, I didn't feel moved. I found it funny to expect anything from it. But somewhere inside, I still wanted to believe in that cold, distant feeling. Still, maybe they were just too busy to come. Kruin stopped completely, looked up at his younger brother, and whispered, Maybe in the near future, it will be hard for you to play chess with me. The boy chuckled softly and immediately dismissed his previous thoughts. Hey, I don't expect anything either. My face briefly looked sad, but then I let it go. He replied to him, I'm sorry you've been trying to come here all this time, so I guess I've been bothering you a lot. Kruin quickly explained, No, that's not it. If a war breaks out, each family will have at least one person summoned. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a bang. 2 guards burst in from somewhere. Kruin looked annoyed and glared at them. What's going on? While Dian was still opening his mouth to spray glue, unaware of what was happening, he continued, Who dares to act on their own? A man interrupted, saying, I am here to deliver the imperial order. He looked at the 2 people and asked, Who is Dai Hat? The boy looked at him in shock. What the hell is going on? That person is Lord Dian, the singer. Lost in thought over the moves, suddenly a firm hand appeared in front of him, startling him. He, dressed in neat clothes with shiny brown hair, seemed to be an imperial officer, standing before Dian with a serious tone. Please come with Ta. Without waiting for Dian to understand what was happening, he grabbed his arm tightly, making him afraid. I will explain everything as we go. Without waiting for your agreement, the neat-haired guy pulls you roughly, causing you to stumble and shout out, "Wait, wait!" The two guys waiting outside the door saw the scene and couldn't help but comment. That little kid looks too fragile to be Dian. Can it even hold a sword? It'll probably be thrown out onto the battlefield. Kruin rushed to stop them as they took his brother away without reason, grabbing the brown-haired man's arm and frowning. "Please wait a moment. The person summoned is not Dian. There must be some misunderstanding." The brown-haired guy brushed off his hand and just glanced at him. "This is an official notice from the royal court sent to the theater. We are only following orders, so please discuss with your parents. This is definitely not a misunderstanding." Then he and his two teammates decisively pulled Dian away, leaving him lost in thought. What is all this about? I keep thinking about my parents sending me away. Did they really decide to send me to the battlefield? If my body isn't strong enough for the battlefield, then I guess dying is the only way out. He imagined his mother's expression at that moment, saying, "Dian, I'm sorry, you're so scared you're crying. I can't do this." He woke up, but the door was already closed. He tried to turn back and shout, "Brother, brother!" but all he received in return was deadly silence. The door remains tightly shut, unmoving. My face darkens, my eyes wide with disbelief, tears streaming down. Do they all want me to die? A bitter smile appeared on his face as tears streamed down like a river, because he was just a useless person who only tarnished the reputation of the theater. In the end, my family finally abandoned me. Cut to scene. A sword is thrown at you with a voice saying, "Take it," in a room filled with hammers and swords. Dian tremblingly holds the sword like a treasure as the brown-haired man, inspecting the sword in his hand, announces, "All of you will soon be sent to the front lines. If you don't want to die, start training." Dian, holding the sword, with a pale face and lifeless eyes, gazes at the weapon. It's heavy, so heavy. Are those whispers I hear? Is that little Dian singing? Why would someone from a prestigious family be here singing? Aren't the children of noble families supposed to be kept in safer places? I heard he was abandoned by his family. Hearing those words, you could only bow your head in frustration, the faint light shining on your platinum hair and face. The voices still haven't stopped. Look at it. It can't even hold a sword. It'll probably die soon. Such a pitiful child. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. I don't want to die. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where your small figure struggles to hold a sword, standing out against the deadly orange-red sky and the endless slaughter at the front lines. From that day on, my life returned to hell. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, unable to hold his sword with his bare hands, his once neat clothes now covered in dirt, he kept staring blankly at the sky, his face pale and bloodless. The constant shouts echoed in his ears, and suddenly someone rushed from behind, startling him to turn around. Blood sprayed from his body, and he fought tirelessly every single day. He charged at him, causing both of them to fall to the ground, with two swords still embedded in his back and blood pouring out non-stop. He died with his eyes open. Everywhere was screams and the smell of blood. Dian couldn't bear it anymore, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The small body of this boy was crushed and unable to get up. He writhed and shouted, I don't want to die, I don't want to. He tries to lift his head, tears still streaming down, as another person is slaughtered right before his eyes, blood splattering everywhere, and in his heart he screams, I don't want to die here. Nemesius, having just killed someone in anger, shouts at him, Wake up! How long do you plan to keep this up? If you can't use a sword, then use another weapon. Seeing him, his eyes lit up, tears still streaming down like an oppressed child. Seeing his parents come home, he still shouted, If you have no weapons, bite! Suddenly, he threw a small dagger onto the ground. Whether you're a child or weak, no one cares. Here you have to fight to survive. The boy picked up the dagger, holding it much more easily than a sword, trembling with fear, tears flowing like an unstoppable stream. Clenching my teeth, I sob uncontrollably. Ugh, I already have the answer in my heart. That's right, I can't die like this anymore. Tears still streamed down your face, but your eyes no longer showed fear, only determination to survive at all costs. And so every day you kept killing again and again, until one day you could no longer hold on, clutching your head in torment, silently suffering in a way that terrified me. He sat down dejectedly, wearing a brown cloak, covering his mouth with his hand as he coughed up a pile of blood. Damn it, when will this body be able to go home? He drooped his head in exhaustion, his face darkened, then he ran away and hid, wanting to go home. In the next instant, Dian Lao like a madman stabbed the orange-haired boy who just dashed past, splattering blood everywhere. He coughs once, Hawk, and then dies. He silently recalls the kill. He wears a blood-stained brown mask with slightly messy platinum hair, revealing a vacant stare as he looks down at the ground. Daidon sits on the corpse he just killed, fresh blood soaking into the ground and splattered on him. He lifts his face to the sky and asks if there is happiness out there. You have become a cold-blooded demon, no longer the innocent heart of the boy you once were. You think I am still alive. The scene shifts to a warm sunset at a sturdy camp, where the commander announces that comfort items will be distributed in front of you. Dian sits resting in the corner, now clean and no longer covered in blood, holding a glass of red water in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, his expression blank as he looks at the paper, silently contemplating the arrival of the comfort items. Ah, this is the first time something like this has happened since I arrived here. From the corner of the wall, I watched my comrades read the letters of comfort sent from their families. You're so happy you're crying. Look, my daughter just learned to write and sent a letter, and everyone else is happy too. Ha 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 ha. That girl must have tried really hard. Someone shouts, I miss my mom's cooking. I want to eat so badly. You're the only one sitting in the corner, talking to yourself with bitterness. What more do I still hope for? You open the letter. Of course I don't have comforting words. Instead, I hold a notice appointing you as the frontline commander. You clenched the letter in your hand and smirked wickedly. The demon within you gradually awakens, and I was determined then that the Hat family had cast me into hell, so I will do the same to them. The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion, the door slowly opening, a blood-stained hand dragging a dead body towards Dai's parents, blood and gore trailing across the floor. That blood-stained hand belongs to Dai. You came back to take revenge, but your mother reached out her hand only to be pushed away by that bloody hand. The demon inside you thought to itself, finally, I did it. You wear a white shirt stained with fresh blood, becoming a demon with a face devoid of any emotion. You hold a small dagger pointed at your parents and say, I came to say hello. Your father stands stiffly, frowning slightly as he looks at you, while your mother trembles and cowers like her husband, her voice trembling as she stammers. The very next second, he lunged and stabbed his father fatally, piercing straight into his heart and splattering blood everywhere, but his face remained emotionless. He only managed to let out a cry as blood gushed from his mouth before dying instantly. Your mother, terrified and panicked, ran over calling out with a trembling voice, trembling like a leaf. You calmly stood there adjusting the knife in your hand as the demon within reappeared. For many years, I had always hoped for this moment. Without hesitation, you swiftly swung the knife like lightning toward your mother, muttering, hello? Blood splattered everywhere in the room. 3 bodies lying beneath your knife. The once luxurious space now soaked in fresh blood, and the demon appears again. At last, I have achieved my wish. He crouched down to support his mother lying on top of his father, with a bitter smile. Haha. He raises his hand to wipe his face, smearing blood onto his platinum hair and handsome face. His heart screams in pain, but he still forces a bitter smile and mutters to himself. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. You shouldn't have done that to me. While I still longed for your love, you should have treated me better. Inside, I still hear my heart screaming. Why do I feel so miserable? This is what I've always wanted, just because of this. Suddenly, the door opens. Kruin stands right in front of it and calls out with suspicion. Hold on. The exhausted, blood-stained body drags itself toward the door, tears streaming down without knowing when they started. Startled, Kruin broke out in a cold sweat and shouted with a trembling voice. What exactly happened? The blood-stained hand reaching out to you begging for help. Please help me, I beg you. The very next second, the cold-blooded demon within you awakens again. Tears continue to flow, but your eyes have changed. Help? Does Kruin help me or not? Seeing you suddenly stop, he opened his eyes in confusion, the demon inside you screaming in mockery. Immediately, you grabbed the dagger and with a cold gaze charged at Kruin. He quickly drew his sword and clenched his teeth as he responded. Seeing him draw his sword in reply, the boy widened his eyes, tears still streaming down his face, his lips trembling. Outsider, the demon inside quietly thinks, finally he has turned his back on me. The boy drops the knife, holds his head, and tears stream down his face as Kruin's sword is pointed at him. Help me! Just kill me or I'll die of sadness. He raised his blood-stained hand, his mouth covered in blood, staring at his hands in disbelief. Dan knelt before Kruin, dropping the dagger onto the ground. Long Tam thought that finally his strength had reached its limit, this damn body. The demon inside him still refused to give up. He couldn't lose his mind now. I have to kill Kruin. Kruin grits his teeth and swings his sword at Dien, his eyes showing no willingness to do this with his own hands. Suddenly, a loud call woke Dien from his dream. Sir, Count? Liner stood in front of him and asked cheerfully, I wonder what you are thinking. She is Ren Liner, the leader of the Lofi Knights. Dien happily pats her on the shoulder. Liner, it's been a while. She immediately bowed her head. Ren Liner requests an audience with the Count. He secretly thought that among all the crazy ones, Ren Liner was the only normal person. I am truly very happy. No, this is the royal banquet. The two of them are standing in the middle of the banquet, surrounded by people laughing and chatting, then dancing together. Daidon touched his clothes, puzzled and wondering to himself when he had arrived at the palace after being ambushed by the revolutionary troops. Moreover, he has already changed clothes. Seeing that your face looks unwell, she asked worriedly, You're not feeling very well. Could it be that your majesty heard some bad news? The boy just shook his head, standing there blankly, full of questions. When did I meet the emperor? If so, then my tension must have already erupted. I don't know how I managed the revolutionary army anymore. I feel uneasy and think I should stop worrying about repaying the debt. I turned to Liner and asked, So what exactly is this banquet about? Liner's face stiff with a hint of fear, he replied, Do you think this is a joke? His face was very serious, without a hint of joking. Seeing this, Liner quickly responded, Oh, I'm not sure if you really don't know, this is the celebration banquet for the new hero Kruin arriving. His face darkened as he glared at him. Long thought to himself, Damn it, why are the dreams becoming so intense? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kruin strode majestically toward the hall. Long silently thought, no wonder I kept dreaming of nightmares, but still kept saying hello. It's been a long time since I last saw my brother. He looked at his face and assessed. Green eyes, black hair, completely different from mine. There's nothing to argue about. That is a characteristic of the theater and someone I do not want to meet again. You stand next to Liner, arms crossed confidently in front of Kroon. Kroon slightly bowed his head and spoke. A few days before his mission, he had encountered Zero, the Demon Lord. You still stood there with your arms crossed, looking indifferent. So what happened next? But inside I was trembling. Could it be that they already knew who I was? He raised his face and spoke seriously, watching Commander Zero skillfully stir up the battlefield atmosphere, making him think of you. Seeing his attitude, Dien could only gape with his mouth agape, but he still didn't stop. The aura of the Demon King is very strong. He frowns slightly and says, I heard you're a very skilled commander in boosting soldiers' morale. So, if you lead our troops. Hearing this, he lowered his head, covering his face and shouting out, sorry, there's really nothing more to say. Dean stepped closer to Kroon, looked straight into his eyes, and smiled, saying, I can't do things like fighting like you, so you don't need to make assumptions like that. That's right. Seeing his expression, Dean silently remembered, his eyes just like before, indifferent to everything. Dean clenched his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, you evil person. He pouted and turned away, still looking back to say, the main character must be leaving too, right? I know how to enjoy this party myself, so I don't need to worry. I secretly think that talking to him is a waste of time. Better to eat more pudding instead. I was so angry I even dropped my stuff. He turned away, grabbed a red pudding cake, took a big bite, and sulkily thought to himself that he needed to quickly leave this unlucky party and go back. Kroon just stood there, watching his back. I heard you just went to destroy the monsters. You look annoyed, trying to stuff a bunch of pudding into your mouth, biting down and shouting internally. Why does he keep making me talk? I don't want to talk to him. Let's go. She forcefully shoved the pudding into her mouth, her face darkening, and bent down to Wa's leave. But he still asked with concern, are you hurt anywhere? You're so annoying today. Why are you like this? Can you take care of yourself now? I don't need to worry about you anymore. Even if I get hurt, I will never show it in front of you. Hearing that, he seemed to be at a loss for words, his eyes like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. You keep talking, saying, as always, from now on, you just need to stand and watch. You think that the day I get dragged to the battlefield like others, he will just stand and watch. At that moment, it seemed like only the two of them were standing face to face, the silence so heavy it was almost oppressive, with Liner standing nearby, silent and afraid to even breathe. Daidon tilted his head back arrogantly, slurping his pudding, eyes looking up at the ceiling with a pout. All right, stop talking. Today at the palace has just been frustrating. Kroon looked at you with an apologetic expression. Brother Dien breaks the tense atmosphere, clapping his hands as he walks over with a smile. Such a deep brotherly bond. He immediately recognized him as Duke Laster Starby, the leader of the noble faction opposing the Emperor. Seeing him approach, Kroon respectfully bowed his head and said, Duke. But he raised his hand to stop him, then glanced at Dien and said, we have already greeted each other. Immediately after, he suddenly turned to Dien, extended his hand with a smile and greeted, Count, this is our first time meeting like this, isn't it? I often hear stories about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was surprised by the unexpected greeting and couldn't help but wonder why he was talking to me. He looked at Euster's hand in silence, still holding his delicious pudding bowl without shaking hands. Suddenly, he turned away indifferently, showing no concern. At the lively banquet, everyone was stunned to see his attitude, ignoring the Duke's greeting. A few girls at the table were gossiping, sweating nervously. What's going on? Does he look down on the Duke? Another girl spoke up. Indeed, Diane H., the third Marquis, has such an attitude towards the only Duke of the Empire. Yaster saw his attitude and only smiled without anger. Kroon, standing beside him, could only remain silent. Dean turns away, but there's something off in his eyes. Long is stirred up. The Count knows too. I know too, but when you cover your mouth with your hand, look pale as if you're about to vomit. Sweat pouring down, your mind racing but unable to speak. My mouth is full of pudding, so I can't speak. I need to swallow this first. Yaster stands in front of him, his face gradually darkening. He fears sweating, trying to chew without revealing it. Wait a minute. The Duke looks like he's about to explode. No, I have to shake hands right after I speak later. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Elpidius stepped forward brightly to greet. Hello, everyone. It's been a while since I saw the Duke. Dean was startled. The Crown Prince. He is the Crown Prince of the Empire. Elias DZ puffs out his cheeks and frowns, lowering his head in thought. Could there be a secret here? Why are you all gathering here? Anyway, I need to greet everyone quickly. But LPUS didn't come to greet him. He just quietly passed by and glanced at Yaster. The Duke hasn't been coming to the palace lately. He seems very busy. Yaster bowed his head and said, I am very sorry about this, Your Highness. Dien looked puzzled and thought to himself, why right in front of me? Elpidius smiled brightly and said, no need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. The Duke has his own affairs after all. But in his mind, he was thinking, he just arrived and was already looking around the Marquis' residence. What is he plotting? You're truly treacherous. The boy glared and thought, I can't just stand here and watch. He frowned, clenched his fists, and ignited a fierce determination to protect the Countess. Dien chewed nervously from behind. Although I don't know what's going on, this is a good opportunity, so I better swallow it quickly. As I was trying to chew, and Alethea suddenly rushed over and hugged me tightly, causing the spit in my mouth to spray out. She happily shouted, "Lord Count!" Not knowing what was happening, she tightly held Dian's hand and leaned in to say to Elpidus, "You really should call me when you go to the Count." She is the princess of the Elixir Empire. The very next moment, she turned back to the coquettish Madly. "Countess, I miss you so much I can't even finish my sentence before a loud voice shouts out, 'Anthea!' That voice belongs to Elpidius, and he looks extremely annoyed. Yaster and Kruin are also staring intently at her. Daedon knelt down, the pud ding spilling onto the ground, forcing him to cover his mouth, his face darkening. And Leah sank down in shock. "Count, blood is blood." Elpidius also hurried over in panic. "What happened? Palace doctor, call the palace doctor." The red stuff on the ground is the pudding that the crazy person just shoved into his mouth. His face darkened as he wanted to climb the mountain immediately, his mind screaming the two words, "Princess," because it was because she held him tightly that he ended up like this. I want to speak up and explain. No, you don't need to call the healer. That's not blood. Liner takes a cloth to cover his mouth. "Please don't say any more." She explained to everyone that it was an accident and that I noticed the Count's condition wasn't good. But I was helpless and wanted to scream and explain, "It's not blood, it's pudding." "Listen to me." Suddenly, a stern voice from afar echoed, causing everyone to turn their attention. What's all the noise about? The person next to him is the first hero of the Nemesis Empire. Dian felt anxious when he saw the king approaching. Damn it, the Emperor is here too, and behind him is the Nemesius general. Anlatia clenched her hand over her mouth, her cheeks flushed, eyes shimmering as if she was about to cry. "Your Majesty, it was because of me that the Count spat blood." I was so overwhelmed with joy that I couldn't control my strength. Elpidius stepped forward to protect her. "I apologize, I will discipline the princess more strictly in the future." The king immediately objected. "No, the Count is also a hero. He couldn't have vomited blood just from a hug from the princess." He lowered his head in thought, remembering that he was ambushed on the way here. Maybe at that moment he suffered internal injuries, which is why he vomited blood earlier. I feel like screaming inside, "Not crazy, damn it! Are those sensitive to the smell of blood more than anyone else? Could it be that the perfume here is so strong that no one notices?" King stood in front of Dian. "Now I'll call the palace doctor." "Don't push yourself too hard. You're annoying myself," he thought to himself, before a bigger misunderstanding occurs and needs explaining immediately. Liner stood nearby worriedly. "Can you walk on your own?" He bowed his head and signaled with his hand, saying, "It's okay. I'm fine." LPDUS turned to the king and said, "Refusing like that must be because of the Demon King's curse." The king also agreed. "Yes, if it's due to the demon's curse, calling the palace maid won't help." Dian felt helpless inside, wanting to explain, but how could he do so in this atmosphere? Anyway, it's already like this, so just pretend to be hurt and go home quickly. "I have met the Emperor and achieved my goal. That's enough. Let's go." "You bow respectfully, Your Majesty. I must return now." Long Tom thought that his body looked unwell due to the stress. His face darkened, and he apologized for not being able to stay until the end of the party. Suddenly I feel like I might fall over. Damn it, I'm so dizzy. The king was startled, the Count. Before he could fall, a firm hand grabbed his arm and helped him up. Dean swayed, eyes dazed as if he just had a blood pressure drop, silently thinking he's alive. The person who caught him was Kruin, and he subtly nodded in thanks. Realizing it was Kruin who caught him, he pushed his hand away and stormed off, life feeling turbulent and restless. Kruin looked at his hand that was pushed away, frowning slightly with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Dian gritted his teeth, face flushed with anger, not bothering to draw his weapon as he muttered curses under his breath. Why did I act like that just now? He lowered his head, eyes cold as he clenched his teeth, suppressing the intense hatred built up over 8 years on the battlefield. My hatred for this person has never lessened. It's so annoying to see him come here and pretend to care about me. Someday I definitely have to. The king suddenly patted Dian on the shoulder, breaking his train of thought. Countess Dian sings. He leans in and whispers, "Your body doesn't seem to be in good shape. Go back and rest well." I was panicked inside. An expulsion order might normally be seen as an insult, but if I explain a little, it just means the host wants to send away a guest he's not pleased with. I immediately turned around and walked away, saying, "Forgive me," as I said I would go rest. My mind now feels a bit lighter, and to me, that means care. I step out of the banquet hall, thinking that if I stayed any longer, I truly wouldn't be able to bear it. Laster stands with his arms crossed, observing Kruin's attitude as Dian leaves, still gazing toward the door, lost in thought. He looks at him as if recognizing something, his eyes not very friendly. Oh! The banquet has ended and night has fallen. Kruin and Yaster are walking together in the castle grounds. Yaster, wearing a coat and with arms crossed, leads the way and comments that indeed His Majesty is very generous to Dian Hot. How dare he behave that way towards the main character at a royal banquet? Yet the Emperor still covers for him by claiming he's not feeling well. So who would dare to reprimand Dian for his rudeness? Suddenly he stopped and turned around. "You are indeed very forgiving towards my brother, Your Grace." Kruin calmly replied, "I just want to pay more attention to the atmosphere around the banquet as the main character." Yaster slightly frowned and smirked. "Don't worry, I won't misunderstand. I know what kind of mood you had when you came to find me, so you can become our supporter, right?" He remembered the conversation between the two in the office when Kruin was stunned. Supporter, what do you mean by that? Laster sat casually on the desk with his hands resting on it. That's right, you understand yourself. He bowed his head, his eyes sharp. If the Duke becomes my supporter, I will also become your strongest sword, Yaster thought. The poor man lost his parents and family to his younger brother. If his only goal was to survive, there are many ways to do it. But his eyes clearly showed curiosity. That's acceptable. I'm not a foolish master who would just kick out a loyal dog that comes knocking on my door. But I'm curious about one thing. Why did you come to me? He wondered silently. Why does it have to be me? Yaster was filled with doubt, wondering if he was a clever person or just a fool. Kruin lowered his head and replied, It's to protect this time. He looked at him with a smile and said, When you said your purpose was to protect, I was always very curious. But today, I understand. Thinking of Kruin fighting Dien, he continued. Kruin Hat wants to protect himself from Dien Hat. He closed his eyes and softly asked, Is that right? He lowered his face, feeling heavy inside. Yes. Yaster then turned his thick nose forward. Then we are both doomed. We must eliminate the royal dog. Kruin is right behind me. I will do that. He continued walking, his hand on his chest with a vacant look in his eyes and a crooked smile as if he'd just taken a dangerous hit. Long Tam thought, in fact, the Emperor's dog was just an excuse. Suddenly, he clenched his fist around his shirt, this throbbing heart of mine. Dien just arrived at the mansion, stepping down from the carriage, probably sneezing constantly. Yaster on the other side is still secretly thinking that that guy in the Empire is a huge hidden threat. He stands in front of the mansion looking incredibly cool, with his platinum hair slicked back in the 73 style, while Yaster's side still hasn't stopped. Long is determined to eliminate him no matter what. Dien, sing your line and then follow, worried and concerned. Do you really not need me to help you inside? He scratched his head. I just need to go inside and rest for a bit. Suddenly, he smells a burning smell and wonders what's going on. Where is that burning smell coming from? Liner and Dien freeze in shock. A fierce fire suddenly erupts in front of the DH Manor, turning the luxurious estate into a pile of ruins. Everyone around him is startled. No, when they left, the courtyard was still intact. Why is the fire burning so fiercely now? Suddenly, he sees the ghostly knights hurriedly rescuing people from the fire and is confused about what is happening. What are the ghostly knights doing here? His face was calm as he thought to himself, am I dreaming? He closed his eyes and reassured himself, yes, this is just an illusion. You've been so stressed lately, how could you stay calm in just a second? I can feel the heat from the fire. This is not an illusion. I panic and point at the blaze, shouting, what the hell are you doing? Why are you all here? Everyone was startled and turned around, shouting loudly, Commander! Commander! Another guy shouted, this idiot is no longer called a commander, but a count now. A bomb suddenly flew into his hand. He caught it quickly but seemed indifferent and shouted annoyed, when did my mansion turn into a farm? After saying that, he raised his hand and looked at it with suspicion. What is this? Long thought to himself, do I really have to use a bomb? Leonard's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the Count was so frightened his eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face, his mouth frozen, and he desperately threw the bomb far away, thinking anyone who saw would know it was a bomb. The bomb you threw rolled down into a bush in front of the mansion. Boom! The bomb exploded immediately, with a deafening blast and intense destructive force. You raise your hand to cover your face, your hair slicked back but now slightly messy, sweat pouring down. You grit your teeth thinking to yourself, why are these crazy dogs throwing this stuff into the yard? Lee Minor asked anxiously, Count, are you okay? As a long-haired man hurried over. No, Count. From the spot where the bomb just exploded, a pair of dragging legs appeared, making you question what you saw. He was covered in wounds, whispering with difficulty, truly a hero. He returned the bomb he unexpectedly received with perfect accuracy. You were quite surprised to see that guy come out. The blond young man standing nearby was also extremely shocked. There's still one more? The long-haired guy is no less. What is this? So there's still one more person? Dien frowned, his eyes helpless as he silently thought, I knew what that was, so I threw it away. Seeing the dove logo on his arm, that thing made Dien unable to stay calm. That pattern is clear, he shouted. Are the revolutionaries already infiltrating this far? The long-haired guy understood then. The blonde-haired guy, looking excited as if he just accomplished a great feat, said that the revolutionary soldiers threw bombs into the commander's house, but we quickly arrived and took control of them. As soon as he finished, Dien's next words silenced the members of the Shadow Cavalry. Why are you coming to my house? They tried to explain, but the commander turned his back to them, holding his head. Hasn't the Ghost Cavalry Squad been reorganized into an official Royal Guard unit yet? He glanced at them, his eyes probing, his voice still tinged with anger. Could it be that you were expelled? They hug each other, laughing like fools. Hey, Commander, are you worried about us? Why are you so sad? The commander's house is also our house. How could we abandon him? There was indeed some trouble, but we weren't chased away. Are you crazy? Leave those things behind. Lord Dien, exhausted, walks away in frustration. The crazy ones, stop and stand with your hands on your hips and give your advice. Why are you so disrespectful to the Count? Only you four would dare do that to the Count. He glanced back, thinking that the revolutionaries' attack on his carriage alone wouldn't be enough. They also attacked the Shadow Knights, his own cavalry. It seems like they want to kill me until they're blind with rage. What exactly did I do? Suddenly, you see two revolutionaries sitting there, panic-stricken, with one still alive. The other, realizing he's been discovered, fears and helps his injured comrade to stand up. Damn it, we've been spotted. He quickly pulls his teammate to leave, speechless, and says, "So you're planning to escape right in front of me?" "No, if we want to get information about the Revolutionary Army, we must capture one alive." Suddenly, a hand grabs his collar. "Remember where you came from?" and quickly took down the two guys. "You were startled, remember?" He smiled kindly, almost letting you escape. "You were so shocked you couldn't believe it. This person is definitely more than just an ordinary butler." He gently stepped in front of Dean. "This old man greatly admires you. Seeing you remain calm, I thought something serious might happen, but I didn't expect you to seize the bomb and use it to counterattack." Suddenly, his expression changed to seriousness. "But what happened inside the palace?" He seems very concerned, looking at him appearing exhausted. Dean frowning. It's nothing." Liner quickly stepped forward to explain as they headed into the palace, while the revolutionary forces attacked the Count's carriage. Moreover, the fatigue from the journey back had aggravated his internal injury. He understood now why he returned so quickly. The surviving revolutionary prisoner has been captured. The butler smiles and says, "I will handle the rest. You should go inside and rest." The orange-haired rebel gritted his teeth and sang loudly, recalling the instructions he had been given. There are 3 obstacles to overthrowing the emperor. The first being the commander-in-chief from the 8-year war who is now the emperor's bodyguard, Nemesius. On Monday, the leader stabilizes the people with excellent policies and financial management, while Minister Dan and the frontline commander from the 8-year war, now considered the emperor's dog, go singing. Dan turns away, then looks back and asks him to help finish the job. "Remember, I will treat them properly." The orange-haired man with a hateful look at D-Long was deep in thought as his main operations in the shadows made it difficult to monitor and predict his actions. This time, he set out under the guise of destroying monsters, but in reality, no one knew what secret mission he was secretly carrying out. He remembered the warning he was given. If the Revolutionary Army wanted to succeed, they must not let Dienhot live. Even though he was captured, he still did not surrender. "Even if I fail, the Revolutionary Army will never give up. The Emperor's dog!" The crazy brown-haired guy grabbed his collar and shouted. "What?" That brown-haired guy glares with wide eyes and grits his teeth. "Who do you call the Emperor's dog? Since getting involved in the war 5 years ago, our commander has never drawn a sword for the Emperor." The confused blonde-haired guy. "What?" "That matter. You grabbed his collar and shouted. We are just the frowning orange-haired guy with the waiting look. So what is it all for?" You shout. "That's none of your business, so don't bother someone who's tired." He angrily swung his sword and shouted, "I wield this sword for the land and the song, die!" Blood splattered everywhere. Remember stood with his hands behind his back and glanced back. He frowned and said there are more matters to handle now. The only one he caught alive has now died. He whispers that he must report to the Count that he was killed by a dog. A few people walk in and chat on the street, the atmosphere quiet and timeless. A little girl sits curled up against a gray-red brick wall, hugging her knees and lowering her head. The girl's body shivered from hunger and cold, the dim light highlighting her loneliness. She weakly whispered, "I'm so hungry." She recalls a time when an older man was grabbing her shirt, his face angry, shouting loudly, "Do you know whose property this is that you dare to touch?" Feet. The girl was panicked, tears streaming down her face, trembling and begging, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. The girl's eyes looked sad. She thought to herself that ever since that day, she hadn't eaten anything, and if this kept up, she would die. The girl sat curled up on the ground, hugging her knees against the brick wall. She was sad. In the slums, people always die, so if she died, it wouldn't be strange. But if I die, will anyone be sad? Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, "Look, everyone is already dead." The girl was surprised. "Huh?" A boy with blue hair handed her a loaf of bread and said, "There's no other way. I'll specially bring this for you." The girl holding the bread in her hand looked confused and asked, "Isn't this bread? Where did you get this?" The boy replied, "The rescue school." The girl continued to ask, "The rescue school?" He smiled and said, "Yes. The rescue camp distributes free bread and water to those in the slums." She worries, "Free of charge?" "No way. Isn't there some kind of drug inside?" You scream, "Not at all. How could I give you that? The crippled neighbor already ate it and nothing happened." The girl replied, "But if it's that uncle, he would eat the bread immediately whether it has medicine or not without paying attention." The boy is angry. "You don't believe it? Nothing is real. I saw that you were very pitiful for starving for a week, so I gave it to you." You angrily reached out to snatch the bread back. "If you don't want it, give it back." The girl keeps the bread. "But if it's a rescue school, isn't it related to religion? If it's a religious group, isn't fundraising required to receive support?" She holds the bread in her hand, getting nothing in return. So why are they giving out free bread and water? You stand up suddenly, clenched fist. "If you don't like it, you don't have to believe. I'll go to the rescue school alone." She tears up. "Hey, your face darkened. If you don't believe, only you will suffer the loss. Just throw away that bread." Wait, hold on. I need to think." "That's right. If the bread and water are poisoned, what then?" She ran after the boy. Wait for me. I will go too. She thought to herself that whether she died of hunger or poisoning, it was still death. She held his hand, and if they really distributed the bread and water as rumored, whatever salvation or curse that came with it, he would take her away. A week after arriving at the Empire, the burned-down mansion has been somewhat tidied up, and accommodations for the Mad Dogs have unexpectedly been prepared. Now, their only task is to rest comfortably and enjoy a normal life before being summoned by the Emperor. Dean rubbed his forehead and said, "You're handling the backlog of documents." "I thought so too, but you're saying you're going to build another dam on the Hatsao estate? Are you crazy? Do you know how much money and time this will cost? Who suggested this idea?" Remember standing in front of Dean, hands clasped behind your back. "It's me, sir." Dean suddenly became excited, slamming his hand down on the table. Even though it's just a temporary territory to oversee, he can't neglect the management. Building a dam isn't a bad idea. Go ahead. Dean closed his eyes and thought, after that day, I couldn't oppose Remember anymore. If it weren't for Remember bringing this stuff, it would have been thrown away long ago. What if he suddenly heard a voice coming from somewhere? "Commander Lai." He peeks behind the curtain and sees two people standing there arguing. "You took all our supplies yesterday and now you're destroying our belongings," a mocking voice replied. "Are you losing your temper over that? You're so petty." Dee stood upstairs thinking that he had predicted this, but the Count's cavalry and the Lottie cavalry didn't get along well, and it's unclear whose problem it was, but a man with long hair was grabbing the collar of the scar-faced, thick-faced man. "So what are you planning to do?" Dean helplessly puts his hand on his forehead. "Is there nothing for the Lottie Knights to do?" Remember stood behind him and exclaimed that His Majesty originally sent them here to support the Count. But Remember continued, because now the Count's guards have returned to his side and are no longer assigned to them, their only task now is training and waiting. Dee sighed. "Why does Your Majesty insist on sending them back here?" He thought for a moment, watching them toss and turn, reminding me of the demon world. "Never thought I'd miss it." Remember exclaimed, "Isn't it because Your Majesty cares for the Count so much?" Dai frowns. "Who said that?" Dean sat on the chair, speaking softly. "Remember, you've been working too hard lately. Just tell me if you need to rest." Remember, already crossing his arms, "You're treating me like an old fool before I even said anything. I'm really sad about this." I hesitated, but Remember continued. "Normally, unless it's treason, Your Majesty would never easily send royal guards to help. If it weren't for absolute trust and determination, no royal guard could do that." Dien was surprised. "Wow, I didn't know you could think like that." After hearing that, Dai's face showed clear exhaustion and disappointment, and he silently thought, is it not because he intended to keep them, but couldn't bear it and return them to me? These crazy dogs under His Majesty's court will become more obedient. "Why are there so many documents that need to be processed anyway?" Dien said with a tired voice. Dean picked up the documents with a serious expression and said, "It's just a temporary surrender of the domain since I handed over the domain of the song to His Majesty after that day, so why are there so many things to handle?" Dean continued, "If His Majesty truly cares for me, he should completely revoke this fiefdom. Remember, I am at a loss for words." After a moment, he exclaimed, "It seems you haven't heard the news yet. A week ago, His Majesty fully transferred ownership of the singing domain to the Count." The Emperor's face darkened with madness and said, "I have no idea." Remember, he raised both hands and shouted, "I must find the documents somewhere in this pile." Dean, exhausted, ran his hand through his hair, trying to figure out how to return the singing domain. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, damn it, when I was granted the title of Count and told I only had the role of a Viscount, I just let it go. But a Viscount or Count has a domain with borders of another country. The title is Count. But in reality, they are treated like a Viscount. You keep saying, "Aha at the land of singing, there's no beautiful memory there. Do you like it?" No, it's almost the worst place. You slam the table and stand up. I can't ignore this. Sooner or later, I will have to return it to the sea. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. "My Lord Count, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and General Nemesius have arrived." Are you going to keep thinking, especially since General Nemesius really hates evil? Could that be his family in the photo? It seems that when they arrived here, he also brought quite a few things. The guide's voice rang out. "Please, wait a moment. I'll take you to the lounge." LPDUS told Dean, "I apologize for the sudden visit. I have something to discuss with the Count," and then the scene shifts to Elpidius talking with Anne Lertia. The revolutionary army attacking the mansion was captured alive by Count Hat, right? Anthea looked dejected and said, "Count Hat." Elpidius forced a smile and asked, "Why do you look so down?" And Lertia covered her face and asked, "Do you think he would hate to see me now?" "He will definitely hate me. It's over. All of your efforts so far." Elpidius responds, "Wasn't everything useless from the very beginning?" Anthea slams the table. She stands up and slams the table hard. "Do you agree? You're very beautiful, aren't you? And you're also a princess. I have never fallen for or pursued anyone before." Suddenly her eyes widened as she spoke in a romantic tone. "That's why I am a bit clumsy." Elpidius was stunned. Anthea's worried, but she really didn't mean to cause that. But the Count Hat started coughing up blood. Elpidius forced a nervous smile. "That wasn't your fault." She thought about it and naturally assumed she had acted quite roughly. But she continued, "So I really have to go apologize?" He asked again, Do you plan to go see him directly? She replied, yes. He held the teacup in his hand, his tone serious again. No. Things within our limits we won't stop, but this is different. You continue, whether it's you visiting the Count's estate or inviting the Count into the palace, false rumors will spread. She felt sad. Well, that's good for you. If the rumors turn out to be true and lead to marriage, you put down your teacup. Anthea, if you speak well, it's because you're innocent. If you speak badly, you're a foolish queen. I don't love the Countess at all. Your words leave her stunned. That's just what Anthea made up to deceive everyone, he said quietly. Her face darkened. Even if she didn't love him, as a card of the royal family, she had to do everything for the royal family. Elpidias chuckled softly. If you show it too clearly, the role of the foolish princess will make others suspicious. If you want to give up, I will always welcome it, she sighed. All right, in a game full of clever people, even the nobles can't make a fuss over the heir. Anyway, my relationship with the Countess Hat has not failed yet. I have expressed my feelings to the Countess. Everyone knows that. If they have eyes, no one would dare to casually dream of the Countess of Song. A nobleman like the Honorable Count Hat supporting the royal family, right? If he stands with his majesty, Elpidias gently stroked Anthea's head, hesitating, but her brother smiled brightly, saying it's okay because she wants what's best for the royal family, so everything she does is justified. She responded with a laugh, thanking him, and he smiled back. So, could you help me find out what the Honorable Count Hat thinks of me? The brother asked again. What? Oh, never mind. Let's go back to the previous issue. She touched her cheek with her hand, making a cute face, a talent that His Majesty values. If the feelings between you were hurt because of what happened, then it would be very awkward, right? Elpidias thought to himself that he came to confirm whether the Count felt uncomfortable about the disrespect from the princess that day, but since he was already here, there was no way to stop it. Surely the Count would side with the Emperor. Dai turned pale with fear, thinking to himself why these people had come here, then placed his hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Dean feels very honored to meet the future of the Empire. Elpidias smiles. Sorry for the sudden visit. Please have a seat. Dean sat nervously and said, Thank you. I don't know what brings you here today. Elpidias closed his eyes and raised his hand. I came because I have something to discuss with the Count, and I heard the General also has personal matters to see you about, so we came together. Everyone is busy, so I'll get straight to the point. The General glanced over, making Dian turn pale with fear. Yes, I wonder if you are planning to pierce someone with that look of yours. Why does the General hate me so much? No, it's not just simple dislike. There's something more to it, Elpidias said. First, I want to apologize to the Count. Dian replied, Your Highness, there's no need to apologize for the sudden visit. Elpidias chuckled, not just because of that, but mainly because of what happened at the party. During the event, the princess behaved quite disrespectfully. He blushed awkwardly. Then Elpidias continued, I have already sternly reprimanded the princess, and this will not happen again in the future. Elpidias replied, That's just a small matter. You don't need to apologize. All right, luckily you didn't feel uncomfortable about that, Dai thought to herself, surprised, but not for the first time or the second. Anyway, it's her good intention, so if I get angry, it's a bit... Elpidias lip syncs. And actually, I have something to ask the Count for. But Dean thought to himself. Indeed, the main purpose was something else. Countess, if you see no problem. Dian clenched his fists, wondering what exactly the Crown Prince needed help with to come all this way. Elpidias' words left Dian stunned. Can we become friends? Dian replied. Yes. Elpidias extended his hand calmly, saying that he had always wanted to get closer to the Count, but you were too busy, so meeting you was very difficult. Dian with a puzzled look, his mind full of question marks. You came all this way just to say this. Elpidias laments that the Crown Prince always bears a heavy responsibility and cannot do anything according to his own wishes. Even if I want to get it closer to others, I can't just casually seek them out and share my feelings, even for personal matters. Elpidias blushed. You're shy, so I used the excuse of the party to come here. I wonder if you're uncomfortable with my proposal. Dian thought to himself, What? What is the Crown Prince saying? There's no way I would accept such an unreasonable proposal. No matter what, I wouldn't dare do that to His Highness. Your face darkened. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, with Nemesis standing beside Elpidias. He was tall and imposing, exuding a cold, murderous aura, as if to suffocate Ine. If you refuse, he will wear a white military uniform with red trim, straight and stern, with piercing yellow eyes that seem to see through your mind. Dian asked again, eyes wide open. Indeed, it's really scary. Dian hesitated and nervously replied, Do I really have to be friends with the Crown Prince? That's something that terrifies me. He thought to himself, Wow, if I refuse, he will kill me immediately. I must agree without resistance. Elpidias excitedly clenched Dian's hand. Then from today on, we will be friends, and I will try my best to make us closer. Dian nervously says. Yes, sir, Elpidias said happily. My most trusted subordinate is now my friend. I am truly very happy. Dian's face darkened. I feel very honored. Elpidias thought to himself, clearly aware of the responsibilities involved, but not refusing at all. As expected, he is someone whose feelings differ greatly from the rumors. If I could truly become close to the Count, I would be very happy. Elpidias continued. So next time you come to the palace, stop by my place. We will spar, drink tea, and share interesting stories. Albinus thought about those things, panicked, his eyes wide open, mouth agape. What? He hesitated. That's a bit. Elpidius chuckled softly. I've heard the answer I wanted to hear. Now I must go. Does Dai want to hold on? Elpidius smiled and said, there's no need to see me off. The general still has something to discuss with you. Elpidius stepped out the door and waved goodbye. Commander, I will go ahead. Dien still has something to say. Your Highness, Nemesius bows his head in farewell. Safe travels. I really look forward to the day we meet again. My friend Dien is desperate. Wait. Don't leave me alone with the general. Only Dien and Nemesius remain in the room. He is crying. What should I say now? Nemesius spoke softly. Count Honorary Dien sang. It's been a while since we've had a moment like this alone together. Dien turned his head, hesitating. It's been a while. How have you been lately? Nemesius continued. So, since I'm quite busy, I'll be brief. Nemesius' face is serious. Your Majesty wants to take control of the revolutionary army that the Count has captured. His eyes glare with the intent to capture and eliminate the entire revolutionary force. Of course, the one who captured him is the Count. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Dien gently nods. No, of course I will hand him over. I will lead the way and invite him to follow. He thought to himself, quick and efficient. Good, I don't plan to talk much with someone who doesn't like me. Just hand him over and I can rest now. Dien points to a muddy, dusty brown-haired man, the one who looks very dirty. And this is him. He has been tied up tightly so you can lead him away. Nemus glanced at the tied-up man and then looked back at Dien. The revolutionary army sent 3 people to attack, and 2 of them were killed. According to the report, 1 died in the explosion. He narrowed his eyes, but the details of the other's death were not clearly reported. Dien is confused. Sorry, but I need to know exactly what the general wants to find out. Nemesius said firmly. Dien sang, I want to know how that guy died. Nemesius added, I am not someone who hates others without reason. During the 5th year of the war, I realized that when I observed from a place near the battlefield. The truth about DH's extreme personality changes in a desolate, dilapidated camp, where for the first time someone of noble birth is sent to be an ordinary soldier. Additionally, I placed the child in the camp to keep an eye on you. Nemesius approached a boy and asked in a steady voice, Hey, are you okay? The boy is too weak to survive on the battlefield, which has chosen cruelty as a way to live. To survive, it slaughtered countless lives and nearly went insane. The boy trembled. Nemesius reached out and touched the boy, saying, You've been trapped here for 3 days now. It's time to wake up, he thought to himself. So far, he's been trying to get through this. He continued, No one can blame you for the way you chose to survive. However, you still have to endure the feeling of guilt for that choice. As a result of each battle, the child always feels incredibly guilty. And the boy looked up and asked, Yes, what did you say? Gradually, the personality begins to split. He laughs. It should be fine where he's injured. The general's face darkened. Regarding the recent battle, a call echoed out. The general? No. If it could change at will, it should be called a personality, to be accurate. Your face looks confused. I don't know what you are talking about. The crazy personality only focuses on surviving and participating in bloody battles. An ordinary personality only remembers normal battles and everyday images of oneself. The 2 personalities coexist. Dien laughed. Because she was so tired, she couldn't remember clearly, but all the enemies had been killed and yet somehow survived. Am I really that lucky? No. You are someone carrying an overwhelming sense of guilt on your shoulders and using the most extreme ways to escape everything. The general's gaze was sharp enough to cut through everything. No, I'll change the question. Do you remember how he definitely didn't die? Nemesius thought to himself, pretending not to know anything and pushing everything onto the creature you created to escape reality. How long can you keep fooling yourself? I've always felt disgusted that you abandoned your humanity, Dien replied calmly. That remaining guy? Nemesius glared. But if you're not like you were back then, I will let Dien continue. What a coincidence. I wasn't there, so I don't know the details, but I heard he was bitten to death by a stray dog. Nemus turned back, though it was just a precaution. He walked away. I understand. I have to go now. I know the Count is busy, so there's no need to see me off. Dien bows his head. Yes, General, take care. The General is angry. As expected, there has been no change. I can't believe a stray dog wandered into the Count's residence. Clearly, he was the one who killed it. This time, he's using that disgusting personality of his. Nemesius stepped out of the mansion with heavy steps. The weakness of the one burdened with responsibility could turn into a disaster. Therefore, Dien Hat is an extremely dangerous element. Nemesius stepped out with a cold expression. He wondered why His Majesty kept Dien Hat by his side and then turned his gaze back to the palace. Dai was dozing off, when suddenly he woke up with a start, tears streaming down his face. Remember appeared out of nowhere. Are you fully awake now? Dien asked anxiously. I only meant to rest for a moment, and I fell asleep. He twitched nervously. Dien asked again. Are you still waiting here? Have I slept for a long time? Remember to answer no. You only closed your eyes for a moment. Are you sure your body is okay now? You have no idea how surprised the old man was to see you faint. You wonder if I fainted and then awkwardly smile. I've rested, so I'm fine. You still don't feel at ease. I have called the doctor to check on you. He said that although your body is weak, you fainted due to accumulated stress and fatigue. Dai frowned and said, I see. Lately, every morning I wake up with a pretty bad pain behind my head. Remember to add that this old man is very worried about the Count and has a suggestion for him. What is it? He lowered his voice and asked, what do you think about ordering the Lottie Knights to hunt the monsters? Dian was surprised by this suggestion. I'll consider the idea of eliminating the monsters. Even if not, they've been causing trouble everywhere lately. If they go and tire themselves out, maybe they'll behave better, right? He pondered. Dian forced himself to stay silent, eyes wide open. I don't want to be the only one burdened with work while they goof around. Remember, I beamed with a big smile. I knew the Count would agree to this. Just as the monsters are wandering near our territory's border, we can send them there. Dian's face lights up. So, please proceed with this as quickly as possible. I'm feeling much better now that those crazy ones are out of sight. That's my thought, but a girl with long hair riding a horse, that's Liner. The girl exclaimed, Count, we're almost there? Why am I being dragged into this too? Dean's face darkened as he and his soldiers rode on. Liner turned back and said to Dian, Sir Count, we're almost at the border. Am I really that curious? Why do I have to be here too? The scar-faced soldier replied, No. What are you talking about? How come only we are involved in this interesting mission? Some voices added, Yeah, Count used to sit in his study every day, so he probably finds it boring too. We know that taking care of us makes you also feel bored. You haven't seen blood in a long time, so you must be really frustrated, right? Dian clenched his teeth and thought, No, what are these crazy people talking about? It would be better if I could live my whole life without ever seeing blood. At first, I was going to refuse to go with them, but a soldier grabbed Dian's leg and shouted, Your Excellency, Count, let's go kill the monsters. Dian yelled, Get off, you crazy! The three soldiers in the distinctive white uniforms are standing side by side, the one in the middle with brown hair covering his eyes, speaking in a calm voice. The Count is not part of the Lottie cavalry. The person on the right with dark brown hair parted neatly, wearing a sinister smile. A place that interesting, why are we the only ones going there? The blonde-haired person on the left and the Count Dian are both sweating profusely. He thought to himself, what's interesting about that? Going crazy killing monsters near the border? What's so interesting about that? You hesitated and said I have to deal with it. Are you shocked? Remember suddenly spoke up, It's okay if you leave now. This old man has been bothering the Count several times over the past week. I feel very sorry for that. So Count, please consider this a short vacation. The expressions of the three soldiers are full of emotion. They think to themselves, indeed, he is so busy that he doesn't even have time to join the monster extermination. Our Count is so heartbroken. What should we do? Truly no one but us can save the Count. They shouted, See? The butler agrees too. So let's go, we should all go together. Dian is panicked. No, if even he is like that, then it's not allowed. Remember to be serious. And if the Count leaves, wouldn't the one hiding in the mansion also follow? He closed his eyes. This old man will definitely catch that rat. The Count just needs to go out for a breath and come back. He scratched his head and frowned. He already said that. I can't say anything more. That's right, we have to catch the spy. He thought to himself that if he didn't hide, he would really die soon. The brown-haired soldier smiled. Hey, since it's just the two of us here, you don't need to jump like that. I heard not long ago you left the monster land alone with a cheerful face. Now we're back. Dian bites his lip and thinks to himself, It's not because I was able to rest comfortably in the Demon King's city. So this time, let's all rest comfortably. A soldier points at the monsters. Monsters, get ready. Good, now destroy them. The soldier with the sword jumps off his horse, looking annoyed. These crazy ones really love the demon world, but still, his body feels very comfortable. Liner sighs. Phew, Dian thought to himself. Yeah, Liner must be exhausted too. A manager of the Shadow Knight squad, a knight personally appointed by the Emperor, unlike those crazy fools, is a truly talented knight to the core. He sneered, pondering that if it were Liner with such abilities, he would easily join other more skilled knight groups. Sorry, but these are the feelings of parents with unruly children, right? Liner turned back and asked, Count, are you not going to fight? Dian replied, Well, maybe we should let them enjoy this for now. Liner was surprised. Oh, so you do care about them. Indeed, you are the Count. I was thinking, what concern do I have? How could I possibly get involved with those crazed people? Please finish the fight quickly without me having to intervene. They're arguing. I was about to kill that kid, so why are they fighting over him? That guy flipping the bird at this one doesn't mean whoever catches him first will be his master, said a black-haired soldier to Dian. Just that? No, Count, aren't you coming here? The Count's vacation, but it seems like only we are enjoying it. Dian waved his hand, frowning. My vacation. I know how to enjoy it myself. Don't worry. The soldier shouted again. It's almost over. Come back quickly. If this keeps up, there will be no reward for the captain. Dian is furious. I absolutely won't go over there. Finish it quickly. Suddenly, Dian sensed something and wondered how he could interfere in the battle. Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? An arrow shot into Daidon's body. He turned around, the arrow hit his shoulder, and he shouted. Liner, panicked, asked, Are you okay, Count? He painfully held the arrow, almost hit his neck if he hadn't turned around. Where did that arrow suddenly come from? A lot of questions flooded his mind. An attack? Who could it be? The kingdom beyond the border? No. If they didn't intend to start a war, they would never do something like that. You seem to have realized something, so it must be someone who sent an assassin to kill me. A masked boss revealing only his eyes standing in the bushes. Damn it, can I avoid it? He's about to draw another arrow. Dean spoke up, those boring guys. Liner's face darkened. My Lord Count, please continue. Liner, put this away. His eyes are full of hostility. Stand close so they won't see. Liner hesitates and clears his throat. But if you do that, removing the arrow later will cause more pain. I understand now. Judging by the atmosphere, this stubbornness won't disappear easily. Liner pulls out the arrow. If you keep moving like this, the arrowhead will go deeper and it will be extremely painful. Place your hand on your chest. Lottie's cavalry unit is taking the medicine. Look, isn't the one who was shot earlier the third hero of the crazy empire? A voice from somewhere echoes. A soldier with a rough voice. He also has white hair, and judging by the uniforms those knights are wearing, that's probably it. The brown-haired guy standing next to the soldier replied, So who are they fighting over there anyway? The brown-haired guy thought to himself, Damn it, I thought they were here to kill monsters. What's going on? Could it be an internal conflict? Even if he's a hero of the empire, that wound isn't light. Upon realizing something there, wait a minute, the war only ended 2 years after 8 years of fighting. He crossed his arms and said smugly, and that crazy hero singing is also injured. If a war breaks out now, it will be a burden on the empire. If those guys attack our kingdom, maybe we can get compensation from the empire. Diane suddenly put something into his mouth. Liner panics. Sir Marcus, what is that? Dean smiled and said, That is a temporary numbing agent, Liner asked again. Isn't that a forbidden drug? Dai raised his sword. Just need to use it discreetly. Liner was scared. What do you mean we can't do that? Someone on the other side shouted, What are you waiting for? Kill them all immediately. Both sides clash. Dai jumps high, glaring fiercely, focusing on one person. The guy couldn't react in time. Bank shot. Too fast. Dai stabs the other guy with his sword, temporarily keeping him still here. Blood splatters everywhere, and the guy only manages a few frantic calls. Eyes crazed and cold with murderous intent. We've caught one. The others probably won't be needed. One tried to ambush this guy, but he couldn't fight back in time. A fierce battle is underway. Dean's cold eyes strike with a powerful blow, cutting through multiple enemies at once. Red streaks flash across the sky. Blood splatters everywhere, and the bodies of the opposing soldiers fall in an instant. Dean orders the Liner to keep him alive. She replies, Yes, I will follow the command. So it's me again? Look at that over there. The soldier raises his sword, the bloodied blonde man with a hood. If I don't mean to kill, I'll still die. What are you doing? The scene is now in chaos. Everything's stained red. The soldier is stunned. The crazy dog squad leader jumping around like mad in the war has now become a knight. Can the survivors really fight like that? The soldiers standing there are stunned. Dai, aren't you going to take the medicine in this bloodbath? Both this guy and the other one are so weak you won't survive without doing this. Amidst the blood-soaked darkness, a blazing red gaze appears cold and ruthless, full of determination. Even if mercy is shown, it won't be the power to survive. I've told you many times, forget about guilt and keep your mind clear to tell friend from foe. He's already been consumed by madness, all for survival. On the opposite side, a group of people silently watched the scene. One of them shouted in despair. Damn it, their eyes reflect their fear. Having chosen the opponent, greed has betrayed me, but the condition was too tempting to refuse. Switching to another scene, a servant's voice echoes. Are you sure this is okay? He added. As long as he gets hurt, he'll pay half of what was promised. The Duke, clearly a black-haired man, replied, just adding a small condition to the murder request. It should be fine, right? The green-haired servant continued, but that's a complete requirement to kill the singer. Did you spend your own money to add that condition? If the Duke finds out about this, the black-haired guy closed his eyes. I will take responsibility for it. Don't worry. He hates singing more than anyone, but sometimes he does actions that are hard to understand. In the end, what does he want to do? The black-haired man's face was thoughtful, his eyes narrowing. The end of that child. The screams and furious curses. And here are the dirty tricks. A brutal and tragic battle. Diane is fighting against a group of enemies. You appear incredibly strong and ruthless, easily cutting down each enemy. Your eyes blaze brightly as you land a fatal blow. The last one standing, his eyes shining as he looks at the enemy's corpse. A terrified surviving soldier. If you are a hero of the Empire. He continued, I should have stayed out of this from the beginning. He was horrified by the savage slaughter. Can anyone stay calm after witnessing this tragedy? Diane appears indifferent, emotionless as he looks at the corpses. It's no surprise they're called the murderous knights instead of honorable ones. Den chuckles softly, his eyes blood red. Are they more demon than human? I don't know whether you need money more than your life, or if you're just stupid or both, the leader gasped, stabbed through the chest, now filled with murderous intent and blood all around. He sneered and said, I don't like my father being attacked, so could you please tell me who is behind this? The wounded leader grimaced in pain. In the Emperor's office, a report from the Chancellor about a complaint from the Kingdom of Iliador was interrupted as he paused his writing. He looked up and asked again, explaining that Count Dayanhat Tonkin had to eliminate monsters near the border. They believe that the ambush near the city wall is an invasion threatening them, and the general slowly explains while holding a thick stack of documents. Wait a minute, what ambush are you talking about? Count Hat is okay, right? The general announced that he was shot in the left shoulder and would have difficulty using that arm for a month. Eduardo was slightly stunned and then frowned in annoyance. He sneered, "So the Kingdom of Yin is demanding compensation after all that?" The Chancellor replied, "Yes, that's correct." Eduardo put down the pen he just wrote with, pondering silently. "I bet they think we can't join the battle." When Bothuok Hat was injured, he told them to use their brains before sending that request. "I guess I've been too kind." The Marshal was startled. He didn't mean to. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, we can blame the ambush in Yen on a few drunken ruffians." No. Eduardo refused. He sat cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and smiled softly. "Get ready for war immediately," he said with a firm tone. Both the Chancellor and Nemesius stared in shock. The general shouted back, "War?" He panicked and said, "But your Majesty, it's only been 2 years since the war ended." Eduardo replied, 2 years is enough, and the Chancellor said it would cost a lot of money. Eduardo smiled again and replied, "We will recover the money and resources through invasion. That's what we did in the previous war, and there's no reason not to do it again." The Chancellor still stubbornly insisted, "But I am a tyrant." Eduardo lowered his head, his words gentle but full of warning. The Prime Minister pursed his lips slightly, eyes wide open. He can only be afraid and cry out, "I have been thinking about unifying the entire continent, so this is just a small matter," Eduardo said. The Chancellor lowered his head after hearing that, secretly sweating with worry for the Emperor. "If you intend to become a tyrant, you must take responsibility for your actions. The king is haunted by the burden of his sins." Eduardo looked at his palm, thinking that unifying the continent was the ultimate goal since he killed his siblings to ascend to the throne. He clenched his fist and furrowed his brow with determination. "I do not intend to abandon my responsibilities, and soon they will become chains that bring disaster." The general quietly feels uneasy. Although carrying a great responsibility is also good, he used the guilt of killing his siblings as an excuse to blame the citizens of the empire. This is truly wrong. General T anxiously clutches the documents, thinking if disaster is unavoidable, he hopes the war will not spread to the empire. He prays silently. The gods will prepare the secret supplies. General Tay said. Eduardo smiled happily and praised, "You are truly resourceful, General Tay." "Then I must also get to work. Have you heard about the House of Mercy?" The Marshal replied, "The Church of Mercy. Do you mean the sect is growing in the slums?" In the midst of chaos, it's understandable that people turn to religion for peace. The image of a saintly woman in white with a radiant glow behind her, reaching out as if to save those below, appears in the Chancellor's memory. Eduardo pinches his nose and says seriously, "But the Church of Salvation is becoming too powerful. It's better to eliminate the threat before the war. I wonder who would be suitable for this task." "Maybe I should let him go sing while he causes this chaos," Eduardo said with a quiet smile. "Although I have no intention of punishing him, when I think about Dian's surprised expression upon being assigned this task, I can't help but smile with amusement." "Are you saying Dian should sing?" Eduardo replied, "Yeah, just take out those fanatics. Even if he's injured, I believe he can do it." "Oh, I forgot to object, Your Majesty. This person is extremely dangerous." Nemesius frowned angrily and dismissed that idea. Nemesius always kept a close eye on the minstrel. Eduardo quietly remembered him asking, "Do you dislike him because you enjoy tormenting enemies?" Nemesius straightened up and replied, "No, I believe it's just to survive." However, the Countess who sings is a person with dual personalities. Eduardo was surprised to hear that. That bastard's mind is like a bomb ready to explode. He can't be held responsible for what he does. What do you think will happen if someone with such an unstable mind is put in charge of this? Nemesius spread his arms and shouted, "He will keep going. When he regains awareness of reality, the wall he has built will collapse. He will be made to fear himself by his second personality." "Eduardo, why are you overthinking this?" Nemesius suddenly stopped. He asked the king. Eduardo smiled. He crossed his legs and folded his arms, saying, "I know that myself." Nemesius, surprised, asked, "Then why you?" Eduardo replied, "That is Dian H's problem. Even if something happens, it's his responsibility to deal with it himself." "How can you say that?" "If a sword breaks, it could harm its owner. You will also be responsible for his actions." "Your Majesty," Nemesius shouted angrily. Eduardo calmly asked again, "No problem at all. Isn't that the Emperor's business, Your Majesty?" Nemesius continued, but Eduardo raised his hand to stop him and said, "Enough. Let's go. I know I chose to be a tyrant, but I can also be a good king with what I cherish." He raised his hand and spoke. Then Eduardo's gaze gradually turned cold. He said, "I will forgive your disrespectful act. I am not so bad that I cannot forgive the mistakes of my loyal subordinates." Nemesius slightly frowned, then bowed respectfully and said, "I beg your forgiveness, but I understand your concern. Rest assured, I would never allow a dangerous person close to me." Eduardo chuckled softly and said, Eduardo remembered kneeling before him and saying with eyes full of hatred, "Please allow me to personally destroy my family." At that moment, Eduardo thought of the precious gem filled with resentment, murderous intent, and anger, the one who had nurtured hatred for his family for 8 years. When he began participating in the battle at age 14 and received his victory before the king, he only asked for revenge against his family. "The Hat family has been a thorn in our side ever since they aimed to overthrow the throne. I have no reason to refuse him." Eduardo chuckled amused and thought, he asked, "You are asking me to allow you to destroy a renowned family, but if I intend to use him as a sword, I must sharpen it first so I can wield it." Eduardo silently calculated. his brow furrowing, his eyes burning with an unyielding crimson glow. "You asked me what to do? The hero is on a quest to kill the Demon King. Why didn't you go with him?" Eduardo asked. The order to face this Demon King as a fellow hero turned out to be quite successful, as he managed to bring back the hero's body. Eduardo sat on the throne and asked with a smile, "Excellent, you still retain that emotion." With this achievement, everyone calls him a hero, even though Dienhot doesn't possess a single remnant of heroism. "Come on," Eduardo happily thought. His eyes lit up and he grinned slyly. "I believe the singing territory will be quieter today. What do you think?" Hearing that, Dien raised his head, slightly frowned as he looked at him. "Thank you for your concern." Dien bowed his head before Eduardo, who was sitting on the throne, as lightning flashed outside the glass, signaling that misfortune was imminent. But what is fate? Kruin returned home very late. That day, he watched the Mad Singer kill everyone in the house and survive. That very night, Kruin rode away in a storm, full of hatred, shouting angrily, "DH!" In the end, Kruin became the trump card to face Dion Hat. Eduardo rested his chin and concluded the story. No matter the reason, Diane H. killed his entire family and the only survivor was Kruin to oppose his brother. He needs me. Eduardo smiled softly. He chuckled to himself, thinking that Kruin had served the Duke to survive. The two brothers are trying to kill each other. Eduardo continued, "As long as Gren H is alive, DH will serve me." In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened, with deep red irises and striking white hair. Standing on the bright red ground, Dien looked around in confusion, his white shirt stained with blood, as 4 zombies slowly approached, surrounding him, one of them even wrapping its hand around his ankle. Sneaking away in disgust, glaring and clutching his slimy red-stained hand, he grits his teeth and growls. What the hell is going on? A horde of zombies with hollow black eyes, blood constantly flowing from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Torn clothes below making terrifying growling sounds, shouting loudly, "What is this? I'm going crazy." You kneel on the ground, your clothes soaked in fresh blood as ominous sounds echo around you, all for survival. The demon, clutching its head in pain, collapses, tears streaming down, and a hand covers your eyes tightly. A figure with a hood and white hair gently leans in close to your ear and whispers, "Don't think about it. Even if you do, don't avoid it." Hearing those words from the hooded figure, you open your tear-filled eyes. That hand slowly opened a small crack just enough to see outside. That wasn't done by me. Didion wakes up from a nightmare, eyes wide open, covered in bandages with bleeding wounds, feeling like he's still dreaming. Suddenly, he notices the wound on his shoulder starting to ooze blood, clearly at the border. "I was fighting a monster when I was assassinated with an arrow." Dien slowly recalls, a man outside watching you through the carriage window. "My Lord Count, we have arrived at DH Manor. On a beautiful afternoon with a clear blue sky, when will I finally return here?" This time as well, when I regained consciousness, everything was over. I don't remember anything. You step down from the carriage, and Liner is standing nearby. If it weren't for the wound on your shoulder, I would have thought this was just a dream. A male servant approached, draping his coat over your shoulders. You glanced around and then turned to ask the male servant beside you, "Where did you go?" At the same time, I had some suspicions, but I didn't expect you to be a spy. So then, the one behind you, "Who are you at last?" The frightened brown-haired man was pressed down on the ground by someone else under the butler's feet, lying face down with a terrified expression, clearly not just an ordinary butler. Suddenly, there was a thud, and the man's eyes widened as a knife was driven straight into his neck. "Unfortunately, you have to die now." Remember, eyes looked down at the emotionless body lying on the ground. He squinted and looked cautiously into the distance. The shadow of the bird cast on his hair. There are still more names to extract information from, so it's okay. But a dove appears, carrying a letter on its leg as it flies over the butler's head. He was looking up at it while a hooded man in black dragged the dead spy's body, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Suddenly, another hooded man in black appeared in front of Remember, standing solemnly as he watched the kneeling man report. "Lord, remember, the Count of Song has returned. He just adjusted his tie and ordered that this be arranged later than expected. You chase after that bird to uncover those involved with the spies and those behind them. As you step forward, you suddenly remember something and halt. Wait, using your authority as butler, dismiss him. Remember to throw the bloodstained paper onto that person's body before walking away. I heard you were injured. Are you okay?" Dean calmly said, "I was injured on my left shoulder, so it doesn't interfere much with daily life." The butler smiled. "That's right, the Count is right-handed, isn't he?" Remember nodded contentedly. Luckily, there are still piles of paperwork piling up. Realizing the butler's implication, Dean sighed inwardly. There's no blood or tears. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, as if he had uncovered something. "But Remember is also injured, right? I can smell the blood." Remember froze, raised his hand to smell. "Does this have a smell of blood? Just now on my way here, I caught a spy. The blood must have splattered on him back then." "Did you find the spy after all, since you were in such a hurry you didn't notice the smell of blood?" "Not exactly. He's already dead. I was planning to capture him alive, but something happened on the way here. I'm sorry." The remorseful butler looks at Dien. "Oh, it's nothing. It was just an accident. Do you think this butler was always like this?" "I heard he comes from Terra, a small isolated area in the middle of the continent. Count B also faced an assassin. Did he get any information?" He asked Dien again. Ah, since they're all dead, we can't find out who's behind it, he replied awkwardly. Actually, I don't remember anything, but I guess that's the case, he thought to himself. Even the count failed. That means the person behind it is a very formidable presence. If so, we can narrow down the scope. They could be revolutionaries, enemies of the crown, or Duke Ulster, the leader of the aristocrats. The image of Ulster's scheming smile appears, with the Duke being the prime suspect, but the butler remains silent, pondering with his chin in his hand. No matter who it is, it's an existence that even the count alone cannot handle. How do you see asking His Majesty the Emperor for help? Remember, while you were wide-eyed in shock at the sharp analysis of the butler without saying a word, I secretly thought the butler really is a capable person. Noticing Didien's unusual silence, I hurriedly apologized, saying I was sorry for intervening too much in this matter. The butler bowed his head anxiously. No, thank you. Demon pondered silently, hand on his chin, and said, I plan to find the Emperor as soon as possible to demand the return of the singing domain before getting caught up in other matters. I need to quickly resolve what can be fixed, or return what has been done, or stop everything here. I must quickly find a peaceful life, even if just for a day. The next day, the sky was clear and blue, and a magnificent red-roofed castle appeared. His Majesty is discussing private matters with Duke Laster. Lord Marquis, please wait a moment. Oh, I understand. Wearing a stylish white and blue noble outfit, Dien looked disappointed, not expecting to meet him right now. But a man dressed as a guard opened the door, announced himself, and bowed politely. Dien ignored him and turned to walk away. There's no other way. Just go somewhere to kill time. Count, Unlatia's voice echoes. Don't rush in like that just because you just met. Unlatia gestured wildly, trying to break free and rush towards Dien. Sorry for the rudeness, Count. Elpidius smiled shyly at Dien, ignoring his younger sister giving him a petty glare. Dien bowed his head in greeting. Dien feels honored to meet both of you. Elpidius steps closer, gives a thumbs up, and winks at him. There's no need to be so formal with the greetings. Aren't we friends? Dien stood frozen in shock, speechless. But hey, I heard that while waiting for His Majesty, you have a lot of free time, right? Before he could understand what was happening, Dien was pulled away. Alertia happily sat beside him, hugging his arm. Elpidius sits calmly across, enjoying the cup of tea in his hand. Dai is stunned, not understanding what just happened, but it's okay. I'm here again. Unlike you, Alertia and Elpidius are very happy. I never expected to enjoy tea with friends at the palace like this. It's so delightful. Dai brings the teacup to her lips to taste. If I had known I would meet them here like this, I would have come earlier or later. It seems this tea suits your taste very well. Take some with you when you leave. There are plenty of cookies in different shapes on the table. Thank you, Anthea spoke up. The Countess only drinks tea. Doesn't she want to try some cookies? Give them a try. Unable to react in time, Dien was quickly fed cookies by Anthea. Don't think about anything. Time will pass quickly. Try this one too, and this one as well. And Leah happily feeds Dien cookies from one to another, making you turn pale. But Elpidius sitting opposite saw the scene and smiled happily, until suddenly his eyes turned serious, no longer the playful expression from before. I heard the Count was injured on the way to the border. The Count needs to be more careful and consider that his body is gradually weakening because of the curse. How could the Count be involved in monster hunting? Did the Count get injured? And Lothai exclaimed in surprise, I didn't want to be dragged there. Dean covered his mouth and said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Elpidius looked worried and told him to take care of his body, because the Count still has to serve the Emperor for a long time. But inside he was already screaming for a long time. Oh, this is terrible. I need to quickly get out of this and live a wonderful unemployed life because of you. That's why I said that. But Dean didn't pay attention to what Elpidius was saying and silently complained to himself, When will your Majesty finally summon me? I just want to be done with this inconvenience. Ignoring Dian's response, Elpidius continued. Honestly, I don't want to become Emperor. Dian suddenly trembled as he held his teacup, spilling the tea everywhere. From my perspective, I have no choice but to sit on the throne as Crown Prince. But your Majesty is only 8 years older than me, so when you abdicate, isn't that also the time I retire? Elpidius sighed, causing Dian to startle and choke on water, coughing uncontrollably. The princess worried. Is the Count all right? Secretly thinking to herself, damn it, why are you saying that all of a sudden? Don't talk to me about this kind of stuff. I don't care about power or anything like that, and I don't want to hear it. If I had ascended to the throne earlier, it would mean there was a problem with His Majesty, and I don't wish for that. Elpidius suddenly bowed his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. You know as well, your Majesty is like my older brother, my biological brother. Althea also became sad. I only wish for his happiness. The goat thoughtfully raised its hand to its mouth, let out a soft cough, and thought to itself, yes, I know the Crown Prince and Princess are very obedient to the current Emperor. The current Emperor is the 9th Prince. The image of a man in a fur cloak appears in my mind, regal, yet lonely. If during the coup, the current Emperor thought of killing his brothers and their children, I cannot understand it. The existence of the Crown Prince and Princess is truly strange. When the grandchildren don't hate this uncle, there must be a reason. The image of a person dressed in royal attire exuding authority appears. The Crown Prince, father of the Crown Prince and Princess. Suddenly, memories flood back of a gentle blonde-haired man stroking Yudo's head when he was little. a kind person unlike the domineering older brother. The ninth prince, blood related to the emperor, used to visit the ninth prince and the eldest prince's son every day before he died to care for them. Yudo sat on the man's lap, looking down at the two children hugging each other in confusion. They are probably as close as siblings in the family, with a bond as strong as family, even more than family. The image of the three children happily laughing and getting along. Back in the present, Demon Monon's face is downcast, his dark eyes full of contemplation. If the prince were still alive, it is said that the former prince would not vie for the throne. We are very worried about your majesty, who always takes everything upon himself. So please, Count, help your majesty. Elpidius took Demon's hand and advised him. Yes, why would the crown prince say such pressure-filled words to the count? If it were the marquis, he would surely handle it well. While they were chatting happily, they didn't notice Demon's face darkening. Haha, that's right. Sorry about that, Count. I'm going to the bathroom for a moment. The tea is all gone, Dian says as he leaves. Thinking about it, the Count drank a lot of tea, so hurry up and go back. Thanks. You hurriedly left the tea table. Seeing Dian hurriedly leave, Elpidius takes a sip of tea. He's already gone. And Leah propped her chin, watching his distant figure walk away. He really ran off. It seems talking to us was too stressful. Sorry, but all of it is genuine. Elpidius opened his sharp eyes, unlike the calm surface. Beneath the turbulent undercurrents, the blade is clearly aimed at the emperor. Elpidius remembered that if things continued like this, he might never sit on the throne in his lifetime. I will help you sit on the highest throne. The opposition from the nobility is growing stronger. Please judge the tyrant. Elpidius sat on the chair, his eyes darkening with worry as he held a teacup, calculating. Although I am not swayed by those unreasonable words, over the past 2 years, our actions have shifted from peace to pretending to compromise in order to threaten. I don't know when we will find their weakness and be forced to do things we don't want to, so we must quickly prepare countermeasures. He uses tongs to pick up a sugar cube. In the Empire, your majesty must have your own faction, never side with the emperor. If he has outstanding abilities and supports us, there's nothing more trustworthy. That's why we've been so eager to win him over. That's right. Of course I genuinely like the Count too. Anthea propped her chin and analyzed. Haha, that's right. Elpidius burst out laughing, hoping that Count Honorary Dian Hat will always stand on his majesty's side, if anything obstructs the emperor's return, even if it's royalty. The honey drop was dropped into the full glass of tea, causing it to overflow and spill out, but he still had to die. Dian frantically looked around. Where is the bathroom? I look around. Every time I come to the palace, I just see the emperor and leave, so I don't know my way around here. A man with red hair, holding a stack of documents, walks out of the room, looking happy. Hey, that guy looked panicked and terrified when he saw Dian. Why are you so surprised? I'm used to Kian. Everyone runs away when they see me, but not this time. Dian slowly approaches the other person, who is trembling with fear and sweating profusely as he stammers. What's going on? He stepped back and looked away. It's really urgent. Just put on a gentle smile, Dian thought before speaking. Do you know where this is? He asked, forcing a harmless smile. But in that person's eyes, the sky suddenly darkened. A faint smirk appeared on their lips. Their red eyes gleamed with a sinister light, and their face seemed to demand death. The other guy, terrified, kept retreating, panic-stricken and defeated. He pulls out a hidden dagger and suddenly lunges at Dian, stabbing through his arm. He panics and dodges. I just wanted to ask where the bathroom is, you crazy bastard. Blood from the wound splattered out. He quickly brushed past Dian, who lost his balance and fell to the ground as his documents scattered across the floor. He asked, Do you know where this is? That means I have been discovered. The red-haired man, frightened, recalls and turns to look at his stern face, biting his teeth in anger as he slowly tears the document. After many failed attempts, he finally managed to get this document. Hôn sao nhất dinh. Diễn gần rộng rạng sở, nghiền rằng, từ từ quay dấu lại, một tay ôm chặt vết thương rạng chảy, ánh mắt dâu hiền lén tỉa sắc bén. He must be the one singing. But even if I run away, my chances of survival are still very low. Just a moment of carelessness. He silently calculated, a hand reaching out to grip his neck tightly, making him startle in fear. The hand squeezing his neck raised it into the air, and only then did he clearly see the owner of the hand. He widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, What the hell is that? Hearing the voice, Kruin turned his head and saw Dian standing there, face full of surprise, holding his wounded arm. Why is he here? Grun narrowed his eyes and looked in this direction. He looked back with a surprised question, their eyes meeting. Kruin glared back, Grun's hand tightening on the red-haired guy's neck, who started to open his mouth, gasping and drooling, his trembling hand clutching the strong arm choking him. The document in his hand fell to the ground as he begged for mercy in a whisper. What was he holding in his hand? Dian stepped forward and bent down to pick up the document, but another hand faster than hers grabbed it first. Dean looked up with a surprised expression as Duke Yaster carefully read the document in his hands. Yaster smiled mysteriously. This seems to be an important document of the royal family. It's been a long time since I met the Count. I was on my way to see His Majesty, and I didn't expect to meet the Count like this. He cheerfully said, So you're also here to pay homage to His Majesty? Yaster calmly looked at Dian with a smile and said, You hesitated. You answered casually, but thought to yourself that there's no need to tell him everything. Even while waiting for the Emperor's arrival, they managed to catch an infiltrating spy in the royal court. The red-haired spy is lying unconscious on the floor after being pinned down by Kruin. Yaster looks over, thinking that without the Count, who knows what could have happened. But luckily not. Oh, I have no intention of taking credit, so don't worry, little one. Even if Lord Kruin didn't intervene, the Count could have easily taken care of him. He rubbed his aching head with a tired expression. That's not it, Anlatia and Elpidius shout loudly from afar. Count! The two of them hurriedly ran over in panic. Hearing the call, Dien suddenly remembered. He's dead! I am having tea with them, Elpidius spoke. We waited anxiously for the Count to return and went to look for him. Dien's nosebleed was slowly bleeding down. Elpidius rushed over and shook him. You're bleeding! Panicking, the boy looked around while Dien remained confused. Elpidius shouted, Where is everyone? Hurry and call the healer here. Only then does Dien realize he's covering his nose, his eyes darkening as his body begins to break down again. I'm fine, Your Highness. Are you okay? The blood has already flowed to form that pattern. Alertia looked in panic at the blood dripping on the floor. Elpidius hurriedly urged, Quick, call the palace doctor. What happened? The Count appears to have been injured while subduing the spy. Kruin ponders thoughtfully. That's right, it's likely his weapon was poisoned. Elpidius, the spy's game has truly begun. There's no way to clarify this. Dien pinches his nose, looking helpless. And Althea stands by to encourage, Marcus, please stay calm. The royal doctor with green hair, holding a medicine box and looking worried, runs over. Your Highness, examine the patient. Where is the patient? When I arrived, I only saw 4 sharp eyes glaring at me, with Dien in the middle, pale and expressionless. As soon as I saw Dien, I held my head and screamed inwardly, No, could it be happening again? Once again, Dien is singing. Last time at the banquet, I was called because the Countess was in danger, and it was really scary because there were no relevant people there, only high-ranking individuals. Memories of the banquet flood back, and the small healer clutching a box of medicine is surrounded by high-ranking figures, each reproaching him one after another. You're too late. Lately you've been living too easily. At the end of the memory, Gongyi, trembling with pressure, checks the pulse for the madman, confused as to why he's trembling. Those people are all crazy about the Count's health, hoping he suffers no harm. Every time I get called away, it feels like I lose 5 years of my life. Is there poison in it this time too? Elpidius anxiously placed his hand on Gongyi's body, startled and trembling with fear, eyes filled with tears. That wound is nothing special. Luckily, the wound is quite shallow. What is that? Why is there so much blood? Have you checked carefully? LPDUS grabbed the collar of the archer and shouted, I have already treated him. Dien stands in the middle, desperately explaining, I really am fine with that. He looks confused at the 2 people in front of him. This way only makes me have more enemies. Then it must be the Demon King's curse. A pair of legs approached everyone and then stopped. General Nemesius, everyone together. The general bows. Di wondered, It's okay. More and more people are coming. His Majesty summoned the honorary Count to sing and chat. His gaze darkened as he glanced at Di as if used to it, as if to say again that you should have sent a servant to deliver the message. So why did this person come directly? The boy exhaled and bowed his head, saying, Your Majesty has summoned me to go ahead. As if remembering something, Dien turned his head and said back, And the prince, thank you for your kindness. You don't need to be so cautious anymore from now on. After speaking, Dien turned to follow the general. Elpidius watched Dien's figure leave, deep in thought, realizing there was no need to be so cautious, and clenched his fist as if determined. Anyway, curses are something that can't be cured, so there's no need to worry. Someone as perceptive as this only ends up making others misunderstand him. Elpidius bowed his head, his eyes filled with concern. Too bad. She uses one hand to hold her wound, lost in thought, with a not very good expression. Did I become too arrogant just now? Outside the palace, a carriage was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Laster and Kruin step up one after the other, and the carriage departs from the palace. On the carriage, Yaster crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand in silence. He recalled reading the documents earlier, which were clearly the draft budget for the war. Yaster's eyes darkened, his lips curling up. Your Majesty said there would be no immediate war, but the way it's being handled is too careless. To achieve our goal, Your Majesty's plan, he adjusted his clothes. Towards the palace, Eduardo sat on the throne with full majesty. You don't look well. Did you get seriously injured while capturing the spy snake? No, that's not it. Dium sat bowed with sweat on his face, avoiding the king's gaze instinctively, sweating all over. The king shows concern for Dien. It's okay. If you say so, then it must be so, but don't hide your health condition. The king rested his hand on his hip and sighed because you are one of the most important forces of the empire. Dien bows his head and says, I will obey the order, thinking to himself, it's surprising, but I'm really fine. Dien's face begins to turn pale, his head sweaty, just because he couldn't find a bathroom earlier, so now he's a bit urgent. He should have stopped by it before coming here. All right, what brings you here? The king asked, and Dien straightened up and replied, I is singing at the estate. Seeing the king understand his intention, he interrupted, if it's a request to return the territory or similar demands, I will refuse. Dien was stunned, thinking, I really can't say anything anymore, but it seems like he remembered something. Some kind of matter. Because the king understood A's intentions, the matter involving the Lottie cavalry was similar. Dian was furious, saying, "I want to resign. Of course that's not allowed. Why do you keep saying such nonsense sometimes?" The king replied sincerely. Dian burst into a blue flame of rage. "Can I say anything? People should rest comfortably, but if you agree to my request, I will grant all your wishes." The king smiled and handed a document to Dian. You pick up the paper and read aloud with a bewildered look, requesting aid. This is a religion created by con artists and is very active in the slums. Your task is to wipe them out. The image shows a cult performing some kind of ritual. The person in the white cloak reaching out to the mesmerized crowd, clearing them away. Just thinking about it is already annoying, whether it's a request or something else. It must be refused. Coming back to reality, Dian spoke up. "Your Majesty," before he could finish speaking, the king interrupted. "Earlier, I also gave this to Duke Laster and Count Kruin." The hand pushing Dian's document froze. The king continued, "If Kruin completes this smoothly, it will fulfill his wish." Dian stood up suddenly and shouted, "I agree!" The king also said at the same time, "I agree." Hearing this, you froze unconsciously. "Oh no, I'm caught in a trap. But I don't know what Kruin's wishes. Whatever it is, I have to stop it." Dian ponders. The king crosses his arms and smiles triumphantly. "I can guess the reason behind this request from the formula, but I can't let everything go smoothly according to the Duke's plan. So, whichever of Kruin and D&H completes the mission first, I will fulfill that person's wish." The king smiled and reached out to Dai. "If I must repay a debt, then the Emperor's side? No, isn't Edward DZ's side the better one compared to D&H? Dian is serious and determined to complete the mission first, secretly placing the document into his chest and making a silent vow that no matter what, he must defeat Kruin. A gentle hand places the steaming hot tea down on the table, and the mad face suddenly grimaces in annoyance, as if someone had taken everything from him, speaking with a scornful tone, while the paper in his hand is clenched so tightly that it crumples. "Have you been drinking this tea all the time lately?" Gaber manager standing opposite kindly and professionally responds. It seems the Count enjoys this tea because it was personally brought by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His crazed face darkened, lips pressed tightly as he hesitated, staring fixedly at the teacup in his hand, secretly thinking what he liked about it. "Sure. It smells good, but I still haven't gone to the bathroom. Since then, take me to the bathroom to save me. Remember to gesture politely towards the medicinal potion waiting eagerly on the cart beside." The butler reminded the Count not to forget to take the supplement as well. In Dien Bin's eyes, the medicine seemed to emit a sinister energy, alongside a small letter from Kruin that read, "Please, for everyone's sake, you must stay healthy. I sincerely hope you will take it." "Do I really have to drink that?" The butler continued. "Isn't this thing sent by Kruin also bad for the body? I've checked and there's no poison." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Remember, try to explain seriously, but Dien sits coldly and suspiciously. You're dismissing it, claiming it's not about poison, but deep down you have a different intention that can't be ignored. The butler patiently smiled and said, "I've prepared everything." Suddenly, the door opened and Liner stepped in to break the awkward atmosphere. "Count, I am back." Eleanor has finished the investigation. At the same time, he took a big gulp of that terrible tonic. Its presence is so terrifying that your face darkened as if you had just eaten something bad. "Do you have any more information about the religious rescue?" Liner quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am. That means the fake religious groups are expanding their influence mainly in the slums." Liner carefully handed the documents to the volunteers handing out free bread and water to gather followers. These are the organized documents about them. Unlike other sects, they don't demand faith in a leader or money. Then she continued, "They only preach one thing. Believe in salvation." Salvation sounds too abstract. He thought to himself, there's more than just one or two suspicious points. Gradually becoming more serious, he lowered his voice and said, "If they distribute free food, it would have cost a lot from the start. Now they are sustaining it with the support of some nobles." But Remember finally spoke up after remaining silent all this time. With that scale, it's a large sum of money. Even for nobles, it would be difficult to handle. Hearing that, Song Dian said nothing more, only lifting his teacup to finish his dessert. Appearing lost in thought, eyes staring into the distance, while his other hand unconsciously tapped on the table. What is their true goal, if not money or the trust of the leader? His hand suddenly froze as if realizing a shocking truth. That will happen eventually. They will reveal it little by little. I drank tea and medicine at the same time. Suddenly, I stood up in a frenzy. I need to go to the bathroom first and then think. That made Linner stare in amazement, her eyes wide open like car headlights, her mouth beaming with a bright smile, her hand clenched in pride, thinking, so the Count really intends to handle this himself. He can command his subordinates to do things, but he is the one who handles it himself. Truly a Count. Not only that, Linner worriedly suggested, I will go with you because going alone is too dangerous. Hearing this, Dian looked very confused, his face blank as he asked naively, Huh? Where are we going? Where else would we go? The church rescue base. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them found themselves in a village with tall stone houses looming behind. Dian gawked in shock, his face darkening. The two stand in front of an alley, which Liner says leads to the rescue church's base. while Dian remains confused, questioning himself. Who am I? Where am I? Despite Dian's face grimacing as if in pain, Liner kept talking non-stop. From now on, please conceal your identity. The butler has prepared your old cloak already. You seem unable to accept the truth. I haven't had time to prepare, so how did it turn out like this? All this time, Trunqui just wanted to go and relieve his sadness. Even though Liner dragged me out here, I still haven't been able to go to the bathroom, so I have to hurry and take care of it now. That's all. Dian also tries to look tough like a gourd, turning around to remind Liner. Liner, wait here for me a moment. Don't follow her and tell yourself I won't repeat the same mistake as last time. As soon as your figure disappeared behind the wall, Liner anxiously asked, Are you sure it's okay to go alone? Wait a moment. In the blink of an eye, when I opened my eyes, the madman had disappeared into the white fog. She hurriedly ran to the alley and called out loudly, Count! Liner remembered the pale face, cold sweat, and tightly pursed lips of the boy, looking fragile. She was so frightened her face turned pale, constantly thinking negative thoughts. He disappeared so quickly, his face clearly not in good shape, but where did he go alone? Could it be the curse of the Demon King? The scene shifts to Dian's place, where after releasing his sadness, he smiles brightly and breathes a sigh of relief. The fairy is alive! Dian happily stepped outside and thought to himself when he saw a familiar figure. Luckily, some villagers gave me a ride to the bathroom. I was so nervous fearing that Liner would chase after me. Yeah. In the dim darkness, the handsome face of a man peeked out, with long bangs covering his eyes, revealing only a high nose and a small pursed mouth. Hearing a strange sound, Kruin turned around to look, and as he did, Dian couldn't hide his surprise. Kruin, your face is pale and dark with anger, as if you've met an eternal enemy, stammering but unable to speak, begging you. Suddenly, before you could finish your words, Dian bowed his head, clutching his mouth covered in sticky syrup and beard, then coughed. Cough! Inside, you start cursing, damn it, this damn body! Fearing losing face in front of the guy I hate, I hurriedly ran up before I recovered my strength, swinging a red light to attack. I can't let him see this vulnerable side of me. As a reflex, Kruin raised his sword to block the attack from his opponent. His sharp eyes, like those of a furious wild beast, flickered with anger and his face darkened. He coldly sneered, Wouldn't a wounded hand make you more obedient? Are you talking about my injured hand from the snake assassin? Blood splattered right before his eyes, a truly unforgettable sight for him. Before he could finish speaking, Kruin suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder, making him feel very confused. He pressed his hand down hard on his shoulder. That grip made Dian's shoulder bleed, and in his pain, he clenched his shoulder and shouted angrily, You! Kruin quickly stepped back and raised his sword to defend himself. At this moment, Dian finally felt worried, and the sudden pain made his face turn pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Isn't it his arm, but his left shoulder? How did he see that I was injured from the assassination? Your two Kruin brows are so close they seem to touch. Then you start sitting there acting like a general. It's clear you're injured but still able to move like that. It seems they can't complete their task after all. Dai's face darkened with anger, teeth clenched as he accused. The assassins who tried to kill me back then were sent by you. Despite being badly injured, he still fought fiercely, but he is destined to die here. Suddenly, a loud call. Lord Count, that was Liner searching for Dian. The call made him stop in his tracks. So, you're here. I'm sorry for worrying you. That's why I came to find you. Liner was so shocked she gaped with her mouth open and her face twisted, while he looked at her with a disdainful attitude as if the whole world was at fault. Dian with a panicked expression, sweat beading on his face, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring straight ahead, weakly calling out Liner's name. A sudden thought flashes through his mind, causing him to lose his reason in an instant. Liner hurriedly ran ahead to protect Dian, not forgetting to ask about him. Are you all right, Count? She was also very worried inside. Vomiting blood was indeed the curse of the Demon King taking effect. As he didn't want me to worry, he hid his condition and went alone. I really am not qualified to fight Kruin H in this state. Kruin suddenly recognizes the familiar face as the captain of the night squad guarding Dian and suddenly raises his hand to stop Liner, breaking her train of thought. Later I will ask for your forgiveness for this mistake, starting with this person. Your heroic face like a gourd stands out on the front line. Step back, Liner. She suddenly asked out of the blue, calling the Count. Dian's eyes stared fiercely at the opponent as if wanting to devour him, thinking to herself that she and Liner would be very happy if they could actually kill him, but although she didn't want to admit it, he was still a hero of the Empire, which was very disadvantageous for Liner. Kruin retracted his sword and began to question seriously, Are you infiltrating the church's rescue mission? He coldly stepped forward, moving in the opposite direction, and responded evasively. I have no reason to answer that. It seems like your heart has already realized something. Besides, it looks like he doesn't intend to fight. Let's just end this here. I lost my reason earlier, but now Kruin has been silent for a while and then kindly reminds me, if you interfere in this matter, Dian will be in danger. That statement made Dian pause for a moment. You clenched your teeth in anger, insisting that you sent someone to assassinate me, so why are you caring about this now? Anyway, thanks, brother. Just one sentence, but it made Kruin's face relax. Dongtu's eyes widened, and his face turned pale as if he had just eaten poison. He was so stunned he went speechless, then clenched the paper in his hand in anger and sneered. You're a fool who won't last much longer. Just enjoy this life in silence. Kruin clutched the paper tightly to his chest, silently thinking that his body was weakened by the bandits and perhaps the Demon King's curse wouldn't let him live much longer. He closed his eyes and drifted into deep thought, not knowing for sure but feeling it wouldn't be long now. So, until its fate is almost gone, I just need to wait for that moment to end everything. The scene shifts to Day, who looks like he's burying himself in mud to hide his face. You calmly turn to ask Linaire. Linaire didn't bother to hide it, so anyone who looked would know he's a noble. She was startled and stammered, replying softly that it was true. She also did it. But her mouth said she would do it too. But her eyes avoided looking elsewhere. Her hand raised to cover her nose, her face turning pale because the smell here was terrible. Dian smiled, realizing that Linaire probably didn't like getting dirty. Since birth, Linaire has been a noble and has never experienced this before. Sensing her weakness, Dian said a few words to hit her psychologically, causing Linaire to panic completely. Huh, are you really going to let me go in there? You said you would never leave me alone. So was all that just a lie? Linaire, confused and panicking, shouted loudly as if the whole world could hear her defense. No, as a knight, I must keep my word no matter what. Although she really disliked the smell of dirt, she clenched her teeth and endured, sitting down to smear mud on her face, while Dian, with a cold expression, silently watched her endure. I really hate it, but if I want to pretend to be a civilian and reach the church rescue site, there's no other way. Sorry about that. Suddenly, he remembered Kruin's advice that having dirt on his hair would be better, then turned around feeling annoyed with himself. This guy's advice irritates me, but Daidon quickly wipes his muddy hands on his shirt. Longtime thought that Kruin was also assigned the mission to eliminate the Salvation Church like him, so the reason he goes anywhere is the same as him, and he must not be slower. He must avoid meeting again while carrying out the mission and now needs to be even faster. You hurriedly ordered. Linaire took his sword to hide and then returned here. Linaire looked up in confusion. Yes, put on your helmet quickly and walk briskly away. I will go ahead. Linaire tried to stop him. A didn't wait, and the Countess left alone. Despite Dian's desperate pleas, she still insisted on going ahead. In less than 3 seconds, you disappeared, leaving only a message you knew. Linaire is sorry, but I don't have time to wait. The sudden disappearance also caught Silent nearby off guard. She looked in that direction with a puzzled expression. Hurry up and jump up and run. I have to complete the mission before Gren. When Dian tried to be the main character but was overshadowed by the floor, he tumbled and rolled several times until his face was pressed against the ground, more humiliatingly right in front of everyone. Seeing that, both Linaire and Silent turned pale with worry for him. Countess, the shame makes me so furious, I just want to dig a hole and bury myself. He pressed his face to the ground, too afraid to look up, fist clenched. Damn it, I'm going to die. The sun was shining brightly outside, but inside Dian's heart, it was like a storm. He kept his face pressed firmly against the ground. Damn it, just kill me. Silin asked Han worriedly, Are you okay? Are you so hungry that you have no strength left at all? You will get hurt. Can you stand up? Only then can Dian lift himself up, but he keeps coughing for a few moments, trembling and muttering incoherently. I'm fine, cuh. As Dean raised his hand covered in strawberry syrup and coughed up some mud, Silin shouted in fear, Oh my god, blood! He silently thought, This kid is too much. Another person appeared to help him inside the field, trying to calm everyone down. Oh, this is a chronic illness I've had since birth. I'm fine, and it's not easily contagious, Silin hurriedly urged. All right, go inside now. There's a place for you to rest inside. Linaire stood silently behind the wall, feeling deeply compassionate. Oh my lord, my master. In her eyes, the crazy one always looks like an angel with the shining halo of the protagonist and a bright, radiant smile on her lips. Linaire's eyes light up with pride, constantly marveling. He really can't believe he acted so deeply and naturally immersed himself in it. He's just like a pitiful figure. All right, I guess I'll imitate him. Entering the house, Silin smiles warmly and greets with a hospitable attitude. Sorry, we already have enough new followers today. While Linaire was still confused and apologizing, feeling like heaven and earth were collapsing but with a rude attitude, Cian quickly threw a bottle of water and a piece of bread at her. You need water and bread, right? Here you go. Please come back another time. I truly apologize to you. Despite Linaire's continuous screams to stop, the worker stubbornly kept closing the door. Sinan calmly strode inside without even glancing back. Take care. The pests have started to appear. She seems to have recognized Linaire's true identity just by a glance. Her aura is so filthy that it cannot be hidden. Her demeanor is incredibly strong and controlled. That person is a spy, trying to investigate the Church of Redemption and seems to be a noble. Turning inside, Sin sees the madman sitting on a chair looking weak, disheveled, and covered in dirt, with a gait that is unsteady, clearly showing he has been starving for days. She seems to have realized something as Dean kept hugging his arm, which was probably injured, and when he coughed up blood, this person must come from the slums. Silin takes a cup of hot tea and offers it to him. Try some hot tea. You finally speak up after remaining silent all this time, thanking me for hearing that you'll get a meal if you come here and it turns out to be true. Silin still maintained a fake smile and replied, Yes, that's right. I will bring it to you, so please feel free to relax. What about the money? His crazed eyes flicked over, scrutinizing her words carefully. We don't take anything, so please don't worry and rest well and eat properly. As you recall, you didn't do anything noteworthy when you entered. She looked up at the beautifully decorated house, the light shining on it making it appear grand and majestic, like a typical cathedral. In addition, the church rescue also has kind monks who improve the lives of the unfortunate. Outside the door, there are guards that evoke the image of holy knights. But everything still made Dian feel suspicious. And in truth, nothing was normal because everything seemed suspicious, making him even more doubtful about this place. Suddenly, he spoke, breaking your train of thought. Are you uncomfortable? Dian flinched in surprise, looking confused. What's up? You instinctively lower your head and pull your hat down to hide your face. It's okay, I'm here. I can bother others instead. This makes Silent feel very annoyed. Inside, a bit of worry still bubbles up. Although my face isn't well known because I don't participate much in social activities, my red eyes are very rare. Suddenly, a sly, cold smile flickered on Silent's lips, chilling to the bone. If it's her, just stay calm. Then she suddenly screams loudly, making Dian jump and drop his hat. No one here will judge you. In that instant, when the hat fell off, he felt extremely anxious and scared, a sudden tension rising in his heart. Damn it! Silent's face gradually changed color. His eyes widened in surprise and his expression darkened. She spread her hands, intending to lift the dirt-streaked face of the madman while he was still confused and unsure of what to do. The space seemed to fall silent, their eyes locked directly on each other. What looked like a romantic scene was actually a chaotic mess. Silent spoke, his eyes turning red. Hearing this, Dian was so scared that his face went blank. His body stiffened, sweat poured down like rain, and he couldn't even utter a word. A question suddenly crossed his mind. Damn it, what should I do now? Silent was about to speak in a low voice, but before he could finish, Dian interrupted him, his voice starting to sound pitiful and disgusting. Right? She looked confused and asked why. You lean in and turn inward. If life has cast you in a role, why not play it? I know you won't like it. You even painted a whole tragedy of your life with just a few words that make anyone listening feel heartbroken. Who would like that, especially when even my family abandoned me because of them? The moment of exchange has arrived. Now it's her who should be confused as she begins to try to calm herself. It's okay, we don't find it disgusting at all. You know about the demon singer, right? I was just wondering because he's rumored to also have red eyes like you. It seems like only now the crazy one can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everything's okay now, right? He turned back again, pretending to be clueless, and asked, Is it about the hero of the empire? Sai replied seriously. Yes, but there are some bad rumors saying he's a vampire or some kind of demon. Why are people spreading so much about him? I'm sure he's a terrible person. Dai went inside and smiled foolishly. So that's what they say about her. Silin still stood with arms crossed, glaring at him and silently judging. Of course, there's no way a weakling could be a singer and be famous. After a moment of silence, Sin asked, So when you came here, you already knew where this was? Isn't this a place that provides food and water to the poor without asking for anything in return? She continued, Yes, that's what most people think about the Redemption Church. We've been circling around the Three Kingdoms for a while, but I just want to hear one thing. Tell me how you can expand your forces so quickly. Silin steps forward with a radiant aura, one warm hand speaking passionately. This religion was created to save those oppressed and forced to endure the laws of the tyrant, Edwano. She keeps explaining like a professional pyramid scheme promoter. The reason you have to endure suffering is also because of the king. If the king enforces those laws peacefully on the territory, would you have to endure all of that? Hearing this, a foolish, vacant smile spread across his face, his eyes vacant. Is that so? He silently wondered. Your Highness, I didn't say anything at all. Celine crossed her arms, criticizing everything in an arrogant manner. Even his earlier collapse might have been caused by the king himself not paving the road properly. That's why Dean just sat there stiffly, unable to do anything but send the person away. She gently took his hand and held it tenderly, secretly wondering in her heart why no one has helped the poor yet. And yet he still blames the king entirely. Silent explained that the Church of Redemption is not like other religions. At this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared behind them, along with Celine's extremely fake smile. We only believe in salvation. We do not believe in money or anything else. But when did Dian's gaze turn cold, silently judging in his heart that it was just a reasonable assertion, sweet talk, and a ridiculous religion? However, it seems trustworthy when accompanied by a meal. Dian hesitated for a moment and then asked, Will true faith really bring me salvation? His eyes suddenly turned serious and sharp, and he asked straightforwardly, So who will save me? Long Dian wondered, who is really behind all this? The scene shifts as Dian walks slowly down the corridor, the light from outside streaming through the windows and the chandelier above, but everything still feels melancholic and pitifully gloomy. You walk while nibbling on the bread in your hand, your eyes scanning everywhere. You recall Silent's cheerful words, that once he becomes a devout follower, he will find out. That only made Dian appear more contemptuous than ever, showing face but not truly backing him up. Inside, he kept cursing this place. Is there a monkey that could become a follower of a sect at night? Everything seemed suspicious, but there was no concrete evidence to prove it. It seemed they didn't put anything in the bread either. Suddenly, something touched Dian from behind, making him jump in surprise while he was lost in a sea of thoughts. I think I will have to investigate every speck of dust in every corner. When I turned back and looked, it turned out to be the adorable girl with short hair and sparkling bright eyes. The little girl's soft voice said, "Oh, sorry, sir." He looked her over and thought, a girl, about 12 years old, maybe poor, but her face was full of vitality. The girl suddenly smiled brightly, her clear eyes seeming to say, "You are a new believer." Dian hesitated and replied, "Yeah, mostly because you look so happy." Then the girl clasped her hands together and introduced herself. "I'm Sia. You must have had a really hard time out there, huh?" "Don't worry. I'm at church seeking redemption. I wonder if I look really exhausted." The girl kept smiling and talking, her innocent and pure smile shining in this supposedly dark place, where they serve food without asking for anything in return. He hesitated, then asked just to ask, is it really that incredible to hear? He secretly wondered if, through her eyes, she didn't seem brainwashed. So why does she praise this sect so much? He smiled gently and softly, patting her head. "I really want to believe in salvation. You knew I would like this place." Keeping her confusion hidden, she couldn't find anything suspicious about this disgusting place. "What a coincidence. I suddenly had an idea in my head that I should go check if the room has guards," Sia said happily. "You will also be redeemed soon. That's wonderful." Suddenly, someone from afar approached and called out loudly to Zia. A skinny boy around Sia's age, with a slender build, holding a book in one hand, shouts loudly, "What are you doing over there?" "We have to go pray right now." Zia saw that and replied, "All right." He saw the angry, disdainful, unfriendly, and hostile look as if someone had taken his food. Is that his older brother? Why did it give me a dirty look? Zia politely said goodbye. "I have to go now." He replied, "All right, goodbye." So the three of them went in different directions. One side, Dian was racking his brains to carry out his plan. "I will find a way to get into the guarded room." On the other side, Pao reminded his little sister, "He told me not to talk to strangers, but Sia thinks he seems like a good person." "I'm curious, but what is damn Lian doing out there?" Suddenly a loud shout from afar startles you, making your eyes widen with a hint of guilt. Wait there for a moment. A single drop of sweat gently rolls down Dian's cheek as his trembling eyes turn back fearfully. The scene shifts outside, with Liner still peeking from behind the wall, watching everything. "I think I felt something here. Am I mistaken?" In the blazing sun and rustling leaves, Liner stands alone waiting for the calm before acting. "I guess I can sneak in from the back, but I probably was mistaken. If I can't sneak in, I won't be able to face the count anymore." Suddenly, a pile of bread spilled at her feet, making her wonder why there was bread on the ground. Then, a noise of arguing behind her caught her attention, and Liner immediately called the head of the guards. She ran over and hid behind the wall to eavesdrop. Turns out, it was Silent talking with a subordinate. He was surprised and asked, "What are you talking about?" Silent angrily scolded, "There is an intruder. If he is not a hero, I will hold him responsible and fire him. Consider yourself lucky." Hearing this, Liner was so shocked that his face turned pale and he gaped in fear. That hero could be the Count. He's been discovered. She kicks the door open and storms into the church to rescue, smashing everything in her path. "My lord, please wait a moment. I will come to save you." The young monks inside were startled and scared, falling backward and shouting, "What the hell is that?" Liner appeared like a hero surrounded by a smoky aura. Her face turned terrifying, looking extremely ghostly, with her eyes completely white, and she shouted loudly, "Where is the Count? Oh, I mean my lord." The scene shifts to Dian, who, still stunned, collapses to his knees, gasping for breath, face pale and trembling, muttering, "I'm alive." Dean wipes the sweat off his face and lets out a relieved breath. "I think I was caught because they called me over." He remembered the frantic shout from earlier. Wait a moment. Dian felt a bit unfamiliar, but they still gave him a whole bunch of bread. "The woman felt deeply sorry for you. You look so exhausted, take some more bread." Then I asked again, "Is it too much?" I remembered I had wandered around the back, but I was startled. He approaches a window. This window is open. You step into a large room with rows of neatly arranged chairs. Luckily, I can climb through that open window. Where am I? Is this a prayer room? It doesn't look quite normal. He stumbles around, opening the curtains to examine everything carefully. What the hell is with this disgusting purple curtain? Suddenly, a noise makes you terrified. Your face turns pale as if you've just eaten a ghost. From outside, a pastor and Silent enter with surprised, open-mouthed expressions, while Silent remains silent as if she orchestrated this unwanted encounter. The pastor stared in shock and asked, "What's going on?" The window in front of them was wide open, sunlight pouring in and blinding the room, the curtain billowing wildly in the wind. The pastor saw that and exclaimed as if he had seen something strange. The window was open. The pastor stepped onto the podium to start preaching, warning us to be cautious of someone trying to interfere with our atonement. Silin kept glancing to the side with the face twisted in discomfort, as if something was confusing her. Perhaps she had sensed that the hidden spot was behind the curtain near the top of the podium, and she even accidentally made a noise, fearing she would be discovered by someone else. So she quickly covered his mouth to keep him silent. "That hand belongs to Kruin," he whispers quietly to avoid being caught. Inside, he's painfully annoyed, thinking to himself why Kruin has to run into him again. "I have to leave right now." Through a small gap in the curtain, the two of them see that they are standing on the podium giving a speech. Now let's pray for the act of redemption. I am only gathering the devout followers of the Salvation Church today. Diane recognized that woman as the one who had just let him in. He guessed she must hold a high position because the pastor was standing next to her. Seelan kept talking nonstop. Instead of just followers, I plan to add a bit about what true salvation really is. Dean was very shocked when he heard the phrase true salvation. Zia sat listening with her hands clasped, her face brightening and her eyes shining. Bao remained as cold and emotionless as a sheet, and the others kept marveling, wow, finally, thank you. She thanks him. Celine stepped back, pushed aside the curtain to reveal an empty wall. Everyone will be allowed to enter the room that only the devoted can access to hear a more detailed explanation. As soon as she placed her hand on the wall, a strange purple energy suddenly emitted. It looks like an ordinary wall. Suddenly, her hand passes through it, creating a glowing, swirling circle. The circle gradually widens like a door. Only the chosen ones can enter. That strange door makes Dian wonder what it is. Silent continues to beckon. Now please go inside. Everyone watched as they were all hypnotized, and Dian wondered if it was magic. Finally, it was Zia and Pao's turn to step through that door. Shea is very innocent and excited about the magical door in front of her. Let's go, Pao. It seems the girl is completely indifferent to Pao's obvious hesitation. As soon as they step inside, her face darkens with a cold, sharp expression. In an instant, a look of indifference and apathy from a cold-blooded person who has achieved their goal, and the room was suddenly empty, only white smoke lingering around. Maybe after witnessing what just happened, Dian told everyone, but no one believed him. He immediately broke free from Kruen's grip, causing Dao to stumble and cough a few times. Anger is clearly visible on Dian's face, his expression darkening as if surrounded by black clouds, grinding his teeth and panting heavily, cursing fiercely. Kruen pulls back the curtain and walks out with a grim, irritated look. Dean shouted loudly, "Stop interfering in my affairs! I can't control my body anymore!" Contrary to his impatience, Kruen calmly said it would be more trouble if he got caught and that they would increase security. Dian felt extremely annoyed facing that indifference. "I wouldn't hide if it weren't for you," he continued. "All right, I guess that expression just makes me annoyed." Dean turned to place her hand on the wall and examined it for a long time, thinking she had touched a point on the wall after completing this task, but there was nothing. Suddenly, a shiny, sparkling purple gem appeared on the wall. Dian froze for a few seconds. A gem? This is enchantment. By paying a reasonable price, they can create a phenomenon similar to magic. This is a human-made method to achieve magic reserved only for demons. But not everyone can use it, and it's even harder for witches. Dian lowered his head, his eyes dimming, his face darkening, sweat rolling down his cheek. Damshu pondered. Can the Church of Redemption make use of the potion of enchantment? It seems to be of extremely high quality, and I'm really curious about who is behind it. Turning to Kruen beside me, who was also deep in thought about something. Dean's face showed clear signs of discomfort. My head really hurts. I might just faint, but if I leave, this bastard will get what he wants. I won't agree, even if I die. Suddenly, a young subordinate burst into the room shouting loudly, panicking. Fortunately, the crazy one managed to hide under the table with fiery eyes, while Kruen hid behind a wall. The subordinate still didn't notice and kept shouting anxiously, "I need to report to Miss Silent right away. It seems like Tim Dian is about to jump out and run around everywhere." "You should knock before entering the room, you bastard." Subordinate runs over to the purple gem and shouts loudly, "Coin, can you hear me?" There's an intruder looking for his owner and causing chaos inside the church. Surprised and confused, does his owner have anyone who could break in here? In less than 3 seconds, everything behind the subordinate suddenly collapsed into chaos. The man couldn't process what was happening and gaped in shock. He turned around and saw a figure in a cloak emanating a sinister aura, and the subordinate stammered, "Who are you?" It was Liner, with an angry face like a fierce tiger just out of its cage. "Where is your master?" someone nearby asked. "What are you doing over there?" "Wait, who is the master you mentioned?" She hesitated, secretly proud to call herself a knight willing to sacrifice her life. "I have no right to call the Duke my master because I am bound by a contract with His Highness." And Liner even shouted louder, grabbing his collar. "My master is my master," the subordinate's face pale and bloodless, naively asking if his boss is the master. Annoyed, he replied, "It's none of your business." Dan tried to silence her to avoid noise, but she was so careless that he stiffened, spraying glue and realizing something. "I used to think she was the most normal person around me, but now I understand why she can control those dogs." Looking up at the glowing gem, I silently wonder, I didn't think the conversation was over, but if I go out, I'll be caught. What can I do now? Sillen, standing behind the wall, had overheard the entire conversation. Liner continued to press for answers. "So you don't know where the master is?" the subordinate replied nervously. "You never know who the owner really is." Sinen's face hardened as he recognized her voice. "It seems she has recognized Liner. She is the mysterious knight I saw at the gate, searching for her master." Coincidentally, a poor person with red eyes arrived at the same time. At this moment, Sinen finally learned the truth. He is the singer. "I know, the king assigned this task to him, but I still lowered my guard. Damn it, as soon as Kruen started singing, I already strengthened my defenses." Switching scenes, Silent turned to ask Kruen how he managed to get in here when all the windows were locked. She serious added, "I don't know what you're planning to do, but I won't let it slide. I'm sure the Duke sent you here to test you." Silence stood with his arms crossed, serious. You must have received the essential information from the Duke, right? A quick flash of another scene shows a small vampire handing a paper to Kruin and reminding him that it is a map. So he should end the game in the safest way possible. Maybe I'm sure you can handle it, right? Kruin respectfully accepted. I won't let you down, Celine said, then turned and walked away, like a loyal servant to his master. The only thing I can do for you now is not to call the guards. Her eyes sharpened. Steadfast. I will strengthen the defenses before the crazy singer infiltrates here, so find a way out. I secretly hope he won't disappoint the master because he's still hoping for our victory. Scene's voice emphasizes. However, I don't think Dean Hat will enter through the front door. She stepped onto the podium. Please forgive me. Long silently thought that since we had achieved the church's goals, the rest was just about sealing this room. Scene continued to smile insincerely, pretending to be Nguit's sister to manipulate others' minds. So now let's continue praying. I can only hope that Kruin will be the one to clean this room instead of singing. The scene shifts to the present, where the subordinate is thrown forcefully to the ground. Everything will follow the direction he wants. Liners looks at his unconscious figure, takes a deep breath, and quietly wonders where this servant of the master might be. I should look somewhere else. Suddenly, Diane sneakily crawled up from under the table and shouted loudly. Hey, damn Lanner, she flinched. I mean, your master is safe, but why did you come out of there? He anxiously looked at Vian Ngoc. Vian Ngoc no longer glowed. I'm sure the communication is over. Let Dian know we'll talk after we get out of here. Suddenly, Linner ran over and knelt before Dian, startling him and making him shout out loud. Amlon lowered her head respectfully and spoke. I mentioned you as my master because I didn't know what to call you. I apologize. Just respond gently. I was a bit surprised, but we don't have many options, so it's okay. You find Liner's constant serious expression a bit hard to understand, but I am prepared to take full responsibility now. Only Liner can praise recklessly in such an exaggerated way. Feng Dai, I didn't recognize it when I first met you on the Emperor's orders, but now I understand after serving you. You are so careful that you bury yourself in your instincts and lower your own dignity for the sake of the mission, and you are incredibly brave to face the enemy directly. Perhaps Liner's confession is Diane's 100th. From now on, I, Renner, swear to serve you until the end of my life. And when it didn't oppose the king's wishes, his face froze in surprise. Gaping, why so sudden? She looked up and continued. I will serve you as my master with my life, Duke. He was stunned by her declaration, but quickly regained his composure, not expecting her to follow through on her knightly vow. Right here, I don't intend to refuse because it's not bad for me at all. Under the dim light of the window frame, Dian's platinum hair reflects a faint glow, with eyes burning with fierce determination. I will do my best to ensure that I am worthy of your loyalty. In the dim light, Liner still kneels before him, but with a determined look mixed with some doubt. Should I go back now? The owner suddenly turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on the shining gemstone on the marble pedestal. So today, we will retreat. If we want to find the right way, we will need the top knights and also a talented wizard to uncover the secrets in this room. 3 days have passed under the clear blue sky with white clouds. In the majestic ancient castle, Ott coldly leans against the window frame. Is there really not a single decent wizard in this empire? He sighed. I heard that out of 100 witches, 99 come from the south, so there really isn't a single witch in the north? His hands clenched tightly together. Now hiring a witch from the south takes too much time. I hope Kruin doesn't find one first. In the quiet scene, the butler pushes the door open. Master, good news, we have found a witch. That's really good news. Let's start preparing right away. The butler agreed and told you that there is a witch village a day's journey away. Beneath the clear blue sky, a village appeared in a mystical fog. Dean stands on the cliff wearing a cloak, observing. I think this is the village. Liner stands right behind him, quite small, wearing a hooded cloak that covers the body. A few beads of sweat dot his face as he leans on his knees. Witches usually live hidden among dozens of people, so why do you live in such a rugged place? Liner was startled, eyes wide open. Are you okay, my lord? Liner quickly stepped in front of Du and said, Please speak more casually, my lord, because now you are my master. Dai moves swiftly like a gust of wind. It's fine. Though I say it's fine, my face clearly shows the tension. I am just an honorable count, and you come from a noble and prestigious family. Lord Collian Dian hurriedly searches for talented witches, speaking urgently, but we should hurry and find a witch. Kruin is standing right in that village, apparently also searching for a witch for this matter. Dian is panicked. What the hell? As soon as Kruin turned his face, Dian was startled when their eyes met, clearly showing his annoyance. Oh, am I speaking too loudly? Sorry, brother. I was a bit startled. Through each leaf on the trees illuminated by the sunlight shining down on that ancient village, Dian was lost in many thoughts. Has this bastard been following me for days? Probably not, since we just have the same mission, so it's easy to run into each other. Suddenly, a small stone flew over and hit Dian right on the head, blood dripping onto the ground, and he hurriedly held his head with his hands, kneeling in pain. Liner hurriedly ran over to help him. Master, are you okay? Kruin looked somewhat frightened. Not far ahead, an elderly woman had just thrown a stone that 2 young men were holding back. The old woman gritted her teeth in anger and said, The danger has come to us. We must drive him away or we will have to kill him. A young man gently held her hand and spoke. Ma'am, please stay calm. The old woman, her face flushed with anger, shouted loudly, Get out of this village immediately! Liner suddenly shouted angrily, full of frustration. Why do you dare to be disrespectful to the master? Yet, at this moment, Dian only let out a chuckle. His eyes darkened, his mouth curled into a sneer, and blood from the stone thrown into his eye made his face look even more terrifying and dangerous. He took a step forward, his voice firm, saying, No. At this moment, the old woman seems frightened, stepping back and hiding behind the two boys. The atmosphere seems to tense up. Dian bows to face the old woman. Isn't he more like a demon than a threat? The old myth said the old woman still had a tense face, glaring angrily at this Diem Hoa. She told the two boys standing beside her to step aside. I need to take this bastard's life. Dai straightened up, holding his head with helpless eyes. Damn this old woman. Please, Miss Witch, calm down. She was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. This old man is a witch! The old woman suddenly ran up, grabbing the boy's wrist tightly and shouting, You must not hate anything. Remember, you must never hate anyone or anything, or a disaster unstoppable will happen. Dian forcefully pulled his hand away from her, his face lowered, teeth clenched in frustration and anger. What nonsense is this? Since when did this old woman get so close? And why is she so reckless? John gently advises her, Please stay calm. The old lady then turns around suddenly, startled, and shouts, Gan! The old woman worriedly told her, This bastard is a threat. You see it too, right? John, with lowered eyes, softly said, Of course, but it hasn't happened yet. She taught me not to judge someone too quickly. Dian rubbed his wrist where she had grabbed him earlier, thinking to himself, This old lady really is something. The old woman turned back to John, nodding. Yes, that's right. You can't judge someone too quickly. After what just happened, Dian thought to himself that if she really was a witch, then maybe he should give up on the plan to take her along. Now, I guess I should go south to find someone else. Suddenly, Jian spoke to you. Wait, I have been waiting for you. He turned his back to her and thought, She has been waiting for me. Jian placed his hand on his left chest and respectfully said, My name is Jian. I am the granddaughter of the woman you mentioned earlier. First, I want to apologize to you. Dian, with bloodshot eyes, hands behind his head, says it's okay. I'm about to head back, so don't worry about it anymore. Jian's voice echoes behind you. Are you here to find a witch? Dian, confused, asked, How do you know? John Dan clasped her hands together, looking at him with a serious gaze, her voice steady. Because I am also a witch. I knew you would come to our village to find a witch. You need a witch to deal with the issues related to the atonement altar, right? John bowed his head, still keeping his hands clasped together. If you take me with you, you might achieve your goal. He was stunned, eyes wide open, mouth frozen. She really knows everything. These are not publicly available information. I was a bit suspicious because she's still too young to become a witch, but she really has the skills. Dean looked back at Kroon, suddenly feeling uneasy and thinking that if he didn't take her with him, that bastard would do something, right? He pondered, Well, this is still better than searching for hidden witches in the far south, and it's even more fortunate that I can hinder Kroon's mission. Then please help me. He secretly felt happy inside. I'm leaving now, you bastard. Aha! The sky is blue and the clouds are white. Kroon watched Dian and Jan's group walk away with a somber expression. Even if I can't find the witch, it's still okay. Because the Duke wanted me to prove my worth, he will prioritize his own victory and look for another wizard, or change to a different plan. Kroon still has many questions, she thought to herself, but there are a few things she still wants to confirm with this elderly wizard. Suddenly, the old woman gently touched Kroon, her face filled with happiness and a bright smile. My child. She rushes to hug Kroon tightly and says, You're here too. Let me hold you. Kroon is surprised and wide-eyed. What does this mean? I know you've been through a lot, but don't worry. I will never hate you. If even I hate you, you won't be able to feel love from anyone else in the world. The old woman's face lit up as she looked at Kroon with joyful eyes. My child, a creature that is not loved cannot survive for long. You need to live a long life and win the battle, right? The two men are engaged in a battle to see who will live longer. The sky begins to darken with gusts of wind blowing the leaves around. The old woman grabs Kroon's wrist. I hope you will win. You are the child carrying the beginning of destruction. But if you win, that will not happen. The disaster will be prevented. Suddenly, the old woman bowed her head silently, her tone incredibly dangerous. But if you step into the door of life and death, or if you want to die, then make sure you kill that guy before you leave this world. Kroon sharply pulls out his sword and points it directly at the old woman's neck. Old woman, what are you trying to achieve? Kroon said coldly, tone heavy, Keep out of my affairs. He thought, a wicked thought even without her words. I have already made my decision. My death will come after Dian's. Under the lush green canopy, Dian lowered her face, hand on her chin, wondering, Miss Jian, your grandmother said she saw it too. Did she mention my future? John glanced softly at him and nodded. Yes, that is your destiny and future. And now I can see it too. She turned to look at John, her hand raised in the air, her eyes gentle. How could she know my future in advance, even before meeting me? Jian gently turned its face towards you, hands clasped in front of him. We see the future of a child from the village. However, we saw your future because your future and theirs are intertwined. Dian suddenly turned to look into the nearby bushes and saw a boy hiding, watching them. Who could it be? John stepped out from the bushes. Dian was startled. Who is that? Has he been following us all this time? Liner whispered to him. Since he said nothing, we left her alone and watched. Master, is there a problem? Jian turned his face away, his sharp eyes. Although we can't speak in detail about fate and the future, at least I can reveal this to you. Dian still feels confused, grinding her teeth as she thinks. Does she still believe she's very strong? John kept talking about some information regarding Didan. To him, hatred was like a volcano. It might start small but quickly grow until it devoured everything around. And that guy was like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. My name is John. Please take me with you, Your Excellency. John's determined gaze seemed to say everything. If you truly are a disaster, then I will need you in the future. As time flows back to the first day, Jian must face his destiny. In the dimly lit enclosed room, the old woman was forcefully thrown against the wall as if she had just seen something disgusting. John remained kneeling on the carpet as the two boys hurried over to support her. Witch, are you okay? What did you just see? John suddenly looked up, panicked. Grandma, what's wrong? Is there a problem with my future? The old woman pushed the two boys aside and shouted loudly. You little brat! You are the cursed one who will bring disaster! You are the right-hand man of calamity! A red light appeared behind John, and with tears falling, he continued to recount. Immediately after, the villagers' attitude towards me completely changed. A handful of dirt was thrown directly at John. He was furious. What is going on? The angry children who threw that handful of dirt shouted fiercely, You are a puppet of disaster! Get out of our village! John was stunned, touching the spot that was hit, silent and unable to accept it. At that moment, John rushed out to defend him, saying, Stop, everyone! You can't possibly mistreat someone just because of events that haven't even happened yet, but those children still use the most bitter words to curse Jian. Die! Get out of our village now! Die! Jian kept telling that story, as if everyone who used to laugh and joke with me, friends and villagers alike, had turned their backs on me as if everything before was just lies. There was a villager standing in front of John to oppose him, but she said that he was an accomplice of disaster. If we get involved just because we are with him, what then? Just because of a prophecy, John said coldly. If you are all so sure, then I might as well satisfy you. I will become the right hand of disaster. Since then, disasters have always been believed to be connected to me. If I wait, I will surely meet them. And then that man appeared after all that waiting, smiling brightly. Ah, I knew it the moment I saw you. As the sunset falls over the ancient castle, the butler stands to greet Dean's return. Welcome back, sir, master, but who is that child? Dean turned around and looked at John. Ah, this kid. Liner spoke seriously. He is the village kid that the master decided to bring along. John respectfully bows and says, Please call me John. Daidon wants to speak up but holds back. I decide. I never told it to do whatever it wants, but in fact it has been following me all along, John said with determination. I may not have much education and lack experience on the battlefield, but I won't let my master down. Dai silently wondered if she should send him back right away. Why does it call me the master? Suddenly, he spoke helplessly but accepted. All right, John, we'll discuss it later. Di is thinking that her top priority is the mission. Then suddenly he turned around and raised his voice, saying, We will leave as soon as preparations are complete. So get ready to go. And Lady Lian, bring along 10 volunteers from the Lottie Knight squad. John, with full determination, asked, Master, should I go with you? Din, feeling uncertain, said, No, you should just wait at the DH estate for now. John bowed his head, hands behind his back. Yes, master. Dean sighed deeply, with a sense of confusion and disappointment in his eyes. Why does it want to follow so badly? I don't know what its purpose is, and no matter how I look at it, it's extremely suspicious, but I also don't dislike it. The dark night covers an old church with black streaks of smoke floating in the building. Inside, a maid sniffs, wondering what that smell is. Another person was confused. Come to think of it, I can smell something burning. Fire! The leader, a bearded soldier with purple hair, shouted, Don't do anything stupid, stay calm and come out, and we'll let you live. In the tense moment, the bearded soldier thought about earlier, with Dian sitting in front of 3 soldiers looking tense. I will set fire to the church to save the church. While I infiltrate, you will set fires to scout the area and kill anyone who looks suspicious. They are not just ordinary believers, but anyone suspicious, so don't take drugs. It would be terrible if you lose sight of your original goal. Why is that? Wouldn't it be easier if we just cleared out everything in sight? The pink-haired soldier agreed with the purple-haired one. That's right, Captain. You're too kind. How could you survive in this world if you stay so gentle? Listen to those 2 guys question it, annoyed. Don't tell them about me anymore, and just do as I say. From now on, Liner suddenly walks up beside you, expressionless. That's my request, because right now there's no need for any bloodshed. The leading soldier with purple hair looked confused. At this moment, Liner responded softly, but without revealing any important information. It's not the right time to disclose everything yet. But all for the benefit of the Count. Mentioning the Count's benefit made the 3 soldiers even more excited. The bearded man smirked. Then, let's leave it to us. And at that moment, the 3 soldiers only understood that they had to follow orders. In the chaos of the crowd, there were cries for help, pleas for mercy, desperate screams, and feelings of regret. Please, sir, why did you do this to us? Our heaven, please extinguish the fire. And the 3 soldiers fulfilled their duty. They didn't kill anyone, only helping the disabled, the elderly, and children escape from this chaos. Suddenly, a villager with sharp eyes appeared. How could we possibly plan to cause chaos in a place like this? He said to the woman sitting nearby. The knights in white uniforms. I've heard about them before. That's right, murderous demon knights. The girl beside him with eyes full of resentment. Why are those knights owned by the vampire count here? Why would someone so powerful be interested in a place like this? The people in the church were all disappointed and discouraged, as if all their efforts had been wasted. I thought things were finally getting better. I finally felt like I was truly alive again. And it doesn't matter anymore. Even if it is a heretical cult disguised as salvation, a small hand will clutch the coat of the bearded soldier. Zia sobs uncontrollably. Why are you doing this? Please leave, sir. Zia's tearful but determined eyes show her resolve to save the church engulfed in flames. If you plan to destroy this place, then kill me first. If this place disappears, I will have nowhere left to go. Please, sir, I beg you. The knight couldn't stand this obstacle any longer and reached for his sword. Since this child touched me while I was on a mission, I can't just let it go anymore. Then I should use this child as a model example and stay close by. A boy shouted. No, Dia, come here, please. That knight's sword fell to the ground once he returned. He covers his face with his hand, trembling. Damn it! I can't do this. I wish I had orders to kill them all and get it over with. Then we could use the poison and wipe out everyone without feeling any guilt. This is their last hope. They are so desperate that they think death is better than seeing this place destroyed. At the very moment the church is engulfed in flames, all outsiders can only stand silently and watch. Suddenly Zia speaks. The song is the Emperor's sword. Zia's tiny eyes are filled with hatred, meaning the destruction of the church to save the church is also an order from the Emperor. I will not forgive them because they destroyed our heaven. In the prayer room, Linner and Deanne stand against the wall. So this is a magic crystal. Dean's face lit up with joy. The riot happened at just the right moment. I didn't feel anything from the prayer room. Liner gently touched the glowing magic stone, eyes half closed. I'm sure I felt something. I believe they used real magic as a medium to cast a spell on everyone. Suddenly, the gem emitted a purple light, and Liner unexpectedly stepped back. It has many uses like communication, bending space, so why is it here? Deanne quickly helps a panicked Liner. What's going on? Liner seems to sense something as if a gap in space has been revealed. This isn't hypnosis, but magic disguised as hypnosis. Deanne's face suddenly shows surprise. Magic. The two of them split apart and move in parallel. Din, speaking in her anxious voice, asks if the sorcerer in the Empire is the person and what that could mean. Liner replied, as if he already knew everything. I am sure it is based on the function of space-time distortion. This is activated by magic. Many thoughts flooded through her. The magic of the human empire. I wonder if the Demon King knows about this. She gently touches the stone, and its light makes her face glow. I've figured out its basic structure. Please, wait for me a moment. Dane stands beside her, her face full of confusion. How can a real wizard overcome the labyrinth of magic with so many thoughts? I don't think she's just an ordinary witch. Liner interrupted your thoughts. Now we can go in. Deanne still looks thoughtful, just like last time. She really succeeded. Deanne led the way with a very serious expression. Let's go. A burst of bright purple light emanates from the large door, illuminating all three of them. They panic and retreat backward. A truly magnificent scene unfolds before the three of them. In the center is a circle with rays of light. Suddenly something speaks up. It seems we've been transported to the prayer room. Liner points at the circle, his face serious. No, this place is different. Look around. You can see the cracks. Liner continued. There is a seal running across the entire floor below. It might be related to that door because it's right in the middle. Liner suddenly said, it's really dangerous inside. The door opens and a beam of light shines through. Liner volunteered to lead. I will go first. Sir, please wait. No, Kuliana, wait. Stepping through the door reveals a dark, eerie forest. Liner, leading the way, couldn't help but wonder what was going on. A forest? What's happening here? John explains, once again using magic hidden as a spell. John covers his mouth with his hand. They are deliberately creating a different space. I think you need to open the door following a special rule to reach the actual room behind. Dean then turned to face John, so I guess what we're looking for is in that room. You must perform a specific action to be transported there. Deanne, with one hand on her hip and the other raised in the air, turned to face Rand sitting there. How long will it take for her to figure out that action? John is sitting nearby, his hand reaching down to touch the cracks on the floor. Since magic is unfamiliar to me, it will take at least 10 minutes. Should I quietly wait for 10 minutes? So it's been too long. Maybe someone is already inside the room. What if they've taken what I want and are trying to find a way out? You can keep pacing back and forth, but it seems there's no other choice. Do I just have to wait? I don't want to lose to Kroon. Liner turned to look at Deanne with worried eyes. Someone is heading towards Jian, seeming very worried that the king personally entrusted this task to them that day. Liner pulls out a white cloth, revealing a chair, and kneels beside it. Sir, why don't you sit and wait? Then she suddenly startled. Huh? You were just here. Both John and Liner were panicked, turning around to look for him. Master, where are you? And John wondered what could be happening as the madness was panic-stricken, as if something was appearing before his eyes. And indeed, in front of you is Kruin holding a torch, and the church is still engulfed in flames. Shh, they're setting fire. Celine stands silently watching. I guess they want to chase away the civilians and find those truly involved, but they are too lenient. If it were me, I would have sealed off the house and killed everyone inside. It seems that obtaining evidence is Doan Hat's top priority because he needs clues to identify who is behind the church fire so he can strike first and eliminate them completely. But in the end, it was our victory. Doan Hat couldn't get what he wanted. Dien spoke up to face Kruin. No matter where you get your information from, you're quick. Suddenly, Kruin drops the torch in his hand, setting all the papers on the floor on fire. Dien rushes forward in panic, his voice tense and determined. What am I even doing? No, do you know how hard it was for me to get here? Just as Dan was about to use his hands to pull the clue papers out of the fire, Kruin held him back. I need to save at least some clues. When held back, Dien shouted loudly, Let me go, you crazy bastard. Why are you burning everything? Aren't you also in need of a hit? Dien's face was now smeared with black marks. Damn it, I don't even have the strength in this body to push his hand away. The heat is making it harder for me to breathe. Suddenly, Kruin grabbed Dien around the waist and lifted him up. Dien couldn't hold back and shouted curses. What the hell, that bastard? Crazy person, put me down. Even with 1,000 questions in my mind, I still wonder about his actions. I can't stop asking myself. Still, he shouted loudly, Damn it, let me out, and with many questions, who is behind the church? Few people can carry out such a grand scheme, besides the royal family, who holds the greatest power, who represents the color purple, and who does Kruin serve? Dai still shouted loudly, Damn it, how dare you turn me into a joke? He grits his teeth, glaring at him. This battle was lost from the very beginning, and I've wasted so much effort. Dew still shouted, Let me out! His voice only grew louder, never easing up. Kruin's gaze was sharp as if hunting prey. The madman kept shouting, You must be so pleased to see me turn myself into a clown. Damn it! Despite his mouth bleeding heavily, Dien still spoke up in protest. Let me down! Coughing, Liner now saw Kruin, the master's servant, on his shoulder, looking panicked. Master! Liner hurriedly ran over to support Dien. The master has blood. Are you okay? Although covered in blood, Dien did not surrender and still shouted loudly. You cough! Kruin sings. I will kill you. Kruin finally spoke, his voice somber and his sharp eyes turning away. If you want to live, then say something about what you saw. Dien, lying on the hospital bed, thought and couldn't help but blame. Actually, he probably took some documents, right? Even though he planned everything with the Duke, since he held the evidence, the victory was still his. So that bastard only made himself suffer. I should have killed him. Liner approached the bed where he was resting and softly asked Han, Master, are you awake? Seeing Liner come closer, Dien sat up. Oh, Miss Lian, the witch has left already? Yes, Jian just left. I wish I had known you were awake earlier so I could have asked her to visit you sooner. I have something to ask her. This is really bad, Liner wondered. I have something to ask. What do you intend to ask about? Dai wondered in her mind whether she could curse Kruin with magic, but she couldn't say that to her. After thinking for a while, he asked how she could break the enchantment and things like that. Liner beamed, clearly happy. If your intention is the way to enter the mysterious room, it's entirely thanks to you, sir. Dien was confused and asked again, What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Liner explains that according to the legend, the day creates a circle counterclockwise 3 times and clockwise twice, and the day will automatically be transported to that room. Do you know how bored I was when you disappeared? I realized this earlier, but I think you're very lucky that this owner has come to his senses and understands everything. If I were lucky, I wouldn't have to live like this. Then Liner continued speaking, remembering that John had left a note for you before leaving. The butler is holding it. Do you want me to sew it for you? Suddenly, the butler pushed the door open. Were you all talking about the note? Here it is. Go ahead and greet. He remembers. The butler, holding a tray of hot tea with a serious face, says, And you have a guest. Suddenly, a brown-haired soldier salutes you. Sir Count, I am here to escort you to the palace on the king's orders. Walking silently, hands clenched on the bed, it was time to leave. On a magnificent morning at the Grand Palace, the king was still asleep. I suddenly sat up, my face covered in sweat, thinking to myself that ever since I became emperor, I have never had a peaceful sleep. How can I sleep peacefully when the people I killed keep haunting me every night? Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. The emperor, countless vengeful spirits are before him, slowly approaching the bed where he lies. Another voice echoes, even now they are watching me in the present. The ghost voice rings with hatred. Eduardo, I hate you. Next is a loop. Die. Why? Die already. Why do you have to die too? I hate you. Die. You've killed us all. But you won't find peace. The cold hand clenched around his neck as if slowly stealing the breath of the king. His eyes slowly closed as he, filled with despair, said, I guess you really hate me, huh? The loud sound from the door pulled him back to reality. I whispered to Elpidius, LPDUS approaches. You came to announce the honorable count of the mad singer and hero. Kruin has arrived. You asked softly, Are you okay? You don't look well. You keep going. You must have had another nightmare. I will call the royal doctor. He glanced at you with a piercing look and said, You're a bit of a troublemaker. Elpidius was surprised. He didn't realize that there were a few more visitors from the underworld around him. I wonder what he's looking at. I didn't think there was anyone else here. Elpidius shouted. Are you hallucinating? He replied calmly. It doesn't affect my life at all. You say it's not a problem. I will call the royal doctor right now, he replied sharply, as if he didn't care about Elpidius. But inside, I thought that even though I felt pretty bad for Elpidius for bothering him, I was just too busy with the battle and suffering from fatigue-induced hallucinations. I silently thought, but I don't intend to brush aside these nightmares and hallucinations. The thoughts keep going. If I say I'm happy, do you think it would believe me? He gently pats Elpidius on the shoulder. It's okay, so don't worry. You're trying to suppress the rising anger, but you can't just pretend it's nothing. You're having an illusion, but the straw that broke the camel's back was the LPD squad. How long do you plan to feel guilty? You've already compensated the families of the deceased, and you're still dwelling on each person who died. He replied to you with an unexpectedly calm demeanor. I know it's due to his mental illness, but if it weren't for me, they would still be alive. Elpidius responded. But before he could finish speaking, he was cut off by him. My decision has already started an 8-year war. Whether they are allies or enemies, they sacrifice themselves for my decision. He looks at the ghost's hand behind him. This is a burden I must carry, not only as an emperor, but also as a human being. But don't worry, I've carried too much weight already and can't fall apart because of this. Standing still outside the hall, waiting to sing. Why are you looking at me like that, Cruin H? The other person glanced at you but didn't say anything. You think he ignored me again? I left immediately without resting when summoned. But this bastard was also summoned. He can't look at me differently, can he? A multitude of questions flooded into his mind as a voice echoed. The Emperor has granted you permission to enter. As they step inside, he sits majestically on the throne with authority, greeting them warmly. Both of them bowed their heads in unison. Long live the Emperor! Gren introduces himself first, the servant of His Majesty, Cruin H. Greetings to the Emperor, followed by singing his servant. Performing for the Emperor, greetings, Your Majesty. At that moment, they both thought the Emperor was forcing us to praise him. But why don't you look very happy? If so, your voice interrupts their train of thought and they look up. Hearing that, you said you completed the mission, and now both of them only have one guess, that he is definitely not pleased. I hear that the Honorable Count who went singing behaved quite arrogantly. Dienhat, upon hearing this, felt as if his mind had frozen. So it was my fault? Out there, you just know how to say sorry. He explained that you only killed the criminals who did wrong and left some survivors. Hearing this, Dienhat felt even more ashamed. Damn it, why does it have to be in front of this bastard? You also said, but your actions have actively paved the way for the Empire to find the culprit behind these crimes. Dienhat was surprised. Who-hat, he is not blaming me. The king continued. Even though I don't know how Gren acted, you are the one who found the culprit and provided the evidence. He placed his hand on his chin and said, although both of you are outstanding, I feel sorry for Cruin because he managed to handle this matter. DIH turned away, thinking to himself, Tch, I knew it. Meanwhile, Cruin H bowed his head and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. He asked, What do you want? He replied, Damn it, even knowing it's a wicked plot, I still have no proof. Cruin H told the king, I want to declare ownership of the lands currently owned by Count Honorary Dienhat. Really? Dienhat was stunned, his eyes wide as if they were about to burst. He wondered to himself, What? The king smiled and said, That theater's assets are quite surprising. First, what do you think about this? Honorable Count Dienhat, in your mind, you imagine yourself speaking out. This is the land of the gods. I don't want to give it to this bastard, but that's just what you think and want to say. But in reality, he is completely different. That truly is a burden for the gods. I would be happy if he took over it. My anger still hasn't subsided. I really want to give it back, but letting that bastard take it feels too uncomfortable. The king decided, so that's settled. But you understand you need a title to receive the land, right? Both of them were surprised to hear that. So he said, from the time the Hat family was established, it's impossible now for you to have a different title. Either you give up the Hat family name and take on a new title, or you become the true head of the Hat family. What will you choose? Diane had thought back to when he first met the Emperor after the 8-year war ended, and he had made a similar offer. Returning to the moment just after the 8-year war, Diane H was kneeling before the Emperor and offered, I will support you with all my might, so why don't you become the head of the Hat family? He thought to himself that the Hat family, as survivors driven by revenge, was already chilling just by hearing that name. He placed his hand over his chest and politely said, I am sorry, but I cannot take on that position. He thought to himself that he wanted to remember his rage and desire for revenge, and had no intention of giving up his name until everything was over. The king sighed and asked, What reward do you want from me since you don't want both the position of clan leader and to forget your name? Dienhat looked up, his blood-red eyes like fire. If I had one wish, it would be to destroy my entire family at my hands. Whatever your wish is, I am sure you will be better off with the new title than having nothing at all. The crazy man's sweat finally stopped, and then his title became the honorary count. Back in reality, in his thoughts, his best decision at that moment was to accept that title. Since the title of honorary count is unique, it cannot be bestowed on anyone else unless I am cruel. However, apart from those two words, there is no other option. He secretly guessed that Kruin probably would choose to become the head of the family, since there was no reason to refuse. Yes, that would be quite impressive. This time, I will be able to carry out the plan I have devised with everyone in the Hat family, including Kruin. Kruin Hat said, I do not want to become the head of the family, and I do not want to abandon my name. Dian Hat opened his mouth in surprise, a puzzled look flashing in his eyes. What? Why are you reminiscing about your family? The Hat family has a long history that is not like the noble title I received. However, I am the only surviving descendant of that family and Kruin, so the position of head of the Hat family is currently vacant. In his mind, he still couldn't understand why he refused the position. It would benefit him as he pursued his own schemes. You refuse again, huh? You two brothers are really stubborn. What do you think he's up to? Maybe he wants to take revenge on me? The king said, Well then, why don't I transfer ownership of the theater to Duke Laster? I am sure he will transfer the management rights to you whenever you want. Kruin sincerely thanks him for considering. He placed his hand on the edge of the throne, and that was the end of it. He secretly rejoiced, finally able to return to the bank, but his dreams were shattered by the king's words. Everyone else left outside the noble count's honor. Oh my god. I was stunned speechless, while Kruin beside me bowed his head. Yes, your majesty, and then he just left. Why is it so unfair? You pray silently. Please don't leave me alone. No, not you. Go away, Kruin. And Kruin just remained silent. And then only you and the emperor are left facing each other. You are sweating profusely. What should you do with this atmosphere now? Does he realize that he's useless in this mission? It's not fair. He's the one who made the first mistake. The king looked closely at your face, silently guessing that you weren't happy. Probably because you lost your land. I wish you would say what you want instead of keeping it inside. At that moment, Dian Hat still kept his head bowed. He went down the stairs and ordered, You will have to carry out the task sooner than planned. I intend to start the war. The Yin Kingdom has caused too much noise to bear. The elimination of the Redemption Church was completed just in time. You are stunned to hear the king speak. You say, You want to attack the Yin Kingdom, your majesty? He replied, That's just the beginning. He wondered what the beginning was supposed to mean. I grit my teeth, knowing in my mind, damn it, I'm sick of war. Is he planning to unify the continent this time? The king's voice pulled you out of your thoughts, so I intended to let you hold the Demon Kingdom in your hands. He pats your shoulder and says, You are the only one the Demon King trusts. The Demon King won't stay idle while the Empire takes over the continent. I need you there to ensure the Demon King doesn't interfere in this war. He smiled to himself and said, Ha, he wants me to return to the Demon Kingdom. I replied to the king, As you wish. He slightly smirked and said, My mother placed her hand on the small seal on your chest. I hope I won't see the seal next time. Dai Hat closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, then falls silent before speaking softly. I will do my best. He was upset but didn't dare to speak in front of the king, and he couldn't even accept giving up his position. How is that possible? A beautiful morning at a magnificent mansion. Is the reward for you just Hat's assets? Is that really enough? Laster flipped through the documents and asked Kruin directly. Yes, sir. He nodded in acknowledgement. When I mentioned that last time I met Hat at the palace, he said she was trying to regain her status. Yaster recalled the meeting with the madman and tilted his chin, smiling strangely. I hope you won't take Hat's assets for his benefit. Kruin still maintained a confident attitude. I don't want anything anymore. Hearing that, Laster was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly chuckled. Of course, it's probably just because I'm too sensitive about the upcoming meeting. That's definitely not the case. She didn't seem very pleased when Dian got his property back. Yaster approached, placing a hand on Grun's shoulder and smiling. I can't blame you. After all, the current situation is an opportunity to reward you. Is there anything worth noting? Curl lowered his eyes. Nothing yet. The memory from that day came back. The bastard Dian found the image of two people in black cloaks, one with white hair and the other with black hair covering their face. Do you dare to deceive me? I just want him to get the appropriate outcome from this game and step back. Cooley's sharp gaze appeared, but it seemed he also realized a duke was already present, lined with bangs covering half of his face, making his red eyes look even more fierce. You must have had a good time watching me deceive myself, right? If the duke finds out about Lord Curl, Laster's call snaps him out of his thoughts, making him jump in surprise with wide eyes. Let's go, we'll be late for the meeting. Laster opened the door, turned back, and gave Kruin a knowing smile. I must hide it at all costs. If the duke finds out that Dian is behind everything, Kruin silently resolves to quickly follow Sour. Kruin glances at Dian's illusion in the room, her eyes piercing through it as if to see through. The room fell silent. She will want me to kill Dan. You're back? Silent saw her come out of the room holding some documents. Ooster greeted her with a bright smile. Silent was surprised. Your Highness, you handled the church's redemption well. He placed a hand on her shoulder and praised her. I only did what I should. Silent humbly notes that there are still many people who believe in the church. If they keep going like this, they will achieve what they have always dreamed of. She smiles happily. The goal of the church is salvation. They are handing out free bread and water at the Church of Salvation. In a small alley, two ragged and dirty children sit side by side, one with black hair turning to smile. Who would help people like us? Silent appears in a shining aura, reaching out his hand. Is the Duke helping us? It's to create loyal followers for the Duke. Oh my, how can we possibly thank him? I can't believe someone as honorable as him cares about us. But isn't that the Emperor's duty? The Emperor is truly wicked. He can't do anything for us, yet he still tries to eliminate the Church of Redemption. A look of desperate malice, a blood-stained sword aimed straight at the king. The Emperor has abandoned us. Compared to him, the Duke truly is the savior. The image of Ooster with a gentle, smiling face appears under the dazzling light. Sabi Yaster is our salvation. Yaster smiled brightly in the golden light. Hide yourself for a while. We can't let the Emperor find out. But the Church's goal of redemption is just a stepping stone for the Duke's true purpose. With this plan, the Duke will get what he desires. Sillin quietly decides, leave it to me. I will succeed at all costs. Everything is for the Duke. The meeting between the king and the nobles is underway. An emergency meeting. Do you know what happened? A curly-haired nobleman asked. I'm not sure, but it must be very important. Someone else interrupted, and of course there's no way His Highness would summon us without a reason. Yaster crossed his arms and looked at the arguing nobles with disdain, knowing there was only one thing he could announce at this urgent royal meeting. Yaster's face darkened with a sly smile. This was the Emperor's greatest skill, what he did to try to prove himself. An invasion, the king riding a war horse with grandeur, holding the imperial flag high, as the routes appeared on the map. Is everyone here for the meeting? The king opens the door and enters, followed by the glorious general of the empire. Everyone in the room stood up to salute. The king approached the table and sat down, saying, Please sit down, everyone. First, I want to thank you all for gathering here so quickly in such urgent times. Hearing the king thank him, Yaster glanced at him, looking somewhat agitated. What's wrong? The king's serious words, I will get straight to the point. I will declare war in 3 days. These words immediately caused the nobles present to jump up in shock. A person stood up and asked directly, Why start a new war only 2 years after declaring the end of the previous one? King, I only do this because no kingdom dares to face the empire. But it seems they have forgotten their fear of the empire over the past 2 years. The king, with a fierce look. If he mentions the Yen kingdom, they would surely act improperly. But besides war, there are other solutions. A noble suggested that not only Yen but other kingdoms have also relaxed their stance towards the empire. The king mentioned that Ianhat was injured, the vampire of the empire, and a group of people were discussing it. Since the hero was wounded and that demon was hurt too, I think the empire will stay silent for a while. He smiled smugly. The other kingdoms are waiting for the right moment to attack. Some heroes were born and died in the war 80 years ago, leaving only 3 survivors. He is the last to gain fame, but also the only one known by many. Dean's eyes flash red as he glares fiercely. With his presence, we can now put pressure on half of their army. So they will see him as a key player for the Imperial forces. At this point, Edwardor's expression suddenly became confident, arms crossed and at ease. That is the burden of the name Dianhat. But should this continent know that the Empire is not only Dianhat, the king's eyes turn cold. Invading the continent is a long-term goal, even if we have to pause it for now. The meeting grew more tense, with nobles constantly protesting, but it was still too early. That's right, another noble agreed. We haven't yet eradicated the roots of the Revolutionary Army. It's too dangerous to start a war with internal enemies still present. The king lifts his teacup to his lips and takes a sip. That's a good point, and it's also the reason I called this meeting. But for the sake of the people, not for the Empire's benefit, I think you've forgotten something. The king slammed his teacup down on the plate. The king confidently smiled and said, I am the Empire. If you serve me and the Empire without intentionally offending me, I think you should continue to do that. The king's eyes turned cold. Yes, your highness. The atmosphere in this meeting room grew tense as everyone sweat and looked towards the king. The battle lines had been drawn, so let's come up with a plan to deal with the Revolutionary Army in the next meeting. The king ordered, so this is how things will unfold. The nobles followed one after another to leave. Well, what should we do now? The nobles anxiously discussed, and just as Duke Yaster stood up to turn around, the king suddenly called him back. Duke, he bowed his head respectfully. Yes, your highness. The king glanced at the culprit standing behind the Redemption Church, who has been identified as someone serving under your command. Yaster bowed and smiled. Yes, your highness. I apologize for not being able to resolve the internal matter. Before he could finish, the king drew his sword and pointed its sharp tip at his throat. Do you think I am a fool? The king roared. The Duke has never left an opponent alive, of course not. Yaster smirked cunningly because he couldn't look directly at the Emperor's supporters. He had definitely chosen someone as a thorn in his side, the one behind the church. And there are some interesting rumors spreading. The king then let out a mocking laugh and said, The Emperor is truly wicked, but the Duke is our savior, isn't he? Aren't those just foolish rumors? Yaster shows no fear at all as the sword is so close to his neck, which certainly isn't meaningless. The king asserts that I am a disaster, not just evil, as he raises his sword with regal authority. Is that right, Duke? An apocalypse? No, you're not a disaster, Yaster thought to himself, but said something different aloud. Your Highness, you cannot kill me. Yet Yaster shows no fear in the face of the king's authority, even as the sword has pierced his neck and blood flows out. Disasters do not discriminate between people. The king's voice darkened with anger as he threatened. Have you forgotten that I already swept through a territory? Do you think I will hesitate to level another one? But the Emperor would definitely not hesitate for that reason. However, the prince still cannot kill the god. It will be impossible to face the disaster. Yer confidently smiles. You won't be able to collect war taxes if the aristocrats start to resist? He sneers. But when facing humans, I can't help but be more greedy. The king glared and said, Ha! You call me wicked. Yaster triumphantly watched the sword being sheathed, but evil had shifted elsewhere, and the king lowered his sword. I want your throne, Emperor. Yaster thought to himself, to steal the Emperor's power, I must deal with his hounds first. Laster strode across the palace carpet, followed by Kier, smirking, I need to take the initiative now. Please forgive me, the elder said nervously, looking at the king. Are you planning to go to the demon's departure? That's what I asked. The king leisurely sips his tea. How could the crown prince possibly know? He looked at the king with suspicion, who was smiling at him. He set down his teacup and gently reassured him, You don't need to be so tense. Contrary to his relaxed appearance, Dien sat upright, facing him, constantly pondering in his mind, I just have a vague suspicion. The king continued to soothe your mind. I am the future king. Do you think I wouldn't know your secrets? Of course, I must always be prepared to become king at any moment. Dien's face suddenly darkened. I guess the king had shared important information with the crown prince. I apologize, but I can't assist with that request. As you know, His Majesty has ordered you to return immediately. If the Demon King decides to go to war, he will also become more serious, frowning his brows. No matter what happens, you must come back. Dien closed his eyes as well. I will remember that. He lowered his head, revealing only his blazing red eye. I don't understand why that kid always looks like he's about to fight whenever he receives an order. The king stood up happily and looked at Dien with satisfaction after achieving his goal. I am always grateful for everything you have done. After finishing the conversation, the king left the study room again. He walks down the corridor, his mind filled with serious thoughts. A hero of the kingdom and a commander of the Demon King's army. His brow furrows, looking even more serious than before. What would happen if the demon world made an offer that benefits more than the human world? I no longer know what you're thinking, but I must always be prepared for Dien Hot's betrayal. My steps suddenly stop. Of course, I have a relationship that is more friendly than forced. It depends on each person's personality, but it's definitely not easy. Remembering Dien's terrifying face earlier, the King of Quok involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. I completely understand why he is the one everyone fears. If we were close, I think this could become a bond that pulls him back to the human world. Lost in thought, he was suddenly pulled up by a call. Hey! Anlot casually grabbed her dress, lifted her butt, and ran as if afraid the king would escape. She happily ran over but still didn't forget to scold. You left me behind. How did you talk to the count about singing? The king helplessly replied. I can't help because we have important matters to discuss. Then why don't you become the heir to the throne instead? Enlatia replied with crossed arms, as if to say, Of course I'm not that stupid. You refuse to take on such a troublesome throne, so maybe you should take it instead. The king immediately chimes in, reminding her that she won't have it easy either. Enlatia, you are next in line after Uncle and me. Why are you so impatient, brother? Her question made him feel extremely confused. He looked blankly and asked again, I am impatient. And Leah immediately spoke to comfort him upon seeing his unease. No, I have my reasons. The whole empire has been discussing the Revolutionary Army and the war all along. She gently took his sweaty hand and said, Come here with me. The two of them went together to the colorful greenhouse, with Anlathea letting her brother sit first while she arranged a small party for the two of them. She proudly said, I prepared tea for you in the garden. You need to rest a little. Then she ordered the two servants. You can step back now. Anlathea happily sits down, saying he should relax a bit, but the king completely ignores her efforts and cuts through the lively atmosphere she created. You're starting to have hallucinations, she asked confused. Huh? Are you hallucinating instead of having a nightmare? The king looked bored, his face full of exhaustion. Yes. Why do the dead have such a strong influence on you? Recalling childhood days, but the happy memories only make him more confused. As the heir to the throne, I know I shouldn't say this, but what can I do? Edouard Ordiz is someone very dear to me because I can turn my back on the world for him. And Lotia asked anxiously, Have you seen the royal doctor yet? And of course, the king's answer was to give up. How could he persuade his uncle? He is too stubborn and this isn't something I can do. It's his sense of responsibility. It's like a disease. And Althea closed his eyes. You are wrong. This is guilt, not a sense of responsibility. The king smiled gently and followed his sister. Yes, you're right. When I faced those blazing flames before, Eduardo once said, It's a sin because it's my fault. I will take full responsibility. But the king didn't think that way at all. No, you don't need to do this. The king spoke again with regret. Do you see? Alertia, we don't have much time left. I finished all the preparations as soon as the uncle started to hallucinate. I told Anlatia that I would do my best in my current position. So you should also focus on what you're studying. Anlatia agrees and responds, Yes, I understand. The king remained silent. Uncle, we were still young and naive back then. Dark memories flood back, with only Eduardo as the only light in the wreckage, holding the two brothers tightly. The king thought to himself, In this palace, not growing up is also a sin. Dian still sits stubbornly in the study with the words of the future king echoing constantly in his mind. No matter what happens, you must return. The king's behavior today makes you feel restless. The crown prince already knows what happened and how much he knows. So what does the king intend by revealing this to him? Despite worrying about himself, his fierce gaze makes it seem like he's ready to devour someone. And as Daniel entered the room, he could clearly sense this. I came here to report a few things to the count, but I think I arrived at the wrong time. So, what could have happened? Dian's annoyed look made him break out in a cold sweat, his mind racing with endless thoughts. I've heard that the count's temper can be unpredictable, but today it seems more serious than usual. Dai, sitting nearby, seeing this fool standing there like a statue, asks, "Do you have something to report?" Daniel was startled and quickly replied, "Yes, my lord." Hearing the question, he knew he had the right to speak, but he was still anxious. The atmosphere was tense, and if he hesitated any longer, his lord's mood would only worsen. Daniel stammered, trying to speak. "I want to try investing money." Dian, hearing this, asked back in surprise. Daniel, scared by the money, quickly explained that he wasn't becoming greedy, he wanted to give you all the profits. But before he could finish, he was silenced by Dian's intimidating presence. Dai glares and says, "I've always wanted to know what your goal is. Since I met you, there's no way you'd follow a complete stranger without a reason." Remembering that moment, Daniel was kneeling on the ground, pleading, "Please call me John. I am not well educated and don't know much or have much experience on the battlefield, but I won't let my master down. Yet now you can say something that makes Dian disappointed like this. However, what you've wanted all along is money, and you'll give me all the profits." Dian dismissively ignored the explanation, scoffing and then spouting out a sentence. "I can think of two possibilities. You will try to gain my trust because what you want is more important than progress. Your two goals are just to follow me, even if I don't know the reason why." Daniel wanted to protest, but as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted and told that whatever the truth was, didn't matter. You slam the paper hard against Daniel's chest. He looks at the crowded writing on it with confusion. This is to turn around and leave. If you give this to Remember, he will lend you the money. Leaving Daniel behind, confused and calling out to his master, Dai looked at him with a piercing gaze, once again making her stance clear. "I don't know what you are planning to do beside me, but don't get in my way." Not long after, Dian arrived in front of the mansion gate. "Remember, I saw the count sitting on his horse. I have packed all the necessary items into the backpack." Dian frowned and advised him, "I will leave Dian village for a while," but was cut off by the count's shouted voice. From the estate, the group on horseback is galloping towards you in a rush. How could you leave without saying a proper goodbye? Ignoring Liner's frantic pursuit, this bastard stops immediately, yet they keep shouting loudly. He left, he abandoned us, and walked away. Yes, she just froze in shock. Spray glue right on her face. Seeing the scene before him, Dian could only curse under his breath. The butler beside him remained completely calm. "Oh no, you've been caught." Dian spurs his horse and quickly rides away. "Before I hand over Dian Trang to you, deal with those bastards first." Remember watching the crowd rushing in like a storm, he couldn't help but sigh. You've once again left this old man with a difficult task. The loudest one keeps shouting. "We are coming together, but since it is your request, I will comply." He was terrified. The servant he rode earlier is now uncontrolled, neighing loudly before rushing off and causing a crash. "Wait, if you can stop then." Remember Thantoy asked from the side, "Are you okay? Are the soldiers who are holding their ground on the ground really letting go?" At this moment, Liner rushes over, hurriedly saying, "I am truly sorry," and the loud one still being held tightly by Remember remains dissatisfied. At least make sure the king won't take us back, because earlier the crazy one said to do whatever he wants, so Remember had to step in to restore order. The soldiers couldn't help but lament, "The king is so terrifying." Liner quickly rushed over and dragged their bodies away. She irritably said, "Stop and stand up. The last one to come back will have to run 10 more laps." They keep walking back and forth without realizing they are being watched from afar. Ah, our team leader is going to die. But what could possibly escape Remember's notice? He silently looked toward the branch without saying a word, but surely realized someone was hiding there. Following the orders, the discontented soldiers still have to drag themselves back. "Who? Commander," but their leader keeps urging them on. "Hurry up and come back." Looking up at the tree, Remember exclaims, "Oh my God, I didn't think they would let you go peacefully anywhere." The owner, after escaping from his soldiers, quickly headed into the dark forest. Are you wondering if this way leads to the demon world? You get off the horse, carefully lead it to avoid the trap, unaware that someone is watching behind. Looking at that person wielding the sharp sword, it seems very hard to swallow. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, your meaning is that I must not act rashly before the Empire conquers at least half of the continent, right? The Duke sat calmly, lifting his teacup to enjoy and listen to the conversation in front of him, then responded, "Exactly." The person in front of him remained silent for a moment, fingers intertwined and lips pressed together in thought. "I do not mean to doubt, sir, but could you tell me why?" Leader of the revolution, Daniel, asked seriously, at the moment when the war reaches its peak and the Empire can no longer stop the fighting on its own. The Duke set down his teacup in sauce, then lightly smiled, leaning on the table and saying to Daniel, "That will be your chance." At that time, the Empire will try to replenish the lost forces, so most of the army will be concentrated from many places, including the royal palace, he explained. Daniel's face gradually became excited. That means they won't be able to easily detect our actions anymore, no matter how bold we get. The Duke closed his eyes and smiled. Good, you catch on quickly. Daniel also cheerfully said, You are truly a great strategist, sir. I will follow your orders. Suddenly, a henchman burst through the door, reporting urgently that the leader had secretly left to perform the Imperial task. Has he finally taken action? The Duke extended his hand and said, That's a great opportunity. We don't know what he might do to change the situation, so we'll need to send someone to keep an eye on him. Daniel stood up quickly and said, Since we have already received so much from you, let our people handle him this time. The Duke replied, If that's what you think, I will gladly agree. Daniel pushed the door open and replied, I will deliver the orders immediately. The Duke still wore a fake-looking smile. The next second, as Daniel disappeared from sight, he smiled strangely, his eyes flashing, and silently thought that unfortunately, the revolutionary soldiers chasing the estate would all die. In a forest, a desperate scream from a man in black being stabbed in the chest echoed throughout the woods. The Emperor must have anticipated this and will send someone to protect Dian Hot. Meanwhile, the Duke still secretly suspects that the white-clad swordsmen who just killed the man in black are sheathing their swords. The commander announced that we have completed the Imperial decree. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them was suddenly stabbed in the neck. He shouted, fell to the ground. The commander was startled. What? Then was stabbed through the neck with a sword. The Duke continued to sit and reflect, but those on the Emperor's side would not be safe either. A man with black hair and deadly green eyes appears, blood splattered everywhere. In the end, I predicted this and sent Cruin. The Duke happily thought, still sitting silently in the same room as before, a satisfied smile on his face. If those sent by the Emperor go unnoticed, he will become worried. Well, this is just a trick to deal with the Emperor. But if we're lucky, we'll discover Dian Hot's true purpose. Cruin stands in the middle of the dark forest. The place where the bodies you just killed are scattered all over. Cruin looked ahead to where the figure in the cloak was calmly riding a horse. The Duke suspects that after defeating all the enemies and still being able to track Dian Hot, his next order to him is to confirm where Dian Hot is heading, the Duke adds. After watching Dian for a while, Cruin gradually moved forward, passing through a pile of blood-soaked corpses and following Dian closely. In a very old and gloomy castle, a little girl was standing in the rain, while a boy was running toward her. How long have you been sitting here? Bao asked as he put a large coat over the girl sitting on the ground in her tattered dress. Ria? The boy asked again, but the girl still lowered her head slightly, her eyes empty and unresponsive. Seeing that, Bao clenched his fist, thinking he would have to bring Zia to the church for a confession, even if it meant living in suspicion and fear to survive. And I have always known that the warmth of this world still exists no matter how much pain there is. He remembers the scene where his little sister smiled brightly after being patted on the head by someone from the church. That place still feels safe, especially now that the country is plunged into chaos. The bright, radiant image of Zia from that day flashes in his mind as Bao looks at his little sister sitting on the ground, lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke up. Dia, I'm planning to join the Revolutionary Army. I will avenge the Empire for taking our happiness. Bao forced a smile and reached out his hand, saying, Will you come with me? The girl still looked at you with empty, soulless eyes, not a single spark of light. The little sister I found in the slums. So this is what having a younger sister feels like? He remembers the first time he met her and when she happily called out Pao as he reached out his hand to take her and walk around together. Now, when Pao reaches out his hand, Zia gives no response. She still looks the same, still so dirty, hopeless, and despairing. Fine, keep doing that. Don't come with me. Only you will be the one to suffer. He lost patience, turned his back, and walked away. But a moment later, Pao's legs froze. Live close, but don't get too attached. He turned back to look at Zia sitting quietly there and recalled that if he had just followed the unwritten rules of living in the slum and not become too attached to her, maybe he wouldn't feel this pain now. The image of the girl sitting under the heavy rain made Pao can't help but think. He burst into tears and wiped his tears with his hand, saying, No, it's too late now. I can't abandon her anymore. There are two people standing on the top of the Demon King's castle, one big and one small. When will Lord Dian return? I wonder, I miss him so much that Constellation looks just like him. The purple-haired servant beside her closed her eyes in helplessness, wondering if she was standing guard or waiting for Lord Dian. Suddenly, Ririnel was startled, opened her eyes wide, then jumped onto her staff and shouted, sensing a presence from the western wall. Was the servant surprised again? When she saw her about to fly away, she raised her hand to stop her and shouted. That aura earlier was just from another Legion commander, and the Demon King also ordered her not to use too much magic. After Ririnel had flown far away, the servant paused for a few seconds, then muttered, She's gone. Ririnel had already flown to the city gate, where Dian was entering. When she saw Dian, Ririnel's eyes lit up, and she joyfully shouted, This time it's really Lord Dian! Dian heard the call and looked up. Ririnel shouted even louder, Lord Dian! Then leapt down, kicking up dust everywhere. Dian looked surprised and speechless. After the dust settled, Rhinel's figure appeared along with a large dent in the ground from her landing earlier. She shyly smiled and asked, How have you been? How is your mission going? Eden's face darkened as he let out a soft cry, but inside he was secretly startled. She just threatened to kill him, gasping for breath. Ririnel was startled and thought to herself, "Oh, right, how could I ask a Legion commander about his personal mission? What a reckless thought." She stammered, I was just asking for your opinion. I'm not trying to pry into your mission, it's exhausting. I found some people who created a fake religion and blindly believed in it. I rubbed my neck, sighed, and said, well, my coming to the human world isn't a big secret, and it's better than her misunderstanding because I said nothing. She's quite scary too. Dien sweat and thought, Reniel asked, what is religion? You reply, yeah, basically it's the same with demons who always follow their creator. Demon King Reniel touches his cheek with his finger and frowns, saying, that's really stupid. I think for the demons, that seems pretty foolish. Dien closed his eyes and thought, instead of believing in meaningless things, they could worship Lord Dien. Reniel said. Dien was startled and opened his eyes to ask again. Huh? Belief in Lord Dien, Dien's religion, Dien's sect? She muttered. Dien desperately asked, what are you talking about? Ah, it's nothing. You're about to go meet the Demon King, right? The Demon King is now at Trungvian. She shifted the subject and playfully held up a finger with a mischievous smile. It's been a while since you last visited the Demon King's palace, hasn't it? What's going on? In the demon world, the leaders of different races are sitting around a round table discussing. Have you heard about the Empire's attack on the Yen Kingdom? This won't end easily. This place was originally known as Hell, and other races besides demons also exist here. It is called the Demon World, simply because the demon race controls most of the territory. The Empire's goal is to conquer the entire continent, and the Yen Kingdom is just the first target. The Celestial Race. King continued, I didn't realize you were so interested in the human world. The Demon King smirked and clasped his hands together as he spoke. The Fairy Race King responded with a mocking tone. Ha! Are you joking with me? After conquering the entire continent, what they target next will be this place, so as the leader of my race, I cannot stand by and watch. He frowned, his face dark with anger as he continued. I hope they don't interfere with my clan just because of the naive actions of the nobility. The Demon King still smiled softly, closing his eyes in admiration, truly proud. Then he opened his eyes and said, well, plenty of good things. The Demon King suddenly stood up, raised both hands high, and shouted, my subordinates sent to the human world have returned. Everyone around was surprised, curious to see where he was pointing. Din, the Demon King calls, as Din appears before everyone's eyes with a serious face and slightly furrowed brows. Din, how was your trip? The Demon King warmly patted your shoulder and asked, I have a few questions I want you to answer, so now is the perfect time. I heard the Empire attacked the Kingdom of Yan, right? The Emperor's goal is to take over the entire continent, isn't it? He smiled faintly and extended his hand, releasing a bit of his magic in front of her chest. Dai looked at his hand, thinking about the mark, then softly replied, yes. Your Majesty, the Emperor is planning to conquer the entire continent. I have heard about this Demon King's spy, but the Elf King interrupted, making you pay attention to him. Do you really think that human is trustworthy? All the clan leaders glared at Dien with murderous intent, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense and dangerous. Then Dien also involuntarily frowned, his eyes gradually darkening. But at that moment, the Demon King suddenly patted his shoulder gently and said, if Dien is still here, I believe he is trustworthy. The Demon King smiled and said, as long as I am still here. He looked at the smiling Demon King, thinking silently, otherwise, the moment I turn my back on the demon world, he will deal with me. Dine sweat and think. But outwardly, he still tries to appear normal. What is the Emperor's order? The Demon King asked. He glanced at the clan leaders, then wondered if he should say that here. He asked that for a reason. The king said to control the Demon King and prevent him from participating in the Empire's invasion of the continent, Dean says. The Demon King smiles and asks, and you replied, and if the Demon King intends to join the battlefield, I will have to return at any cost. The Demon King stroked his chin and smiled with interest. Oh, I had already guessed that. And there's another matter. The magic used in the demon world has been applied in the human world. Dean continued speaking. Hearing that, the Demon King was momentarily stunned, eyes wide open. While I was investigating a sect called the Church of Redemption under the Emperor's orders, I remembered the moment when I used a similar type of magic as in the demon world. You told the Demon King that I confirmed demonic magic was used there. The Demon King replied in a deep voice, is that so? Then he suddenly smiled happily, patted Dean on the chest, and said, I will handle the investigation of that matter. You should go. Rest, Dean was stunned and thought, what? A human used demon magic in the human world, yet he shows no surprise or anger. Go check your left hand with Ben before heading to your room. Your movements look very unusual. The Demon King pats Dean on the shoulder and advises, are you refusing? I'm almost fully recovered now, so it's fine. Before I could refuse, a whisper suddenly reached Dean's ear. Mr. Dane, I was so startled I coughed up blood and shouted. The panicked person asked, are you crazy? What happened? Are you okay? Even the Demon King is worried. You're overworking yourself, just as I expected. Go take a rest. He quickly covered the blood with his hand and muttered to himself. Damn it, he threatened me and I was terrified of dying. When did he arrive here? Even after you two left, I could still hear the noisy voices echoing. Show me where it hurts, Ben asked anxiously. I told you I'm fine. Dian-tu waved his hand in refusal. The Demon King glanced at the figures of the two people walking away and pondered silently. Truly, just a joke. Are you planning to investigate that? No demon would dare use demon magic in the human world without the Demon Lord's permission. The Dark Fairy King crossed his arms and sneered at the Fairy King, while the Mermaid Queen beside him secretly looked at the Demon King with a fearful expression. The King of the Fairy Clan looked directly into the Demon King's eyes and said, "That must have been your order." The Demon King responded with equal fury. "Ah, what do you mean by that? Is that still important now? Aren't you afraid that the consequences of your reckless use of demonic magic will catch up with you? Our Demon Clan can already feel the changes happening daily in the human world." The Fairy Race King angrily slams the table and shouts, "Not long after, the human world will send a hero. Unlike before, this hero will be an unpredictable threat to the Demon King." A scene appears of the Demon King being stabbed in the back by the hero, with a figure wearing a white hooded cloak behind the hero, appearing as a savior. Behind me is blinding golden light. The entity is reaching out its hands as if to crush the Demon King into 1,000 pieces. Why should I feel afraid of the future ahead? The Demon King said. The Fairy Race King asked back in surprise. What? The Demon King replied. There's no reason for me to be afraid. No matter what I do, that hero will still appear, and the fate of facing me and him is unavoidable. Anyway, I'm starting to feel bored, and as you know, I have lived quite a long time. The Fairy King bowed his head, stunned for a moment, then said, It doesn't matter to me whether you get stabbed to death or not. Do whatever you want, the King of the Fairy Race said, frowning in anger. He secretly thought that although he was a bit troublesome, he had tried to show concern because, after all, he was the leader of the Demon Clan, the Demon King who had established the first line of defense against humans. Then everyone gradually left, leaving the Demon King standing still in the same spot, while a few people looked back at him as they walked away. The Celestial King continued to ponder, knowing it was only a matter of time before humans found a way to invade the demon world. The King of the Fairy Race led the group, his eyebrows furrowing, eyes filled with anger as he secretly plotted. We must devise a plan to resist the human invasion. Suddenly, an oppressive aura spread everywhere, causing the Fairy King to panic and stare wide-eyed. That's fine too, the Demon King's voice echoed with contained anger. Suddenly, the Vampire Queen felt so terrified she couldn't breathe and cried out loud, But can't you choose better words to say to it? The voice continues to echo powerfully. Even the leaders of the races cannot withstand the pressure from the Demon King. All must bow down, struggling to breathe as they cry out. I didn't expect you to use polite words when you're still just a young elf who hasn't grown out of your cradle. The Demon King's eyes turn cold, flashing with a sharp light, and his aura makes the air around him grow dark and ominous. The Demon King took a deep breath and said, Forget it. What am I even doing with these kids? He gradually retracted his aura, and the atmosphere became easier to breathe. After the pressure disappeared, everyone around was clutching their chests, bowing their heads and panting in horror. I know that the Fairy Race hates the Demon Race. The Demon King spoke. The Fairy King glanced at him with a look of both anger and fear. A bit of cold sweat broke out on his face, but next time, don't show resistance like that and be a bit more patient. The Demon King smiled and spoke. His smile and face showed no sign of happiness. Over here, Ben was still panicking, running around anxiously and saying, Are you crazy? Just saying you're fine isn't enough. Can't I check quickly? I need to rest, the crazy one said. Ben nervously thought again that he doesn't take good care of himself. This is why those around him have to suffer. He closed his eyes, sighed, and thought it would be better if he could value himself as much as he valued others. I guess that hasn't changed in him. Ben begins to recall old memories. Are you crazy? Ben rushes into the room worriedly. Inside the luxurious room, Dien sits pale-faced on the sofa. In front of him was a large pool of blood covering the table and nearby chairs, all stained with the blood that Dien had just coughed up as Dien clutched his mouth tightly to stop the bleeding. The Demon King stood beside him with a dark expression, looking at the blood-soaked scene, while Ben, seeing this, panicked and shouted softly. Damn it, why is Zero's personal doctor so late? The Demon King angrily waved his hand and shouted, Do you think this is the reason I assigned you to be Dien's personal doctor? The Demon King scolds him, while Dien's face remains pale, his hand still covered in the blood he just coughed up. God, I'm sorry, Ben replied nervously. I don't think I'm worthy of being your doctor. I know you're going through trauma from the battle with the hero, yet I can't take care of you when you need it most. There's no way he would let a failed doctor live, so this must be the end for me. Ben quietly fears. But as Dien lies on the bed with a pale face and a pure white cloth wrapped around his head, he calmly says, I will not kill the first person. Would you forgive me or not? Ben asked hesitantly. Dien helplessly said, Are you really trying to make me die? Ben was startled and hurriedly said, Customer, it's not necessarily impossible. Why would I kill you? Ben, I'm fine, so focus on your own work. That statement left Ben extremely shocked. From the moment he was in the psychiatric ward until the research institute door closed, he had not yet recovered from the surprise. It wasn't until he entered the research institute that Ben regained his composure from the worried questions of the surrounding doctors. A guy with orange hair asked, Dr. Ben, you're still alive. Another pink-haired girl looked surprised. How come you were forgiven? Are you okay? Dr. Ben, still trembling, stammered, I am very proud to be Mr. Dian's personal doctor. A moment later, Ben's eyes sparkled with pride as if he was talking about something truly amazing. He thought he already knew he was the most forgiving commander in the army, but he couldn't believe he also protected those who failed to fulfill their duties. That day, I decided to do my best to prevent such things from happening again. Ben silently resolved to return to the present as he continued to murmur beside Dean. I need to check on him, even if it's just a quick glance. Dean frowned and replied, I told you to stop. But look, Ben Chen interrupted Dean and held up a glowing red stone from the necklace around his neck to show him. Surprised, Dai asked what it was. Ben held the gem higher and explained, This is a magic stone created from your blood and the magic of the Demon King. Ah, my blood and the magic of the Demon King. What? Dumbfounded, I wonder when they started taking my blood. Ben still eagerly extended a finger and cheerfully explained, If you have any issues with your blood, such as circulation problems or poor blood quality, it will notify me. It also provides me with your location. That is why I might be able to find you before it's too late. Although there are some issues if you get injured outside the demon world, after all, I can't leave this place without permission. I will try to find a way to handle this by asking His Majesty. Ben frowned and said, Forget about that. Dian angrily replied. Ben still calmly replied, Sorry about that. But this is because of you, Lord Dian. I'm sure the guards will happily do anything. The voices of the two echo through the corridor. Standing at the door of a room, he happily says as they approach, Master Dian, you're back. I've been waiting for you since I heard you returned from the demon world, he asked. But Ben, why are you here? Isn't it obvious that I should be by Sir Dian's side? Ben rushes over to Sir Dian, spinning around anxiously, shouting loudly, Because Ben is here. Did you get injured somewhere in the human world? Ben pushed up his glasses and replied, Lord Dian is extremely exhausted and may have been injured on his shoulder and arm. Lord Dian watched the two's actions with sweat dripping down. What? Isn't there anyone supporting you over there? They can't even protect you properly anymore. Those damn humans. E's voice echoed. He clenched his fists in anger and shouted. Hearing that, Dian trembled and thought, I am also that person. E continued to scold. You useless weak fools. Ben nodded in agreement as he listened to E's insults. Dian secretly thought to himself that he might be the weakest person. Dian? Lord Dian? Someone's voice suddenly called Dian out loud. Surprised, why are you here? Hyen asked softly. Lord Dian, do you have a moment? Before he could finish, Ha suddenly froze, his eyes wide with surprise. I don't know when I slipped behind her, grabbed her collar and lifted her up. With a cold and stern look, I said, Mr. Dian, sorry, but I will return to you soon. Dian was surprised, trembling with fear, thinking, Why are you suddenly so angry? Ben beside him sighed. I knew this day would come. Dian silently sighed to himself. The demon world is truly terrifying. As he pulled her to a secluded corner, she used her large hand to tightly squeeze her neck. He grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground, shouting angrily, This isn't the first time. How dare an incubus talk to Lord Dian? His face darkened. Are you crazy? Hai said through tears, struggling to speak. But Mr. Dian loves the garden I take care of. He says the garden is a perfect place to relax, and I want you to experience that peace in your own room. As she spoke, she remembered the happy times with Dian and suddenly held up a small pot of plant, saying, I was going to give this little tree to Dian. The tree let out a few fierce sounds. A demonic plant, a mischievous spirit with a rather hyperactive personality. Hearing that, it became even angrier. There's no way you're crazy enough to like a weird plant like that. Where did you find it? The two of them awkwardly replied, He likes it crazy. I think so. He immediately changed his attitude. This flower tree is very beautiful. Let me give it to her. He suddenly snatched the flower from her hand. They were both surprised. Oh, she looked forlorn and said, I want Lord Dian to praise my skills. Seeing her expression, he glared angrily, secretly wishing she wouldn't approach Mr. Dian again. But he didn't want her to die. Not long ago, in the room, Dian looked at S, grabbing her collar and lifting her into the air, then slowly ordered, S, don't kill her. My eyes are cold. I haven't done anything wrong. Seeing Mr. Dian defend Hien, he frowned in displeasure and said, Let me talk to her. Etch carried the plant pot and walked away, impatiently warning Hai not to approach Mr. Dian carelessly, or else he would be dead if Mr. Dian didn't intervene. He thought to himself, Mr. Dian has been too kind. Hien's flower plant is singing softly on Dian's bed. Seeing the plant, Dian's face darkened. He frowned at it, wondering why he received this from Tu. What on earth had happened? Suddenly, the plant pot became angry. It opened its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth towards him. Dean hurriedly back to the end of the bed, his face turning pale and speechless. Shit, I'm so scared. I remember what he said when he handed me the flower. Don't worry, this flower will never attack you, Your Excellency. The gardener has trained it carefully. He silently thought in anger, he said that, but what if he gets tangled up? Next time I won't let you get away with this. Suddenly, a knife flew in and stabbed into the headboard right next to him, making him startle in fear. Glancing at the knife right beside her, Dian was so scared he couldn't say a word. A girl's voice came from the door, truly living up to Lord Dioni's reputation, sensing the blade in time and dodging it. She slowly approaches and greets Commander Devlin of the 2nd Squad. She appears innocent and continues. You are so calm, my dagger isn't something you should worry about? As an infiltrator and assassin, that has always been my specialty. He put his hand to his mouth, but since I couldn't hear him clearly, the girl asked again. Mr. Dian, forgive me, but what did you just say? Help me. Huang panic-stricken, he covered his mouth tightly, his eyes vacant, so overwhelmed that he couldn't even make a sound. The girl seemed confused, trying to figure out what he was about to say, while Dian beside him was trembling with fear. Her eyes lit up, thinking she understood what Dian said. Does that mean there's no trace of killing intent at all? I understand now how could I have any murderous intent towards Mr. Dian, the murderous aura coming from Dian. Yes, once there was murderous intent, she would have betrayed and killed me long ago. His eyes are blood red. Commander of Devilania Unit 2, she gently covers her mouth and smiles. Please don't be angry. In the Demon King's castle, she is the one you must face the most. Here you go, girl, enthusiastically points at the pile of gifts and says, I prepared all these presents for you. She thought to herself, this is crazy and irresistible. What should I do now? She smiled mischievously at him, saying, you'll wear all of them, right? Seeing her expression, he found it truly frightening and hurriedly refused. Of course, it's similar to the design of the Demon King's outfit. What do you think? She made him try on one set after another. And he had no choice but to reluctantly change, though his face showed displeasure. This isn't my style. She continued asking, what about the human clothes from the south? After trying on that outfit, he impatiently thought to himself, this style is too revealing. Let's try the outfit for you. I feel so happy. Whatever you wear, you look beautiful. Try this one next. She happily hands another outfit to Dian. He struggled to support himself on the pile of clothes he had tried. Stop. I am very tired. Mr. Dian, I knocked, but there was no answer. A fully dressed man with only his red eyes visible opens the door, a stream of black smoke billowing behind him. The commander of the 8th Pig Squad. He seemed apologetic, saying sorry for entering without permission, not knowing that Devilania was also with him. Dian excitedly changes clothes. He looks at Hio like a savior, thinking he's been saved, but then says, it's okay, what's going on? The girl turned her face away, showing her disgust. Shh! Hearing the crazy one say, Hio opened the big door to go in. I came to pay my respects because I heard you had returned. Since the sword behind him was lying horizontally, he couldn't enter the room. Seeing that scene, Devilania raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled silently. Dian looked helplessly at him, imagining a puppy chewing on a stick stuck outside the door. I still can't get through that door. I know I'm truly trash. What am I even alive for? He continues to complain. Seeing him like that, the green-haired guy hurriedly shouted in panic. Oh no, Mr. Pig, it's just a material mistake. You brought a lot of weapons because of that. This deputy commander of the 8th Division is feeling down and blaming himself. I brought too many things I can't even use. I'm really worthless. I don't deserve to live. Nai, standing beside, scratched his head and explained, I didn't mean it like that. It's just a headache. He kept complaining and even gave the deputy commander a headache. Seeing the scene before him, Dian was furious and thought, what the hell are they doing? Dian, hi? Devilania happily runs outside. Unfortunately, we will have to continue another time. Excuse me, I'll go ahead. Approaching the pig, she softly said, Are you Lord Pig-O and commander of the 8th Regiment? It seems there's a scoundrel spreading bad rumors about the Mad Lord in the First City. Is this the place you should be at right now? She glanced at him, a sinister smile on her face. Hearing that, his already red eyes seemed to glow. Suddenly, the pig turned into a pool of dark water. Nai, terrified, knelt down and shouted, Lord Pig! Nai angrily looked up at Devlin and scolded him. No, only he has the courage to come here to pay respects to Lord Daidon. Is Devlin really that mean? Please don't bully Mr. Pig anymore. What do you mean? A deputy commander daring to speak loudly to me? Do you want to die? He suddenly turned to look at her, his face darkening with a look of disgust. He was annoyed, thinking, what a joke. Just go somewhere else to argue, you idiots. But where is Commander 8 rushing off to? Commander of the 8th Corps, Hio, a demon born from darkness by the power of the Demon King. Initially, he was tasked with monitoring the cities, but then he received a secret mission right after the 0 Battalion commander was not involved in the demon army. Hio punches a demon. He's terrified. I apologize. His mission is to prevent the appearance of Dian from being revealed to the human world. I will never dare to speak about the 0 Legion commander again. He begged the pig not to care, and I killed him instantly. When the traders in the Demon King's castle talked about Dai's appearance, someone spoke up, and his red eyes made me shiver. Is that the 0 Legion commander? Will he find all the witnesses and make sure they can't speak out, whether it's when his face is revealed during the first mission in the First City or even when fighting heroes at the border? He trusted me with that important mission. I must not make any mistakes. It will be very bad. It will be very bad. Saying that, he turned back into a pool of black water. It's no coincidence that the Empire's soldiers, or rather the entire world, knows nothing about the 0 commander. In the castle, Nai was standing when Ho appeared. Seeing that, he ran over and reached out his hand to Hio. Lord Hio, you're back already. That was quick. Hio hesitated to climb up, looking guilty. Yes, because it was my fault. The deer happily reassures, everyone makes mistakes. What's important is that I know how to fix them. Because you have successfully atoned, I must say you did very well. Hio shyly places his hand on Nai's hand. Really? So do you think I deserve to meet Mr. Dien? The deer looks even more radiant. Of course, I bet Lord Dien is waiting for that day. Hearing that, Hio was delighted like a child. In the bedroom, Dien was comfortably playing Ruby, while the flower tree beside him was humming a song. Hearing a strange noise, he turned to look. He suddenly shouted when he saw a blazing red eye staring at him from behind the door. Seeing his panic and blood spraying out, Hio tremblingly explained, I just wanted to meet you because I couldn't last time. Are you okay? Let me call the doctor. Before Hio could finish speaking, Dr. Ben burst in and shouted, Dien, run to the bedside. I sensed signs of your injury. Are you okay now? Hio tremblingly stood beside him, saying, It's my fault. Did you cough up blood because of me? I will atone with my life. Then hundreds of tentacles behind Hio tightly grip their weapons and aim at the person. Dr. Ben hurriedly ran out to stand in front of Dien. Dien, frightened, stepped closer to the edge of the bed. No, please, I am very happy to meet you. On the surface, I comfort you, but deep down, I secretly think, don't die. I don't know what Deputy Commander Fotulin will do to me if you die. The crazy guy said he's very happy to meet me. Why is he so kind to someone like me who can't even complete a mission? Hio was excited. Nai cheered him on from behind. Lord Pig, you're fine. You're doing very well. Dien muttered irritably. This guy's personality is really annoying. I should speak softly and gently ask him to leave. His face grew cold. You did very well. You have completed your task, so rest now. He exudes a fierce aura, even though his gentle appearance and noble gaze. His eyes become sharp. I want to be left alone to rest, so you should go as well. Seeing his cold demeanor, Hio happily thought to himself, is that how a person who has been strong all their life would look? Now, I want to learn things like that from Lord Dien. Would it be okay if I met him again? Following Dien's words, everyone gradually leaves. Please take care, Mr. Dien Ben replied. I will also take my leave. Please call me if you don't feel well. Deepat Luke replied, yes, thank you. He hates thinking that only now he's realizing what life in the demon world is like. Humans should only live in the human world. Now the demon world is about to be destroyed. The Emperor has ordered me to be a double agent. I should start my mission. Seeing his evil smile, the little tree couldn't help but feel scared. If he's a spy, the first thing he needs to do is gather information about the enemy. A voice like it was echoing in his mind filled him with surprise at the vastness of the information room. He's really tall. A demon glances at him indifferently. Suddenly realizing something, his face turned grim. He hurriedly stood up and shouted, Oh, you're here! Hearing that, all the demons in the room bowed their heads in respect to him. He felt a bit uncomfortable and thought to himself, I've somehow gotten used to this, but it's still annoying. I'll just find what I need and get out of here. Walking around, a book catches his attention. Is he taking down a report on the Empire's investigation? A report about the Empire's investigation related to the current hero, authored by Idealia Debenia. Whenever there is new information, they will immediately add it to this report. He opens the book and begins to read. The first hero, Nemesius. He supported the current king, Edward Deser, in the coup d'etat since he was the 9th prince, then served as the commanding officer in the 8-year war and was rewarded by becoming the only noble without a fief. The second hero, Stigma Primero, became known after the 8-year war for being granted saintly status and the ducal title in the Lewin noble family. His main task was to subdue the barbarian armies at the empire's southern border and to demonstrate incredible strength. Reading this, he was a bit surprised and thought, wait a minute, if it goes like this, then am I next? Of course, I am also included. Turning to the next page, the third hero, Dion H. He sighed in relief, glad there were no pictures. The investigation has been banned by the Demon King's order and cannot continue. Seeing that, Dion felt a bit proud and happy inside. The Demon King was serious this time, thank goodness. His face suddenly changed. The fourth hero, Cruen, believed to be related to the third hero, Dion H., was a noble opposing the king, but he quickly closed the book, no longer wanting to read. Standing in front of the bookshelf, his fiery anger scared everyone. He thought to himself, reading this information is really annoying. He put down the book and saw another one. Is this book written by Kot? If it's K-Bot, then isn't it the Demon King? Heroes are beings chosen by humanity and granted great power to destroy the Demon King, with talent, strength, intelligence, and vitality, all far beyond that of an ordinary person. I know this. Dion thought that the warriors under their command were trained rigorously. They are called soldiers, and although not as strong as heroes, they still stand out from ordinary people. Those are the pieces of information I already knew. He suddenly feels happy. There's also information about the Demon King. Maybe there is good news here. Lost in his reading, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling him and causing him to drop the book. The Demon King pointed at the fallen book on the ground, looking worried, and reached down to pick it up. The hero and the Demon King are proof that this world still develops and endures. He picked it up coldly, puzzled, thinking, what does it mean that the world still develops? So confusing, luckily this book is okay. He turned around and softly asked the person behind him, Your Majesty, why are you here? He chuckled. Then he took the book from his hand. I want to see this book. He was caught off guard, beginning to panic. Why now? Why are you looking at me like that? He placed his hand on his shoulder. It's nothing. Anyway, sorry for taking the book you're reading. He replied, I'm fine. He turned and walked away, waving to everyone and said, I will leave, so don't mind me and continue your work. Dai angrily thought, you knew I was gathering information, didn't you? Ah, the book clearly didn't want me to finish reading it. He trudged out and the demon bowed. Your Majesty has returned. He forced a stiff smile and thought to himself, better to go back to the room than to be a spy gathering information inside. As he walked, he overheard the conversation of two demons. Why was there suddenly a party?
Hasn't the commander of the 5th Regiment already returned long ago? Suddenly throwing a party, the short-haired girl replied, you don't know his personality.
We have gathered a lot of information from outside. He has become obsessed with it, so the party is only now being held. Commander of the 5th Legion. Seems to remember something, thinking that even the Demon King couldn't stop her curiosity if it was commander of the 5th Legion OE. The girl continued, and this isn't just a simple welcoming party. UE is in a relationship with the deputy commander of Dan. They are dating. The deputy commander of the 5th Legion, Dan Van, that expressionless guy is dating someone? Diane suddenly spoke up. The two girls were frightened. Commander Dean and I speak in unison. He is lost in thought. Oh, even demons date? What are you thinking? You've heard everything we said? I've caught you talking behind your superior's back. It's too late now. We're going to be killed by this demon. His cold eyes made them panic. The two girls clung tightly to each other, worried. We're sorry, please spare our lives. Huh, where is he? They looked at each other in confusion. Who cares about your dating? If it's a welcome party, it should be here, he thought as he ran. A special drink from the demon world, his face brightens with a big smile as he opens the party room door and sees the mess on the floor. Then he puts on a look of disgust. What is this? Looks like it's over. There's no more wine left. A bottle of wine rolls to his feet. He picks it up and thinks, it seems that A is very curious about human alcohol, so he brought some back. It's really unfair. Wait a minute, Commander of Zero Legion? Commander, have you finished the drink? They were surprised to see only him standing still in the room holding the bottle. What do you mean? But I feel very dissatisfied inside. I haven't even seen a drop of alcohol. Are you joking? The crowd shouted loudly. Hey, run and call for urgent help. We need reinforcements. They quickly rushed to the door, panic asking, wait, hold on, what are you doing? Commander Dean has been drinking. A deafening scream echoes from the castle. Red alert, red alert. Hearing the scream, all the servants in the castle were startled. Commander Dean had been drinking, and Ja, Ed, and Ben were also very surprised to hear the announcement. All troops to their defensive positions. Once again, Commander Dean has been drinking. The Demon King suddenly stops in his tracks. Where did that guy go? The sound of hurried footsteps rushing into the room, a group of demons with shields surrounding Dien. He stared in shock, his face pale with fear, wondering what he had done and what was happening. Amid the crowd focused intently on the white-haired man in the center of the room, someone suddenly shouted loudly, everyone raise your shields and prepare yourselves. If one of us falters, we will all die here. If Commander Zero drinks beyond the limit, he'll cut down anyone he sees. Hearing that, Dan, the center of attention, suddenly broke out in sweat, his face showing frustration and a hint of discontent as he clenched the bottle of alcohol tightly, and thought to himself, damn it, I told you I haven't been drinking. His eyes darkened and his face grew grim, but his thoughts kept racing in his mind. Ah, that's right. It's been a long time since I last felt this atmosphere. In the demon world, everyone strongly opposes drinking alcohol. The boy recalls past events, including a time when the Demon King told him, I have already given the order. He kept saying that while rubbing his head in frustration, unable to understand. Truly, you really love drinking, huh? The Demon King's reminder made you feel like a scolded child, and you responded with a sullen act of defiance. But why am I the only one? He pointed his finger at my face. Are you serious? Thanks to that past event, I secretly admit it. All right, my drunken habits aren't great, but surely they can control the situation when I lose my temper, right? Seeing so many people in front of me holding shields, being extremely cautious, I grew even more angry, unable to understand why these damn demons reacted so excessively. A brown-haired person watching from afar, nervously surprised, pursed his lips and said, I thought he would stay still for a while, but in the end he drank, hoping everything would end peacefully. But it probably won't be like that. Just like that day 2 years ago during the Zero Commander welcome party. When a muscular red-haired demon was cornered with a sharp knife pressed against his body, he retreated, making strange sounds. So it was Dien who pointed the spear at him. The boy's face was flushed, his eyes hazy, and his voice slurred with alcohol as he asked, Are you an enemy? The event that made all the demons know about Lord Dien. Hearing your words, the demon became angry. He charged forward, forcefully knocked the sword away, and shouted in his face, Damn it, I told you already, why do you keep asking? He thought to himself, if you're drunk, just stay quietly drunk. He was completely furious at your attitude, ignoring the truth, and shouted loudly, Damn it, fine, I am the enemy. What would you do if I were an enemy? Actually, this might be better. Your face darkened after those words, as the shouting continued ringing in your ears. I've never liked the idea of the Demon King creating a special position for you and then promoting you. He kept shouting loudly, almost about to rush at you. The Zero Commander rank is even higher than the first commander. Let's see if you have the talent to sit in such a high position. Suddenly, a man with purple hair appears out of nowhere. He reached out to hold him back, preventing the conflict from happening. Calm down. This is the perfect chance to welcome Commander Zero. Is that the sound? As it echoes through the air, the sound of a knife piercing something also suddenly appears. Everyone was stunned and surprised by Dian's action as he drove the knife deep into the demon's chest, blood splattering everywhere. The face of the purple-haired man also turned pale with fear. In his pain, his mouth opened wide, and the red-haired demon stared intently at the white hair beneath him. See, I can't see him. Dumb lifted his eyes to look at him, one eye bloodshot and full of murderous intent, the sword in his hand stabbing deeper. He murmured, "You must be an enemy." The sword was forcefully pulled out, and streams of red liquid gushed out. The demon lay sprawled on the ground, while the one standing upright, staring at his dying body, was the madman. His hand still held the bloodstained sword, and in that moment, one of the commanders was stabbed to death in an instant. After that day, a new law was enacted in the Demon King's castle. First, if Commander Zero asks you if you are an enemy, you must immediately deny it. Phase 1, when Dian asks, "Are you an enemy?" you must answer, "No, I am not." Second, if he insists on asking for a reason, you must give the clearest explanation possible. Isn't that right? Why? Make an excuse right away. I belong to the Demon King's army, just like you. Third Lord Dian, if he shows doubt about your answer, you must immediately switch to a defensive stance. Phase 3. But why are you looking at me like that? Respond with a defensive stance. Defensive stance. But why do we have to move into a defensive stance? Shouldn't we attack him instead of defending if we want to survive? Another one is discussing with him. Hearing that question, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If we hurt Zero's commander, the Demon King will kill us." What? What kind of ridiculous bias is this? Maybe it's too late. The noise just now caught Dian's attention, and his eyes, like blazing red sparks, swept over the source of the sound. The Demon King will handle his affairs. Our task is to stay alive as long as possible. You looked at us with those blazing red eyes, smiling coldly, eerily, causing the two people talking to suddenly panic. Did he just smile at us? Are we going to die? We can't just stay there and retreat. His mind was in chaos, sweating, not understanding why they were so tense. He had just smiled the most innocent smile in the world, but he didn't know how to speak up. Suddenly, at this moment, a tall man wearing a fur cloak walks into the room. Everyone's attention is focused on him. Stop right there. The Demon King appears, flanked by two close allies, and he says, "Ha! Lucky I was nearby." Dean wondered to himself, the Demon King, S, and Ben are here too? His face darkened as thoughts continued to race through his mind. Aren't these things getting stranger and stranger? Demon King speaks. "Dian, can you hear me? Your gaze is uncertain. Can you hear me? But I don't know what to say first. How the hell am I going to get out of this situation?" The Demon King thought to himself, he seems to be only at stage 1 if he looks so calm. Don't ignore me. Listen, everyone here is not your enemy. Everyone was attentively listening. Even the two guards beside him were sweating cold. No one intended to attack, and you have no reason to kill anyone. So put down that bottle and the wine cup on the ground. Dan looked up and replied, "I didn't mean to attack anyone." He thought he should just follow what he was told and then tell them he wasn't drinking alcohol. So what happened next? "What's wrong?" a stammering voice asked. "Sir Dian, did you just use honorifics?" I replied directly to everyone. "I usually use honorifics, so why are they reacting like that?" The atmosphere quieted down a bit before the Demon King spoke. "Dian, have you really been drinking alcohol?" Finally, they are listening to me. I reply confidently, "I haven't been drinking. I was just looking at some bottles from the human world." Long and the others secretly sighed. "We're saved." The Demon King was a bit confused by his words, taking a moment before continuing. "So, Dian, are you feeling very bored?" What's with the flag?" He ran his hand through his hair and let out a long breath. The Demon King clearly looks helpless, one hand on his forehead, the other supporting himself. "I should find a clue when you go to the library, the place you often visit, quietly sneaking around. I went there just because I wanted to become a spy." The man widened his yellow eyes and offered, "If that's the case, do you want Ski to stop by the second city with Devilania? She has permission to let you go out." One of his hands rested on your shoulder, your face tense and confused. "What? Where are you going with whom?" The Demon King's face grew even brighter. He continued, "Because soon there might be a war, so you should leave while you still can." Contrary to his expression, his body trembles in resistance. No. He staggered out of the room feeling dejected, wondering why the story had taken this turn. "It's over, behind you." S and Ben's voices keep echoing. "I will prepare everything. You go ahead, and we'll do a full body check before leaving." Chasing after you, suddenly a loud call from behind Ben makes him stop and turn to look in the direction of the call. The Demon King signals with his arm, indicating for him to go over there, saying he will meet him briefly before leaving. In the luxurious and exquisitely decorated room with great depth, the Demon King sat pensively reading the information on the newspaper. The Kingdom of Yen has surrendered, and the Empire continues to win victory after victory. I used to want to act when the Empire had taken at least half of the continent. His face grew even more grim, plotting something, but I don't think we have much time left. The Demon King's hand clenched tightly around a greenish stone, a communication device. He loudly announced to the entire demon world that no magic could be used outside the castle tonight, as birds flew overhead under a blood-red moon and the atmosphere was tense. I declare that from this moment on, any use of magic within the demon realm is forbidden. Everyone working is attentively listening to the announcement, except for the sealed magic devices which cannot be used, with the only exception being when your lives are in danger. The brown-haired girl and the white-haired girl also stopped their activities. Commander 2, 4, and Adelia all looked up, attentively listening to the announcement. Commander 8, you will ensure that punishment is carried out on those who use magic without valid reason. The Demon King paused for a moment, his cold gaze intensifying, his body emanating an unimaginable killing intent, emphasizing each word that could kill. Hearing that, the white-haired girl chuckled softly, probably the second commander according to the announcement. Adelia's face, which looked like a gentle little cat, suddenly exuded a terrifyingly cold expression. I guess I'll be busy now, especially with a pair of blazing red eyes full of killing intent from a masked figure. The mission comes from the Demon King because he trusts me. The Demon King stands up, and he secretly plans a few more things after the announcement. Usually I wouldn't pay attention to the appearance of a warrior, but when a battle is underway, it's a different story. He looked down and said, "The best option now is to delay the appearance of the warrior for as long as possible." Below, Ben keeps clinging to the field. "Are you really going alone?" "Don't worry, I will go with him. Even if we're not sure whether the world will cooperate, I refuse. You don't need to follow me. How can one predict an oncoming storm and stop it?" All those words were recorded by the one with long white hair and pointed ears. Hearing this, the elf with emerald eyes is calculating everything, and in an instant, no one in the demon world is using magic anymore. He smirks and says a few words, but it's already too late. The Demon King surely knows that the moment the warriors appear is approaching. The world has completed all preparations, now only waiting for the perfect moment. The moment the world unleashes its warriors will become the worst time for the Demon King. And when everything ends, the king clenches his fist on the throne, silently pondering something. The Duke raises his teacup to enjoy it, with Kruin beside him, his eyes filled with hidden calculations that no one can understand. High Dean, with his dark red eyes, gazes into the silent void between spaces, silently awaiting only death to come. The king sits heavily on his noble throne, his face as cold as ice, listening to the plea, "Forgive me, your majesty, but I fear it will be difficult to continue the war." His gaze grew even more intense, and do you want to know why that is? Hearing this, the man in front of him froze, breaking out in cold sweat. "Countess, as far as I know, you have accepted the surrender of other nations. As long as those royal families are still alive, the country's spirit remains unbroken, and the soldiers we gain from conquering them will not be loyal to the empire." He bowed his head, showing a strong attitude and his plea. "If we keep fighting like this, our military strength will never be enough. Even if I can supply more provisions, I can't recruit more soldiers. For the people, you must stop the war now before it's too late." The space suddenly fell silent, his heart pounding, body trembling with fear of death. But he knew he had to tell the emperor for the sake of the country. Now there was nothing left to regret, only hoping for a peaceful death. The king remained silent, showing no reaction, and wondered, isn't he angry? "Hey, Count, what are you talking about? Forcing ordinary people into the army is how we get more soldiers." The king grew even more silent, his fist clenched tightly, and murmurs began to spread through the room. "What's wrong with asking them to fight for their own country? That's right, I can recruit peasants from the slums." A hand slammed down on the table with a loud bang. The king stood up, his face now darkened with a threatening tone. "I really don't know how much longer you'll keep barking." His bright yellow eyes flashed with intense anger. "Do you really think I can recruit soldiers from common people?" They suddenly feel guilty, saying, "You don't use your own private soldiers. You don't dare lead the army on the battlefield, yet you have no hesitation forcing civilians to fight?" As he speaks, he thinks of the image of the peaceful, happy people. "Do you know why the people pay taxes? It's to pay you to protect their lives and keep them safe. It means that people have a choice to protect the empire, and the empire has a duty to protect its people." The Duke was stunned and silently admired. "Your Majesty just spoke," as he lightly touched his sword. "Let me make this quick." His determined gaze, the sword drawn, "I declare that I will not stop the war, and even if I lack soldiers, I order you to send troops for me with the same standards as the fifth battle." Those in the room could only remain silent, bow their heads, and obey. Until a family has at least 2 men, each of you must send half of your soldiers to fight, and if you choose not to participate, 2/3 of your soldiers will be confiscated. His upright stance was full of seriousness, and demanding the people to fight would be the last resort. His cold gaze swept across everyone. "What are you still doing here? If you understand everything, get out and start preparing." Everyone responded in unison. "Yes, your Majesty." Everyone else left. Only he remained alone in the large room. He sheathed his sword, thinking he knew he had no right to be angry and force them to fight, but chaos reigns from above and below. His face darkened again, truly disgusting, his whole body and family. He felt as if his body was gradually sinking into a sea of blood, and it had already reached his feet. He forced a bitter smile, as if the hallucination was getting worse. "It has never affected my daily activities like this." The horrifying screams began to sound, as floating blue shadows emerged from the ground, resembling Eduardo's corpse as if he had died. He calmly replied, "As expected, those bastards are impatient. They laugh so eerily, their blurry figures constantly saying, Come to me. The king's eyes grow colder, as if the bright red bloodstains are about to swallow him, but he wonders why they are in such a hurry when he didn't plan to stay on the sidelines forever. Most of the southern part of the empire is a region frequently engulfed in war with the Ba-Bai tribe. Under the silent approval of the emperor, it is the area managed by the second hero, Stigma Premizo. This is the second hero, Stigma Premizo. The empire has declared war on its second target, the kingdom of Sarahan. So that's why the emperor ordered me to prepare for war. He's building up forces to fight the Manji and the plagues in the treacherous southern lands. He smiles happily with the soldiers. Ah yes, he truly is our emperor. That's really good news. Fighting the Manji is also fun. But nothing beats the battlefield. It's enough and powerful enough to turn him into a lord. A guard suddenly asked him, "Do you really like war that much?" He replied, "No. A dying man on the ground is saved, and the emperor will reward you greatly once you achieve something magnificent." The sword pierces through his body, blood splattering everywhere, and he screams in agony. I don't care. There are a few things I really want from the king. In the 5th year of the war, I received the title of Marquis, along with a large estate in the south and a mountain of gold and jewels. I was satisfied at first, until I heard what the mad singer demanded from the emperor, which was the right to personally destroy his own family. The smile on Stitchmaw's face grew even more sinister. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. How could he even think of something like that? I was not just shocked, I felt like I was under a spell. I turned to the person next to me and asked, "I wonder if my successor will join the war." The green-haired guy replied immediately, "If you're talking about the Honorable Count of Dienna, I believe he will participate, just a bit late." He thought to himself, with a face full of interest. I really can't wait to meet him. The conversation between the two continued, so I guess I should also prepare for war. Just burn the remaining ones because they could carry the disease. Yes, sir. He steps out from the smoke-filled chaos, secretly plotting like that bastard. This time, my reward will be the right to personally eliminate his family. Commander of the 2nd Devilinia Legion, she said unhappily. I thought I would go alone. Master Dean ignored her words, and Ben spoke up. This is an order from the Demon King, and even if I don't go, you won't be alone. How many people from the 2nd Legion are you bringing? Outside, the crowd is packed and following behind. She replied, surprised that he wasn't bringing anyone along, while she herself was preparing to go to the 2nd city with Nguyo. I realized that the 2nd Army isn't really elite. They're just blocking your way. Hearing that, Dien felt helpless. Your face clearly shows boredom. Why do I have to bring soldiers just because I'm going to the 2nd city? He looked into the mirror, seeing his own reflection. Why do they keep talking about the suburbs? Even the Demon King, as if everyone is tense about the suburbs. I really don't understand why he made me take the long way again. Just stay there and act friendly. The clattering of the carriage made his face grow darker. Thinking back, Renelle also gave me a protective necklace before we left and made me wear armor. The more I analyze, the more uneasy I feel. Maybe he's just preparing for an emergency, but is that all? I secretly hope so. Damn it, this is so annoying. Get me out of here now. Suddenly interrupting your thoughts, the carriage suddenly slammed on the brakes, throwing everyone inside off balance. His face turned pale, tears threatening to fall, but not quite able to. It's not supposed to be like this. A soldier rushes in, panting heavily. Sir D, Lord Devlin has an urgent situation. Outside, the sound of running and strange noises echoing. Too many monsters are coming this way. Damn it. The soldiers are constantly fighting off the monsters. One by one, they are defeated. The 2nd squad is fighting very well. A demon's head falls to the ground. A large green foot stomps over, crushing what just happened. Fresh blood splatters everywhere, staining the ground red. The monsters keep coming, but there are too many of them. Dai silently thought, I can't just stand here, I have to do something. Turning around, he was surprised by how strangely calm his teammates were. Devilania observed, they were everywhere. That's true. The doctor added that each city has a commander to protect it, but not in the suburbs. Inside Dean's heart, doubt filled his face. Why are they so calm? It seems they knew in advance that monsters would attack. Devilania said, this herd should be enough to attack other species, including the demon realm. You with wide eyes, so that's what the outskirts mean? Damn you, Demon King. The responsibility for demon-type monsters and strange creatures lies with the Demon King. He must deal with them all to ensure they do not invade the territories of other species. By ordering the commanders to patrol the outskirts, they had to reach the borders of their territory adjacent to others, sneak in, and vomit blood. Yet I willingly obeyed like a fool. Devilania sneered confidently and said, I'll go ahead. Take your time. This place is pretty crowded. Someone please wake me up. Oh, no, I refuse. Think of a way to deal with it. How can I handle all those monsters? A voice came from behind saying, Master Dien, come back. Oh, I vomited blood again, so Ben probably wants me to return. Contrary to your expectations, Ben looked at you with a cold gaze. Rarely seen him so terrifying. You softly called his name. His eyes darkened. Do you not want to fight today? Dien immediately broke out in a cold sweat and panic. So clearly I've been avoiding it all along. Even though Ben always treats me very well, he is still a demon. If he ever realizes I am weaker than him, I will be killed in an instant. Ben, recalling the previous moments, spoke with a doubtful tone, realizing that he had always avoided fighting, each time intoxicated being one and not truly risking his life being two. Din, caught off guard and trembling with fear, stammered, "That's because Ben added that if any other demon saw you, they might mistake you for a weak human." His growing anxiety was spiraling out of control. As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but curse in my head. Damn it, it's already 2 a.m. I thought to myself, damn it, even Thee Min had anticipated being exposed. After all, demons aren't necessarily that stupid. Thinking the situation had been exposed, Dian blurted out, "I didn't mean to deceive you, but Ben suddenly interrupted at the same time, and I completely understand you." Then both of them exclaimed together, "Why the hell?" Seeing that the matter hadn't been exposed yet, Dian paused for a moment and asked, "What do you mean by that just now?" The other immediately raised his voice to speak his mind. Although their numbers are countless, in the end, they are just monsters. They are nothing for me to personally get involved with. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Dian was stunned. A few seconds ago, you thought this weak body had been discovered, but it turns out you were just overthinking. Ben confidently added, "I'm your personal doctor." There's no way I don't understand what Mr. Dian is thinking, right? Dian grits his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. It seems you overestimated this guy. He's truly incredibly stupid. At that moment, Ben suddenly took out a bottle of wine and said, "Don't worry, I prepared this special for you." Seeing the bottle, Dian was momentarily stunned, covered his mouth, and his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Is this boo? Is this the specialty liquor from the demon world?" After what just happened, you would naturally become suspicious of the other person. You thought I would react like that? Suddenly offering me wine to drink straight from the bottle. Even though I've always been told not to touch it, I suspect you're just pretending not to notice. Your indifferent attitude suddenly startles Ben, who quickly justifies himself. "I only have this much left, so I won't stop you from drinking anymore." The more I hear, the more I become suspicious that there's something hidden behind this. With a friendly pour, he coaxed, "Just rest, relax, regain your spirit. Don't worry, just drink freely."
Dần cảm lý duo trên tay, phỏng vấn một hồi lâu dù cổ là mình gì chăng nữa thì cũng sẽ không thèm giọng tới thư duo dạng ngồi nấy dầu. Những nghĩ một dạng cầu lại làm một nẻo, tay cứ thuận tiện dưa cốc lên miệng, một hồi uống cạn, xong suối còn lau miệng dậy thỏa mãn, không dòng vào mới là lạ ấy.
Dean sat aside, holding his wine as he watched the vigorous battle of the Corps and the second commander, silently thinking that at this point, avoiding a fight might be impossible. So better to go to the afterlife, while he's still tipsy. He probably hurts a lot like that. This time, I just hope he doesn't get drunk and mess things up. Ben, standing beside him, kept glancing at Dian as he finished one glass after another, then sighed with guilt. "Sorry, Lord Dian, it turns out the Demon King had given you some instructions before departure. Ben, if you're in the middle of a battle and see Dian Tru, then give him some wine." I was a bit surprised at first and asked, "It's the alcohol." The Demon King sat calmly with his arms crossed, expressing his concern. He is too modest when he's still conscious, isn't he? I have to say he's so modest that he always looks like a fragile person. But if alcohol affects him, he will let himself go. Only then did Ben notice the previous details and secretly admit that it was true. Although he liked fighting, Dian was too patient when he was sober. Feeling a bit guilty, he remembered the Demon King's words. He assured himself that wouldn't it be better to let him relax a little before he erupts? Now his mind is torn between two thoughts. The Lord of the Demon Realm, who always calculates everything and sees the most probable outcome as certain. Or what if this is just a gamble? I just gave him wine right now. He's not feeling well at all. I definitely need to apologize next time. But as soon as that thought crossed my mind, I was suddenly pushed forcefully against the carriage behind. Next to the dagger on his body, the Ruthless One called out, "Ben, this time you've used your brain more." Ben was momentarily unable to respond, only stammering, "Yes, sir." At this moment, drugs and alcohol can be seen as a kind of key, like the principle of fighting poison with poison. A wall built for medicine and alcohol can also be suppressed by those very things. I never intended it or actually hid this, but who would have thought they would go straight for such a drastic measure? Dian presses his hand against Ben's neck and calmly says, "I guess you don't have enough time, right? Because the king's power is expanding and the number of monsters is multiplying exponentially. So that's why you have no time left to waste. I understand your urgency, but when you drove the dagger into the opponent's face, Ben turned pale. His face drained of blood. Dian's eyes suddenly turned icy and extremely warning. You should know that just understanding me doesn't give you the right to exploit me." Ben was now completely panicked, clutching your hands tightly. "I'm sorry, my heart is filled with fear right now." The situation back then was definitely not caused by just a bottle of wine. Dian continued in that calm tone, saying, "I will overlook this incident because you have contributed so much to me all this time. But remember, there won't be a next time for you to pretend to care like that again." Ben was a bit surprised and stunned when he heard those words. He forcefully pulls out the dagger again, emphasizing one last time, "Don't forget who I am personally attending as a doctor." He turns his back to the opponent, his tone still carrying deadly intent. Even though I never expected much to begin with, the doctor immediately bowed his head in remorse. "Ben, you're really stupid. Your madness is always right. Right now, I am Sir Dean's personal doctor, not the Demon King's." I was originally going to run over and apologize to Lord Dian, but suddenly a warning from Deputy Commander 2 sounded from afar. Commander Zero's squad has a monster rushing towards him. Just then, he looked up and saw a large creature leaping at him, heading straight for Commander Zero. He hurriedly shouted, "Master Dian, be careful. Dian looked up and then calmly closed his eyes, thinking about the past. I'm sick of this. Always blaming myself, always trying hard to survive. Part of your personality broke down crying, truly weak and useless. But in moments like this, your other side appears to save the rest, turning into a ruthless, bloodthirsty demon. But that doesn't mean anyone is allowed to take advantage of me. If anyone else were to do it, it would have to be myself. Dian, having just defeated the monster, smugly smirked in a sinister way. Only I can decide whether to get involved or not. The monster was quickly chopped into many pieces. Sprawled on the ground, Dian stands in a pool of blood, breathes lightly, then turns to speak to his personal doctor. "Ben, call the Demon King on video." At first, Ben was also startled and reflexively spoke, but when he left the Demon King's castle, he had forbidden its use. But a second later, he quickly agreed. "Is that okay? I will try to connect the call now." As I dialed, my heart clenched again. I almost made another mistake. I'm his personal doctor after all. His order comes first. The Demon King appears on the screen, hurriedly scolding. "What's wrong with Ben? You're not the type of person who uses magic without a purpose." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the familiar figure's back. Dian tilted his head slightly and coldly said, "The number is larger than expected." "That's right. At first, I thought sending 2 generals and 1 legion would be enough. I will send more reinforcements and try to hold on for another 15 minutes. Can you do that?" Dian immediately turned forward without even looking at the Demon King and softly replied, "We will try." The Demon King sighed with regret, saying, "I guess Dian is really angry." Dian suddenly stepped into the battle, surprising the soldiers. "They are still coming in large groups? 15 minutes? It's been a long time since I felt this way." The entire army saw this and immediately cheered with renewed strength. "Commander Dian has joined the battle. We're saved." Dian clenched his lips tightly. If I had given up at the first sign of despair, how could I have survived 8 long years of war? Moving forward like a killing machine, the only difference now is that my current enemy is only a demon. Think carefully. You jump onto the giant monster's back and stab 2 daggers into its flesh. See how to survive in this situation. The monster thrashes and throws your body away. Ben, seeing this from behind, shouted in worry. Mr. Dean, just as the game knife was about to fall into your hand, quickly moved behind and delivered a fatal stab into its back, causing the monster to suffer and collapse. My strength is not killing but instilling hopeless fear. Dean repeatedly stabs the monster, blood splattering everywhere, turning the air in front of the demons into a crimson mess. If the demon's naturally sensitive instincts detect overwhelming fear from within their bones, he quickly locates the positions of the surrounding demons. Although it doesn't work on all of them, he handles a single route neatly. But at the moment, the goal isn't to threaten them all, so that's not an issue. All 3 of them are already in a terrible state, with the one holding the large stone still fiercely warning. I dare you to lay a finger on Lord Dian. If the demons run away, we might have a chance to survive. But in the long run, this isn't the best solution. Thinking quickly, he immediately shouted out loud. Commander Devilan No. 2 turned around at the call. I'm here. They kept their guard up as they turned to her, preparing to set a trap. Now we must kill as many as possible. Once the trap was set, the monster saw they weren't attacking and stepped forward confidently. But after a short distance, one was decapitated by an invisible force. The confused monsters slowly move forward, unaware of what's happening, but as they do, their skin and limbs are cut apart. Those poor bastards still don't understand what's happening or why it's happening to them. Both sides remain still for a moment, then the monsters pause before bravely moving forward again. There are dozens of invisible steel wires surrounding the monsters, and Commander 2 quickly expressed his concern. Even though they've fallen into the trap, I don't think we can hold them for long. What are you 2 planning to do now? We successfully held the monsters at bay as they entered the trap, following Lord Didon's orders, and at the same time we limited our own movements. Ben turned around and saw Commander Zero slowly approaching the monsters. He hurriedly shouted, Master Dien, the first aid I gave your hand is only temporary, so please be careful. Until he got close enough to the trap they set, Commander 2 hurriedly stopped him. Wait, are you planning to go into the trap yourself to eliminate the monsters? Unless you have experience, it will be very difficult to identify the position of those steel wires. Seeing that the meaning in the words seemed a bit off, Devilania quickly waved her hand and said, I didn't mean to doubt your abilities. Dai quickly brandished her dagger, a strange smile on her face and a murderous gleam in her eyes as she stared directly at the scene before her, saying, I will find out myself. I am quite lucky in this matter. In the darkness, her figure moved faster than the eye could see, passing through the trap as if invisible to others. He gradually approached the confused monsters and suddenly struck the final blow, glaring as he realized they were attacking him. He quickly leaned back to dodge. Sure enough, the monsters attacked the steel wires, and his arm was immediately cut off and fell to the ground. Commander 2 just witnessed what just happened and immediately looked horrified. How is this possible? Did he really see them, leading them to where the steel wires gathered into a bundle? To others, Dian standing amidst the maze of cords seemed to control the entire battlefield, as the monsters charged at him and were cut to pieces. Dian standing at the center is no different from a cold-blooded demon controlling the situation. In fact, he can see the entire moment when the moonlight reflects on the wires, making them shimmer. Even if only for a moment, he could see the position of the steel wire perfectly stepping on the monster to trigger the trap before it was cut into pieces. I don't know if it's because I've spent my whole life running from heat and light, but I've always been very sensitive to light and feel incredibly comfortable wrapped in darkness. That's exactly why I can do this. Thinking that, he smirked with a look of complete satisfaction. It really is just my luck. The monster suddenly stopped, growling in anger, and Commander 2 cheered happily upon seeing it. The battle situation has completely changed. The monsters are so scared they no longer dare to advance carelessly, truly worthy of the Lord. Ben, on the other hand, remains constantly fearful and anxious, but their numbers are still a problem. He has always blamed himself for letting Commander Zero throw himself into this battle. Everything could change at any moment. He is constantly pushing his limits. Not only that, but his hand is also injured. When will the reinforcements finally arrive? Dian, exhausted, leaning on his knees and coughing violently, immediately became frantic with worry. Master Dian! Dian wiped the blood from his mouth, shouting with an angry look in his eyes. Stay here, but I need to treat it. Before I could finish speaking, I hurriedly swallowed the words. Isn't this part of the plan? Don't bother with unnecessary actions, just stick to the plan. Dian struggled to stand up, feeling exhausted. He took a deep breath, looked at the troops fighting fiercely, and then at himself now, feeling like he could faint at any moment. Dian kept rushing forward, and although I avoided most direct attacks, their counterattacks kept pressing against me. It seemed I had reached my limit. I was attacked by the monster, and my right hand had completely lost sensation. Ben was enthusiastically fighting the monster when he suddenly looked over at you. Lord Didian! Din, exhausted, could only kneel down right in front of the monster's weapons to brace his entire body, helpless and painfully aware that he just needed to hold on a little longer. Just as Lazy Blade was about to reach him, a sword suddenly flew in and pierced the monster's head, killing it instantly. A cheerful female voice rang out from afar. Hello, Mr. Dean. Long time no see. This short-haired demoness is the 7th commander, Xin Lu. Seeing you're back, she happily said, I heard there's a party, so I rushed here as fast as I could. The word party sounded really unpleasant to you. I'm about to die here. What does she mean by a party? Your original personality has come back. Dian clutches her right shoulder, grimacing, and asks, what happened to my arm and what just happened here? Dai looked at the whole situation in front of him and began to recall what had happened, himself also feeling startled. It was the wine, yes. I drank the glass of wine Ben gave me and then got involved in the fight. Are you going to kill yourself like that again? As soon as he turned his head, he caught the deadly gaze of Commander 7. No, this is not Mr. Dean. Dean trembled slightly and whispered, I'm sorry. Commander 7's face darkened as he muttered regretfully, just a moment ago, he was still the crazy one. How can this be? What do I have to do to meet that Mr. Dean again? Dian glanced at the person in front of her with an uncontrollable dismissive attitude. What's wrong with her? So scary. A second later, Silua held out a monster in front of him with an excited look and said, Here, Lord Dian is a true demon. Please grant it eternal sleep with your dagger. What the hell is this? What's wrong with this fanatic woman? Chinua still looked at you expectantly. What's wrong? You definitely aren't afraid, right? You must be upset because of the noise around you. At this moment, Commander 2 suddenly approached and patted her on the shoulder. Commander 7, stop right now. What are you doing here instead of guarding the border? Don't worry, Sir Dian. My subordinates will wipe them out right here, of course excluding your part. A whole army of warriors suddenly appeared from behind and quickly defeated the remaining demons. Devilania finally realized everything and said, That's crazy. Who would have thought you were the reinforcement sent to us by the Demon King? But how could you just leave the border and come here like this? Don't tell me you brought all your personnel with you. Commander 7 heard that and pouted, crossing his arms and walking away. I've left everything to Deputy Commander, and aren't we the perfect reinforcement team? After finishing, she turned back to the old topic. Come on, everything is settled now, Mr. Dian. You should too. But before I could finish my sentence, the person in front suddenly collapsed to the ground. Ben hurried over to ask Mr. Dian about his condition. Please don't push yourself any further. Please, rest and leave the remaining matters to us. Lua just heard this and was utterly disappointed. I know you must have been very disappointed with me earlier, but please give me another chance. The more I hear her, the more confused and flustered I become. Try your best to remember everything. Which part just now? Did I lose too much blood? Just thinking about it is hard. After all, you can't do anything with your current body. So I trust you will take good care of everything remaining. Immediately after, Ben comes over to help him stand up, leaving Commander 7 angrily protesting. Will you go rest? Mr. Dian, please let me see that face of yours one more time before you leave. Please, I beg you, just once more. Besides Lord Dian, nothing else can distract Ben right now. He coldly said to the person behind him, Commander 7, why don't you go help Commander 2? I can only cry out in despair, holding on to my hope of meeting Lord Dian. No, there's no need to delay. The entire force quickly returns to its original quiet atmosphere. Commander 2 has come to report. Everything has been arranged except for those who escaped. We have also finished treating your wounds on this side. The treatment is complete. You can move your hand now. He politely replied, thank you. Commander 2 turns to look at his teammate. It seems everything has been settled. Why don't you leave? Commander 7 Shinlua seems unwilling to blame him. Do you really want me to leave just like that after everything? I didn't expect you to be so indifferent. The devil of the second commander is very calm, even somewhat sarcastic in his explanation. It's just for your own benefit. We will be heading to City 2 now. You haven't forgotten who is the one protecting it, have you? City 2, Commander 10. As soon as I mentioned it, Commander 7 stood tall, grinding my teeth in anger. Well, maybe I should start moving now. I really don't want to meet that bastard unworthy of the command position at all. She stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Dien. Until the next time we meet Lord Dien. Dien seems to have shed the burden in his mind. I thought she would be more stubborn, but it's better for me this way. Hearing their conversation, his mind quickly grew suspicious. If he's the commander number 10, then they must be talking about Gel. I wonder why she hates him so much. But you quickly found the answer as you entered City 2, where a vampire who is also commander number 10 immediately greeted you with dedication.
It's been a while, hasn't it, Lord Dien?
The lively reception with drums and trumpets like a party left all three of them speechless. I think I understand now. The party atmosphere is very lively, with some girls playing trumpets and others happily waving to greet everyone. Hey Dien, wearing a hooded cloak and sitting on a flower-adorned palanquin, with soldiers carrying it beside him, looked reluctant, bloodstains on his face, sweat streaming down, lips pressed tightly, when suddenly a voice rang out.
Lord Dien, what do you think? Commander number 10, walking beside Dien, seemed very happy as he waved and greeted him.
He enthusiastically said, I hurriedly prepared these after hearing you were coming. This is called a sedan chair in the human world, and it seems only high-status humans are allowed to sit in it. So it's perfect for you always, Lord Dien. After hearing him speak, Dien grimaced and raised his hand to rub his forehead. He was so angry and embarrassed. This bastard. Suddenly, Commander number 10's face became extremely panicked. He was frightened by his own thoughts. Oh no, are you having a headache? Maybe something is bothering you? You look so tired that you don't even want to answer him. He bowed his head into his hands, silently cursing him in his mind. What is troubling me is this situation that's bothering me and you too. Just scold him once. Damn it, I can understand why Shinlua hates Commander number 10 so much. In such a short time, Shinlua already despises him intensely when thinking of Guile, Commander number 10. At this moment, the commander of the 10th Battalion was so frightened that his face turned pale. He kept asking D, if you tell me what's bothering you, I won't let him do anything. Then Ben was panicked. Lord Dien, you have a headache, right? Let me treat you right away. There are many people on the street watching Dien's army leave. A young man, after seeing Dien, asked the person next to him, so that's the commander of the number. Commander 0, the young man felt extremely excited to see Dien. I was still wondering who would sit on that embarrassing seat, but it does look cool. And now I finally see Commander 0 sitting on it. The girl next to him was just as excited, replying to the person beside her. Of course, it's because of his cold and composed aura. No one really knows anything about him. Only rumors keep spreading. I know he's human because I don't sense any demonic aura from him, but how can a human possess such an aura? Even the commanders of other armies find it hard to please him. Everyone gathers, just to see Commander 0. The human has been granted an extraordinary title by the Demon King, someone whose mere presence is recognized by powerful commanders. The one whose role and strength are kept completely secret. In terms of power, he only falls short of the Demon King. Dien was repeatedly told to stay calm, and he only coldly said one word, vanish. Commander number 6 didn't hear clearly and asked again. Yes, what did you just say, sir? Dien coldly repeats 2 words, disappear. Commander M's expression immediately changed after hearing the madman's words. His eyes widened with fear. Then he hurriedly turned and ordered everyone present. Turn into ash right now. He wants all of you to vanish. What are you all still doing? He's being bothered by the demons surrounding him, so get rid of them all at once. No, you idiot. These flowers and pollen make me nauseous, so I want them all gone. Why are you chasing innocent demons away? Now Commander 0 is very angry. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. Go into hiding and keep calling my name to drive them away. I see the eyes of the demons in the city turning red with rage. See? They're really angry now. There, now I will become the common enemy of all the demons in this city. The noise on the street continues to echo. Hey, I still haven't seen Commander 0's face yet. Maybe if you find the right angle, you'll be able to see him from over there. I guess it's too late to relax and rest in this village anymore. A soldier secretly glances at Dien, thinking to himself that hell is going to be a tough time. Dien glances, but Dean looks at the group holding teddy bears, drawings, and balloons, all with his face on them. The person holding a teddy bear shouts, "Let's all pray for that crazy guy." Then came a loud shout, "Long live Dien! Long live Dien!" The girl clasped her hands together and reverently shouted, "Long live Devil Lord Dien." Dien angrily thought, "Long live Devil Lord Dien, damn it." Another voice suddenly rang out. If they want to believe in something so absurd, then they might as well believe in Lord Dien. After hearing those words, Dien suddenly froze, his eyes wide with surprise. He remembered a girl once telling him, "Huh? Believing in Lord Dien, the religion of the Dien sect." Renal, what is that? Wait a minute. No way. The Dio sect, you think of Renel, who worships you deeply. Dien is not quite sure. Are you talking about her? Raren clenched her teeth in anger, thinking I even gave her a cookie to stop her from doing something useless. Damn it, I'm losing my mind. In the past, Dian used to give Renelle a bag of cookies packed in his luggage. Wow, is this a fan service? Dian angrily looked at her arm. Guy Theo kneels on the ground, bowing sincerely, saying, I'm sorry, Dian. Please forgive me if I have caused you any trouble. Guy Theo bites his lip tightly, and there is a thread wrapped around his neck, causing a long blood stain on it. Dean looked at the string and felt extremely suspicious, fearing the string around his neck. Devilania, at some point, appeared behind Guy Theo and wrapped a string around his neck. She smiled and said to you,
It seems he's bothering you, Lord D. Her eyes flashed with a murderous intent as she stared intently at Guy Theo.
Devilania asked Dian for his opinion. Should I kill him or not? Seeing this scene, Dai was also stunned with his mouth open, his face turning pale. I swear that among the commanders, killing is definitely not allowed. I also guess they are just holding back. They might kill each other if they feel like it, regardless of whether they are fellow commanders or not. But then, Dai's voice suddenly rang out. You said, it's fine. Dian stepped down, and your next words left Guy Theo utterly stunned. There's no need to kill any more commanders.
You walk past Avilan and tell her, let's go shopping. Isn't that why we're here after all?
The noose around Gel's neck has been removed, but a long scar left by the thread also appears on his neck. Devinalia replied to Dian, if you say so, Lord Dian. Guy kneels behind, eyes shining with admiration as he watches Dian's back disappear into the distance. He joyfully shouted, I will serve you with everything I have as if my life depended on it. Dian walked away coldly, ignoring Gel's words.
You thought you had a safe tool, but it was all just a lie. D widened his eyes, reminding himself that he better stay alert.
At this moment, there aren't many people on the street. Devilania stretches her arms, looking very cheerful. I also bought a lot of beautiful clothes today. G is following her, holding a pile of stuff that Devilania just bought. And Dian, you're being corrected by your subordinate about your outfit. Tired, you think to yourself. I thought I had become a doll just to change clothes. Even though changing out of those bloodstained clothes was a good idea, Devilia still wanted to keep shopping. Lord Dian, next let's go over there or maybe buy some accessories. Just then, Commander Number 10, carrying a big pile of mangoes, interrupted their conversation. He shouted loudly, These fruits called mangoes come from the southern part of the human world. Would you like to try some? They are very sweet. Devilania was suddenly interrupted and became extremely angry. She wiped Guy Theo's face with her hand and started scolding. Can't you stop jumping in the middle? Where did you put the bag? Guy weakly argued. But we've been to many shops already, so maybe we should eat something now. I left them with the servants in the back. Dian got so angry because they made such a fuss. Master Dian, you're crazy. You're crazy. What the hell is wrong with you being crazy? Can't they leave me alone? Suddenly, a horse charged forward unexpectedly. Dian is protected by his subordinate after the horse passes by. He watches the departing horse with great suspicion. A horse named Attendant, who just protected him, curiously asked, Sir Dian, what's going on? The horse was heading into the city, and Dian voiced his own suspicion. Those monsters should mostly be in the bay. It's strange that the castle has opened its gates like this. You think Duong might have considered that there are quite a few items coming from the southern human realm. Could there be a border nearby? Gel's pile of mangoes was all knocked to the ground after hearing the man speak. Gale, with a pale face, asked him, How do you know? Suddenly asked back, Dian froze, his eyes starting to avoid eye contact. The scene has now shifted to a battle, with a group of monsters continuously being killed and pushed back. Devilania let out a breath. Wow, these monsters are really fierce here. Guy Theo pointed ahead. Over there, we've discovered a boundary not far south of the human realm. Dean's eyes widened as he looked toward where Guy Theo had just pointed, where the sunrise was illuminating the entire space. Why could you hide this from me? When will the people in our city finally get to experience the human world? Since we only happened to come across it, I thought I might as well enjoy a little. Dian helplessly shrugged in boredom. G shouted loudly and explained, But we even established rules and moved secretly so we wouldn't be discovered by humans, and as you can see, we've tried our best to prevent the monsters from invading their world. As he said, there are indeed many monster corpses that have been killed on the ground, Dian wondered. Yes, and that is indeed a relief. But what should we do now? You feel very uncertain. If it's the southern part of the human world, then it's not even part of the empire. Should I care? No, but it's still the human world. He dismounted from his horse and told Gel that we need to report this to the Demon King. Guy nodded in agreement with his decision. Yes, I understand. Dai looks toward the border and tells them about his next plan. But before doing that, I have to confirm it myself. I need to check if it is truly connected to the southern human realm. And if that's the case, I need to find out which country it belongs to and give orders to my subordinates. Let's go. Meanwhile, in a small country in the south, a suspicious voice echoed. Huh? Did they come from somewhere covered in blood all the way to their feet and cross the boundary into the human world? The king of this kingdom immediately became furious after receiving the news. Those crazy demons. The subordinate who just reported seeing him in pain, frightened, shouted, Your Majesty, call the royal doctor immediately. The king sighed and told his subordinate, Forget it, it's not something the healer can treat. I knew the demons would unexpectedly cross the boundary. I had been pretending not to care because nothing was happening, but now I suddenly have enough worries just trying to run crazily away from the Empire, so I can't afford any conflict with the demon realm anymore. The subordinate bowed his head and continued reporting with fear, and seeing his attitude, the king immediately became worried. Is there anything worse that could happen? The subordinate's face was extremely grim, and despite being terrified, he had to continue reporting what he knew. We have confirmed that one of the demon squad members is Commander Zero of the 2D Valania Legion, and the remaining unusual demon. Judging by how they respect and serve him, it seems to be the rumored Commander Zero. The king's face was just as grim, and he gaped in shock. Commander Zero, what is he doing here? The hall is now filled with an eerily silent atmosphere. The king clenched his fists so tightly that they trembled. After a moment of thought, he decided to keep it hidden. No matter what they do in the human world, we must hide the fact that Commander Zero and his gang have come to our country no matter what. At this moment, Dian is being reminded by his subordinates. Sir Dean, please make sure to wrap yourself tightly in your cloak. The sunlight in the human world is very blinding. Dian pulls his hood lower, thinking the sunlight is too blinding, so he decides to ignore it. He wondered why they were following him, and Devilania eagerly asked, "Where would you like to go first, Lord Dian? The busy streets or a quiet place?" Dian tiredly thought to himself, "I just want to go to the human world by myself. They should have stayed in the demon world like Guy Theo." Guy Theo scratched his head, shyly refusing to go with them. "I have to go back and carry out my duty to protect City 2. Then let's go to a place where we can observe human life here. Anyway, I need to find out where this is first." Devilania quickly made her decision. "Then let's go to the market." But just then, a man appeared and blocked their path. "What the hell is this? What do you want from us?" The three men who just appeared bowed to them, and the man in front spoke. "Sorry for blocking your way," Dian guessed. "They are knights here, huh?" The man explained that they came here to express their respect for the mercenaries who prevented the monsters from crossing the border. He continued, "I sincerely thank you all on behalf of the Knightly Order. Many lives have been saved thanks to you." Dean didn't respond to them, thinking to himself, "No need, it's nothing. Do they think we're mercenaries? I thought something really lucky had happened." The knightly envoy presented a bag of gold and a cloak as a token of gratitude. "Please accept this gold and cloak as a token of our gratitude. We prepared these cloaks because we thought you might get bloodstained fighting the monsters. We only meant well." Devilia and another subordinate stood in front of Dian. Dean's face immediately changed. He gaped in shock when he realized, damn it, I was only worried about myself and forgot that they were all covered in blood. Dai remained silent. But wait a minute, Devilania and Ben are wearing the cloaks given by the knight. Devilania was thinking to herself that it was too quick. Dian suddenly realized, anyone can tell that Devilania and Ben are not human and they are not wearing their cloaks anymore. So why are these people still welcoming us warmly instead of chasing us away? The knight ambassador presents a bag of gold, his whole body trembling with fear. "Please take this as well." Dian approaches him. You observe the man in front of you carefully. Aha, they are scared but not panicking. Dian is certain they must have encountered a demon before. The man is holding a bag of gold. Although his face showed fear, he still tried to appear calm. Based on my guess, I think the Southern Kingdom has known about this border for a long time. The knight representative cast a sharp glance at Dian's group, and since the king didn't say anything during their meeting, I guess the whole kingdom is unaware. Alright, now is a time of war, so it's very difficult to reveal to the entire kingdom that they have another border. So they want to hide the truth that the demons can come and go as they please. Dai took out the bag of gold and covered her face with her hand, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, your actions make the other person tremble with fear. If they want to ignore us, then I can rest easy. After seeing Dian smile, all the knights looked visibly confused and frightened. Why is he laughing like that? I'm so scared. Elenia and Ben turned to leave. He had figured out their true intentions. Perhaps the students hope we will quietly return without causing any trouble. The three knights bow their heads in farewell. Then I wish you all a safe journey. Dian continued to laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. Devilania observes Dian, thinking that his mood seems good. Dian happily thought, this is great. They even gave me money. Don't worry. I don't intend to cause trouble. The three knights are still bowing as they see Dian's group off. The leading knight slightly raised his face, glaring with deadly intent at Dian's back. Dressed in a surprisingly clean outfit compared to the blood-stained attire of the demon, of course, because this man is the only one changing clothes and radiating an unusual aura. Father has calmed down. He must be Commander Zero. After the group disappeared from view, the three knights finally relaxed, one of them dropping to his knees in relief. My king, we have done our best, now let them handle the rest. He bites on a skewer of meat, looks around, and feels very surprised. So many people are like that. He finished the last piece of meat, feeling quite happy inside, but he showed no sign of it on his face. Exploring around is quite interesting, but I should start gathering information about this place. Walking down the street, he was suddenly bumped into by a man, and he shouted in surprise. Devilania quickly stepped forward to support Dian. She anxiously called out, Mr. Dian. Seeing Dian's seemingly painful expression, the man felt suspicious and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Then he wondered to himself, Did we hit that hard? Devilania also felt that something was off. Did hitting that person shock him that much? Dai looked at Devilan. I can feel her suspicious gaze. I tend to get pushed over too easily. It's just my wound. My right shoulder still hurts a lot. Devalania immediately became cheerful again after receiving the answer. Oh, I see. Can I ask now? That is indeed a valid reason for Ben to treat me. Suddenly, Ben charged forward, grabbing the man's collar and hitting him. What's wrong, you fool? That man was scared by Ben. He turned pale, hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Dian felt extremely confused by Ben's attitude. Why did Ben overreact when Devalania was acting reasonably? Finally, they remembered who they really are. Ben thought in surprise. I am the royal physician. And Devalania widened her eyes. I was the one overreacting. Now Dian finally feels normal again. Oh, that's right. Then Ben and Devalania hurriedly swapped places. Ben moved closer to support Dian. Are you okay, Lord Dian and Devalin? She saw Ben grabbing that man's collar. How should I scold you? Dai realized the situation was starting to get out of control. I don't think this is enough. Stop now. The people on the street, seeing their actions, stop to watch out of curiosity. Whispers and murmurs start spreading. What's going on? A knight orders his men to catch that bastard. The men immediately follow the order. Understood, sir. Dian started to become worried. They look like royal knights. They're making a big fuss. I knew this would cause trouble. The boy quickly raised his hand to explain as the knights approached. Sorry, we didn't mean to cause any trouble. An arm was slipped around the man's waist, and he was easily lifted by the two knights, leaving Dian completely confused by their actions. The man suddenly being seized made him very frightened. Wait a minute, what's going on? Why are you arresting me? The knight's cold voice rang out. Why do you dare cause trouble here? Let him go. The man was dragged away and started crying bitterly. What? Causing trouble? We just bumped into each other. You have to be amazed by the swift action of the royal knight. The world must really keep order well, right? But then Ben grabbed another person's hand tightly, causing their bag of money to fall to the ground. Ben's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he exhaled a white mist of anger. He warned the little thief, the tiny human, what are you trying to steal from the mad lord? Do you want to die, right? Suddenly, a royal knight with a pale face rushed over to stop him. Leave it to us. He quickly wrapped the child in his arms and took him away. Another knight bowed and said to Dian, let us handle this. As soon as something happened, after taking a bite of the mango in his hand, Dian was overwhelmed by its taste and felt like vomiting. Why does this taste so disgusting? As soon as he finished speaking, the fruit stand owner was immediately taken away by the royal knight. They shouted, how dare you poison others? Seize him! Dian felt very confused. There was definitely something wrong with the fruit, but it wasn't worth arresting him. The royal knight always shows up. A scream of despair echoes through a building. I can't take it anymore. Please have mercy on me. Why are the royal knights here? It seems like they appear everywhere. Dian started to feel uncomfortable because of their commotion. I guess they are trying their best to handle everything. Before I cause trouble and draw attention, the three of them go somewhere and are met with fearful looks from the local people. Stay away from those people. Just touching their clothes will get you caught by the royal guards. They look terrifying. But who are they? Lord Changdean is so bothered that he's got a headache. He's feeling annoyed and fed up. It's because of you that we're attracting even more attention. I don't think there's anything more to investigate now. Let's go back. Suddenly, you notice a quarrel. I thought you said we wouldn't sell the tea leaves to the merchants anymore. Nearby, two men are arguing. The man in white said, why are those bastards so arrogant? The man in orange scratched his head awkwardly. Their group is called the Trade Guild, but since they are newcomers, they are very eager and insist on importing the Diosa tea leaves at all cost. The man in white crosses his arms and asks, are you talking about the Trade Guild? He continued speaking. That's right, why not let me see the face of this bastard? And as soon as he finished, Dian suddenly appeared in front of him, frightening him. Dian híp mắt nhìn chằm chằm gã, người đàn ông kia hoảng sợ hỏi, what's going on? But Dian doesn't want to do anything to him, you just want to buy some tea leaves. I want to buy some dong sa tea leaves. The man immediately turns away to find the tea leaves. Oh, you're one of our customers? I'll get the goods for you right away. As he was picking the tea leaves, the man secretly observed and evaluated Dian. He looks like an ordinary traveler on the outside, but why does he have such a terrifying aura, I wonder? Is he a noble hiding his identity or something? After asking to buy the tea leaves, Dian fell completely silent, thinking that finding such rare tea leaves in this kingdom was almost impossible due to the scarcity of tea gardens. And they are usually sold at high prices only to the aristocracy. A wealthy kingdom sends men to buy such precious tea leaves at an ordinary market. The man placed a small square wooden box into Dian's hand and said, here it is, Dian, take it. The tiny kingdom of tea exports its tea leaves again, and the merchant throws him a large bag of money, even generously saying, no need to return it. The man in white immediately bows. Thank you, guest. Dian looked at the box of tea in his hand and smiled. Devalania followed behind and asked, are you finished yet, sir? A knight secretly hid behind a wall, observing them while the crazy man and others were not paying attention. After witnessing their departure, he finally felt relieved. They are gone at last. Another knight felt very lucky and said, luckily they didn't cause any trouble, but I don't think that was Commander Zero because he was weak and coughing up blood at the market. The man next to him asked curiously, then who could it be? I wonder, I don't know, but I hope they won't come here anymore. The scene is now shifted to the state battlefield. Inside a tent, a voice full of surprise rings out. What? The man sitting in the chair is extremely angry. You came all this way just to ask me one question? Yaster repeats his question with a smile. I want to ask if you remember the death of the crown prince, the father of the prince and princess, as well as his brother. Everyone else go outside. Once only the two of them are left in the tent, the king begins to answer Alistair's question. Do I remember the death of the crown prince? The man with a warm heart, the only one who cares about Edwatir among us. He remembers his brother with a warm smile, calling Ed the eye that killed him. So, gratis. The king asked further, have they been saying that you have not been one of us all along? You are the one who killed him, right? Yaster said with a very sinister smile. He said, oh my god, you already knew? The king smiled and then scolded him. You're truly crazy. It was only after the Duke Gratis and his family were executed for attempting to assassinate the prince that I learned Yaster was the true mastermind. I had no choice but to temporarily conceal that crime because the nobility was rising, but I never expected the criminal to confess voluntarily like this. The king was very curious and asked, what are you plotting? Yer narrowed his eyes and confessed to the king himself. I will tell you the reason I eliminated the crown prince first. It was all so I could ascend to the highest position. A look of satisfaction seemed to appear on his face. Yaster explained his plan in detail to the person in front of him. All the princes and princesses will compete for the throne if the legitimate heir, the crown prince, dies, right? I had intended to place someone I could control on the throne, but I didn't expect the ninth prince and silent prince to turn the tide. The king remained silent in the face of Duke Yaster's scheme. If he had become a duke, there was only one position higher, the king. One hand of the king rests on his chin, his eyes cold and sharp. Yaster was born this way, the king. Exhausted, closes his eyes. At this moment, the king was lost in his own memories. The crown prince sat gently by the bed and said to him, I will return after Eduano. The crown prince looked at his two sleeping siblings and told his younger brother, it won't be long. Please take care of Elif Idias and Eltia. The past king didn't speak but used a confident expression instead of answering, and then he felt deeply regretful. I should have stopped him as soon as I sensed something was wrong. It was only later that the past king finally spoke. Yes, don't worry. He obediently bowed his head so his older brother could wipe it. If I had known that was our last meeting, the crown prince would have smiled warmly and said thank you. I won't let him go. When he first heard the news of his death, the king collapsed beside the sword and the bloodstained clothes, saying I should have investigated instead of using my sword like that. But rumors that another of my brothers killed him to take the throne forced me to draw my sword. I hate you, die. And now I'm too tired. Yaster told the king that the murderer of the crown prince was the church seeking redemption. Watching Dien join the war, he smiled and said, you already know who is behind this. At that time, Dien's family went to the palace to meet the king, but was turned away. Something's wrong. I told you he is our eldest son. Kruin will join the fight. We have sent a correction request stating that the document contains errors. The Ninth Night Guard definitely won't let Dien's parents meet the king. I told you already, there's nothing more we can do, and we confirm that we have not received any corrections at all. Dien's mother immediately broke down. Dien is my child. She covered her mouth and started crying. My poor child, he's already very weak. Her husband sits beside her, comforting her. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with guilt. Yet I couldn't hold my child because I was afraid he would fall ill. If I had known it would come to this, Dien's father wouldn't have given up. He kept pleading with the guard to let us see the king. Please let us meet the king. I will speak to him myself, so please let us meet Dien. No matter how much we beg, all we get is the gatekeeper's refusal. The king is not in the same hall right now. Dien's mother angrily questions the gatekeeper. Please, why is it that every time we come, he's never here? It's so unreasonable. The gatekeeper suggests leaving a message for him, and just then Laster passes by, glancing secretly at the couple nearby. A triumphant smile spread across his face as Aster got into the car, handed a set of documents to his subordinates, and ordered them to burn everything. Laster fearlessly admits the truth. Yes, I destroyed and concealed all those documents, so you had no idea that the conscription was a mistake. At least at first, the king bowed his head in silence before the truths just revealed. He then continued, but when you uncovered the truth after the war, you still stood by and watched your own family be slaughtered. If he finds out the truth, I wonder how he will react. In the end, the king was angered by the words of Duke Yaster. Duke Yaster, do you want to die? Yaster smiled with an extremely arrogant expression. Didn't I tell you already? You can't kill me, your majesty. If you kill me without reason, my honor will remain, but your reputation will only spread further. A reputation as a ruthless ruler. The king coldly retorted, do you think I fear those rumors? Laster replied, oh, of course not. But the royal power and the heir's position will plummet. Both the princess and the king will be in trouble because of them. The king remained completely silent. Yaster continued, I am sure that's not what you want. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, he said. And you have always pretended not to know anything. Yaster told the king that he is an accomplice. So aren't you also an accessory to my crime? The king seemed determined to kill Laster. He coldly said, if I leave you alive, you'll just keep your mouth shut. All right, then why don't you try reaching out your hand and see? I very much look forward to you personally ending my life. Then Yaster stepped out of the tent. A smug smile was on his lips. The king is still alive because he cannot die. That's right. With that look, I can't let you die before completing your goal. The king remains seated in his original position, arms crossed, lost in thought. Yaster, but now the king's face shows a determination to kill Laster. I will not rest until I give you the most terrible death. And Duke Yaster beside him is a horse. He confidently asserts that he will not die until he kills me. Yaster narrows his eyes slightly. That's why I came to see the king and to secretly manipulate the Revolutionary Army. The knight in front of me is wearing the emblem of the Revolutionary Army. Yaster confidently asserts that everything is part of my plan. At this moment, the king is riding his horse quickly along the forest path. Suddenly, the branch in the tree the king just passed through trembled, as if someone had just been standing on it. The king's horse continued to gallop, with two pursuers appearing behind him. The king glanced at the two people chasing him and suddenly stopped his horse. He sat still on the horse as if waiting for something. He smirked sarcastically and said, I went out for some fresh air, but I still have annoying stalkers following me. The pursuers finally caught up, each armed with weapons and wearing the Revolutionary Army's insignia. But the king, despite being alone, showed no fear and kept running. He coldly asked the newcomers, Do you come to see me? Meanwhile, the revolutionary leader Daniel pushed open the door and entered the house. He calls Grandma, an elderly woman who looks very gentle and is sitting on a knitting chair, and when she sees her son has returned, she immediately becomes happy. Daniel, glad to have his son back home. I heard you're coming home after finishing your mission. She gently cupped his face and asked worriedly, It seems like you got hurt. Daniel sat down and explained to his mother that when he arrived in Ilion, he encountered the undead warriors.
You have a minor injury, but there's nothing to worry about in a world where everyone is equal and no one has a rank in society.
Daniel took his mother's hand and comforted her. I'm not joking, Mom, she gently replied. I won't ask about what you do or where you go, because I trust you. Then she gently draped the unfinished scarf over her son's shoulders. Her words moved Daniel deeply and left him stunned. He called out, Mother, someone who has gathered everyone with the goal of killing the king. Daniel happily touched the new scarf around his neck. He sat beside his mother listening to her advice, but be careful. And it was he who said that we should overthrow the throne and create a fair world for everyone. This is all I have for my mother. My mother was a noblewoman who ran away with a commoner, even when she had a simple married life, even when her father was killed by a disgusting noble, even when she became weaker from excessive stress.
Daniel shouted loudly when he saw his mother fall ill.
My mother always talked about her dreams.
As she sat on the hospital bed, she stroked Daniel's head and told him about her dream of a world without kings or nobles, a world without social hierarchies where everyone could be the ruler of the country and the workers.
Someday, that kind of world will come, and I have gathered all those memories one by one. Daniel's mother gently holds him in her arms. I hope that someday my son will be able to see a world like that. I swear I see my mother growing weaker every day, that I will make her dream world come true. Daniel rests his head on his mother's lap. He hates himself deeply. But mother, I am a sinner. I fought for the revolution, but because of my orders, many people have been hurt, and we are about to start a battle, or will threaten everyone's lives. His network pats his head and asks, Do you want to stop fighting? Daniel raised his face and resolutely said, No, for the sake of my fallen comrades and my mother. I will complete my mission, so please wait for me, mother. She smiled reassuringly at Daniel and said, Of course, I trust you, but you must come back safely. She touched the necklace around her neck and said, If anything happens to you, I will drink this poison to be with you. Daniel was stunned by his mother's threat and desperately tried to stop her. Mom? You can't say that. At this moment, a knight from the Revolutionary Army pushed open the door and reported, Captain, there's an urgent situation. Aiden has brought his troops to overthrow the king. Daniel's face instantly changed as he exclaimed in disbelief, What king? And the scene shifted to the king's location where a revolutionary army surrounded him. But instead of fear, the king calmly asked them if they were here to see him. He realized something and smiled, saying, But it seems you are not the only ones coming to find me. The revolutionary soldiers immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. What? It seems that behind them, there are also ghosts coming to find the king. He calmly dismounted from his horse, the king stroked his horse, and he asked those surrounding him, Do you know how I ascended to the throne? It seems you are unaware of one of the key leaders in the 8-year war. The king reached for his side and drew a dagger. You led the battle to victory. The rebel leader's eyes widened in disbelief as blood started to flow from a cut across his hand, the blade having been driven into his own hand by the king himself, causing him to curse in shock. Fresh blood keeps flowing onto the ground, forming a small pool, but he remains completely unfazed. The king continued, Oh, don't worry. I was just chasing away the spirits bothering me. Indeed, those spirits had disappeared without a trace. The king waved his hand, causing the cuff to fall and cover the wound on his arm. He smiled. Better now. The king threw the knife down and said, Now let me continue. Do you know about the anonymous hero who possesses remnants of heroism? Do you know why I don't need guards to protect me? The revolutionary leader was thrown into chaos by the king's words and shouted, What are you talking about? There's no reason to listen to this bastard anymore. He shouted and attacked, but before he could finish speaking, a sword cut across his neck. The king only needed one move to kill the man in front of him. The enemy's blood keeps spilling out as the king coldly asks the revolutionaries, "Do you hear that warning about being forgotten?" Then a scream rings out as a girl with a sword charges forward, biting her lip, shouting, "Die, king!" The king deflected the attack with his sword and continued. That's because fools never realize they are doomed to repeat their mistakes. That girl was easily killed. If you remember me when I commit treason, each of you will be cut down by the king with a single sword. If you remember me from the Battle of Ta Year, the king will keep charging forward, or at least investigate what I did in the battle of 8 years ago. The knight in front leaps up, sword ready to strike the king. But before the sword could strike, he was killed. Do you really dare to attack me so poorly? His swordsmanship is wild and brutal, just like his spirit. At this moment, the king's eyes are filled with killing intent, and a skilled soldier, taking advantage of his distraction, has grabbed his cloak. He smiled smugly. "I got you." He sarcastically said, "Why would anyone fight with this uncomfortable cloak?" Before he finished speaking, his expression changed. The king of nations forcefully pulled him back and pierced his chest with his sword. His immense strength was enough to cut through a mountain or even the heavens and hell. The arrogant king said, "Why can you look down on someone like me, huh? Only one knight remains alive now." As he watched his comrades being killed one by one, he began to fear. He stared at the king with wide eyes, trembling and desperate to run away. He looked at the man among the pile of corpses, suddenly remembering the talent overshadowed by the title of king and tyrant. As the king approached him again, he was so frightened he fell to the ground. The king said, "This bastard, that bastard, all of you must think I am a joke." As the king approaches, his body trembles more and more intensely. "Are you the last one? I recognize your uniform and that badge." The king smiled and said, "But if I remember correctly, your leader isn't exactly this stupid. Is this how you act on your own accord?" The king's face shows a deadly intent. He raises his sword high. "If that's true, I don't need to worry about the Revolutionary Army anymore." The swordsman recognized the name that stood above the others. His eyes widened, reflecting the image of the king's sword approaching. The hero, Eduardo der King, approaches his horse. In front of him are all the bodies of the revolutionary soldiers he killed as he bandages the wound on his hand. Suddenly, the king looked in a certain direction, becoming alert. He looked at the corpses of the revolutionary soldiers on the ground, suspecting that the Duke was the one who sent them here to watch him. He is sure they don't pose a major threat, which means he is using the revolutionary army to overthrow the king and doesn't want to die at their hands. The revolutionaries' goal is a world where everyone is equal. Meanwhile, they have recruited new members in the city of Alen. Is he trying to control them by increasing his forces to face me? The king smiled crazily. How dare he try to exploit me? Meanwhile, Daniel is listening to his subordinate report, and therefore we estimate that about 1/9 of the revolutionary army has been killed. I believe we need to pause our plan due to a lack of manpower. After hearing the report, Bao felt incredibly incredulous. 1/9. Daniel angrily shrugs. What does he think he's doing? He said to his subordinates, "You did a good job gathering information. You can leave now. We finally need to reinforce our forces." But it seems we're back to square one. Daniel angrily crumples the paper on the table. Aiden was a bit hesitant about this action, but he wasn't the impulsive type. He wondered, why would he do something like that? Quickly asked Daniel, since the king has entered the battlefield, it will be harder for us to track his movements next. What do you think about Aiden discovering the king's whereabouts and taking action? Daniel was stunned by Pao's suspicion and began to wonder, do you have enough power to obtain such important information at this time? Thinking back, before the fall, someone saw him talking with In. Duke Vannon. They planned the encounter between the revolutionary army and the emperor. The sun is beginning to rise over the royal garden, and the king rides back on his horse, with servants immediately coming out to greet him. Your Majesty, are you back already? Wait, there's blood. Dawn is just breaking. Don't tell me you were ambushed, the king calmly said with his eyes closed. If I die, I guess that's my fate. Hearing the king's words, the steward immediately became angry. Your Majesty, why would you say such a thing? The king brushed past him, smiling and saying, just joking. How can you tell what's a joke and what's the truth? Causing the chief officer to laugh at him, who then bowed his head in disappointment and begged not to joke about such matters. Suddenly he asked, Quan, Trung-on, do you remember? One of my sisters has started wanting to make this country wealthy, and one of my brothers wants to turn this capital into a nation that no one looks down on by creating an empire. Another brother also wants to unify the continent. The king, when he was young, could only sit and watch them discuss. The children had so many things they wanted to do that they could spend the whole day just talking about it. But now the king stands among countless bodies and fresh blood because of what I have done. None of them can realize their dreams. I have a duty to fulfill their wishes. The king stands alone on the battlefield, looking very lonely. I can't go back to the path I chose. Because of that, I have endured quite a lot. The king clenched his fist and continued. I can't imagine the pointless death of living such a busy life. The Minister of Seals noticed the wound on the king's hand and realized that the wound on his left hand seemed to be not fully healed. Maybe each time he creates a new wound. The wound on the king's hand, although bandaged, has not healed and blood is still seeping through the cloth. Your Majesty, it's admirable that you take responsibility like that, but you need to stay safe. The king continued inside, suddenly remembered, and said to the Minister of Seal, By the way, I remind you that I don't think my body has value, so if I die... The king looked at him and smiled. I hope you won't waste military resources on healing a piece of meat. Quan Chung An's face immediately changed. His eyes widened in surprise, and he shouted, "Your Majesty!" The king ignores him and continues to leave. "Don't worry, I still plan to shine until the very end. And thanks to someone, I no longer want to die now." The new demon who just arrived has already taken the position of the 9th Legion commander. Right now, on the arena, two people are fighting each other. The man with red hair is the commander of the 9th Legion. He throws a punch and shouts earthquake. He claims his strength is magic, but in reality, he uses a body trained to the extreme, and with a single move, Chav forces his opponent to retreat. The white-haired man was stunned, thinking it was just a simple punch downward. He raised his hand and his sharp claws seemed to flash. Then the white-haired man immediately jumped up, continuously attacking Chav. Chav shouted shield. At this moment, Commander Asil of the 3rd Legion and Commander Jay of the 1st Legion are watching from outside. The commander of the 2nd Legion, Devilania, is also present here. Chav shouts earthquake. Dean is sitting nearby, feeling very bored. He was tired and wondered why he was shouting a spell when he didn't even bother to use magic. It was so confusing. Why do I have to be here? Dean is so bored. He kept wondering why this was happening. Just after I arrived at the Demon King's castle, Vovo challenged me to a fight, but I pretended to be tired to trick him. Haha, I really look forward to that fight. What about you? I asked you to be the referee today, but only when you're rested enough to fight me. Oh, right. He asked me to be the referee, so that's why. Right now, his opponent is embracing a girl. Vo took John shouts, "Hey, forget him, guys. Ignore his shouting." The girl gently told the man holding her, "I read a human romantic novel, and it says that if a knight wins a fight, he will get the heroine." The white-haired man replied softly, "Is that so? Since that girl is cheering gently, Donovan, please win for me." O agrees with her. "Of course. Let the sweet atmosphere of the two of them drive you crazy." He shouted, "Damn it, start the match. Please, just start the fight already. I can't take these scenes anymore." Deanne stroked his chin and thought, "All right. But what should I say when starting the match in the demon world? Should I go all out? Are you going all out? And make sure not to get hurt, okay?" It sounds awkward or strange. In the end, he realized it was because it was the demon world. Dean raised a finger and said, "Don't kill each other, okay?" He silently thought, "That should be fine then." As he finished speaking, an eerily silent atmosphere fell over the arena floor. Deanne felt a bit suspicious. What was this feeling? He started to doubt himself. Did I say something wrong? Why is everyone reacting like that? I thought saying that would be suitable for those stupid and brutal demons. Suddenly Myers spoke, "Master Dean." Dean looked at him, wondering, is this man really the commander of the 12th Legion Myers? Dean secretly thought to himself that he had heard he was quite quiet, but his voice was hard to listen to, and he really looked like a commander. "Do you have something to say to me? I'll keep it brief." But he pushed this issue on to someone else. Daha will speak on my behalf. Deha was suddenly pushed forward and was extremely surprised. He glanced at Myers. Mai was now covered in sweat from worry as Daha bowed and introduced himself to Dean. "Hello, my name is Da Daha, and I am the Deputy Commander of the 12th Corps. Please allow me to pass along a message to you." Dean tilted her head questioningly and looked at them. Daha cleared his throat. Then he immediately became extremely excited. "At first, when you said not to kill each other, you looked really cool. Thinking about letting the battle reach its end, when one of them can no longer fight or surrender. Of course, you would not accept their surrender. Fighting until the last breath is what you desire." Dean was stunned by his words and stammered, "Wait, when did I say that?" But Daha still doesn't care about him. He continues to praise and flatter, with a heart as cold as stone. No commander has ever been so heartless. That is Lord Dien. After finishing, Daha stood up straight and returned to his serious demeanor. He has finished speaking. Everyone here except Dien, after hearing Daha speak, had to admire and like him. Dien's face turned pale, completely speechless at the mockery, while An was convinced by those passionate words. He is laughing with great joy. Thanks to the crazy spell, things will get more interesting. But I don't think the winner will be decided so easily. Jikata also agrees with him. It seems so. The battle is still ongoing on the arena. Yes, she continued, because the petition to become the 9th Legion commander was approved, which means they are on the same level. Devillia reveals the information she found out. I heard that the number of nominations for the commander position this time is unusually high. At first it was E. Dai looked at the deputy commander smiling beside her, secretly thinking, so she mentioned her deputy commander even though his strength hasn't been confirmed yet. Devilania continued. Then the proposal. Under the arena, Donovan launched an attack on Vopo. Chovo raised his hand to block, and Devanalia's voice rang out again, suggesting the third candidate for this position is Vo. Chovo launched an attack and shouted, "Moo, I wonder why he rejected the proposal." But after meeting him today, everything became clear. The deputy commander of Donovan suddenly said, "Because he couldn't stand me because of his overwhelming love." Ayu was startled by the sudden voice. "Oh my god, you scared me to death!" Dai looked at the girl next to her, eyes wide with shock. "When did she arrive here?" Commander Foe of Danny Vannen touched his stomach and suddenly spoke. "Sir Dean, they say you can conceive a child with a certain probability when two people love each other. Is that correct?" Diane is confused. Is she talking about pregnancy? He finally understood. Well, I guess she wants a child, but I don't think the devil can have children. The deputy commander is immersed in the shadow of love. She seems incredibly happy. I hear such children are called blessings. Dai was very surprised by what she just said. Under the arena, Chovo was carrying a large stone, ready to strike Devon. He shouted loudly. Devon the meteor calmly watched the falling stone, unafraid as he faced it. Above, his lover was telling Dee, I also want to have a blessing with Donovan. Dee asked, a blessing? The girl beside her looked at Dian's clenched hand and nervously called out, Lord Dian. If a child is considered a blessing and they remember the bloodstained family photo, then it's me. The fierce battle between the two young men below the stands is in full swing, with neither willing to back down. At this moment, Dian's face darkens as he sits with crossed arms, expression cold and silent. The teammates beside him were very confused by Dian's expression. A young man with dreamy purple eyes, seeing this, couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Dian, why do you look so unhappy? As if sensing Dian's mood, the man with blue hair next to him quickly covered the guy with the violet eyes mouth and whispered, Be quiet. The pink-haired fairy beside him simply sat with her arms crossed, shyly observing Dian's expression. She seems very worried about him, pondering to herself, what's wrong with him? Isn't this enough to interest him? So what could possibly interest Lord Dian now? After a moment of inner struggle and imagining all sorts of scenarios, the girl casually started a conversation with Dian. Go. Ah, Lord Dian, did you know that at first that guy could use magic? Dian was interrupted by her words and turned to glance at her. That look of yours made her feel a bit embarrassed and think to herself that it wasn't really interesting anymore. It seems that Dian found the topic she brought up quite new, so he turned and asked, why isn't he using it now? She was so surprised by Dee's action that her eyes lit up with joy and her cheeks flushed a little. Immediately after, she quickly answered Dion's question because he had completely run out of mana. Below the arena, the two young men were still fighting fiercely, as if the battle was getting more and more intense. The pink-haired fairy continued explaining that mana used in magic cannot be restored, and she was sure he knew how to control it, confidently claiming to be the best in the world. He fought and laughed confidently, as if he was sure he would win. The pink-haired fairy commented that his personality prioritized fun, so he used up all his mana, even though he didn't have much left. The fool sees a faint purple light emanating from the mysterious gate, making people's hair stand on end. Seeing that, Dian speaks up with his opinion. Does that mean the commander of the 9th Legion can never use magic for the rest of his life? She quickly denied it, saying there is still another way to use magic. She continued to explain that it was the power of the Demon King that our bodies possessed. In her mind, a series of images of the Demon King with hidden strength appeared. She argued convincingly that because we are children of the Demon King, our bodies are also made of his power. He can consider it the purest and most powerful mana. Then she firmly stated that you can utilize it. After the clear explanation from the pink-haired fairy, Dian began to understand how man works. He wondered in his mind if it meant he would have to risk his life for an army full of people like this. Seeing Cho and the young wolfman fighting fiercely below the stands, in his mind he angrily shouted out loud, Did you ever use such precious mana just for fun? What a crazy person. At this moment, Cho and the young wolfman attacked simultaneously, both throwing punches at each other, causing it to change direction and crash down onto the floor, creating a deafening explosion. Are you willing to stop now? With his impulsive and boastful nature, his fiery red eyes rushing quickly at his opponent before launching his move, all while continuously mocking, What do you think about dodging a critical hit? After finishing, Kav unleashed a massive earth-shaking attack straight at his opponent, but the young wolfman was no pushover. His unleashed human strength was enough to counter this assault, and the two clashed heat, causing a huge explosion. The wolf boy sneered, You're just combining all your moves. The power of both sides was so great that it shook the entire arena. In Dian's mind, he thought everything was so chaotic and dusty. Suddenly, a blue-purple stone flew up into the air. As Dian lowered his hand from his eyes, he saw the stone approaching him. Damn it, it's too late to dodge now. Ready to accept being hit in the face by the stone, but suddenly someone appeared and blocked it, causing the sharp, massive stone to shatter into 100 pieces. Dian was stunned and speechless, gasping in amazement. At this moment, S hurriedly turned back and asked Han Die, Are you okay, sir? Dian couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. He seriously ponders how he managed to smash that huge stone like it was nothing. His mind a tangled mess, he lowers his face and replies hoarsely, I'm fine. Gag. Immediately after, a series of coughs erupted from his throat. He saw that and quickly shouted, Master Dian! Dian grimaced and replied, This battered body is messing up again. At this moment, Dian looked down from the stands and wondered to himself, Huh? Did they stop because of me? Look at their expressions. Seifi, now pale and clutching his head in regret, stammers, I didn't think that thing could fly to him. Mr. Dian will kill me. The young wolfman also spoke up. You really are brave to attack the Legion commander himself? Chover quickly corrected you. It was just a mistake. At this moment, he quickly knelt before Dian and softly said, I apologize, Sir Dian. S's actions are quite confusing. He stammered, The atmosphere right now is extremely gloomy and dark. He continued, I didn't expect the air here to be so bad for you, full of dust, and I also didn't expect there to be someone so foolish as to dare attack you. Lord Dion, you are still in a state of extreme confusion. He hesitated to say, What's wrong with you all? The young wolf youth, with an empty mind and unable to think of anything, just stared intently at Dian, while Tovi, feeling scared out of his wits, secretly thought about avoiding her anger. But Dian quickly diffused this awkward situation. He stood up, patted S on the shoulder, and calmly said, "I'm fine, so don't get involved."
Then Dian turned around and left, leaving behind the words, "I think I should go rest now. You can consider this a draw and continue another day."
Dean's actions left S utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He silently wondered, can't we live in peace?
"Why do you keep fighting each other like this?" Dian turned his back and walked away, leaving everyone with 1,000 questions in their minds.
Everyone just stared blankly, while the pink-haired fairy had a darker thought. She exclaimed, "So he's saying don't get involved. If you want revenge, he'll do it himself in a cool way." The teammates beside her didn't hesitate and spoke up. "He calls this a draw, as if he wants to watch this battle until someone is killed." At that moment, Dr. Ben hurriedly rushes in from the door and quickly asks about the situation.
"Mr. Dian, I see your necklace is
Reacting. The two of them walking side by side without speaking, only Dian silently thinking, as expected, he has arrived. At this moment, I also pondered and thought, he is even more cruel than any demon I have ever seen. Back in the room, the Legion commander spoke with a serious tone. "Dian, I think you should visit the Empire. Sorry for calling you so suddenly." Dian's face showed little enthusiasm. He thought to himself that he was ordered right after meeting, so he wasn't surprised. Coming back to reality from that train of thought, he said with a look of disgust, "What's going on?" The Legion commander pointed at the map with excitement and said, "You should take a look at the map. It seems the title of Empire is truly fitting." Then, Yi-On stared intently at the map in shock and exclaimed, "Have we already grasped half of the continent?" The Legion commander points to the map and softly mentions that the kingdom we are targeting now is this one. Based on its size, this is the smallest kingdom on the map. The Empire's conquest of the city gate is only a matter of time. Dai listened carefully and thought to herself, "Esperanus, that name sounds so familiar, I wonder where I've heard it before." Last time, remember? Thinking about it now. Dian recalls old memories and then asks in a calm voice, "So who are you really, remember?" Remember responded without hesitation. The hero, Dian's butler, couldn't quite find what he truly wanted to know. Dian immediately asked again, "So that's not what I wanted to ask. I mean, what did you do before coming here on the royal order?" This time, Remember was stunned as Dan Chio pondered the question, while he quietly deduced that he was too suspicious and powerful to be considered an ordinary butler. At this moment, Remember suddenly spoke to break Diane's emotional flow. "I come from Esperanus. Is that what you wanted to know?" Dian was stunned by Remember's answer, sweating profusely as he stammered, "Esperanus? Where is that? I want to know your true intention, not where you come from." After saying that, Dian fell into deep thought, realizing he only heard stories about his hometown and still knew nothing about his true identity. Remember's homeland is at war with the Empire, isn't it? The Legion commander firmly insisted. The Empire will not only stop at conquering the human world, but also aim for the demon realm. So I have no reason to remain passive and let them do whatever they want. Huh? The leader's face now twisted into a terrifying expression, his darkened eyes showing his commanding power. He declared confidently, "I will begin preparing for this game." The commander of the Legion, clutching a deadly poison on the world map, said, "I will reveal my hand to the Empire." The more he spoke, the more his aura soared, making Dian sitting beside him shiver. That leader firmly declared that this game was no longer a territorial dispute between humans, but a bet on the survival of demons and humans. Dian's face was already pale, worried and thinking. The battle was truly about to begin, so I will... Almost died. Before he could finish thinking, the commander cut in and said, "Now you should go, because it is dawn in the human world, so you will arrive there in the morning." Feeling still unsteady, Dian hesitated and said, "That's like understanding what Dian is concerned about." The Legion commander, holding the watch in his hand, then explained, "Oh, this one, thanks. It's really useful because it's hard to keep track of time in the demon world." Immediately after, Dian also obeyed the command given by the leader. He respectfully said, "I will go now," but in his mind he kept thinking that he still kept it. "I feel really guilty for many things I've done in the demon world. I only randomly gave him an item from my pocket. Because he kept bothering me since I returned to the demon world, I didn't think he was still using that watch to reflect on that time." Thinking of the captain's words, "I heard you gave Ririnel cookies as a gift. What about me?" Huh? As he leisurely stepped out the door, the commanding leader of the Legion suddenly announced, causing Dian to freeze. "Dean, this time you don't have to bring back any fruit." But suddenly the leader says, "But if possible, just bring me one thing." That statement made Dian's hair stand on end, and he just stared blankly at the leader. The commanding officer looked incredibly cool this time, crossing his arms and declaring something like a piece of information. On a full moon night at a grand castle in the demon world, the gloomy light in the sky only made people feel more eerie. The commander sat down with a drink, quietly saying, "I don't want to send him, but doing so would break the rules." His thoughts wandered endlessly, as this was both a battle and a game between us and the Empire, to decide who would win the prize of placing the cup on the table, and the commander reassured himself that his decision was both wise and possibly foolish. The only rule is that if I restrain or kill him, I will be considered cowardly and a failure. I should follow the rules because I really don't want such an interesting game to end too quickly. The leader remained silent, lost in thought. I should be cautious when using Dian, but at the same time, Dian has already gone out to the hall. He told E, I have to go on a mission now. E responded quickly as well. Yes, sir. I will prepare the luggage. The leader's thoughts return. He is very useful, but also a dangerous card. I must say, to make this decision, the commander's heart must have been deeply troubled. But then, his eyes showed that he fully trusted this battle. He chuckled eerily and said, things are going to get pretty exhausting soon. Right now, in his room, Dian was carefully preparing his belongings to go to war. Meanwhile, Dian was lost in thought, wondering if he would have to stuff a handkerchief in his mouth and fight those bastards again. Suddenly, a memory flooded back, someone offering a handkerchief, and that person's voice echoing. Are you sick? Then he stepped forward and whispered, I didn't think you were injured, but you are coughing up blood. Are you a soldier of the Empire? Dian is in a terrible state now, his mouth bleeding, but he still tries to threaten back. Go away or I'll kill you. The kind-hearted young man gradually reveals himself, but his face remains unseen. He offers a cloth to Dian and softly advises him. On the battlefield, it's said that those who appear weak are often the first targets of ordinary soldiers. Whether to swallow the blood again or stuff this cloth into your mouth, it's best to hide the truth that you're sick. Remembering this memory, Dian's head throbbed like it was being hammered. He held his head in discomfort and said, Upstairs saw that Dian didn't look well, so I quickly asked, Mr. Dian, are you okay? Going to the training ground really isn't good. I quickly responded to reassure E that everything was fine, but deep inside his mind was filled with tangled thoughts and worries. That child is someone I no longer need to hide my feelings about because everyone already knows. But this time, it really is useful. Are you sure you're okay? Why don't you try checking again to be sure? Dean honestly replied, I'm fine, just a little tense, and then he set out alone to join the battle. If you say so, I will return soon. The peaceful night falls as Dian rides alone on his horse to the battlefield. The surrounding space remains silent in the night, only the sound of him and the horse rustling as they move. Suddenly, Dian pauses in thought, and a young boy with platinum hair, about 7 or 8 years old, appears, with someone's voice echoing, reminding him to take care of Lord Dian. Dian continues his journey. As the sun rises higher, its light shining across the roads, creating a calm and soothing atmosphere. The grand villa also appears majestic before the dawn of the new day. Remember respectfully pours water and sincerely invites Dian. He greeted him happily, glad that he returned safely. Holding the teacup in his hand, Dian looked at him and said, Remember, you took good care of the estate while I was away. Remember, replied calmly. I was just doing my duty. But as I say that, Remember hesitates and glances at Dian's cluttered luggage, softly chiding, Why didn't you let the servant put that bag away? Oh, this thing? It contains something extremely important that I cannot casually entrust to others. Remember suddenly understood and responded respectfully. I see. After this, Dian secretly thought, how could I possibly let someone else get this bag? Lost in thought, Dian suddenly stood up and shouted, What is that stupid tree doing here? The flower pot in his bag kept making strange noises. Dian suddenly exploded with anger and shouted, What the hell is this? Dian is stunned and confused, thinking to himself, when did it get into the bag? No one is allowed to see this tree. I need to find the fish quickly. The sound of the plant pot continued, and Dian quickly pretended to cough while sipping his tea, as if trying to drown out the strange noise coming from the bag. Seeing Dian's strange expression, one of them hurriedly asked, Han, Master, are you okay? Please take your time drinking tea. Let me pour you another cup. Dian hurriedly replied, Thank you. And the other hand clenched the briefcase tightly, silently praying, Please stay still. Seeing the situation about to turn critical, Dian thought to himself that he had to start ringing the village bell. Right now, he pretends to whistle while holding his teacup. This tea smells really good today. Remember sincerely said, It's great that you noticed I brewed it from the DAXA leaves you brought last time. Getting more excited, Remember enthusiastically recounted, Just think about it. Zhang also brought back many more La Dosha from that previous time. He said his trading guild has also started exchanging this type of leaf. Surprised by what Remember mentioned, he exclaimed in shock that John had established a trading guild, then fell into a state of deep thought. Thinking about it, it makes sense that he borrowed money from me to do something in the demon world. At this moment, memories suddenly flood back. John, in a hurried and hesitant manner, said, I want to earn money with my own hands. But at this moment, Dian turned his back and walked away, leaving a piece of advice, try talking to Remember. Maybe he will lend you a little. John was stunned and stammered, Master. Remember quickly explained Dian's concern, saying that John used the name of the Gen Trading Guild and that it seemed his guild had been developing quite rapidly. Dean felt uncomfortable and awkwardly told, Remember, sit down and have a cup of tea with me. Remember hesitated but complied. Will it be all right, young master? Dian fell into silence, lost in thought. The Gen Trade Guild is waiting a moment while the group is in tune right after successfully crossing the demon border. The two men are chatting, and the man in the white scarf crosses his arms and asks, Why are they so stubborn? The man in the yellow scarf scratched his head and replied, I heard they come from the Jin Trading Guild, which seems to have appeared recently. Does everyone keep talking about that stubborn guy like he's so special? Remember, sitting opposite Dian, Nian Yu said cheerfully. Isn't he pretty capable at first glance? Why don't you try visiting the Trading Guild if you have time? Dian replied shyly upon hearing that. Oh, definitely, if I have the time. But inwardly, Dian was secretly thinking, I think Remember's starting to pay attention too, or maybe he's Jian's grandfather as well. Sipping tea in hand, Dian feels anxious, wondering when he'll get a chance. Moreover, the war between the demon world and the Empire is also about to break out. Breaking free from his wandering thoughts, Dian suddenly spoke up. How have you been lately? If you want me to spare some time, I am always willing. Seeing the tense situation, he waved his hand dismissively and said, No, I don't think so. A war is about to break out between your homeland and that empire. Gently placing the teacup on the table, Remember whispered, So you are referring to the conflict in Espanas. His expression is impossible to read, but he still respectfully replies, I haven't heard any news so far. Seeing this, Dian hurriedly raised his hand, stammering as he spoke. Remember imagined thousands of tragic scenarios in his mind. It must be so. Since your homeland fell into the chaos of war, you've probably been very worried. I haven't finished speaking, but Remember confidently assured him. It's okay. I will protect you. Dean stood frozen in shock, speechless, and exclaimed suddenly. Right after, as if to break this awkward atmosphere, Remember suddenly spoke up. I summarized the recent battlefield situation in Espanas for you, my lord. Dean quickly responded. Just treat it like a small kingdom in the middle of the continent. Remember immediately explained yes. Mentioning it refers to the fortresses surrounded by natural hills. It seems the continent appears before our eyes. Remember confidently states that this means if a war truly breaks out in Esperanus, failure is inevitable, and the king can mobilize the army quickly. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Remember boldly declared that Esperanus has never been an easy target to conquer. Falling into a state of deep contemplation, only God knows what is happening there, and moreover, what kind of country is Esperanus that I should investigate a little? My train of thought was instantly interrupted by a sound coming from the enormous amethyst stone on Dian's desk. The atmosphere once again fell into silence. Hurry to the desk, Dian thought anxiously. That is the communication crystal the king gave me. Quickly grabbing it in his hand, Dian hurriedly said, Glory to the Empire! Suddenly, the voice of the leader echoed from the crystal. Forget those formalities of greeting. I just want to hear your report when you return. Can I listen to it now? The Legion commander on the other side replied through the crystal. Everything has happened and the Demon King has finally acted. The Legion commander softly encourages and consoles. I want everyone to unite when facing the Demon Realm, so we should postpone the expedition for now. Just then, the tide turned again and the Legion commander fell into deep thought. Mentally, facing the Demon King head-on is no different than walking straight to your death. I absolutely have no intention of retreating from this battle. Does anyone have any other reports? Do you need any information beyond the war and the demons? After saying this, the leader confidently thought to himself, You would never reveal your hand if I didn't ask. Dian still held the orb in his hand, attentively listening to the leader's instructions. What is it? Do monsters often discover the gate? Dian quickly and nervously replied, A gate leading to the demon world has just been discovered at Taehan. The Legion commander was very pleased with Dian's attitude and confidently thought to himself, I am sure you will reveal everything. Then, the commander propped his hand on his cheek and praised, The southern country of Taehan. That is very useful information. Thank you for your cooperation. Dai continued reporting, but before he could finish, the commander-in-chief interrupted, guessing that they would meet again at the next weekly hunt. Dai was stunned, seemingly unable to believe what he was hearing, and exclaimed, Your Majesty, for a moment I wondered why you would hold the hunting competition right now. As if I couldn't believe my ears, Dian pressed the crystal to his ear to hear clearly what the leader was saying. I'm sure you've received the invitation already, so don't forget the costume I sent along with the letter as a gift. When I heard the leader mention this, Dian suddenly realized it was an invitation. Is it the gift? He glanced at the neatly placed box on the table. Dian asked. In the shadow chamber, a handsome young man is still focused on reading a report. It seems that things are not going as expected. He crushes the draft and sighs wondering why there's been no response at all. I'm sure he received the report from Dian after his mission. So that handsome young man is Kruin. Feeling frustrated, he stepped to the door, pulled back the curtain, and looked outside. My mind is filled with theories. If he's a duke, he would send revolutionary troops or assassins right after. Lost in thought, suddenly a voice echoed from outside the door. Hello, Lord Kruin. That voice seemed to wake Kruin from his deep thoughts, and he suddenly glanced over the mirror. Duke Laster entered. Kruin respectfully replied, Good day, Your Excellency. Yaster got straight to the point, saying, You must have heard about the return of the land, right? Then Duke Laster continued to speak openly. I have something I need you to do. Sir Kruin glanced at the Duke. Ulister explains, The moment of execution is just right. Immediately after, Kruin and the Duke are having a conversation, and the scene shifts to a week later at the hunting festival. A week later, on the day of the hunting festival, Dian walks softly, whispering to herself. Remember, the place you want me to stop for the hunting festival is the 2-star Merchant Guild. Dian is dressed in a bright red outfit that stands out among the crowd. The whispering gossip echoing in his ears made him curl up, his face turning pale and then flushing red. Dian wasn't very happy as he complained. Is it because this outfit is too flashy to walk around here? But there's no other choice but to wear this outfit to the hunting festival. It seems you want to wear something else, but ultimately this is the attire the king himself specially sent to you as a gift. It looks quite fitting on you, sir. Master, remember, finds Dian's new look amusing and wants to tease him, but he's not happy at all, with a gloomy, sullen face like a pumpkin. Dian angrily thought to himself, "Don't mock me like that, old man." The two of them leisurely walked through the noisy, bustling alley. Remember whispered softly, "And it would be very amusing if he knew you were coming here, my lord." Dian and Remember walk into the trade guild together, amazed. The lively and bustling scene of the guild overwhelms them with the atmosphere here. "Are you kidding me? I graduated from a prestigious academy. How could you think I wouldn't be able to distinguish my own herbs?" The man wearing a headband also vigorously defended himself. "Our trading company always deals with the most special kinds of herbs." "Wow, this merchant guild is more bustling than I imagined. It's even bigger than I thought." Then he immediately got down to the main issue. "What should I do now to find the trader?" At the same time, a voice from afar said, "Sir, a young servant is reporting alongside the trader. I just received a report that the Dune Bridge has just experienced an incident. How should we handle this?" All goods from Luik have not allowed the worker to finish speaking when John Duke issued an order, and the BGEN bridge is still informing them about the change of route. That conversation quickly caught Dian's attention. He looked around and seemed very pleased. "Seeing you," John continued issuing orders. "And recently I've heard rumors about bandits running rampant, so make sure not to be careless and absolutely don't let yourself be caught." Seeing his determined attitude in handling every situation, Dian secretly admired him. So he really looks like a merchant guildmaster with that way of working. Suddenly, Gian abruptly turned his gaze, looking extremely delighted. He threw the documents in his hand onto the table, then hurried over and asked, "Master, are you here to see me?" Dian also straightforwardly admitted, "Well, yes, but he was just thinking idly in his mind, is meeting me really that exciting that he's so thrilled? Your Shadow Guild seems to be doing pretty well." John quickly responded happily, "Everything is thanks to the grace of my master. Thank you very much. Ever since I started serving the singing family, almost all my problems have been resolved." Gian happily recounted, "I often deal with bad people." Dian angrily shouted, "You even dare to use my name?" Gian asked curiously, "What are you planning to do with that outfit?" Dian shyly replied, "Oh, I'm on my way to the hunting festival, so I stopped by." Gian quickly seized the opportunity to explain, "If it's the hunting festival, I heard that you can also bring a partner along." Dian coldly asked back, "So what?" Gian begged earnestly, "Please let me go with you." Dian still maintained this serious and cold attitude, refusing without hesitation. John's worries grew in his heart, and he silently admired his decisiveness. Then Gian continued to express, "Why not? I could use my swordsmanship to escort you, and be quite useful, right? There's no way I'd get in your way." Dian hesitated in this situation, standing frozen in place with his heart pounding and saying nothing, secretly thinking that the problem wasn't about that. Clutching the strange plant-filled bag tightly in his hand, Dian pondered anxiously, "If your book is with you, how can I get rid of this stupid plant inside this bag?" Dian tried every method to destroy the flower pot, but nothing worked. He was disappointed, thinking he had already tried many ways at home. The first attempt, he used a knife, but it didn't do anything. The second attempt, he used fire, but the flower pot showed no reaction. The third attempt was to let it fall freely, but the flower pot remained intact. The fourth attempt was poisoning. Then, the fifth attempt was to set it free, followed by the sixth, seventh, and eighth. But no method worked. DM sat quietly, lost in thought. Maybe the hunting festival is the only chance I have to do something with this tree, so it would be a big problem if someone went with me and saw the tree. Remember and Gian were confused by his actions. Remember anxiously said, "Sir." He happily placed his hand on John and explained why he didn't try to trust him this time. From what I see, it seems like he's forcing himself into a mold because of that day. Dian, feeling awkward, held his head. "And Van, oh my god, trust is not the issue here," Dian said hesitantly. "I just want to be alone." As soon as he finished speaking, they looked at him with expectant and pleading eyes, and old Dian thought nervously that he wouldn't be a burden to the old man's final wish. Dian hugs his bag to his chest, shyly glancing at John and Remember, feeling very awkward and unable to speak. As Tin Tam firmly states, "Stop looking at me with that expression or else. No means no." But no matter how strongly he protested, Dian had no choice but to accept defeat and let John go with them. Remember cheerfully announced, "We're here." John eagerly jumped out of the carriage, exclaiming with joy, "Thank you very much for allowing me to accompany you." Only Dian sat alone on the carriage, so distressed he couldn't speak a word. Seeing Dian's lack of response, Remember eagerly called out, "Master, you don't know how much he's suffering right now." Dai is struggling with his thoughts, unsure how to face what's coming next. He holds his head and thinks, "This is bad, damn it. Am I this weak?" Dian curiously looked into the carriage at Dian, while he was pondering and wondering, "What should I do about that debt now? Or should I just leave it there? It won't do anything, right?" Dian stood still, taking in everything Dai was showing, silently observing him with curious glances. Dai opens the door and steps down from the carriage, thinking I should reconsider this after the hunting competition. He sighs softly and places his hand to help John. Of course, a passionate bottom is a problem. His gaze grew more intimidating, but this hunting competition itself was already a headache. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. Remember looked at him in surprise. The others also stared in shock, and only then did he realize the problem. That he was reaching out to help John get off the car. What the hell is this? What did I do? It's over. His eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. He quickly withdrew his hand. John, not understanding why he did that, asked, Master, is something wrong? He couldn't answer, but he really wanted to say there were many issues. Leanne clutched her head and screamed, and Deanne desperately wanted to explain that it wasn't because she was delicate. Escorting a grown man into the carriage, her gaze turned terrifying and full of anger, was a blatant insult to him. Maybe he reached out because he knew that his body was weakened by the curse. While his sensitivity is commendable, ignorance is also a fault. John still stood there dazed, completely clueless. Not only did he turn the Lord into a laughingstock, but he also mocked the honor of a hero. Dean called out sharply, Gian? Everyone thinks this time Gian too is done. Even the generous master won't easily forgive him. I never expected Dean to praise John with a smile. You're quick-witted indeed. Dai pats John on the shoulder and says, I've not been feeling well all day, thanks. But next time, you don't need to do that. Then he turned and walked toward the event, and everyone here felt grateful to him. He forgave him. Truly our leader. Everyone else also cheered and said, That's amazing. Thong, I mean the Duke is just amazing. A man standing there in awe said, Even if he gets angry, no one will say anything. But he forgave him, so the rumors must be false. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right, everyone was praising him enthusiastically. He is a truly respectable person. Anne, who seemed to be blushing, secretly praised them in her heart. Have you all seen that? The way he mercifully forgives his subordinates makes her feel proud. He is our master. Dean was startled and panicked. Damn it, I almost died. I realize now that doing that was strange because I'm still used to the customs of the demon world. He turned around and sighed tiredly. No matter what I say to John, it just turns into self-mockery. Just keep going for now. I'll remember this and teach him a lesson later. John followed behind him like he was shrouded in darkness. Go and greet her. Miss Liane, it's been a while, she replied seriously. Master, Dong Ji has worked hard. Are you all right? Someone approached to help carry his belongings. Commander, is the bag heavy? Let me help you carry it. I'm fine. Don't touch it. He looks at him like a child trying to hold onto his belongings. It's mine. Don't touch it. Everyone was puzzled by his actions. He looked around and then asked, Where are the others? It seems there aren't many people here, Liane replied. It was actually when the Crown Prince arrived that I summoned you here. Dian Lin immediately bowed in greeting and said, The glorious divine empire of Dian Lin requests an audience with your highness. The Crown Prince patted his shoulder and said, It's been a while, Duke. You've probably heard about our monster hunting during the hunting competition, right? Yes, I have heard that the purpose of the competition is to reduce the number of monsters. He was startled again, almost blurted out the word damn, but his sharp eyes understood everything clearly. Surely that's just a superficial reason. But the real reason is to emphasize that this kingdom is so idle that it can hold a hunting contest amid war and damn politics. The Crown Prince said, As you said, monsters are multiplying rapidly. So to prevent accidents, I plan to eliminate all the monsters in the hunting grounds and keep a few for the hunting competition. And I want the Knights of the Demon Child Order to help me with that. Dean looked puzzled at those words. The Crown Prince also said, Of course I won't force you, so if you refuse, I will leave it to the Royal Knights. Diane replied, I don't want to either. The Crown Prince also said, I don't want to, but some of the Royal Knights are missing. Dean looked confused and said, Well, of course, there are also those who have to stay up all night to clean up their battlefield. The people standing behind teased, You're so embarrassing. Dian was furious, you damn bastards. Suddenly, Dian knelt and bowed his head. Thank you for your offer. I am more than willing to entrust my knights to you. Even though I don't know how he will handle those monsters, I don't care either. So, you had a different plan. I was planning to rest a bit before the hunting competition starts. You said, I'm not sure if I can fully make up for the mistakes they've made, but please go ahead and give them your orders. The Crown Prince sensed something was off and interrupted. Wait, what are you talking about? Of course you should lead them. Are you just standing there stunned? Face the monsters head on, Royal Knights. Hold your ground. Don't retreat. The Royal Knights have a hierarchical system, so they can control the situation on their own. But the only one who can control the Berserk Knights, like wild horses, is the one giving orders. Charge and kill anyone you see. You can't just rush in without a plan. You are only yourself. One person steps forward and kills one of them. This horned one belongs to me. Others also rush in and kill others. Die. So clearly you'll have to give them orders yourself, right? Even the knights are terrified. It really is a fight like a thief's. He secretly glances at Dian, probably because their personalities are similar to their leader. What is he looking at? Every time he glances at me, I get goosebumps. I wasn't surprised by his expression, nor is this the first time I've been misunderstood. His eyes light up and his smile is terrifying, because I will be home soon. I have already planned for this situation since they have mocked me countless times, starting my journey of injury and heading back home. Then he chuckled softly, and the knight couldn't help but laugh along. Oh my God. Look at the Duke's excitement. His eyes are wide open. Suddenly someone shouts, Watch out, master. A monster is rushing to attack him. He is not afraid, but excited. Well done, charge in. But Leon stepped forward to block him. Lady Lyanne, she shouted at the monster. How dare you? You won't be able to lay a finger on my master. She has already defeated all of you right at her feet. Minister Dean praised her. Lady Lyanne, you are very good at protecting me. She turned back and smiled shyly. What's wrong, my lord? Deep down, Dean Lai wanted to say, I didn't praise you. She cheerfully said, I guarantee you won't have to fight this time. I will do my best to protect you. Diane feels uncomfortable. This time, I don't need your protection, heavens. Looking at the battle ahead, I can't let it end like this, or I'll have to join the hunting competition. I don't want to. He came up with an idea. Maybe I should fall off the horse to get hurt. I do want to, but I won't fall just for no reason. Suddenly, the bag tore open and fell to the ground with a thud. The horse kept shaking, causing him to sway. What's wrong with you? Did you hear my inner thoughts? Suddenly, a sneaky voice said, I apologize. The sneaky one said, I accidentally touched the horse because my foot was stuck in the mud. Are you hurt anywhere? Please forgive me. With that look, really? His face shows no sign of remorse at all. Dean just said, it's okay. Just be careful next time, as he hurriedly ran away. Check your bag again. Even if something seems suspicious, I don't want to mention it. What if he's planning something? Why does this thing suddenly seem so calm? Is it dead? I hope so. He just opened it to check. Damn this troublesome flower. He tries to put it back into the bag, inside, and don't let it stick out anymore. John went to call the master again. He simply replied, we'll talk later. Master, why are you never angry? What did you say, John? Sir, I have made many mistakes today, but you have never been angry with me. His eyes were full of suspicion. I followed Dean because he is a disaster. Turns out he was deliberately trying to get me to get angry. I have always expected the anger that matches that title, but he is too kind and considerate. What if Dean is not a disaster? Dean has realized the problem. It seems he's trying to make me angry. You! A horde of night monsters screams as many of them charge forward. Focus! He rides forward, leaving John and the others, saying we will talk after this hunting trip. He is trying to get closer to the monsters heading back to his home. John started to suspect or wonder, are you really a disaster? Or should I? Charge towards the monster. This time I will risk everything to get injured and go straight home. A monster has entered my sights. Alright, I'll take advantage of that guy. You also planned very carefully, since he's not very big. With luck, I won't get seriously injured. But Leon quickly stepped forward to protect him, shouting at the monster, how dare you! A slash cut through, blood splattering everywhere. Dean angrily says, it's you again? He quickly turns his horse to find someone else, flipping the boat and looking for another target. Seeing another monster heading towards his next home, the knight exclaimed happily, I've killed it! Another knight angrily retorted, damn it, I claimed it first. Suddenly, the two of them froze and stared at something. Dean lowered his head in anger beside his horse. The knights were surprised and huffed. Captain, what's wrong? Why do you look so terrifying? He grits his teeth in anger. These guys are too reckless again. He looks around elsewhere. What about the others? All the monsters have been defeated by the knights. Where could the remaining ones be hiding? One knight, furious and frustrated, laments that they let one escape. His crazed eyes suddenly lit up as he grabbed his sword and charged forward like a gust of wind. A knight watching this looked a bit worried. That stance just now, could it be another knight speaking? I hope he doesn't intend to use that skill. They clutch their heads and shout, no, how could he use that skill on such a dumb monster? Do we really need to make such a big deal out of this? He's rushing forward with hope in his heart, determined to go home. But his eyes widened in shock once again as the knights moved forward right after him. They rushed at him to block the captain. He was startled and shouted, what the hell? A huge impact landed right where he was standing. They held him tightly. Captain, are you hurt anywhere? He shouted in anger. What are you doing, you bastard? It already escaped. The knight shouted back at him. Your actions are too dangerous, Captain. Weren't you about to use that skill just now? You're kidding me. What? What is that skill? A skill that allows us to temporarily surpass our limits, speed and strength to become the fastest and strongest. In return, it caused a lot of damage to bones and muscles after the battle. We are all alive thanks to the captain's sacrifices time and time again. But why today did you act even without any signal from him? The knight still keeps begging to take care of your injured body. He pushed him away again. Stay away from me. I will go home. He is extremely angry because he only wanted a minor injury. The knights are still crying out, holding him tight. Do you think you're a busy bee or something? You're really upsetting me. He struggled to break free, suffocating to death. Someone here must have gone to report that the raid was over, so I think we can return to the arena now. Stunned, he asked, what? Is it over? No way. Bring more monsters along, he mumbled in response. That, even if you want it that way, we still have to leave some monsters for the hunt. Isn't all this bloodshed enough to satisfy him? It's really scary, the knight said. Captain, I mean the master, the hunting competition will officially start soon. Just wait a little longer. That's right, later you can kill as many as you want. Everyone will feel proud. We're lucky to have Count Hat on our side. John's eyes silently watched, standing alone in the shadow of the dark tree, his gaze incredibly terrifying. John, the competition has already started. Lying bored on the bed, do I really have to join this hunting contest? He sighed, thinking that when the contest begins, the Emperor will also arrive here. Hat received a reminder call, and I'm sure you figured it out since you received my invitation. Remember to wear the outfit I gave you. He started this hunting competition. I wonder if he's trying to say something to me, and I'm curious if it has anything to do with the war. War? He turned away in disappointment. I hate it, and I don't even want to be part of it. Especially since this battle is to fight against the demon realm. Suddenly, the flower beside him shouted, "We! Sweep! Call it!" He angrily sat up and shouted, "I told you not to crawl out." Suddenly, the knight approached and asked, "Sir, may I come in?" He stood frozen in place, watching the image of the field dancing wildly inside. He asked blankly, "What are you doing?" He pretended to warm up and said, "Just stretching." "Do you have something to say?" The knight smiled happily. "It seems the captain is very excited about the hunting competition." "I'm so happy." He asked him, "Why did you come here?" He replied, "Do you think you could bring someone else besides that traitor to the hunting contest?" Hot asked in surprise. "Why would we do that?" He explained, "I felt uneasy leaving you alone with that guy. Just now, when he looked at you during the trial, his eyes seemed extremely dissatisfied." Or perhaps a surge of suspicion or a fiery rage, something like that. Hat replied, "So what? I understand now." The knight smiled. "So you understand now?" He called Dame Liane and told him to leave. She grabbed his ear and pulled him away, and he still tried to speak. "Yes, sir. Captain, when did you arrive? Wait, I'm serious right now." He tried to explain, "It's just because you haven't seen Jian's face earlier." "Sir, please choose an assistant for you. I have a headache and can't have too many people around because of this foolish tree, so adding one more isn't possible." Liane said, "Sir, I don't know the details, but I agree that you should choose an assistant." She sang again, angry with her. "Liane, you traitor." The swordsman with a sharp mind responds, "Of course. I knew you would agree too." So they both said in unison, "I will accompany you." Their eyes quickly exchanged glances again. "Caring for him is my responsibility. That's not fair. This time it's my turn. Last time you went with the captain." He turned around and waved his hand aside. "I'm not choosing either of you." They gasped in shock. "What?" The knight kept pleading. "Captain, I swear that guy has something very suspicious about him." Eight turns away. "I don't care. Whatever. This is my decision." The knight pleads, "Are you a child? How can you be so stubborn without saying a word?" Dean also has some doubts. Jian is thinking, indeed even now he is truly strange for asking, "Sir, why aren't you angry with me?" He is indeed suspicious, but if he's the only one, I can still handle him. The knight chases after and pleads with him. He's truly suspicious. "Please let me accompany you," but Hat is determined to drive him away. I thought that with just luck I wouldn't have gotten this far. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of me and said, "Are you a crazy honorable count?" He sneered at him. "Why are a real count and a dishonorable count treated the same way? This world is truly cruel." The knight grits his teeth in anger. "What did you just say?" Liane stops him. "Don't cause trouble or you'll get him into trouble." Dean was still standing there, stunned. Who the hell is this? People here are asking who that rude old nobleman is. And someone replies, "I'm not sure, but he's really stupid. He doesn't realize who he's offending." Diane angrily said, with a furious look on his face, "What are you?" The people here warned the stranger, "So how dare you provoke the hero of this kingdom?" He also wields the king's sword. That arrogant fool, full of himself, put his hand on his chest and arrogantly replied, "Good that you asked. I am the true head of the Hat family, the real Duke Hat." Everyone was surprised. Duke Hat? The self-proclaimed Count of Singing pointed at the madman and shouted, "I am not a fraud like you!" Everyone watching here was talking excitedly. Some saying the Count of Singing was real. Some also said, "I think they are doomed." And over here they say, "I've never seen him before." Is he from a collateral line? That's right, because there are still collateral descendants. Maybe this family still exists somewhere. The one standing behind Dian couldn't take it anymore, furious that he dared to insult him. Let me handle him and see if he dares to talk nonsense again. I heard that the malicious one refused the offer to become a count, so perhaps some distant branch of the family eventually became the clan leader. Dean walks up to the self-proclaimed one, his face looking truly terrifying. He warns him, "Congratulations, I hope you do your best. I don't think the family will last much longer. I'm feeling very relaxed and happy. Watching the downfall of my family, that self-proclaimed one is angry but powerless, walking away with resentment. Wait and see." Daidin watched him with a challenging smile, then thought to himself that surely the greedy ones in the family only put a fool in that position to be used as a pawn. That reckless fool has left, but then a voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. "I believe it's better for the family to decline than to have someone like him become the clan leader." "That is the Crown Prince." He appeared with a smug expression. "Is everyone here now?" He addressed everyone. "Thank you all for taking the time to participate in this event. May we all have fun and no accidents occur. If you're ready, please begin. In this kingdom, there's a custom where admirers give a ribbon to warriors heading to battle, and friends and family present handkerchiefs. A girl offers her handkerchief to her beloved and says, "I hope you accept this." The warrior promises her, "Miss, I will come back victorious." Dean said to the guard, "I'm not expecting anything, but aren't you going to give me a handkerchief?" The bodyguard next to him also saw this coming. This guy stammered to explain, "Yes, we're not the type to remember these things. If you want to be given one, I will get it for you right now." Diễn cảm thấy ngại ngùng nên từ chối tên kia rồi di mắt. Lia chỉ biết cuối khi chứng kiến cảnh này, rồi dộp nhiên cổ chữ dẹn một man trao khăn tay dễ thuông bên kia. The little girl ran over and handed the handkerchief to the young man. Hey, I give you this. Please don't get hurt. The brave warrior happily ruffled her hair and said, All right, thank you, kid. This scene reminded her of the past when she also gave a gift to someone she admired, and that person promised to return safely. Now, I remember she was only sad and complaining back then, 8 years ago when there was a war. I also once gave a handkerchief to my brother. Pay attention to her question. Did your brother enlist in the army? Miss Leon. Leon replied to Dean. I was forbidden by my parents to enlist. I am more skilled with a sword and healthier. So I was very worried about my weak brother on the battlefield. I couldn't bear to see him go back into the war again. So I became a knight because my parents wouldn't stop me. Her face gradually changed from sadness to pride. Dean told her that it was truly shameful. He remembered a fairy tale from the past that sounded very familiar. Even though the ending was completely different, those who sent the warriors off to battle. The knight shouted, Safe Chevs! Daniel also worried for his soldiers and exclaimed, Safe journey. Daniel advised them to trust in his preparations, assuring everyone that everything was ready, with enough weapons and assassins gathered that even Dean couldn't defeat him, recalling that the Duke had mentioned placing snipers and assassins in the hunting competition. Even if they fail, I believe you will complete the mission, Kruin. Kruin asked nervously, Do you know where Dean will be? The Duke said, No, but I guess Dean really hates crowded places, so if I track him using the monster's traces, I can isolate him. The Duke continued, Isn't he already experienced enough? Kruin saw that the Duke understood Dean very well, but on the other hand, Dean knew nothing about the Duke, so he had no idea he was about to participate in a hunting competition. When did that reckless fool start following you again? He asked. Where are you planning to go without riding a horse? Dean replied, Because horses can't get into this area. Why are you following me? The reckless one quickly denied it. Who is following you? I looked around and thought, since I've arrived in this abandoned land, I just need to pretend to hunt some monsters and then escape this forest. Lomong looked at Dean and wondered why he had come into this deserted area. It seemed suspicious. Dean is completely focused on the forest around him, thinking there must be traces of monsters nearby. Suddenly, a shout rings out. Master! The guard quickly rushed to shield Dean, pushing him away. Dean was passive and, upon looking back, realized it was an arrow. The follower anxiously asked, Is the master okay? Dean seems unharmed, holding his head and wondering, What does this mean? Suddenly, as if seeing something, the two quickly separated. A series of arrows shot down into the area. The two just lay down, and Dean angrily shouted, Damn it! I hear commands echoing from the forest. Aren't you tired? Kill Dean now! That reckless bastard is scared, hiding in the bushes, as the others follow orders to attack Dean. He fights them while cursing under his breath. Damn it! At this moment, I realize I should have listened to Chloe and brought more guards with me. Why did I have to exhaust myself? Looking at the reckless guy clutching his head and hiding in the bushes, I see that useless bastard. Looking at John, I thought he had only just learned swordsmanship, and I had no strength or talent to deal with those bastards. Fighting them alone, I was unlucky to be cornered. He angrily muttered, Damn it, we're cornered. There's an order from above. Fire the arrows now! Suddenly, a barrage of arrows pointed at him. Dean shouted in fear, How can I dodge all these arrows? Damn it, suddenly Jian shouted, Master! Then he ran to Dean and helped him lie down as a series of bombs exploded where Dean had just been standing. After being safe, Dean holds his mouth, blood flowing out. Dean says to the person holding him, Thank you, John. But when he looked up, he realized it wasn't John. Dean exclaimed in surprise, You think that isn't Kruin singing? Seeing Dean realize who he was, Kruin pulled his shirt over his face, but Dean stopped him and said, Do you think wearing this cloak makes me unrecognizable? What are you plotting? Kruin H., why are you here? The giant plant is fighting against the assassins. He looked over there and wondered, What the hell is that? Is that a crazy tree? Why has it become so huge? Is it destroying the assassins? Dean is surprised. How is it so powerful? After defeating the assassins, the crazy tree turned toward Dean, calling out to him, which made Dean feel uneasy. He thought to himself, Don't wave at me anymore. Luckily, it took care of the assassin for me, but I feel like I've been thrown into an even more dangerous situation. Suddenly, I hear a voice behind me saying, I hear an alarm. Hookra is the blonde-haired guy. He looked at the crazy tree, and its appearance also made him tremble with fear. What the hell is that? I've never seen a creature like this before. Lomang then crawled out from the bushes. Now speaking up, that monster came out of Dean's bag. Look at the bag in front of you. That guy is also scared and looks abnormal. He saved Dean from the assassins, so he must be the one controlling it. Does everyone think it's the monster from Ba Tuok Dien? It seems to look like it in this situation, but is that really the case? He stands up and looks at that noisy, talkative guy. What the hell is that busybody blabbering about? Surely the rumors about me are all connected to him, so clueless that he doesn't even know what fear is. Now he looks both furious and a little scared. What is he looking at that guy for? Dean looked around and realized that Kruin had already run away. Everyone from this point on is just more trouble to deal with. Dean looked at the crazy tree, and now the situation seems worse for him. I need to deal with this stupid cursed tree first. Should I take it down this time? Dian said with a fierce aura. Easier said than done. If I could kill it, I would have done so long ago. Then suddenly the tree surged up and tightly wrapped around Dian. He was surprised by its action. He shouted, "What are you doing?" That crazy tree knocked down Dian in front of everyone. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man turned and angrily said to the reckless one, "I clearly heard you say they are on the same side." The fool was confused, gaping, unable to believe they weren't just acting. Who would risk their life to play a game? Hurry and help the count, moving in a confusing state of being pressed down. This crazy tree was just waving at me a moment ago, so why is it acting like this now? Huck, I can't breathe. Dean whimpered in exhaustion and stopped, then suddenly surged up and punched the tree hard, shouting to get away from the demon. The crazy tree falls back and collapses. The soldiers behind are surprised. You've already defeated it. John runs over worriedly and calls out, "Master, the soldiers are praising you for defeating a new species of monster that day. Truly worthy of Count Dian." John hurriedly ran over to help Dian up and asked anxiously, "Are you okay? You're bleeding a lot." Dian wondered in surprise, did I defeat it with just one strike? As for whether I'm okay, of course I am. I coughed up blood because of my weak body, but I didn't actually suffer any serious injuries. Thinking it over, the scene earlier might have looked like I was attacked violently, but before I was knocked to the ground, it used vines to protect my head. And when I swung the sword unconsciously, it had already placed itself right in front of the blade to commit suicide. The soldiers nearby approached the crazy person to comment, Only now do I realize how strange it is when you get closer. Only now does the crazy one realize. It has realized that it will get into trouble if they find out that both of us are on the same side and attack me to prove that we are not colluding. Even though I wanted to kill it many times, it still tries to survive for its own benefit. Stupid. John Dew fills in the rest. Stop. He thinks back on what was just said. That idiot said, "Hey, that monster crawled out of the crazy person's bag, so he must be the one controlling it." I find it strange because I also saw the plant monster emerge from its owner's bag. Looking back, the situation still seems suspicious, but the monster attacking its owner and then committing suicide cleared all doubts for everyone. That really is a perfect way to end everything. The reckless one desperately tries to explain to the soldier, "I told you they were just acting, and that monster belongs to Dodon. Trust me, I am the true Count." The group of soldiers crossed their arms, wanting to teach them a lesson. The blonde-haired Lee. Think carefully before saying how humans can control monsters. Suddenly, Dita asked John, "Are you satisfied now?" Jian thought that as soon as he saw the monster crawling out of its owner's bag, he didn't act but just watched. And he was sure that John, with a face full of murderous intent and a challenging smile, thought to himself, "Of course his owner considers himself a disaster. What kind of person could control a monster? That is impossible unless he is the disaster. From now on, I will no longer doubt Mr. Dian." At the resting place, the blue-haired guy found the reckless one annoying, as he kept rambling and giving him a headache. The black-haired guy asked Dian, "What happened to your relative?" He looked for a hiding spot as soon as you were ambushed, losing all face. That reckless guy's face turned pale, and he said, "I need to get out of this as soon as possible, or I will die." Who would have thought that the rumors were true? Did he set everything up? So who would believe me? Coming up behind you slowly, hand on your shoulder, friendly, "You're still living at the theater house, right?" Suddenly, her face turns cold and terrifying as she says, "Clean up, will you? I'll soon cover the walls inside with blood." That guy shouted in fear, "What are you talking about?" So, does that mean the rumor about him being a murderous lunatic is just him glaring at him? Oh, do you also need cleaning services? Like restless, vengeful spirits wandering around the yard, or something similar? And if you don't want me to clean you up as well, you'd better not go too far. Just think about how Brother Dian threatened that guy earlier. They smile with their hands clasped under their chins and speak casually. Maybe the hunting competition was just too terrifying for him. The black-haired guy also doesn't quite believe what he's saying. How could someone as clueless as him become the head of the family? There is a major order. The emperor is approaching, everyone bows and says, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The emperor told everyone that the prince would oversee this hunting competition on his behalf. Everyone seems satisfied, right? It seems there was a bit of chaos, but overall, it ended smoothly. Hearing those words, it felt like the emperor was targeting him. Dian stared thoughtfully. The emperor picked up a piece of paper and said, "I will announce the winners, and then I have a few things to say. Congratulations to Kruin for securing 4 third-rank monsters." Looking at the empty seat, no one knows where Kruin has gone. The emperor continued, "Elpedius managed to hunt 5 level 2 monsters." The crown prince's face puffed up with pride. Everyone was surprised. Huh? Is the crown prince not ranked first? Who could possibly beat the crown prince? Next, the emperor announced the top position, and it was Dian. "Listen, Dian, do you know what's happening? While you look confused, everyone around has already celebrated. Congratulations, you truly are our team leader. Why am I the one surprised? How could I be the top?" Black-haired Un was happily hugging Dian, feeling that his efforts had finally paid off. Dian was surprised, eyes wide open and mouth agape. He recalled clearly that he had only killed one creature, yet he had also killed Kaka, the assassin. The emperor continued, "This is the first time a plant-type monster has been discovered, so I awarded you extra points." Dian scoffed, thinking to himself, "I don't need it." the Emperor announced with a smiling face but hiding dangerous intentions. So the hunting competition ends here, but before the feast, I still have one thing to announce. As everyone knows, the Empire is at war with many other nations, but there is something even more important. Now, we will cease all conflicts in the human world and launch a war against the demon realm. The Emperor looks extremely determined and continues, the Demon King has officially announced that he will intervene in the battle with the human world, so we can no longer turn a blind eye. Below, the crowd started whispering among themselves. They wondered if now there were not only humans fighting each other, but also demons. So what about the casualties in the aftermath of my war now? A man asked. Forgive me, your majesty, but may I ask if the kingdoms in the civil war accept this situation? He replied, they don't want to, but they have no choice, because our kingdom is the only realm in the human world capable of waging war against the demons. Dean, with a puzzled look, silently wondered, strange, does he not intend to say anything to explain why humans would try to collude with the demons? The Demon King not only accepted an ordinary human like himself, but also gave him the title of Zero Commander and asked further, what do you think about joining the demon army? He originally had no ill will or resentment towards humans. That means even with your human status, if you can create benefits for the demon world, the Demon King will accept anyone. Why doesn't the king consider such an obvious factor? The Emperor walks leisurely, with Dian beside him, his face slightly darkened and carrying a hint of obsession. Your Majesty suddenly looked at Dian's face and asked, are you upset about being summoned unexpectedly? He was surprised and replied, no, not at all. The king continued, if I had chosen red for you, Count, just imagine if you appeared before those fragile nobles covered in blood, how terrified they would be. I have no reason to be covered in blood myself, after all, Your Majesty continued. Since you have overcome the challenge personally set by the royal family, besides the prize for the top performer being sent to your home, you will also receive an additional reward worthy of your effort. Jin Lixu's uploy. Thank you. Inside, you start to reconsider and think about a different matter. You quietly think, actually, I don't need money that much. So when did Your Majesty start wearing gloves? It seems you noticed Dian's distraction and said, I called you out here for a different matter. Are you listening? But he still didn't pay attention to the king's words, still thinking to himself, I thought you hated the feeling of not being able to directly hold things. At this moment, the king called out loudly, Dian. He was startled and replied, yes, Your Majesty. He completely forgot that he was standing in front of the king. He said, I just told you that you will also participate in this battle. The Emperor knew immediately that the decision to follow which side was entirely based on instinct. Your Majesty said to him, it might be time for you to make a decision now. Which side do you plan to join? You must know that I have given you many chances so far. Dean, you once participated in a monster extermination mission where even heroes lost their lives, yet you succeeded in surviving and bringing back the hero's body. That achievement was truly extraordinary. But it is also because of that event that you are now in complete chaos. Although he doesn't look seriously injured, he keeps vomiting blood. Could that mark on his collarbone be a curse from the Demon King? Your Majesty asked him, have you found a way to remove that mark yet? Dian replied, perhaps I need to return to the demon world again. At that time, I never thought that allowing him to return to the demon realm would cause everything to take such a turn. Your Majesty continued, the information about the Legion commanders you brought back will be very useful for the Empire. Do you still need to go back to the demon realm now? I lift my head, my eyes filled with complex emotions, and humbly ask for your forgiveness. I have yet to find a way to remove that curse. The Emperor's eyes changed as he thought to himself, who would have guessed that behind my back, Dian could be so cunning. Dian went to the Demon King to request the curse's removal, but failed. But strangely, the Demon King still let him return safely. Although I still plan to keep Dian as an insider to minimize losses, it's really odd. Is the Demon King really planning to just let him go like that? What if he's secretly an infiltrator for the Empire? But what does the Demon King gain from this? The information D brought back from the demon world is so detailed that even the Demon King's closest confidants couldn't know.
And coincidentally, rumors about Commander Zero also started spreading since Dian began moving back and forth between the two worlds. Dian is contributing not just to the Empire itself.
Now I understand the Demon Lord is also using him. DI is maintaining a perfect neutral stance between the human world and the demon world while holding two positions at the same time. Even after discovering that you were leaking information of the Empire to the Demon King, I still did not imprison you. Do you still need one more chance? The Emperor finished speaking, and he responded, I have never lied even a single word whenever the Emperor questions me. The Emperor said grimly, yes, that's exactly why I've kept you alive until now. I was truly disgusted at first, but killing Quach would be too regretful.
Dian is not on our side, but he also won't join their faction. He won't reveal any information unless he's forced to be interrogated.
Maybe he will reluctantly carry out his mission, but he will not refuse any order. Though there are small misunderstandings, it cannot be denied that he is truly outstanding and talented. As long as he still has the token in his hand, he will be the most effective pawn in the King's Knight. From the very beginning, this has been an unwritten rule in the game of conflict between us and the Demon King. Surely that Demon King also thinks the same way. Which side will use Dian more effectively? Who will be able to lure Dian to their side first? If Dian intends to fully side with one faction, will the other side notice and how will they ultimately react? The players are the Demon King and the King, with Dian acting as the Game Master. The prize for winning also goes to D-Dean, and the next player is still D-Dean. D-Dean responds, even if it's a curse, after I kill the Demon King, it will disappear on its own. After I kill the... He placed his hand on his chest and said, everything you have achieved so far is here. The Emperor also touched the curse on Dian's chest. There must be a reason you were born into this world. I can't live forever in darkness just because I'm sensitive to the light. Is that correct? You're human, so stay here. And Anne thought to herself, indeed she had lasted quite a long time, knowing beforehand that this day would eventually come. But as she was lost in thought, His Majesty said, I know this might be a bit abrupt. I will give you more time to think. I hope your answer will not disappoint me. With all your past achievements, I will grant you the title of Earl. His face turned sinister as he said, I thank the king. He thought to himself, his thoughts too easy to predict. There's a beautiful girl deep in thought. I've miscalculated. I should have given my token to the Count before he left for the hunting contest. If I had calculated more carefully, I could have helped my uncle a little more. There are two men talking in the room. The Count has returned. The other person continued speaking. I wonder what you and the king discussed. Clearly about the prize for winning the hunting competition. The girl with the panicked expression shouted out, Count! He bowed respectfully and saluted the Empire's rose. I think it's probably not too late now. I heard something happen during the hunting competition, and since all the traps have been removed, if this continues, I should have paid more attention. Your Highness, would you mind if we went somewhere quieter to talk? The princess was silent for a moment before speaking. Fine, anywhere is fine as long as we have privacy. Are you okay? After the two of them left the estate, the princess spoke first, saying, I am sorry I couldn't give you the blessing ribbon for a safe hunt, so when I heard you were ambushed, I was quite shocked. He calmly replied, I am fine. The princess continued, I still feel very sad. It's all because I suddenly forgot. His eyes suddenly darkened and said, It's okay, forgetting is natural. The princess asked confusedly, What do you mean? He replied, I think it's very understandable that you forgot me. Why do you look like that? Feeling sad? No, that's not it. He continued, his eyes turning cunning. Because your highness doesn't truly like me. He is openly mocking me. He knows everything is just a act. The princess lowered her head silently and replied, You are right. Then the princess suddenly glared and shouted, grabbing his shirt. Though embarrassed, she said, But if we become a couple, it would be beneficial for both sides. This proposal isn't too bad either. He pondered silently. I have completely failed. He gently took the princess's hand off his shirt and said, Don't waste your precious time on me because you only live once. He then walked away, leaving the princess standing there speechless. Then the princess sat down with her face in her hands, suddenly seeming to realize something. She thought to herself, He's so blunt in his words, I can't even find a chance to hold on. Does he really not want to marry me? Despite having such looks, I've never seen him involved in any scandals with women. Does he have some strange hobby? Could it be? Suddenly he feels like he's been seriously misunderstood for no reason at all. While he was lost in thought, a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. Startled, he turned around to see a polite-looking person smiling and saying, So where have you been hiding all this time, subordinate? Count Stigma touched his shoulder from behind and asked, Where have you been, Junior? He was startled and confused, thinking to himself, Marquis Stigma, isn't he the one I was talking to the Emperor? Why are you here now? The Marquis Stigma asked confusedly. What's going on? He thought to himself that he couldn't remember anything and awkwardly replied, No, it's nothing. He kept trying to recall. It seemed the Emperor had said he would give him more time or something like that. Let's think about handling this later. For now, what's your business with me, Marquis Stigma? Stigma sneered and replied, I thought I had missed the chance to meet you, but luckily we happened to run into each other here, Junior. Stichma's words suddenly made the man approaching look visibly annoyed. Wait a moment, what do you mean by your lordship? How can he be the one to make the judgment?
It wouldn't be fair if he showed favoritism towards you, the black-faced man asked with obvious confusion.
What kind of judgment is that? Stichma smirked. Did I say I knew him before? This is the first time we've spoken. The more the man listened, the more confused he became. So why did you act as if he were you? He hesitated for a long time, stretching out his words, but was interrupted by the Count. It's simply because I like him. As the Count laughed and put his arm around his shoulder, he widened his eyes in surprise, unable to believe what he had just heard.
What is he rambling about? What does he like?
The speechless man rubbed his temple and said, All right, let's first leave it to the Count to decide. Please don't forgive me. Tenter approached Dian politely and shook hands. Nice to meet you. My name is Tenter. Dian frowned, his eyes full of suspicion, and replied, I'm Dian. Tenter continued, I've heard a lot about your achievements. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Ah, we haven't even properly introduced ourselves yet. I am Marcus Stick. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then he wondered what these people were planning and asked them, What do you want me to judge? Tent forced an awkward smile and said, Oh, it's nothing, just a small disagreement between me and the three Counts, and I think you are the most suitable to judge. Dian was stunned, eyes wide open. Me? Sticky replied confidently. Don't worry, our reasoning is also quite simple. Then you guys can handle it yourselves. The men living in the extreme South Empire are interrupted by the paper. What tribe are they from? The Marquis smiled. Your name is too long, I can't remember it. Sorry. He secretly felt annoyed inside. Don't argue in front of me using that. Those men kept invading my territory. They have been killing, looting, and causing chaos in the South for a long time, so we reported the situation to the Empire. I don't expect any military aid either. Since the Empire is still prioritizing the war with the Demon Realm, I will personally go and eliminate those men. But the Count interrupted here, and the Marquis stepped in. I was the one who objected. An old man with a short temper, Marcus Stigma, laughed with sarcasm and disdain. At this moment, Dian thought to himself, shouldn't they be the ones to meet the Emperor? Sensing this, Marquis Stigma continued, the Emperor said that I and the Count should handle this ourselves since that land is ultimately our territory. Is that what he's thinking? So they want to know whether to prioritize destroying the human race before the war begins or to persuade them to join the fight against the demons? Which is why this argument broke out. But why are both the Emperor and these people? Thinking of this, he said, sorry if I misunderstood, but why is Count so sure that the Man tribe will not form an alliance with the Demon tribe? The Count was startled and nervously said, but after all, they are humans like us. Even if they see the Empire as an enemy, they won't side with the demons. He then said with a guarded expression, implying that there's no guarantee they will always stand with their own kind. The Count was stunned and asked, why? Why you? Just then, the Marquis patted his shoulder and smiled. Yes, you are truly wise. The only flaw of the Viscount is being too kind. Then, the Marquis patted the Count on the shoulder, the Earl. The only things that can change human decisions are absolute power and hatred. If the demon race wields unmatched strength, humanity will choose to side with them as long as they keep their lives. And there are those willing to sell their souls to demons just to take lives they swear to protect. Race is not the main factor.
Demon humans do not have a good relationship with us, so they are likely to side with the demons, the Count says confidently.
So the debate is over. I knew you would side with me. Junior? Dean looks confused. Huh? No, I'm not on anyone's side. The Earl still smiled, patting the Count on the shoulder, saying he would report this to the Emperor. You can go now, Lord Nam. The Count replied, so I'll take my leave now. What about the two of you? I will as well. As Dian was about to reply, he was interrupted. The Marquis said, I still want to talk with my Junior a little more. Dian silently cursed to himself. Damn it, Junior. Yes, sir. Dean tried his best to stay calm, but he was very anxious inside. He just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone's staring made him uncomfortable. The Count chuckled softly and said, oh dear, it seems we've attracted too much attention. You don't like being scrutinized like this, do you, Junior? Just a single glance? Is this the influence of the Empire's second hero? Are you still uncomfortable? The Marquis asked him. No, I was just changing the subject on purpose. I just realized that you have brown eyes. The Countess stopped smiling, her gaze turning sharp. Yes, it looks so ordinary, doesn't it? So what if it does? It matches the color of my mother's eyes. Min Min is gone. Dian silently thought that Stitchma was born from a maid. He took a deep breath. I spoke too quickly without thinking. Count, what are you doing with the bottle of wine?
Are you about to hit someone? The Count raises the bottle of wine towards Dai.
It seems we still have a lot to talk about. Would you like some wine first? He wondered silently. Is he not angry? Thank you, my lord attendant. Just call me Stigma. The Count chuckled softly. Then I will call you Senior Stigma. It's been a while since we last had a drink. Dean thought to himself. The Count laughed loudly. I know I shouldn't believe those rumors, but I thought you were cold and aloof, not so naive. It really would be great if I had a protege now. Now I understand why the Emperor values you so much. Dean hesitated. That's not it. What do you cherish here? The Marquis quickly added. You don't realize it, do you? The Emperor values talent highly, especially those who share his traits. Those who rise from the bottom of society or are never satisfied and obsessed with proving themselves, and ultimately, those who have turned against their own families. That's why the Emperor likes you, young one. But do you think that's a bit terrifying? Dean felt a chill down his spine. I don't know what you mean by that. The Countess smirked. It was actually you who requested that as a reward for your achievements after 5 years of war. Dian stammered then. He thought back to the old days when his father said to him, oh dear Dian, are you here to learn how to become the heir? It's a bit difficult for you. Dean happily and confidently replied, it's okay, Dad. Dian is very smart. Dad replied, don't push yourself too hard. Eat some snacks. When did my son grow up so much? You truly are the pride of our entire family. But other words echo in his mind. The shame of the family. Go reflect on your actions in your room. No one expects anything from you. The monster apologized, but it would be better if you died. You are gradually having difficulty breathing. Junior, are you okay? The Marquise's voice brings Dian back to the present. Dian responds with a cold gaze. I have no idea what you are talking about. Can't you hear clearly? The Marquise smirked. I understand. I get it. It seems you don't know anything about this. How can an alert person suggest such a thing to the Emperor? The Marquis suggested, why don't we have a drink first before continuing our conversation? I brought a fine bottle of liquor from the south. Do you like strong drinks? If his sober state refuses to talk about it, why not try to get him drunk instead? A man entered the camp. What wind brought you here, Duke? I hope it didn't take too long as I still have a banquet to attend. Your Majesty, have you ever experienced hallucinations? What? Duke Ulaster sneered. Your Majesty, are you hallucinating? The Emperor felt confused.
What are you talking about?
I've spent my precious time here just to hear you say such nonsense. Don't deny anymore your left hand will never heal, even if you possess remnants of heroism. Even your habit of staring into the void makes it hard for me to ignore this. The Emperor's face darkened as he clenched his fist unconsciously. A person as important as an emperor should always look forward, but this one only clings to the past and what has already happened. Unfortunately, the king always feels guilty over the smallest mistakes and easily sinks into that sense of remorse. A king who cannot bear the weight of his own crown, is he truly worthy of his people's recognition? He asked, "What do you really mean, Duke?" He smiled and said that perhaps the position you're in seems to carry too heavy a burden. He made a sinister suggestion. Maybe it's time for you to pass it on to someone else, isn't it? The Emperor chuckled at the Duke's words, provoking him. Instead of just spouting empty words, why don't you try to snatch the crown from my severed head? Yaster chuckled aloud, the terrifying vision he painted. I simply want to be able to inherit it properly when I am worthy, and your Majesty knows that well. Yaster chuckled mischievously, saying that he was still turning a blind eye to some issues for now. The Emperor looked at him warily. That's right, he's not only the leader of the aristocrats, but also has an imperial hero as his subordinate, wielding great influence over the people through the Church of Penance. Moreover, he has close ties with the Revolutionary Army. Power spreads everywhere, yet he can still keep the nobility and the people in check, preventing the revolutionary forces from running wild. What a feat. The Emperor crossed his arms and asked seriously, "So why do you want this position?" You wonder, there was never any obstacle to prevent him from overthrowing me. He calmly asked back, "Do you think the desire for power needs a reason?" Your Majesty, only now do you realize that he is simply trying to force me to abandon the throne himself. Still hesitant to confront him, I wonder if that was really the reason, Laster exclaimed. Oh, it seems your Majesty still doesn't understand. If so, then he slowly expressed his desire. I want absolute power to protect everything. Is that reason enough? The throne is the pinnacle of power. Of course, everyone wants it. The Emperor smirked and said, "So you have someone you want to protect?" "Perhaps so," he said quietly with a mysterious smile. The Emperor returned to the main topic. "Forget it. I'm not interested in knowing. Basically, the Duke knows I won't pass on the throne just because of some empty words." The two dark figures looked at each other, and the Duke smiled. He bowed solemnly and said, "Then I bid your Majesty farewell. I humbly take my leave. May God bless you. In the darkness of the night, only your faint light illuminates everything." Yaster walks forward, lost in thought. The king doesn't seem to be panicking before the battle at all. He doesn't even use words to manipulate his power. He happily speculates that the nobles might abandon the king to join the demons and that other countries could also be forming alliances with the demon realm. Surely the Emperor is now contemplating many possibilities. The butler hurried over worriedly and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Please adjust your accessories and give the order to depart for the banquet. It's already late." Yaster stopped. So naive. He turned back and said, "Maybe there's no way around it. Relay this message immediately. Just spread rumors about the demons. Any kind of rumor is fine as long as it mainly claims they are treacherous and cannibalistic." The two strangers silently listened to the orders, basically just ensuring that humans no longer trust the demons. Then both of them suddenly vanished into the night. Yaster happily mounted his horse, ready to fulfill the king's wish to join the war while still in power, his face showing a clear expression of malicious delight. "Because I can't let my empire fall easily like that." At the party, the sound of bottles and objects breaking echoes. Everyone ran away, shouting and dodging as the two fought there. The green-haired person was hit and bleeding on one side of his face, while the other, Dai, with a flushed face, was gasping heavily. Even after being hit, the other person still smiled and asked, "Are you still not giving up, Junior? If you keep going, the whole party will be ruined." "But you said you are my enemy." The green-haired man wiped the blood from his cheek and explained, "I was just teasing you. I only wanted to see your reaction. I didn't mean to be your enemy." Still, Dien charged forward, but beforehand he said he was an enemy, and I struggled to block the attack. This drunkenness is terrifying, and claiming curiosity was just an excuse. I remember a few minutes ago, I was helping Dien stagger home from drinking. "Hey, Junior, are you okay?" He sighed, looking completely drunk. He thought he just wanted to have an honest talk with this younger brother once, but at this rate, he wouldn't even be able to say a proper word. Dien asked, "If you are the enemy, are you surprised?" Dien raises his head and asks again, "Are you my enemy?" Then he looks at the young man in front of him and smiles slyly. Maybe so. And then the two of them charged at each other, headbutting. I regret it now. If I had known he would end up like this, I wouldn't have bothered making excuses. I was defending myself while acknowledging Dien's skill, but I have to admit I was a bit confused at first. He has no heroic remnants. This behavior is just unconscious violence caused by drunkenness. I swung my sword to make him dodge away. How could I let myself lose? But Dien was breathing heavily, seeming to have lost control. He repeated, "The enemy must die." He thought to himself that even though he's drunk, he's still so quick, strong, and skilled. If he were sober in a different situation, it would probably be very tough to handle him. Still, he kept his guard up, ready for the next strike, and he didn't look like he would calm down anytime soon. Then I should quickly suppress you. He swung his sword and stepped in front of Dian. Sorry about this. It might hurt a bit. It seems Dian, being drunk, couldn't react in time when someone suddenly stepped in, blocking the blue-haired sword strike and shielding Duan. The Emperor then arrived and ordered everyone to stop. Sir, you ask, so this chaos was caused by you heroes who should be model citizens? Suddenly he shouted, Dian! Over there, Dian slammed the person who had just shielded him to the ground, and without hesitation, stabbed the knife down hard. He hauntedly said, You are the enemy. That is Kruin. You were lucky to dodge the attack, grabbing the hand that was choking you, yet I still admire your decisiveness. The Emperor spoke, Dian, but you didn't hear, raising your knife to strike again, repeatedly saying that all enemies must be killed. You are my enemy. Die. Dian hadn't had time to strike, but the Emperor quickly grabbed his hand and ordered him to stop. Dian suddenly twists his own hand. The action startles the Emperor, who quickly releases his grip and asks, What are you doing? Are you asking if breaking your wrist joint by shifting your center of gravity and using force? Kruin also looked at the person in front of him with fear. Dian has completely lost her mind, constantly repeating that all enemies must die, with hateful eyes and a vengeful expression. All enemies must die. All enemies must die. 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 You tighten your grip on the opponent's neck and sneer. Die, you evil creature. The Emperor repeats the order. I thought I told you to stop already. The Emperor held one of your hands while the other pressed your head down to the ground to subdue you. Dian looked up at the Emperor with a displeased expression, secretly thinking that bastard was struggling, moving his wrist the moment he caught him because he knew he couldn't suppress him for long without risking injury. Kruin immediately stepped back, gasping and trying to steady himself. The Emperor asked, Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself? Dinan Kogangjezua, he is the enemy. Let me go. All enemies must die. All enemies. Kruin touched his neck, gritting his teeth and thinking that bastard was taking advantage of his conscious and subconscious traits for his own purposes. The Emperor looked at Dian's broken wrist and foolishly said, Remember, Dian, this is not a battlefield. Fix Dian's hand. You are in pain and breathing rapidly, crying out each word. You said, Wake up now. The Emperor places his hand on your back and breathes deeply. Are you still trying to regain your senses? I've already reset your wrist joint, but you should still get checked. Dian is stunned and speechless. A guard approaches and asks, Are you all right? Then Kruin hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, I will withdraw. But you responded, I don't think your mind is stable yet. He remained silent without replying. At this moment, Sainer was seeing Kruin off, silently blaming himself, his body reacting before he could realize, but how dare he? He recalled the moment he rushed out to block the blue-haired guy's sword. How dare he draw his sword? How dare he point it at my beloved younger brother? The one I love so much I can't bear to hate? He turned back and gave an order. Sinner, stay here until Dian wakes up and pass on these words to him. Don't wander the streets tonight. Go straight home. At this moment, Dian is resting peacefully. He wakes up, feeling dizzy, and wonders where he is. He looked at the royal physician examining his hand in front of him, wondering why his whole body was in so much pain and why the physician was here. What have I done while I was drunk? The doctor, seeing that you are awake, immediately advised, Your Majesty has dislocated his joint, so I don't need to do much more. Avoid using your wrist in the future. You look at the Emperor and Stigma, your wrist is broken? No wonder it hurts so much. And why are they here? The Emperor looked at the other person and said, I didn't allow strong alcohol to be served at the party. He confessed, Forgive me. The god specifically ordered his subordinates to bring it here. The weakest tend to rely on alcohol and drugs to keep themselves alive. The imperial messenger announced, You are awake. The Emperor then approached to inquire, How do you feel? Dean sat up and replied, I am fine. Sorry for causing such trouble. The blue-haired man also smiled and said, Sorry, I guess I was having too much fun and gave you too much to drink. It's okay, senior. I hope I didn't cause a burden on everyone by drinking too much. The other replied, Oh, don't worry. It's quite fun. That statement is crazy and confusing. So amusing. He smiled happily, recalling the Emperor's words. It's time to wake up. This is not the battlefield. According to His Majesty, this is not just a drunken joke. The phenomenon where a person experiences hallucinations, hears voices in their mind, falls into severe depression, or becomes aggressive, making everyone seem like an enemy. A common symptom of those who have been injured or killed in battle, post-traumatic stress disorder, he suddenly feels compassion. Rumor has it he went to the front lines at 14 years old, right? Even with all the rumors, my juniors are just human beings. The Emperor cares and asks about them. Why don't you rest a little more? Dian still stubbornly gets out of bed. I'm fine, Stitchma chuckled to himself. But if that's really the case, he is even more extraordinary than I thought. The fact that those sides only appear when he's drunk means that when he's sober, he has to suppress those instincts with all his might. Indeed, a remarkable junior. Suddenly, Dian's nose started to bleed. The Emperor immediately summoned the court physician and hurried over. Yes, Your Majesty. He nervously begged, Please don't be weak anymore. That expression made Dian wonder what was wrong with him. The doctor nervously said, Besides the wrists, his body is covered with bruises all over. But those are just minor injuries, so he shouldn't be bleeding from the nose. Stitchma asked again, Why is that? The royal physician replied, I believe it was natural for him. Before he finished speaking, the Emperor interrupted. That is the curse of the Demon King, and it weakens his body. The Imperial Doctor looked at the Emperor in silence. You look at him and then give the order. Your task here is done. You are free to go now. He bowed and left. Stigma pondered silently. The curse. That's right. I forgot about this because he seemed fine. He must have tried very hard not to show that he's weak. I like him even more now. The mark on the madman's body glows. He tells himself he should just go back and rest. At the Kruin and Diane estate, Kruin has returned. As he was taking off his cloak, a voice suddenly rang out. The voice made him stop instantly. It's too late. Now I finally noticed the person sitting in front of me. I humbly ask, Your Highness, why are you here? Before I start speaking, Laster places his pawn on the chessboard. He ordered him to kneel. Kruin, confused, asked back. Yes, a knife suddenly lunged from somewhere and stabbed straight into Kruin's thigh. He kneels down and looks up. Kruin realizes they are not his ordinary guards, but assassins. Kruin swallows hard, aware of his current situation, and nervously kneels down with both knees, bowing his head to Yaster. Yaster finally spoke. I heard a very interesting story. Kruin listened intently and nervously. I don't really have time to waste either. Laster played with the knight chess piece. So why don't we get straight to the point? As you can see, I'm very busy. He glanced at Kruin and then, with a dismissive look, asked, Won't I find out anyway? Kruin silently watches the pawn fall before him. Yaster straightforwardly says, You're protecting someone who goes out singing. Hearing Yaster's words, Kruin was startled and nervous. As Dai placed his hand on the horse's back, someone called him, and he turned around to glance behind with a terrifying look. Grr! Dai squinted coldly and said, You're kidding me. Kruin asked you to tell me not to wander outside and go straight home? Tell him to stay calm, Sinner replied. Yes, my lord, but in return, there was a contemptuous laugh from Didon. Whatever that guy says, Didion simply mounted his horse and left casually, thinking to himself that obeying that bastard is pointless. Why should I listen to him? Sinner opened his eyes and watched him leave in silence, his hollow yellow eyes cold and unmoving. Remembering the past memory, Kruin mounted his horse and ordered him to stay here. When Sen wakes up, tell him to come back. Please go home immediately, and don't wander outside tonight. Sinner then asked if he could inquire about the reason. Kruin, hearing that, cast a cold glance back at him and said, That kid never listens to me. So if you say so, he will probably stay out tonight and maybe end up wandering around with injuries again, which would actually work in our favor. He truly understood Dion's mindset. Right now, he's very angry. His eyebrows raised, his mouth clenched, thinking to himself, what right does he have to tell me to go back? How bold? Does he think he's my bodyguard or something? He rode out and saw the carriage of the estate waiting nearby. When the female guard saw him, she immediately called out to the Marquis. She raised her hand and pointed to the carriage, saying, We've prepared a carriage for you. But Dion ignored it and rode past on his horse. Seeing him walk further away without any intention of getting on, the female guard turned pale with fear and shouted, Where are you going? The female guard hurriedly called after him, saying, Don't you want to take the carriage? But you might be in danger. Please let me accompany you. Jian quickly grabbed the reins and cloak, calling out, Master, you forgot me again. Dian coldly replied, Leave me alone. His voice carried a murderous aura and the smell of blood, making John and the female guard startle and stop. Dian turned his head back to look at them, his eyes sharp and full of deadly intent, radiating an aura of darkness. I will go outside alone to get some fresh air, but in truth, I'm afraid that going home now would mean admitting defeat. Dian also sometimes thinks quite childishly like that. The female guard saw Dian emitting a blazing red aura, announcing a warning that no one should follow. She felt confused and didn't know how to handle the situation, so she could only reluctantly say, But... A hand holding a black cloak reached out, accompanied by a voice full of concern. Then at least wear this cloak. That is John. When did you come to the horse? He kindly said that if you keep wandering around aimlessly, you'll reveal my identity as the Count. Let me help you put on your clothes. It feels like John's eyes are shining brightly. Just take this as my apology for testing you earlier. You don't need to feel pressured. Seeing that, Dian, with a look of disgust, sneered and said, No need, I'll dress myself. Seeing that, Dian thought to himself, this guy makes me think of someone from another place. As if there's a spiritual connection, and the person in Dian's mind sensed someone mentioning him. Truly divine. In a nearby small village, the villagers are releasing sky lanterns, countless lights illuminating the night sky, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. He walks down the village road cloaked in black, fully covered. He had to tie his horse at the village gate because it was too crowded. Seeing the cheerful crowd around him, he reluctantly thought about moving to the neighboring village instead. Even in the middle of a battle, they still hold a feast, and he walks alone among the crowd, looking completely detached. Strange. He silently thought that this was also a way for the Empire to show its freedom, like a hunting contest. Now that I am tired, it's best not to get close to any crowd. He couldn't help but remember what Senor had said. He told him to go back immediately and not wander outside tonight. Dian immediately got angry at Kruin, thinking everything was because of that bastard Kruin. As he walked away, he wondered what scheme he was planning next. Clearly, he knows I will never listen to him. So at this moment, Dian finally realizes Kruin's plan. Is he trying to lure me in? Is it a trap? Back when we were kids playing chess together, Kruin suddenly said, "If I were you, I wouldn't make that move." Have you thought it through? Back then, the two of them had outsmarted each other thousands of times over a game of chess. Kruin in awe said, "That's incredible. Your last move was very impressive. But is the knight in front of us actually a trap? I have no idea what is real or fake anymore." That's what I thought when I was still playing chess with Kruin. Right now, he's exhausted and feeling hopeless, thinking to himself that no matter the reason, whether he's worried about me or trying to trap me, it's all disgusting. Di keeps rationalizing and justifying her actions to herself. He thought to himself, but wandering around like this doesn't make him any less angry. Maybe I should go back. It's not like I'm going straight home like he said, so this doesn't count as giving in, right? A shadowy figure covering their body passes by and bumps into Dian. The force was so strong that he staggered and bumped into the person in front. The man ahead was startled, turned back, and asked worriedly, "What happened?" "Are you okay?" Dian is struggling badly. He shouted in shock when he saw the blood on Dian's hand and the blood at his mouth. He panicked and yelled, "Call a doctor immediately!" Dian ignored, panting heavily, his vision blurring. And in his mind, he angrily thought what a damn unlucky day it was. Over here, Kruin was still kneeling on the floor. Yaster's voice rang out, "Do you think I wouldn't recognize?" He crossed his legs and sat on the chair, looking down at Kruin from above, saying, "You're secretly protecting Dian." His eyes turned cold as he said coldly, "Do you really think you can fool me?" Laster calmly replied, "The last time I entrusted you with the assassination of Didan, you chose to hire a killer instead of utilizing the available manpower of the Revolutionary Army." Yaster continued, "I hear your brother has returned." And Aiden replied, "I will send a request to the assassin team." Yaster continued, saying, "People who shouldn't have needed to pay for a hire because their original goal already included this assassination. And you even changed the reward condition to just causing a small scratch." Yaster said, "So that was the condition Dian set then." The Assassin Guild members were even more surprised and asked him again, "So you're willing to pay half the reward if we just cause a small scratch on the target?" Yaster continued, "I also heard that you personally saved Dian's life during this hunting competition, both in the forest and when he was holding the sword for Dian." Kruin remains silent, head bowed low. Yaster says, "Why is there nothing left to explain? Did you really want to kill Dian from the very beginning?" Kruin replied honestly, "I wanted to kill him myself, not through anyone else." Yaster was taken aback by Kruin's response. He looked at Kruin with a slight smile and asked, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" He stood up, snapped his fingers, and said, "I've really wasted a lot of precious resources." Kruin knelt down, bowed his head, sincerely apologizing.
Well, that's fine for now. Time is still on our side, but I can't trust you blindly anymore. Let's make a bet.
He said, "I will give you the chance to kill Dian with your own hands as you wish. Whatever you want to do with Dian is fine. Of course, we won't just sit still." The statement made Kruin freeze in place. Whoever kills him first will win this bet. He said that while stomping his foot on the chess piece on the ground. The white piece was trampled dirty and dusty. There is one thing that makes me curious. Yaster looked back over his shoulder as Kruin picked up the chess piece. He looked at the knight in his palm and asked, "Why does the prince want to kill so crazily?" Kruin recalls his childhood, looking at the tiny, adorable newborn with pure white skin, snow-white hair, and sparkling ruby-like eyes. That is Dean, the boy born with congenital albinism. Dean was also a premature baby. I never understood why he was born so early. When Kruin was little and looked at his baby brother lying in his cradle, he thought he was too small, looking like a white rabbit. But even though you are small and fragile, I still cannot forget how happy our parents were when they saw you healthy. At that moment, the theater couple stood side by side watching the two children. The happy mother said, "Oh my, it seems Dian really likes that child Kruin." He thought that his heart was warmed by the warmth of his little sister's hand at that time. But if an incident occurs and even mild stress can cause the boy to vomit blood, does that mean he is that fragile? The voice sounded shocked, panicked, and incredulous. Yes, that's right. The little master's physical condition is indeed very fragile, very sensitive to stress and sunlight, so he needs special daily care. The mother, terrified, covered her face and said, "That?" The father beside her, holding his head in frustration, said, "He's still so young. He doesn't even know anything yet." He stood by the bed, holding Dian's hand and calling his name. He held Dian's hand tightly and gently said, "Don't worry, don't push yourself too hard. If you don't want to do anything, you don't have to. Just stay with me and your parents." The parents hug each other anxiously as they look at Dian. Then the three of them go out to the garden, and the father pats Kruin on the shoulder, saying, "Kruin, when your younger brother was born, he gave us quite a scare. But it seems from now on we will have to get used to that." The mother worriedly said that the boy's differences would cause him many difficulties. "I'm afraid it will get hurt too much. No, I shouldn't treat the boy differently from everyone else. If you do that, it might make the boy feel insecure and ashamed of himself." And so, the Hatvocam family chose the wrong path from then on. "I will just keep my distance and take care of him. Since you're the eldest, let me handle it," Kruin said. The father then patted his shoulder and told him to rely on him for that. Kruin replied yes. Suddenly he stopped. Kruin looked up at a window covered by a thick curtain. It's Dian's room, where they take care of a sick child. Behind the curtain, young Dian stands by the window, pulling the curtain shut tightly. Kruen calls up from below. What did you just do to cause such a big misunderstanding and make the boy lose trust in his own family? Kruen, young and excited, shouted loudly, grabbing Dian's shoulders with both hands. Dian, feeling awkward, responded, I just want to practice a little. I told you not to overexert yourself, just stay in the restroom and rest. Look at you, you're bleeding again. We need to call the doctor. And a thought crossed Dian's mind, I might as well do nothing. Kruen blamed himself, thinking I should have realized sooner. Is my transfer okay? Someone asked and In was evasive, saying there's no need to worry about him. And in the final scene, when Dian is taken away, her young face filled with fear and tears calling out, brother, Kruen silently thought that his little brother had been repeatedly hurt and was gradually building a wall around his heart. At that time, we couldn't even prevent her from being forced onto the battlefield. The image of Dian's small, lonely back appears in his mind, surrounded by patches of dark and light red mixed with black fumes like blood. After 8 long years in a bloodstained distant school, when she returns with a heart full of scars, Kruen thought to himself that at that moment he couldn't believe his eyes, his face filled with shock and panic. Dian called out, and in front of him was his younger brother, but it didn't seem like him. He crouched beside the 2 cold bodies, blood soaking and staining their fur red. Those are the parents of the 2 of them, and they are the ones who murdered their parents. My world has almost collapsed seeing you like that. My heart aches so much. Then Dian charged at Kruen without hesitation, but he blocked her with his sword. They had to fight each other, no matter how much she hated me. He thought it was all the family's fault for forcing you into such a painful and miserable situation. Kruen believed that at that moment, the battle was decided. Dian knelt down, he raised his sword, but hesitated, unable to strike down, watching Dian completely collapse, lying exhausted on the cold floor, tears still wetting the corner of his eye. He couldn't bear it and rode away in the rain, suffering pain as he thought that because he couldn't protect you, we forced you to change. In the rain, his eyes appeared sharp but also filled with unspeakable sorrow. He thought, how could I possibly hate you? The person I still cherish more than my own life. Dian was left behind in the mansion by him, sitting with his back against the wall next to the window. And finally, through a series of investigations, I discovered that Kruen thought to himself, this is the remaining document I mentioned earlier. In the alleyway, a mysterious deal takes place. The source of all this suffering, he hates and angrily thinks it's some kind of devilry. He said it while his eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent and deep-seated hatred. Sabi Yaster, he called that name. Back to reality, Yaster narrowed his eyes and repeated, why do I want to kill Dian? He silently wondered. The reason for his inexplicable grudge against Dian was deeply rooted in his heart. Kruen looked at him with deep eyes, wondering how the Duke knew about Dian when he hadn't even stepped outside. Seeing that arrogant fox-like expression on his face, Kruen thought to himself and decided to target him again. Even after the war ended, his hatred for Dian still did not fade. He wondered if that was also why Kruen decided to become Yaster's subordinate. Kruen went to see Yaster and asked if he was willing to be his backer. Yaster, still cautious, asked curiously, why did you suddenly suggest that? He thought to himself. To protect. But in front of him, Kruen replied this time that it was to protect. My younger brother. Seeing Yaster, he clenched his sword tightly, thinking that Dian would be safe from Starby's claws. Yaster Kruen stood up and said, I have a valid reason to kill him, but it seems you do not. In his heart, he thought as long as he still stood on his side, he could ensure Dian's safety. His face furrowed, thinking to himself that he still didn't understand what his true goal was with the boy. Yaster glanced at him and said, a noble like me doesn't need a reason to kill a loyal dog of the Emperor. He thought to himself, why do you ask? Clearly because of the hand clutching tightly right in the center of the chest, the heart's position. The contract between me and the Demon King is sealed, Yaster thought. A complex magic circle with dark red markings appeared in his mind, representing a transcendent being of immense power, capable of challenging the natural order of the entire world. Yaster excitedly thought to himself, that is the power he longed for, the power he desires. Even a small fraction of the strength I gained through the contract is already extraordinary. He excitedly thought that his heart was shrouded in mysterious purple smoke, and secretly believed that if he could make a contract with the Demon King, his power would increase significantly. A contract? The teasing voice echoed, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not interested, the Demon King shrugged and ignored, standing in the glowing purple summoning circle. The words made him gasp in disbelief. Yaster thought to himself, I have used forbidden spells and sacrificed countless lives just to summon the Demon King, but I never expected that he would have no interest in forming a contract. At that moment, Yaster knelt on one knee, his face blank as a statue. But it seemed heaven still hadn't abandoned me, he thought to himself, for I immediately came up with a brilliant idea, and he opened his mouth to ask, do you want to bet? Hidden behind the surrounding darkness are bloodstains and corpses with open books stained deep red. The Demon King looked at him with some suspicion and asked again, a bet, waiting for him to continue, as he secretly considered it a new toy for the bored Demon King. Yaster looked up at the Demon King and said, yes, it will be very interesting. He recalled, I once saw a young noble with snow-white hair and deep red eyes, even though he was human. At that time, during a noble banquet, Yaster stood by the table, holding a glass of wine, bored, observing the surroundings, and then Dian caught his eye. At that time, Dien was being bullied by a large child. He recounts that because of his weak body since birth, he had never stepped outside his house and only occasionally attended royal parties. The young, innocent face showing vulnerability and timidity was clearly visible on his expression at that moment. He secretly thought I should have kept an eye on that kid Dien. Yaster took a sip of his drink, thinking disdainfully that it didn't look anything like a human. What an unlucky kid, he thought to himself. Yaster continued mercilessly, "Do you not wonder how long a little noble like him can survive on the battlefield?" The Demon King, upon hearing this, covered his mouth and burst into laughter. Thinking to himself, finally the Demon King couldn't hold back and laughed loudly, finding it amusing to say, "I never expected such a ruthless and emotionless person to be the one who summoned me." Hearing that, he secretly thought, he's about to fall into the trap. Yaster still knelt on one knee and said, "Because you're not interested in forming a contract with me, I can only resort to schemes to attract you." The Demon King said with interest, "Yes, human motivation has always been somewhat corrupted. It seems that sooner or later, war will break out." The Demon King wiped away tears from laughing so much inside. "It's been a long time since I laughed this much. Enough, I bet it can survive," making Yuter gasp in surprise. He stared at the Demon King in shock, uttering "why?" his mind filled with confusion, thinking it's not about betting on how long it can survive, but about surviving itself. At that moment, he thought the chance of the crazy one surviving was very slim. So why did he choose to bet on such an unfavorable outcome? The Demon King smiled and said, "You don't need to think too much. Choosing the underdog is always more interesting." The Demon King said, "As soon as the war ends, this bet will also come to an end. If the boy dies, you win. If he survives, then the victory is mine." And so the bet began. The sun rose again. A new day dawned on this land, where the battlefield stretched out with towering walls and sturdy defenses and tents lined up close together. The reason I sent Dien to the battlefield 8 years ago was because he was destined to die. He remembered how, as a child, Dien stood trembling in the training yard, clutching his sword, tears of fear and despair streaming down his face as he watched the brutal fighting around him. The reason why a noble-born child was sent to the front lines and appointed as a commander, he quietly thought as he looked at the appointment notice with Dien's name on it, was because Dien was meant to die. Yaster bitterly remembered Dien sitting in the tent, holding the appointment letter, quietly drinking wine. The reason I cut all ties with the Hat family and kept forging documents is because it was the only way to win the bet with the Demon King, Yaster thought to himself. But the documents had actually been taken and burned to ashes by him. However, things didn't go as planned at all. The undefeated vanguard army, victorious in every battle. He thought to himself, holding the flag, sitting on a mountain of enemy corpses surrounded by subordinates, all emanating fierce killing intent, like fierce demons and evil spirits. A shadowy figure beneath a hooded cloak with blood-red eyes and silver-white hair revealed, covered in the blood of enemies, is the leader and commander of the Undead Knight Corps and a great hero of the 8-Year War. Yaster, angry and deep in thought, kept surviving and achieving countless feats. Sitting in his study, he pondered that if things continued this way, he would lose the bet. Then, how could he possibly form a contract with the Demon King anymore? But when I met the Demon King again, I found a different solution. He thought to himself. The Demon King then extended his hand and tempted me, saying I have another proposal. At that moment, he thought that even if he lost, he hadn't failed completely. "Bring me madness, and in return, I will grant you a bit of demon power," the Demon King said. Hearing that, Yaster was completely surprised. The Demon King continued, "It's not exactly a complete contract." "That's right, just call it a contract." He smiled upon achieving his goal, thinking to himself, I knew he would be intrigued by Dien after observing him for 8 years, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. He immediately said, "I can use this way or that to bring him to the Demon King's palace. But to keep him here," the Demon King then said, "that will be my job." The Demon King smiled and told Yaster, "I will handle Chuton," and so Yaster immediately went to see His Majesty the Emperor, proposing that Dien also join the Demon King's expedition. "What plan do you have now?" "I just didn't want to waste a talent. After all, the Empire is still in chaos. Why don't you train Dien to be your shining mirror, Your Majesty?" The Emperor remained silent, but his expression was not entirely opposed. Yaster quietly reflected, thinking that although he hesitated a bit, the Emperor had approved my proposal. And so he agreed to send Dien on the hero's journey to defeat the Demon King, ordering you to join him, and he set out from the Empire. Yaster then relaxed, calmly reading documents, thinking that he might die on the way, but he had done his best, so he wouldn't be blamed. Just like that, I secretly believed everything would go according to plan. He thought so with confidence, but then the unexpected happened. The servant hurriedly rushed in to report, "Sir, Dien has returned." Hearing this, Uter could no longer stay calm and slammed his hand down hard on the table. The pages of documents flew through the air, but he paid no attention. His expression dark and somber as if he was emanating a deadly black aura. He raged wildly, but the one I thought would die returned with the hero's corpse in his hands. He raised his head, gritting his teeth, his face contorted as he inhaled the strange substance, snarling curses at Dien. This pest. He wondered to himself, how did Dien come back? Did the Demon King really let him go so easily? What happened there? He couldn't accept it, he thought. Laster casually stood in front of Kroon and asked if there was anything special about your mission that needed reporting. Kroon replied, "This mission. After defeating them, if you can still chase after Dien, confirm where he wants to go," Leicester said. "I told you earlier that Dien had already run away, so I didn't see anything. I just wanted to say that I hope you can win the betting game," he said. Kroon watched him leave, his eyes cold and sharp. Walking through the Duke's mansion corridor, he silently thought that there was no place in the human world where his eyes and ears couldn't reach. But if the destination is that place, the Legion commander does not suddenly appear in the demon world, and the hero of the Empire whom the Emperor cherishes. Laster silently pondered, placing those two identities side by side, then sat with his head bowed, hand resting on his thigh, finally concluding that they must be the same person. Yaster sighed in disappointment, saying he never expected he would be a double-faced snake. He wondered silently, could someone who holds an extraordinary position in the demon world also be someone with immense influence in the Empire? Both the Demon King and the Emperor are using him, but in the end, he has no choice but to choose a side. And if he chooses the Demon King, everything will become very complicated, he thought to himself at this point. Yaster raised his head, his face full of murderous intent and chilling coldness. He whispered to himself, "I must kill him before that happens." "For the benefit of the Empire," Laster said. Inside a cozy, small wooden room, the doctor was examining the unconscious girl lying on the bed. It's not life-threatening, he just needs rest and no further treatment. The coughing up blood is also due to stress. It seems his physical condition isn't very good. The doctor advised, but suddenly he glanced at the person standing behind him and asked, "Did you already know about this before bringing him here?" The doctor said to Daniel, who was standing with his arms crossed. Daniel rubbed his head and said self-blame. "It's my negligence, it's my fault." He said it was because I didn't pay close attention from the beginning and only rushed to find a doctor when something happened. The doctor then told me not to worry. I would keep it secret, and he reached out to close his own briefcase. The doctor told him that lately I've been forgetful and I might not even remember today's events. Then he left. Daniel's rough hand slowly moved close to Daiwan's throat. His face changed completely from the previous expression. A furious look, his teeth clenched tightly as he muttered, "Die, just die." His eyes filled with killing intent, rage boiling over. He forcefully enunciated each word. Dien. At that moment, blood suddenly poured from Daniel's mouth, and the image of his sick mother gradually appeared, taking over his thoughts. He was stunned and heartbroken thinking of his mother, but then he snapped out of it, and his thoughts gradually returned to their original course. Daniel hurriedly stepped back in panic, abandoning his plan to kill Daidon. He lost control and collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and panting. "Consider yourself lucky," Dien muttered in his mind. "Why does it have to be today?" Time slightly rewinds to a moment earlier at the Revolutionary Command meeting when someone shouted, "Are you going to complete our mission?" The girl continued to shout loudly, saying that since the war between humans and demons wasn't about to start, when would the uprising happen? Daniel rubbed his face and closed his eyes, feeling a bit of a headache. "This is not the first or second time," Daniel said. "I have already fully prepared for the uprising." She interrupted Daniel directly, clearly showing her impatience and rudeness, still speaking in a loud and arrogant tone. "Are you sure you have no ulterior motives by delaying like this? I've found it strange ever since the first time." Thud! Daniel lost patience and slammed his hand on the table, his face grim and terrifying. He looked up at the girl and spoke each word clearly. "At a time when humanity is on the brink of war with the demon world, you still dare to propose an uprising immediately? My existence and actions are all rooted in the people." Now, Daniel is extremely fired up. The girl who was shouting earlier now speaks softly and hesitantly, saying, do you think they can survive without the support of the revolutionaries?" Before Daniel could reply, the other person said, "No, that person is Pow." He continued, "I am just like a rebel group." Daniel whispered to himself, "Bow, bow. I still have to keep convincing the people to believe in my ideals of justice. To do that, we must eliminate the aristocrats. Our ideas must be recognized now. I believe this is the true way of the revolutionary army." Daniel widened his eyes slightly, surprised, and smiled faintly. He said, "You have to move the chess piece to a different position," and also said, "Only when you stand at the city gate can you meet the king." "But do you think I have enough manpower to carry out this plan?" Daniel continued, saying, "A while ago, was there anyone who acted on their own causing the revolutionary forces to suffer losses, and who did not stop them despite knowing the plan had issues? They are just like you, eager for rebellion, while those around feel hesitant." Suddenly, Daniel shouted loudly enough to burst everyone's eardrums, aiming to make his words reach the brains of the ignorant. "So if you still think you must rebel immediately, then don't sit in this command seat anymore." Once again, Daniel slammed his hand down on the table with a resolute expression. After the meeting, only Daniel and Powell remained. "Are you okay? I'm about to leave, remember?" Before he could finish speaking, Daniel snapped his chin sharply, causing Powell to stare in confusion as he clutching his forehead and asking, "Oh, really?" Daniel gently chuckled. He gently placed his hand on Powell's blue hair and said, "You're grown up now. Pa has learned to stand on the other side." Powell looked a bit surprised. Daniel continued affectionately, "You did very well just now, thank you." Bao shyly responded, wishing him a safe journey. Bao said. Daniel asked back, Where did you go?" Bao was exposing him.
I know you always go back to your mother when you're stressed. Visit her sometime.
Daniel suddenly felt a little warmth and smiled brightly like a flower, closing his eyes. Haha, you've really grown up. Then the two brothers playfully mess around with each other. Daniel hugs Pao's neck with his other hand stroking her head. You really don't want me to take you back to the dorm, do? Pao shyly tries to push him away and says, Don't stroke my head. Daniel thinks of his mother, and his resolve grows stronger. He cannot give up because of the promise to show his mother the world she has always dreamed of. Daniel opens the door and steps inside. Outside, two soldiers are on guard. Daniel calls out, Mom, I'm home, but this world is so cruel to you. The woman in the blue dress collapses onto the cold wooden floor. Daniel's face turns pale as he hurriedly calls out to his mother. His mother has been battling a serious illness for a long time. Holding her in his arms, her mouth still bleeding, her hand reaching out to touch her son. Daniel's whole body trembled as he felt an overwhelming pain. Why is this happening? Why? When did my mother fall ill? Why, didn't you tell me? Those two didn't speak, so they could only nod in response to Daniel's questions. His teammates had hidden everything from him even though they knew it all. Daniel, my son, I am fine. Don't be angry with them. I don't know when, but tears have started to flow down Daniel's face. Tears kept falling one after another. His mother continued, Please don't let them tell you. Daniel remembered and understood in his heart that he didn't want his son to suffer because the leader of the Revolutionary Army must not falter. No matter what happens, my mother only wants what's best for me. But is she about to leave this world? Daniel looks at his trembling, blood-stained hand. He can't accept this. She hasn't even had a chance to see the world yet. Daniel was still crying, and as he turned to look at a young man with white hair coughing up blood, he was reminded of his mother. Daniel involuntarily exclaimed, No! Longthigh thought to himself, this is not his mother, but his obsession is truly too strong. Daniel suddenly embraced the young man, whose eyes had those faint red veins, and then tears continued to flow down. His mouth says, It's okay. Wait a moment. I will save my mother at all costs. Now he no longer looks like he did earlier, but instead has a face full of despair and sorrow of a filial son, the pain tearing him apart, trying to speak but still unable. Please, don't leave me, mother. Those thoughts keep consuming every part of my body right now. Back to the present, Daniel supported himself on the ground and slowly stood up, thinking to himself, I was so overwhelmed because he reminded me of my mother back then. But now I still can't bring myself to kill him. Why am I so soft-hearted? Daniel whispered. You don't realize how lucky you are. His eyes are as cold as ice. He thought he should kill Dien from the moment he realized, but today he couldn't do anything. He focused on the curse mark near the opponent's chest, the mark he had heard about before. Daniel silently thought that not only was he coughing up blood, but he was also cursed. Even if he didn't kill him, he would die soon. Maybe you're just convincing yourself. This conflicts with what I told the commanders, but we need to act quickly. I can come up with the best plan and carry it out before my mother leaves. Daniel took the doorknob. Before leaving, he turned back and casually cursed. If you fall under the curse of the Demon King, perhaps my mother is truly cursed by this world. That is why this world is always cruel to my beloved mother. Before she dies, I will give her the happiness she has always dreamed of. Daniel left, leaving Dien alone in the room. As Daniel just stepped out, Dien woke up, sat upright, pushed the blanket down, his face pale, coughing a few times, with blood still at the corner of his mouth. He reached up to touch his neck, thinking to himself, damn it, he's finally gone. Does he want to drive me to death? I almost went to hell. Thinking back, Dien still felt afraid. He came up with the idea to leave before Daniel returned. Dean sitting on the bed, feet off the ground, hands pounding down, muttering to himself. But where is this? It looks just like a tavern. The door suddenly opens, and the doctor steps in surprised. Dean's expression calmed as he realized it wasn't Daniel, and the doctor looked a bit surprised. He didn't have time to ask, and Dean said, I'm not planning to run away. Oh, right, I'll pay you back, but I don't have anything on me right now. The doctor handed him a cloak and blindfolded him, saying, You don't need to worry about money if you're leaving, just take this with you. If you remember how to find our place, it could cause trouble, so even if it's uncomfortable, you must wear the blindfold. He turned to the door, glanced back, and said, When you're ready, come out. I will escort you out of here. Dean put on his cloak, somewhat suspicious about the people hiding here. You probably guessed this isn't an ordinary clinic. Yaster, propping his chin, looked at Daniel and asked, Daniel, why did you suddenly come here so early in the morning? The sharp eyes of his duke could see that Daniel was acting unusual. Daniel, with his hands behind his back, chest out, stood straight and replied firmly, I need to discuss the rebellion. When will we finally see some action from you? Count Laster remains calm as if deliberately provoking Daniel before finally speaking. The upcoming battle against the demons is crucial for the kingdom's army. If a civil war breaks out now, our nation will be doomed. Daniel looks very anxious, saying, I hope you don't expect us to stay still while the commanders are begging me every day. Seeing the Duke's unusual calmness, he thought his attitude suddenly changed, surely because he knew about his mother's illness, which made him even angrier and shout loudly. Responding to Daniel's anger, the Duke's face remained unchanged. I do have it, so why don't you stop everything and take a break for a while? I respect him, but I didn't expect him to be so easily shaken by something so trivial. I should make sure he has no other thoughts while the war is happening. I think you should take some time to reflect now, Daniel. You also realize you've been too impulsive, right? Suddenly, what's wrong with you? Just tell me. Hearing the Duke's analysis, Daniel thought for a long time and then only replied with 3 words. I understand. After the conversation with the Duke earlier, Daniel also reflected on his words outside the corridor. Why don't you stop everything and take a break? It's Dicky. You think that thanks to the Duke, I accepted my position. Do you want us to stay still until the king conquers half the continent? Aiden has rebelled. Remember, before he left, someone saw him talking with Silent. Could it be that the Duke and Silent arranged the meeting between the revolutionaries and the king? After all those thoughts, Daniel grew even more furious. I hope the empire won't fall apart. Of course, as a Duke on high, it's not easy for you to give up your position. From the beginning, I suspected he was the most suspicious. His reason for approaching the revolutionary army was just to ensure we fell into his trap. Daniel looked out the window and thought how foolish he was. I should have been more careful when working with those in power. As Daniel was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice calling him from behind. Pao's voice startled him into turning around, and he saw Pa, angry, with clenched fists stomping toward him, and he asked in surprise, "Boo, you're not leaving yet? What's going on?" Bao questions him, "Did you bring Dien here?" Hearing that question, Daniel's eyes shifted from surprise to shock as he grabbed your shoulder and shouted back at Pa, "Do you know? Did you see him leave?" But he has to wear a cloak, right? Bao wondered where that was. He shouted, "Yes." Daniel didn't care. He kept questioning you. Who else saw Dien? Bao quickly calmed him down. "Wait a moment. Stay calm. You're the only one." He was wearing a cloak and blindfolded when he left, but I could tell from his hair, such a unique hair color, that no one could miss it. Daniel gradually calmed down, but he also silently blamed the man in his mind. Damn it, he should have protected him better. Bao saw you calm down and turned to blame you. I don't understand why you didn't kill him. At least, you should have taken him hostage and gotten some information out of him. Because he is the king's dog, I am sure he will be affected too. Because of that bastard, the Church of Penance was destroyed, and Zia shows helpless hatred on Pao's face. Thinking back to that day, Pa ran to Daniel alone, and I was surprised. You came alone? Weren't you supposed to bring your sister with you? Bao Bao was crying and telling him that Ria didn't want to go anywhere. When she held your hand, Daniel quickly comforted you. I understand. Maybe your sister needs some time to think. Why didn't you visit her? I'll go with you. If my sister and I aren't there, it's okay. I just need to be strong enough to protect her. Isn't that right? Daniel gently pats that crying boy's head to comfort him. You also stay quiet and obey. Sniff yes. Remembering that moment, to soothe Pao's anger, he teased gently. It's been a long time since you cried in front of me. You're growing up. Pa felt shy and angry at his teasing. Don't ring the village bell. When I met you, I was already grown up. But honestly, why did you do that? I don't understand, Daniel. Maybe because he knows his actions are wrong. For personal reasons, he realizes he made a mistake. No one is perfect. Bao is sure that in the future you will see other flaws too. Bao hesitated, still not fully understanding what he said. Huh? He looked at Pao and continued. Just ignore the unreasonable things. As long as it's useful for you, that's enough. I plan to teach you many things in a short time. I hope you'll learn quickly. The successor position isn't something to take lightly, kid. Me? No way. So that's why you took me everywhere? You're just realizing that now? So what do you think? Why would I let you sit in such an important meeting? Then he turned and walked away. Bao followed and asked, how many people do you have? Why is it me? You're just a kid from the streets, barely able to get through school. Don't worry, Daniel. I will teach you everything. My face was still pale back then, but I was young and you cut me off right away. I thought you said I was grown up now. Seeing his words now like a dagger stabbing himself, he could only stay silent. Yeah, he comforted him. Being young is also good. You can see the world from a different perspective and you're not afraid to change. Maybe you can come from a kingdom, but you are a child who was born and raised in the slums without the help of this empire. Do you know that many people in the Revolutionary Army are from different countries? Your lack of connection to the empire only proves my fairness. Bao gradually accepted the truth and sat down to talk with me. Is that why you chose me? He sat calmly and replied, one of the reasons, but the most important, is that you know how to love. Suddenly, you look lost, as if you've never been in love before. Seeing your innocence, I tease you. Do you think romantic love is the only kind? Even if you can't name it, when you pour out your heart to treat someone, what is that feeling? Hearing those words, your mouth whispers Zia's name, and you clenched your fists in anger. But that's also my weakness. Every time you mention your mother, I get emotional. Daniel calmly replied, you're right. I realize that every time I talk about my mother, I end up showing you my flaws. Then he continued, but Bao, the revolutionary ideal is justice, and to create such a world, we need someone who loves, cares, and understands others. Daniel reached out to Pa. Just like me, you can see that he trusts me a lot. Even though he says that, I still don't know if his decision is right. And it's funny that a young person like him is thinking about a successor. But I will do my best to learn. Seeing Pao's determined spirit, Daniel also feels very happy. He smiled brightly and said thank you. To succeed in the revolution, we must overcome great obstacles like the Duke and the King. But I believe we will succeed. You don't understand why he's so happy, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. So, since time is precious, let's start right away. If you still don't understand, you'll see him bring out a towering stack of books. He told you to read all these books, so afraid. I take it back. I won't do it anymore. All right. You've got me curious. Let's talk about human rights for a bit. It's making you terrified. Somewhere, the king is hunting and discussing the Duke's weaknesses. His pride, is that the Duke's weakness? The king replied, he always looks down on others and thinks he knows everything, not realizing that others can also look down on him. Yes, I have been used like a fool a few times, but the Duke is not the only one who knows how to exploit others. And when I declare war on the Empire is over, and we will fight the demon world. Some cheer, thank goodness we are saved, others are furious. He is the one who declared war, and now he is withdrawing himself. What does he think we are? I don't agree with the actions of the Empire, but I can't stand by and watch it fall. Humanity will also fade away, and some nations normalize everything, but no one ever thinks they will side with the demon realm. Because it was what the Duke wanted, he deliberately made sure that those who didn't understand would think badly of the demon world. After all, that's also his specialty, which only helps me more. The king thought to himself, I just acted in front of the Duke earlier, pretending I believed that humans and demons are different, and then he started to get involved. But those tricks, how could they fool me? He said coldly and mockingly. I only let the Duke play his part and pretend not to know anything. Thanks to him, I didn't have to lift a finger to solve the problem and even saved a lot of manpower. Then, the king raised his bow again and shot the second arrow into the next creatures. They lie on top of each other, dying terribly. Even the nearby courtier saw this and continued. Truly, a reckless move to entrust such a crucial outcome to the enemy. The king, after killing what was believed to be the monsters of this area, smiled triumphantly and said, that's exactly why I trust him. Revenge cannot let this empire fall because he wants to take this empire for himself. After speaking, the king whispered to the little horse, maybe I should go home. Tracknick is certain that he used to treat me like a child, yet I still fell into such a simple trap. One thing is certain. Someday his pride will be the thing that destroys him. I wonder what his expression will be then. On a beautiful day, a bouquet of blue roses appears before Dien with a smug expression, and he coldly looks at the flowers, probably truly puzzled by this situation. The one who gave the flowers was none other than the crown prince, and without saying a word, he simply nodded and said hello. It's been a while. The Marquis sings, I stopped by to give you this bouquet. Dien's face shows clear suspicion. Why are you suddenly giving this to me? You look friendly on the surface, but it seems forced. It seems like I really was forced, because I had to tie you tightly to the kingdom. Does this method really work for Olynthyia? Sitting here recalling what Onlia advised when I was still at home. My countess, I mean the earl, is definitely gay. I heard he's already in shock. Seeing the girl's excited face, I was quite surprised too. What are you coughing at? And Olynthyia seemed to have just discovered the truth. Just think about it. Around him there are only men. There are no women at all. From the start, my plan was wrong. I should have gone to seduce him. Knowing how many young ladies are watching him, the countess doesn't care at all. And suddenly, I realize my sister's words make sense and are right. Reflecting on it, he truly has no women close to him. All the subordinates are men, and they seem to be very close. That can't be true. Could what Enloya said really be true? I doubt it. Well, I've already sat here with the crazy one now. If I've started, I might as well see it through. Anyway, I have to bring him to my side before the war breaks out. He forced a fake smile and a friendly face, trying to make amends with the words, why don't you ask His Majesty for a higher title, after winning the hunting contest? I think I have to do everything I need to now. He continued, now Hero Kruin has become a count. But more importantly, your rank has been raised to Marquis. This flower is my way of congratulating you. Dien's mood also seems normal as he casually responds. Thanks. After that, Dien's expression relaxed a little and he felt more at ease. So it turns out he came to congratulate me. I almost misunderstood. Seeing Dien's changing expression, he felt suspicious inside. Is he really smiling? No matter what Olynthyia does, his face remains cold. So how come my bouquet made him smile? Seeing that the situation seems favorable and the power in his hands is greater, I wonder if his political stance has changed. Hearing this, Dien was startled. On guard, his political views. King Ha-Duke ordered him to gauge her reaction to the news of the war or something. Seeing the danger, he stammered to explain, that. But it only made Dien more suspicious. Why was he so hesitant? Are you about to say something serious? It feels like Dien is on guard, but he gathers his courage and speaks up. What if same-sex marriage were accepted? That unexpected statement left everyone in the room stunned. Marrying someone of the same sex under the stars? I feel so humiliated. It's truly an absolute disgrace. Seeing the entire room fall silent, I silently pray. Please say something. Dien stood up and headed towards the door. Hey, I have an urgent matter. You should follow when you realize things have gone too far. Take Dien's hand and explain in vain. Whatever you're thinking, it's all just a misunderstanding. Dien's face shows clear fear. Well, I know we're different. Are you shy about blushing now? Dien stepped back in surprise. Yes, I understand that everyone's preferences are different, but I like women. The Crown Prince runs after. Didn't I already say it was a misunderstanding? I also like women, you know. He shouted loudly, and it felt like even deep in the forest you could hear him. When he left, everyone in the house looked at him curiously, only daring to watch and think that he must have shouted because he loved a woman, right? The crown prince probably likes her too, so there's no need to worry about the heir anymore. The servant walks out the gate. The crown prince hesitates but says nothing, quickly getting into the carriage, feeling like he's been played and angry. I really am stupid to think that could happen. I was too hasty and impulsive. Just wait and see. And we'll ignore you. On the right, Dian felt like he was the laughingstock of the courtiers serving him as the crown prince returned. He was also angry mixed with shame and silently thought, let those bastards keep laughing. The close attendants walking behind have cheerful smiles. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Mocked, Dian shouted loudly. Be quiet. Didn't he say he wasn't involved anymore? Why are you here? I thought you were just escorting me to the hunting grounds. Go and manage your mercenary team. This bastard is stubborn, but I'm not afraid. I'll stand here. Honestly, you're my number one priority. Master, I'm feeling a bit sad. Dian felt helpless. That bastard kept following him. This scoundrel isn't afraid of Dian at all. He boldly says, aren't you about to go on a mission from the king? Maybe I should escort you. Dian felt annoyed. Never mind, I'll go alone for more comfort. And walk away. John still stubbornly followed. But either way, if he was heading to the hunting exam, he would have to go to Bin Min before returning. Dian, angry, turned back to warn. If I go out to breathe alone, I lose if I go home. Do you dare to follow? John refused to give up, and then on the way back, you got injured. Suddenly, after hearing that, Dian touched his neck, recalling what happened last night. Last night was very dangerous. Those bastards thought they were fixing me, but that guy kept trying to choke me. Even when they left, they stayed alert and blindfolded me. Last night, when Dian's eyes were covered and he was led somewhere, he was pushed. But luckily for him, when he opened his eyes, he saw no one. Did he leave already? What the hell is going on? Where is this? Who are they? Where is that place? I still don't even understand who the real enemy is. No matter what, I'm really lucky. Thinking that, Dian turned back and told John, don't even think about tailing me or one of us will have to die. I think anyone who witnesses me crossing the line will have to die. Damn, does that sound scary? John stepped back, chuckling softly before saying, I will obey my master. I won't follow you. He stared at John thinking, this is truly a disaster. I never thought someone would threaten me in this situation. Dean turned back to look at the guy, feeling really confused. Why does he look so happy? What a strange guy. Dean walks to the dining table, and the butler quickly greets the lord. These noble knights are sneaking food and cheerfully invite you, Commander, to join us for a meal. Would you like to try this sausage? You idiot, the Count is craving to eat your leftovers. Diener looked at them and thought to himself, noble knights, those damn bastards. Then he turned to the butler and said, we need to leave early. How much longer will it take? The steward managed to answer for 10 minutes before one of them, apparently losing his temper, shouted, you fools, now you have to call him Count. And then he collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. Hey, Grower, did you get hit with a sleep spell or something? You all just collapsed too. The butler saw everything was fine and finally over. Surprisingly, even after being drugged, they kept talking for 10 minutes until even an elephant had to collapse. Watching these guys, Dean thought to himself, these crazy guys can't be ordinary people. Deanie didn't realize that saying it like that would make him seem like the leader of the crazy dog pack. He turned to thank the old steward, grateful for his help. Last time was noisy, but this time I can leave peacefully. The butler chuckled softly. It's just because they love you so much. After a moment of thought, Dien simply denied it. The butler saw Dien off, wishing him a safe journey. The smallest drainage ditches on the border are reserved solely for him. The two secret kings vow to keep their locations hidden and the border secure until they decide which side to choose. That is why the knights cannot follow him over the mountain. Will the demon king remain silent when he discovers the king's intention to go to war? Of course, the answer is no. Dien crosses the mountain, feeling that it's time to make a decision as if this life has an expiration date. Suddenly, a fight broke out in front of Dean, with those being stabbed crying out in pain. Upon closer inspection, Kruin was among them. Kruin wondered why this bastard was here. Did he follow me? Does he come here just to see where I'm going? Dean said with a surprised and somewhat excited expression. Perfect timing. I need to eliminate all witnesses, right? A dark, commanding voice of a man holding a small sword softly echoes. I must eliminate everyone who witnessed, especially if you happen to be a subordinate of the noble leader. Suddenly, something streaked past swiftly, and Dien charged forward, striking with his sword, which the opponent also skillfully parried. The two swords clashed with a blinding red light, and his eyes looked icy cold, filling the space around as Dien stared back with fierce killing intent. Suddenly, Dien swung his hand and immediately launched another attack. The sound of swords and their power constantly echoed as Kruin used his weapon to block each attack, and neither of them was willing to give in, immediately clashing fiercely in battle. The match is evenly matched, with no sign of anyone losing, and it seems everyone wants to win. At this moment, Dien suddenly gasps for breath, eyes wide with an unwilling look. Could you at least use a little more strength? Kruin said coldly, holding his sword and looking at him. Besides anger, I also feel confused. His face furrows and a fierce aura rises. You should have hated me. I'm just a useless and annoying younger brother. Kruin stands proudly and raises his voice. I don't want to become the heir. Or maybe you just wanted to use my family name. I remember what I said. I should hate you. You stole his family away. The moments of the fight flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film in Kruin's thoughts. So why you? His eyes suddenly widened as he realized something. Dian gently holds the small dagger in his hand and moves slowly with labored breath. The blade pointed straight down as he thrust fiercely, his expression emotionless. Yet he acts as if he's trying to save me. A faint trail of blood drips and sprays into the air. Dian immediately collapses, lifts his face to look up, holding a blood-stained knife with an empty space in front, and the person has already disappeared, leaving him speechless. He grits his teeth in fury, clicks his tongue. Tisk, he's running away like a rat again. Damn it, what am I feeling right now? It feels like I'm missing the bigger picture. I clenched my fist and slammed it down on the table in anger. This person suddenly stood up, full of frustration, and left without saying a word. Are you really going to choose to do it now? Just when I bet with Kruin on who will kill him first, I should at least eliminate him before the battle begins. Duke Yaster sighed and smirked with satisfaction. Losing such a lucky bastard only made me more obsessed with him. It feels like the world is protecting him, but it's clear and impossible. After all, the world is the one bringing him the cruelest fate. Yaster's eyes looked grim, hoping you would return soon. And when you do, outside this gloomy forest, Dian slowly approaches his horse, lost in thought as he walks. The Demon King has prepared a horse for himself, probably knowing where I'm going since he can track the spells I cast. He gently steps on an object with his foot. Dian looked at the bag on this person's body with suspicion, wondering if this medicine bag was meant for him. After a while, Dian approached the cliff. Inside that bag, he gently turned it over, causing the pieces of medicine inside to quickly fall to the ground, forming a P. Dian happily and playfully said, "Just leave it here." But the doctor who made this medicine was crying and regretful. "No, the medicine we created tastes like coffee. We did it because you hated the medicine." He felt completely at ease inside. Wow, I feel much lighter now. In the evening at this magnificent tall palace, fireflies are gently flying around in the air. Dian suddenly opened his eyes and looked around, just arriving here when everyone suddenly started cheering, "Long live Lord Dian, long live Lord Dian Vantu, long live Lord Dian Vantu." Amidst the shouting and cheering, he didn't even have time to dismount before he was completely confused. Observing these people, they are cheering. Sir Dian Vantu. Seeing the badge on this person, he was quite surprised. Sir Dian Vantu. Seeing this, he gaped, "What on earth are they doing?" Meanwhile, those people continued cheering for Mr. Dian. At this moment, a girl with a cheerful and excited expression approached. "Celebrating your return." Dian was suddenly surprised. Ririn Dian asked directly, her face pale. "Wait a minute, what is all this about?" Ririnel excitedly replies that they are breaking it now. "We created it by gathering everyone who respects you. Half of it is from the Demon King's castle. In this dark night, I created it in the form of the religion I heard from Devilana." "You like it?" Dai was stunned, her mind screaming. "Devlin, I knew it. It seems like last time it also grew a bit bigger." I suppressed my annoyance and ordered them to disperse immediately. The three of them were stunned. "What?" But Dian shouted loudly, "Disperse immediately! Disperse forever!" Rhinel was overwhelmed by the pressure and immediately turned away to leave. "Disperse now! Everyone disperse completely!" Everyone refused and could never accept it. They all dispersed, and Mr. Dian, looking uncomfortable, immediately saw everyone run away, leaving no one behind. "See you next time, sir." "Mr. Dean, I'm exhausted. Leave me alone." "Hey, you're back already, sooner than I expected." "Oh, this lapel pin, huh? I got it from Renil. How could I possibly miss it?" Then Dian was so stunned he couldn't speak. He walked over and placed his hand on his shoulder. "But Dian, you look very gloomy right now. Your heartbeat has been racing since you entered the study. Did you hear anything important from the Empire?" This surprised him greatly. He gently recalls having met someone from the clan. "You're a human, so stay here." That person softly smirks with a sinister smile. I wonder what it is. Because you can't even hide your expressions on your face. In this gloomy large room, the atmosphere between the two of us isn't very good. That cowardly emperor finally made his decision, huh? He leaned close to Dian's ear and coldly said, "And you wouldn't tell me if I wasn't paying attention, right?" Dian could only tremble, unable to speak, and begged, "Please." Suddenly, he turned him around and quickly grabbed his neck, causing him to cry out in pain. "Have you been tempted? I wonder how that emperor managed to seduce you." Dian takes his hand, and he gradually feels the flow of energy stopping, only able to stammer a few words as his strength fades. The sinister-looking man smirks and says, "Aren't you worried about what I might do in response to your actions now?" Meanwhile, Dian kept desperately pleading for help. "Is he really going to kill me?" With a cold tone, "Do you think your life is in danger?" Dian replied hoarsely, "Your Majesty, I do." He frowned and shouted, "Do you find this surprising?" After a struggle, he also let out a sigh and backed down. "Tsk, I understand your situation, but you know which side you have to choose, right?" He looked at him blankly and honestly. I don't know if he's talented enough for me to compete for him. His eyes flicked slightly, a circle spinning right on his chest, looking very tense. But I don't want to go back to the boring life I had before. He turned his back and confidently said, "In the demon world, all demons except me will kneel before you, meaning you can do whatever you want." In that moment, Dian suddenly realized that everything you have achieved is right here. He openly opens the door. The sky outside looks very cold and gloomy. And here you no longer need to worry about the sunlight. It's always night here, but looking at that moon, you can't live in darkness forever just because you're sensitive to sunlight, right? He turned and smirked. If you want to visit the human world, I won't stop you. If you want their land, I will also invade and bring it back to you. You are human, so stay here. No matter what the Emperor proposes, I can suggest something better to win this battle. Dian suddenly remembered and couldn't help but be shocked. Then he replied in a calm voice, No, he's still very confident. He will run away if I push him further. He waved his hand to stop the ferry, then thought carefully. He didn't want to give up his toy just to win. A few days later, feeling irritated and restless, he started walking much faster. I was so annoyed that I couldn't stay in the room anymore, so I went outside the castle for a walk. Inside the castle is within the walls of the Demon King's fortress, and outside the castle is outside the walls of the Demon King's fortress. There is a village for ordinary demons and a residence for the warriors. A man slightly frowns and shouts, Lord Dian has gone outside the castle, but look at his outfit. Dian seems completely unaware of what's happening. What are they doing? Do they think I'm a fool? There are some situations you must especially pay attention to with Commander Number Dian. First is when he is drinking, and secondly, you walk while observing. Is everyone avoiding me? Even if you're not bothered, it's still good. The person behind you can only helplessly sigh when he wears a whole set of lights. Everyone is whispering and gossiping. Today he's dressed all in black, so he must be very cunning. Hearing these words, I feel really uncomfortable. Wait, is it because I'm wearing black? Do demons dislike black clothes? Why is he here? Isn't it usual for him never to leave the castle? Maybe he's looking for something to vent his anger. He frowns in thought. I wear black to not stand out, but I didn't expect it to repel the cheering ghosts and demons. Those people keep whispering and gossiping. I've never heard that assassin's laugh before. I would rather die at the hands of the Demon King than by other commanders. The person behind you is anxious and worried. He's back. He must be very worried. Usually I would leave him alone to be quiet, but the Demon King told me to watch him. I'm sure he sees himself a lot. Even though he doesn't say anything, watching his back as he walks ahead, I really want to comfort him, but he just pats his head as if he's very annoyed. He was cautiously annoyed inside. Where is that idiot doctor? I can't let this happen. He walks over and shouts, Do you want me to suggest a place where you can relax more? You're surprised, and surely he would like that place. That's what I thought, but in reality, Dian struck the pole hard with his hand. Damn it. You really are joking with me, aren't you? I can suggest taking you to a place to relax. My eyes wide open, hands in front of my chest to prove what I said. He said that, but why are we standing in the training yard? Dian looked suspiciously at the two people in front of him, forcing someone to bring something, while that guy had no right to take it. Seeing that the demon still refused to go, you threatened to ask for permission later and force him to get it quickly, or else he would die. The demon facing you was extremely panicked, his face turning pale. Hey, I thought you just wanted to breathe some fresh air. Why are you threatening others? The demon's eyes darted around in panic, not knowing who told him to do that or what it even was. I want to intervene and stop them. I need to clarify everything before any more misunderstandings occur. The atmosphere around S is extremely tense right now, but just as Dian tries to step in and speak, he suddenly trips, something that had never happened before. He immediately falls before he can even regain his balance, and E and the demon are both startled and panic-stricken when they see it. The fall plunges down, dust and smoke billowing everywhere, looking painful. As the smoke disperses, Dian's hand appears, smashing against the wall and causing it to shatter into large pieces. The little demon beside him trembles violently. Damn it. Smoke rises from the wound and the little demon pulls itself back in fear, while E calls Dian in a trembling voice. But on the other side, he lowers his head in a threatening manner. Are you kidding me? Do you think this is just fantasy or something to fight back against you? No matter how weak your body is, you can't fall down. Despite your disappointment, now is not the right time to kill the demon in the castle. Even the Demon King would be displeased. Hearing this, he was startled. After finishing, he turned back to the demon and warned him one last time for insulting his lord while thinking it was his own fault for wasting time arguing. He was startled and said he didn't mean to, but the demon was tearfully bowing his head to thank him for forgiving the sin. He would leave immediately, but was overwhelmed by the taunt of a white-clad person, causing all three to turn in surprise. Ben, panic-stricken, looked around as the necklace around his neck glowed intensely, signaling a strong transmission, and when he looked at Dian's backhand, he realized his hand was covered in blood. Dian glanced over and immediately understood the problem. Master Dean, your hand! E was furious that you only just arrived even though you are Dian's personal doctor, and the other side angrily told him to stay in order because the signal was strong enough that he should have come immediately. E angrily shouted, Not this time, you've been upset since earlier! And this startled Ben. What do you mean? Ben immediately said the signal from the bracelet wasn't transmitting and was then turned into a broken bracelet by E. Throw it away! Ben sank down feeling dejected, thinking it was unnecessary since it had been replaced many times, but Yuan Yu remained unharmed. Hearing this, Dian was stunned and angry. That's not something you heard was made from your blood. And you have no idea when you started using your blood. When you asked about your unusual body, it really caught your attention. You no longer vomit blood when stressed. The person beside you can't help but get excited, thinking that fighting the hero has been effective. Ben, standing beside him, denied it, saying Dian's body was like a ticking time bomb, and immediately started stitching a few more wounds. Dian winces in pain and looks down, feeling exhausted. Wait, Ben. He didn't hear and continued, the signs from the stone are growing weaker. That is related to changes in his body. As he spoke, he suddenly realized, his eyes widened in shock. His hand trembled. Dian's hand had been stitched up without anesthesia. Are you okay? He asked anxiously. What? What are you doing? Stitching your hand without anesthesia? Ben immediately knelt down in panic and said, if I've made such a mistake, I wouldn't dare object if you intend to kill him. It's okay. Just close your eyes and ignore it. You're used to the pain anyway, and you wouldn't dare stop him because his face is too terrifying. The image of Ben blushing and looking annoyed flashes in his mind. The nearby guards overheard and started gossiping. They didn't think you were suppressing the pain from stitching your hand, nor did they blame the doctor, which surprised and confused them. Ben also worries that he is hiding his pain from him. They all admire how truly compassionate he is. The demon squad from earlier has returned with a bucket full of red incense. Sir, the commander of the Zero Legion, I have brought them here. The item you requested. He happily raises the snow cannon in front of him. When you mentioned that your madness wanted to use fireworks to change your mood, the Demon King agreed immediately. I was helpless. Why do I even need to ask for permission from the Demon King for this? How do I use this? He looked doubtfully at the white stick in his hand and cheerfully suggested, they just need to cut the tip off. I recommend you do it yourself. The firecracker was quickly yanked out. Sparks flew from the tip, shooting into the night sky and forming a round shape, causing snow to fall endlessly. You quickly realize it's snow. E next to you asks happily if you like it. E looked over happily and said, sometimes there are such things in the human world, but in the demon realm, there is no climate, so I think this will help you more. Dean smiled and reached out his hand, saying, thank you is not bad. It's been a while since you last saw it. Ben and E, standing behind, smile at each other, pleased with your expression. The board guards on the celestial realm are falling down. That guy immediately said it's for the Mad Lord and angrily told everyone to shut up and clean up. At least he didn't use red fireworks. Those are even harder to clean up. The sentence was cut off before it finished. A streak of red fireworks shoots out. The red firework is here. We're probably working overtime again. They tiredly spoke. Seeing the red snow, Deanne immediately recognized it, his eyes sharpening. This smell makes you uncomfortable, like the smell of blood, right? Ben looked surprised when he saw it.
Your Majesty Cruin approached happily and asked if those snow cannons helped lift your spirits a bit. You moved closer to confirm they were indeed red fireworks, then asked cheerfully if they looked real.
He added a bit of blood perfume, thinking it would be very useful when war broke out with humans. Cruin also asked what you thought. Creepy! Dying contemptuously in his mind. A scene where the smell of blood makes him suffocate. Horrible. The ground is covered with splattered blood, gentle snow falling as a backdrop, and a pair of blood-splattered legs crawling grotesquely on the ground. Diane looks uncomfortable, tears streaming down, eyes exhausted. I thought it was very useful. War is affected by weather and morale. Your whole body is covered in blood. The faint scent of blood mixed with the bright red of blood and white snow. Dai smiles with a somewhat sinister look, and the smell could make Jundi terrified. Deep inside, he thought he had returned to that place. His Majesty laughed loudly, just as he expected. He had made a good judgment and understood tactics well. He placed his hand on your shoulder, smiling and praising you for being truly talented. The surroundings darkened, becoming more mysterious. Cruin smiled and said, congratulations on joining my side. This statement made you grimace in fear. He reached out his hand, wanting you to follow as you looked somewhat dazed. He kept doing whatever he liked, but you couldn't do anything, only follow his lead to get closer to him. Both of them quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke. Everything around you is white, from opening your eyes to completing the task. The scene before you is astonishing, sparkling brightly. This is the fairy realm, a place filled with a hazy, dreamy white and green hue, but also quite dangerous. Your Majesty, how do you find it? Beautiful, isn't it? You still remain stunned and don't answer. He again spoke bitterly to the guy living here, as a man with blonde hair stepped out casually. He furrowed his brow and said, the Fairy King clan leader has golden hair tied back and sharp eyes. Cruin sighed, having come all this way just to hear complaints from the fairy clan. The king of the fairies immediately frowned and replied that he was the cause, that he was the reason the fairy clan was having problems, and that he was the one who should come. Diane beside him felt confused, thinking he was taking him out for fun, but it turned out to be for work. The fairy king quickly noticed you and wondered why you brought a human along. You helplessly realized it was Diane. Suddenly, the wind stirs. The branches sway softly. The world tree trembles slightly, conveying excitement, causing the celestial king to turn back in surprise and look at the world tree. He couldn't understand why it was so excited. Is someone here? Looking back at the other two, that person must be here. The fairy king's gaze sharpened as he looked more closely. His gaze fixed on Dean, the one everyone on the continent would be watching. Under the night sky, gentle breezes sway the treetops. The three men standing there are the clan leader of the Immortal King clan, the Demon King, and Dean. That young man is the one everyone in the world is paying attention to. Dean's handsome face shows a hint of surprise as the Demon King steps in between him and the Fairy King clan leader, glaring angrily and shouting, "Enough! Get straight to the point. What are you here for?" "You're probably not here to welcome us," the clan leader calmly replied. "You arrived unannounced and are being quite rude. First, please take responsibility for this." The Demon King asked, "What is this?" The clan leader replied with a displeased look. "This is the seed of the world tree. When you infiltrated here, you released demonic energy. The seeds that are sensitive to demonic energy have become contaminated like this." Hearing this, the Demon King suddenly snapped his fingers, and a girl with a blank expression appeared before the three of them. "This is Hen." 2N landed on the ground, looking around in shock and asking, "Where are we?" Then she heard a voice calling her name, 2. She turned around and saw it was the Demon King. Her eyes immediately widened and she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Demon King," and the witch as well. Before 2N was the cold face of the Demon King. Dean stands beside him, glancing at the Demon King and thinking, "I thought magic was banned, but he uses it quite often." Then the Demon King points at the seed the clan leader is holding and says, "See if you can bring that seed back to life." "Huh? Yes, at your command." High-End approached, took the seed, and started talking to it. "Ah, why is it moldy? Are you okay, little seed?" But then suddenly 2N paused in horror and asked, "So I heard," he continued. "What happened? Can you bring it back to life?" "I know. So what are you planning to do now?" "Respect. Aren't you just like the dogs of this world? Did the world say anything about these dying seeds? You look so desperate that you're probably not just a dog, but a truly loyal one too." The two keep arguing back and forth. The Demon King says, "Just forget it. What does it matter if the leader of our race is hated by the world?" The clan leader said, "I don't care about being liked or not, unlike someone who has to follow the world's arrangements." Seeing their images, at this moment, High-End was very scared and hiding behind Dien. Dine stood there watching the two argue, then looked at High-End and wondered silently, "Why you are hiding behind me?" Then the chieftain continued, "The seed can no longer do anything, so I will let it go. But why don't you deal with the swarm of monsters surrounding us?" That statement hit us like a thunderbolt, and the Demon King just said, "We are trying very hard to hunt them down, but you isolated yourself here, so you probably don't know." Han suddenly asked, "So, you don't need this seed anymore?" That move of yours surprised Dien, thinking with this situation, "Are you still asking questions?" Seeing that, the clan leader with a nonchalant look replied, "You can keep it." It made both of them very happy. Long Lan's eyes and blushing cheeks also showed her joy as she responded, "Thank you very much." Dean stood to the side thinking, "This fool and this plant are crazy." Suddenly, Dien's eyes caught something, and when he turned around, a girl with flowing turquoise hair emerged from the water behind him. The girl with the beautiful appearance smiled at Dien. She is the mermaid leader, the mermaid queen. He wondered, mermaid, her tail is turning into a dress. Indeed, the queen mermaid's tail is gradually transforming into a gown. She slowly approached Dien, who was still dazed and confused, and said, "It's so good to see you again. We met at the Demon King's castle, right?" He remembered secretly that just before he could say anything more, the mermaid queen quickly stepped forward, took his hand and said, "I really want to talk with you again," her eyes shining and her cheeks slightly blushed. The mermaid queen looked directly at Dien, making him feel quite awkward and wonder why she was looking at him like that. His gaze also grew suspicious as he silently wondered about this caring look. Dien slowly pulls his hand away from the queen's hands, pondering why her good intentions make him feel so uncomfortable. Before I could fully pull my hand away, the mermaid queen quickly held it back, leaving me stunned. She continued, "I predicted a future not long ago." Hearing that, the Demon King and the clan leader also listened carefully. She said, "It says that a new hero will appear, and he will be a threat even greater than the previous enemy." The mermaid queen still held Dien's hand tightly and continued, "The hero will decide your fate. Your Majesty, the Demon King." The mermaid queen mentioned the Demon King. Does that mean a new hero will appear soon? That made Dien and the Fairy King chief very surprised, but they didn't really care because she was still captivated by the seed in her hand. The mermaid queen continued, "It seems the world doesn't like you very much." "Your Majesty, the Demon King." The Demon King replied coldly, "It's nothing new." He smiled softly and continued, "The world has never liked my race from the beginning, so what's wrong with it hating us a little more? And that future you see can always change, right? Maybe so, but the future I see this time is a bit special, so if it can change, isn't that a miracle? It seems banning magic is now useless. I told you that, didn't I? The world is watching you." Kruin just let out a sigh and replied, "You think I banned magic because I'm afraid of heroes? I thought it would be troublesome if a hero appeared during the war, so I did it." Dien is still lost in thought. "Oh, so it's to balance the power. Wasn't it said that the more demons use magic, the sooner heroes will appear?" Suddenly, the clan leader approached, grabbing Dien's injured hand, catching him off guard. "It seems your hand still hurts quite a bit, so your face is flushed." The clan leader continued, "So you can't even heal your wound properly and have to resort to this crude method?" The clan leader looked at Dien's trembling, painful hand and said, "It seems there's no other choice. Follow me. I will heal it." Then, Dien and the clan leader went to another place. Under the shade of the tree, the clan leader used magic to heal Dien's hand. The jade green light from the clan leader's spell gradually mended Dian's hand. Dine sat there turning away, thinking that this awkward atmosphere was driving him crazy. His eyes kept glancing at the healing hand, thinking first the mermaid queen, and now the fairy prince. You look at the chieftain and wonder why they suddenly seem so friendly to you. The first time you saw them at the Demon King's castle, you were pretty sure they didn't like you very much. But the more I look at the fairy clan king, I suddenly blurted out loud that he reminds me more and more of Deitia. Hearing that, the clan leader looked up and asked, "What? Deitia? Are you talking about the commander of the Demon King's army?" At this point, Dian is extremely confused and panicked, thinking, "Oh no, I accidentally said that out loud." Damn, the Heavenly Clan King hates demons so much, and I compared him to a legion commander. Then he quickly said, "I am sorry." The clan leader was not angry, only replied, "It's been a long time since I heard that name again." Is he still okay? Even though he was affected by the Demon King's demonic energy, he is still a warrior of our clan. So I want to know about him. The clan leader also didn't forget to remind Dian, "Relax, don't you see that the wound is getting worse?" Hearing the chief talk about Daika, Dian was extremely surprised. Huh, Daika from the First Legion of the Demon King's army is actually from the Celestial Clan? No way! Finally finished with the treatment, the clan leader smiled and said, "You're no longer in pain now." Dian politely replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, the chief's gaze changed slightly and he said, "You probably think my kindness is a burden, and during the treatment, you didn't look comfortable at all. If I suggest taking you to see this place, you will likely refuse." Hearing that, Dian felt like someone had seen through everything, his face a little red. Dian thought, he understands me very well. The clan leader continued, "But not everyone receives my goodwill. The reason behind my kindness is because the world is focusing on you, Dian, who seems to emit a miraculous glow. That surprised you so much that your face slightly changed as you hesitated and asked, 'What did you say, sir?' The clan leader continued, 'You told me about the day Dian arrived.' That first meeting was very sudden. As the leader of the fairy race, you understand the will of the world. I recognized it immediately." The eyes of the celestial clan leader furrowed as he sensed that the world was expecting something from this human, but more and more questions and doubts arose in him. What is so special about this human? The image from that day appears in the chief's mind. Red eyes, they can't tolerate light, so those eyes will only become a weakness. Apart from that weakness, he has a small body and nothing special. Is it really true that the person in front of me is attracting the world's attention? I thought so too, but now the clan leader suddenly stood up and said, "You're unusually lucky, aren't you?" That made Dian suspicious, but he still replied, "Not exactly." The clan leader said, "I found records about Dian through research that are truly astonishing beyond belief." Suddenly, the clan leader unexpectedly grabbed Dian by the collar, leaving him stunned and confused. A person who has faced countless dangers between the demon world and the human world and still survives against all odds. Then the clan leader pulls Dian closer and says, "Think carefully. For example, a situation where you should have died but survived, or a situation where you should have suffered a permanent injury, but in the end, your wound was so minor it could be healed. The world usually doesn't interfere with the flow of things, yet it is protecting his life." Dian was stunned by the chief's words, eyes wide as he looked at him. Dian slowly recalls the memories, like suddenly unleashing immense power or enduring a heavy attack unscathed. He once defeated a giant with his small body, and he has faced many dangers on the brink of death. Isn't it your body that naturally takes actions to protect itself whenever your life is in danger? A fragment of memory flooded into Dian's mind, and at that moment he felt like a different person, easily fighting off enemies around him with a strange smile on his face. The clan leader continued, saying, "But when checking if your body had recovered, no changes could be found." Dian's face was now filled with astonishment at the clan leader's words. Dian remembered that the green-haired guy once told him that his body was still like a ticking time bomb, as if something inside Dian's crazy body was constantly changing. The clan leader frowned and continued, "The reason you can still be alive is thanks to the world's blessing." But what is it? The chieftain's gaze fixated on the body being supported by the world, not as aid to strengthen or empower it. This support and transformation allow him to better absorb the power of this world. The hero about to appear will be an even greater threat than the one before. That hero will decide your fate, he thought to himself with a sense of revelation. Oh, I finally understand. The world is longing for something from me. Not long ago in the past, there was a hero who, even after dying, still worried about his comrades. That hero prayed, "Oh world, please save him." And then the world responded, sacrificing its very soul to fulfill the wish. The world has answered. You don't need to worry, hero. I've been watching over him for a long time. Maybe it's Dian who has caught the world's attention, as if a great light shines from him. The Fairy King clan leader looked at Dian and said, "The will of the world is very strong. The next hero is you." Dian Thay Fairy King shouts loudly to boost everyone's spirits. "You might be hit hard, but not too badly, so don't back down and keep fighting." Why did the monsters suddenly attack while everything was peaceful? Watching the battle in front of us, the two kids holding the world seed looked at Dian and asked, "Brother, do you not need to go there and fight?" Lord Dian. He stood with his arms crossed, looking on indifferently with a slightly raised brow. "I don't think I need to go there myself," He thought to himself, are these monsters crazy? The Demon King and the leaders of the races are all here, so why did they rush in at this moment? They can't even start a fight, and my conversation with the Immortal King was disrupted because of them. Suddenly, Dian remembered the words the Celestial King had spoken to him, that this world revolves around people. He pondered deeply, trying to understand what those words meant. Suddenly, a voice rang out, snapping Dian out of his thoughts. So, you mean the reason those monsters lost their survival instinct is inside this bag? The Celestial King said while holding the packages that Dian had thrown away earlier, pondering and studying the fairy women fighting the monsters. I have to admit, they are getting scarier and scarier. Something happened after they drank the strange brown liquid from this bag. The fairy pointed at those brown bags. Dian's eyes looked at those strange bags. That looks familiar. Wait a minute. Dian just realized those bags belong to him now. The mermaid looks at the bags with a focused gaze, emitting an intense aura. What is the purpose of this strange brown liquid? It smells like coffee, so maybe humans or demons are at war. The Fairy King also finds it strange. Humans still don't know about our existence. The Demon King prefers to use strength to settle things rather than cheap tricks like these. So the only possibility is that humans are the only ones free to come and go here. Hearing that, everyone looked towards where Dian was standing, but he was no longer there. Seeing this, the two of them happily said, so he's pretending to be uninterested, but he actually wants to fight? The Celestial King, confused about what was happening, turned around and saw Dian fighting the giant monster. He pondered silently and then asked the Celestial King, maybe that isn't a human, right? The Celestial King raised an eyebrow and thought, maybe if he was the one planning all this, he wouldn't be fighting like that. Hearing this, the merman said, I feel guilty for doubting him too much. As for Dian, since he realized it was the pack of cigarettes he threw away, he quickly went to fight the monsters because he felt guilty. Isn't that the pack of cigarettes he discarded? He recalls that moment. Dian happily threw it away, and after he did, Ben was crying out in agony, wasn't he? That was the pack of cigarettes I poured all my effort into creating. Returning to reality, the crazed face began to fear, and he pondered deeply with confusion. Why do the monsters eat that? And why do they become stronger after eating it? Too much guilt, so I have to fight them. Because everything turned out like this, I won't give them a chance to talk to me. While they were fighting fiercely, a hand placed on Dian's shoulder to stop him. It was the Demon King calling Dian. Dian, forget it, we'll talk later. Hearing that, Dian thought maybe he knew something, his face turning cold as he silently thought he was doomed. The Demon King stepped in front of him and signaled Dian to retreat. We need to finish this quickly and go back. Everyone, fall back and stay away from that monster. He gathered all the power in his hand into a purple sphere and threw it at the monsters, causing a huge explosion that killed them all, leaving none alive. Dian stands behind, frightened, just one move? After it's over, he turns back and grins maliciously with the darkened face. Shall we head back now? Once we reach the castle, the Demon King stands with one hand on his hip and the other scratching his head. Wow, it's been so long since I last let my guard down like this. I'm sorry, that's not some strange pain. It's medicine helping me recover. But hearing that, he was startled, his eyes darkening. It's medicine, not something dangerous, right? Who is the one who made that? Is it that alchemy practice guy? Let me go and scold him, Dian thought to himself. The royal doctor would faint if he heard you say that. The Demon King continued to ask Dian, why did you throw it away? Dai placed his hands behind his back and said, I tried drinking it, but it didn't do anything. But deep down, Dian thought he threw it away because it was disgusting. In reality, he really wanted to help Dian. Do I want to help? I really want to pull out Dian with that medicine. It seems like it won't reach him after all. Then he turned to Dian and said, well, since you didn't do it on purpose, you can go now. Dian was surprised, so he said, he's letting me go? Even more surprisingly, he heard him say, you don't need to attend the meeting with the commanders this time. Dealing with the monsters must have tired you out, so take a rest. Dian looked incredulous, his face slightly blushing. Aren't I supposed to come too? Really? But that's not true. Aren't you still in this meeting? Commander Rhinell of the 11th Legion saw him arrive and his eyes lit up. Master Didon, you're here. Commander JK of the 1st Legion crossed his arms and said coldly, I heard you're resting after dealing with the monsters. You're quite diligent, Legion Commander of the 5th. It's like you're saying, you always complain about the troublesome meetings, so why do you still attend? And just as you're speaking, a quick hand covers her mouth. Young lady, this is not the place for such words. You were muffled but still muttering a few things, huh? The person covering her mouth is Deputy Commander of the Deravan Legion. Dian thought to himself, feeling angry. These guys don't know anything at all. Seeing that, Kruin looked at Dian and made a few sarcastic remarks. I told you could rest. Dian pulled out a chair and sat down. It's okay. Do you think something would happen if you all really didn't know how to rest? Have these people never worked at a company before? If I don't go, who will know what he might do to me? I am someone who survives by my ability to judge situations. Without it, I am nothing. The Demon King smiled meaningfully at Dian. Satisfied that his plan was achieved, he propped his chin on his hand, clearly knowing his true intentions to minimize the risk of information leaking out. If he doesn't come voluntarily, it won't go against the rules. Shish, if he returns without any information, the Emperor will suspect him. That's quite clever. At this moment, Dian is thinking to himself that he will kill sometime here, commander of Legion 2, Devilon. Seeing Dian playing with the cube, I was surprised. He seems very interested in this object. Commander of the 4th Legion also seemed quite confused because this was a battle against his own kind. That's right, sometimes he would join the meeting, listening to them talk while playing with Ruby. The Demon King smiles after settling the meeting. Now that Dian has arrived, shall we begin the meeting?
You all can guess the purpose of this meeting, right? Commander of Legion 3A exclaimed.
Is the real battle starting now? We've always targeted the human territory, so we're ready. But from the Emperor's perspective, this will be a loss. Observe carefully. Everyone thinks that if he agrees, the doobie block will move smoothly. If not, it will move very forcefully. And the best outcome is still the completion of the secret project. Renell couldn't quite understand why he would do such a foolish thing. If he keeps defending the border and fighting occasionally, his rule over the throne will be more stable. Hearing that, the Demon King smiled softly and said, "You really don't understand? The Emperor wants to die?" Hearing this, Dian stopped his hand, suddenly pausing in disbelief. His pupils dilated and he asked, "What?" He continued, "The Emperor, that stubborn guy? He feels very guilty for killing his brother, guilt weighing heavily on his conscience. But he cannot die even if he wants to because he has a responsibility. An Emperor's choice cannot be to choose death. That's why he chose war. If he can conquer the demon's territory, that would be good. On the contrary, if he dies in battle, he can pretend he fought with all his might. He's pitiful, but also selfish, having sacrificed so many lives in battles for just one more reason. Is that right?" The Demon King suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and continued, "We have no other choice. If he wants to die, just kill him." He smiled with a sinister grin, as if he had found his opponent's weakness. He thought to himself, but strangely, he could understand that he was a leader who had lived for a very long time. I'm not sure about other issues, but living just because he can't die is something I find very familiar. It makes me jealous because he has an enemy who can kill him. Put aside your thoughts and keep going. This is a confrontation you haven't had in a long time, so consider it a chance to relax. Enjoy it, because humans will start attacking when you go on your mission, since the Emperor can't act easily while the prince is still here. Super angrily slammed his hand on the table and asked, "So they will attack when our strongest weapon is not here?" The man beside him nodded in agreement and said, "Humans are truly cunning." At this moment, he smiled triumphantly, thinking that although the Emperor's actions could be seen as abandonment, this matter was quite interesting, so he decided to let it go. The meeting room fell into an unusually silent silence. Everyone looked at the Rubik's cube in Dian's hand, which had been solved. Dian probably thought this was the best plan, and from now on there was no turning back. No one said a word. Dian said coldly, "I will go on my mission right after this meeting."
The fateful battle between the demon world and the human world has begun. Is that all you wanted to report?
"Yes, Your Majesty, that's all." I bow my head and respond to the Emperor with utmost respect. So it means only 5 Demon Army Corps will participate. The Emperor plans to have Course 1 led by Kei, Course 3 led by A, Course 7 led by Sinua, Course 8 led by Hilo, and Course 9 led by Shefi. The Emperor sneered mockingly and said, "If their armies are not enough, sending only 5 units to face an entire empire is truly surprising and shows a lack of understanding of the situation before underestimating me." With a face full of murderous intent, he warned, "Then I will make them regret it." Feeling terrified and sweating before the terrifying face of the Emperor, he thought it was too frightening. But suddenly, the Emperor said, "Tell him to answer quickly." Yes, the Emperor said there's nothing wrong and sent Dian back to rest. He's starting to think he doesn't need to pressure him for an answer. The Demon King probably thinks he won't be able to hold on and is waiting for me to put pressure on him. "Things won't go according to your plan, Demon King." But before I could finish my sentence, I was cut off by a scream. "Your Majesty, Chancellor, this is a Demon World matter. They have started the attack. Both Lord and Your Majesty are stunned by the announcement." The Emperor hurriedly went outside to check the situation. He pushed open the door and his expression became even more grim.
This is a message from the Demon Realm Commander of the 1st Legion as the video plays, with the Emperor calmly announcing the magic signal to the Empire.
From the perspective of the Demon Realm, which values peace and balance, the Emperor's control over an entire continent is seen as an overreach and a dangerous threat that must be protected against to prevent the destruction of the human world caused by the actions of the Empire. "I declare I will oppose the Empire." Your Majesty angrily ordered the Chancellor to quickly summon the Royal Mage. General Tai nodded hurriedly in compliance, while Dian sneered inwardly, suspicious. "Isn't that Dega? What are they doing?" "This is an order from the Demon King and also a respect for peace and balance." "That doesn't sound very pleasant," Commander 1 continued. "Since peace and balance are our goals, as long as the Empire promises not to take any drastic actions, we will consider withdrawing." I didn't expect them to contact us directly like this. So what does this mean? Is the demon world trying to start a war? Then why does the Emperor want to go to war? They are filled with unease and worry. "I've heard enough of your barking." The Emperor finally spoke to the people and calmly replied, "The Emperor is the Emperor." The crowd was panicking and shouting, "The whole world knows about your cruelty, so why do you still speak such lies? And according to the records kept in the palace, the demon world has always yearned for places touched by light." I didn't expect him to be able to interfere with their magic so quickly. Is this the skill of a royal mage? While thinking to himself, Dian praised the power of the royal wizard, and the emperor, with an angry expression, questioned him. Or perhaps, your demons are always eyeing our world. So why should I believe the words of a demon? There is also a threat in your words, so why don't you pretend to be fooled and step back? If you think we won't keep our promise, it's not too late to act. The Demon King stepped forward to counter the emperor's words, and the commanding army was surprised by the appearance of the Demon King. He smiled kindly as a greeting, somewhat abrupt, causing the people to murmur anxiously and be somewhat taken aback by his presence. Is that the Demon King? I thought he would look like a monster, but he looks more normal than I expected. Maybe demons aren't as scary as people say. I believe the Demon King. What are you talking about? He is our enemy. In front of everyone, the Demon King continued, isn't your act of sacrificing your people just because you're too greedy? War is not a child's game. As a warning to the Emperor, the Duke also looked on with tense eyes. No, the firm declaration of the Emperor is that it's a matter of sacrificing the future for temporary peace, or exploiting the Empire's current brink of collapse to protect the future. The Emperor responds to the threat directly and decisively, surprising even the Demon King. The common people cheered in unison for the Emperor. Yes, we must protect the future. It may be difficult for us, but for a brighter future for our children. The revolutionaries also have to stay silent and watch the situation. Black then tells Heir Paul that for now, only small-scale battles are happening to test each other's strength. The months just passed like a slow-burning bomb, and no one knew when a fierce battle would erupt. Things finally settled down a bit. Di Don làm phiền về cuộc chiến lần này. Sau khỏi dầu căng thẳng rồi, anh ta phải di lại giữa hai phe tới mức mệt mỏi và buồn nôn, như một chỉ huy quan doan số khống của quỷ giới và là anh hùng thủ bà của nhân giới. Diane recalls everything he has had to bear from the Zero Army, standing proud and confident. The hero of the Empire, he is nothing to us. Clear the way for the Zero Army commander. The Imperial Army side, led by him, said, let's go deal with him, the Zero Legion commander, right? Captain Dian secretly cursed in his heart, damn it, those two are me. Yet he's worried about his future. How long will my life go on like this? I thought I had already died a heroic death. This time, your command was very good. You worked hard. The Demon King and Dian continued their conversation through the bright purple magic stone. Dian sends Longthane to the Demon King. Thank you, your majesty. I will send the battle report to my subordinates. He thought to himself that he couldn't remember the match schedule this time, but he still survived, so that was enough. The Demon King pressed Dian again, his voice not sounding very well. Could it be that he felt guilty about the person who had to die? Dian was startled and thought, what is he talking about? The Demon King continued, you are my sword, and a sword bears no guilt. The guilty and painful memories of the war will be my burden to bear, so you just need to follow my orders. Dian was panicked by what he said, expecting him to comfort him, but he was mistaken. He was comforting a damn monkey. The Demon King continued, that is why you should start preparing to break free from that binding. He only wants to pressure you into choosing which side to support. In his heart, he was cursing that evil Demon King. Everything was getting way out of hand. Demon world, human world, everything. He walks and thinks, is this karma? Damn it, what did I do wrong? Forget it, I just want to live quietly. What's so wrong with that? They should have just fought each other. Dian's mind was filled with confusion and regret as the blue light from his pocket flickered. Then he changed back to a sweet attitude, bowing politely in just 0.1 seconds. The Demon King asked if he had rested yet. He only knew to reply yes and obey, while secretly thinking he's just a bastard chasing power, feeling confused and pained at that moment. The Demon King apologizes for causing you so much burden, but still requests that Dian handle the monsters attacking from the western front. Isn't that the front line? Dian quickly replied that the position was very important, so he thought you were the best person for the job. The Demon King affirmed. Silence from Dian forced the Demon King to gently reassure him.
A few people will be sent to attract attention if you don't want to get involved. Dian thought to himself that he understood the Demon King's recent sensitivity, but either way, he had to complete that dangerous mission.
The Demon King told him he didn't need to go far anymore. The monsters had already come to him on their own. A group of aggressive monsters is approaching you. Feeling confused and unsure of what's happening, Dian had to brace himself for the next move as the scene shifted to Kruin. He asked if there was nothing going on today. And the betting game that was postponed is now resumed as Dian returns. The person beside him speaks, saying, although there have been many raids and poisonings, he handled everything himself. He acts as if he doesn't recognize me and handles some matters while seemingly assessing the situation. Kruin said calmly, well, he's still a hero after all. As expected, the Duke doesn't give up after failing a few times. He thought to himself before saying, protect Dian until you receive orders from me. Be careful because of the danger and keep an eye on them. After thinking it over, Kruin realized that there are others in the Assassin's Guild who received orders to kill Dian. One is paid to kill, the other to protect. I don't know what I'm doing to get stuck in a situation like this. He was looking at the documents while thinking. The person who just received orders from Hero Kruin has started to get tense. Thinking about Dian's safety as he remembers today is the day he goes out, hoping his subordinates will ensure his safety. Meanwhile, his subordinates are nearby with Dian. While he was panicking over the countless monsters and unsure how to handle the situation, he wondered if that guy wasn't afraid at all, just standing there with a murderous look on his face, rambling that he alone could handle everything. The swift hands grab the sword hilt without a word, and Nemesius quickly swings his sword close to the Crown Prince's hand, but with his sharp reflexes, the Crown Prince immediately responds by drawing his own deadly dagger to block, his cold gaze fixed on Nemesius as he questions in a stern voice, "What is this?" Nemesius quickly explained, "I apologize for drawing my sword in front of you, your majesty, but you were aiming at your wrist, not the back of your hand." The prince's hands, covered in wounds and bandaged all over, look truly pitiful and painful. The prince, with his head in his hands, chuckles weakly and says, "It's really hard to keep him awake." Then he retracted his sword and sheathed it at his side. Nemesius lowered his voice and asked, "Han, do you want me to call the royal doctor?" The Crown Prince is lost in his thoughts, silently pondering how blatant this is. "I feel a strange malice here." Sweat beads are forming on his forehead. The Crown Prince felt as if a hand was squeezing his chest tightly. Once again, he fell silent in thought, realizing it was just an illusion caused by his imagination. Thinking to himself, the Crown Prince quietly called for the court physician immediately. Nemesius was stunned by the Crown Prince's decision, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard, and tried to ask again. "Are you planning to call the priest instead of the royal doctor?" The Crown Prince replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. It is said that the fighting style of the demon army commander and the Empire's hero are very similar, just like always handling things quietly. Suddenly, on the prince's desk, the violet crystal emitted a dazzling light that shattered the tense atmosphere of the conversation. Seeing it shine like that, no one said a word. The Crown Prince and Nemesius both shared the same thought. It's a signal. Immediately, the Crown Prince grabbed the crystal. Swiftly, he rushed out the door but kept the crystal tightly in his hand as he hurriedly announced, "I need to go somewhere, so I will reschedule my meeting with Master Tay until I return." Nemesius respectfully replied. Although he outwardly shows respect, deep down Nemesius wonders if the king and the commander of the Legion are truly unrelated. The scene shifts to the battlefield where the destructive power of a hero's attack has caused the terrifying demon to fall. A bloody scene unfolds as Dian still tightly grips the bloodstained dagger he just used to defeat the demon. He is so exhausted that he collapses to his knees, gasping for air. Maybe the battle with that demon has drained quite a bit of his strength. Before he could regain his composure, Dian heard strange sounds echoing from afar. "Sitting on the defeated enemy he just took down," Dian exclaimed in horror. "That's strange. Usually they would be scared and run away after seeing me defeat one like this." The demon's allies are rushing in front of Dian, and he wonders silently, have they become so hungry that they've lost all sense of awareness? The monsters howled and roared loudly into the sky. This chaotic scene was terrifying to anyone who saw it. Dean still dreamily ponders that if not, the monsters here are targeting him and charging forward. Dian is fearless and unhesitating as he rushes straight ahead. In his hand, he wields two sharp knives with eyes burning like sparks. He still wonders if he looks too easy to hunt. Thinking about it, Dian angrily shouted out loud, "I won't allow that. I won't let you look down on us." As he spoke, a fiery orange flame of hatred erupted from his entire body, as if he wanted to teach the unruly monsters a well-deserved lesson, and in an instant, driven by all his suppressed emotions and spirit, Dian unleashed the hidden power within him. One by one, the monsters fell before his destructive power. Inside, Dian encouraged himself, everything is still fine. The group of monsters was suddenly attacked. Wounded badly, blood splattered everywhere, but it seemed that was not enough to defeat them. One of the monsters struggled to fight back by swinging its fist to attack Dian. With his sharp eyes and keen mind, Dian immediately defended against the monster's counterattack. He continued to reassure himself, knowing that no matter what else this weak body might face, it wouldn't make any difference. But it seems that Dian's small frame can't withstand the punch from those strong monsters. He is immediately sent flying into the air. Still, he kept encouraging himself in his mind, but he was determined not to let others look down on him. With that thought, Dian boldly declared, "It's been a long time since someone made me angry." The silent encouragement he gives himself makes Dian Yu be reborn once more. Holding his weapon tightly, regaining his confidence, Dian is filled with fighting spirit, preparing to attack and retaliate against the monsters. Things don't seem to go as expected. Dian's body is covered in wounds, blood pouring out and staining his clothes. I gradually lose consciousness and whisper that my wrist is broken. My leg hurts so much and all my muscles are aching. Despite my body covered in wounds, something is controlling me to keep moving forward. He was stunned to realize that he couldn't stop and charged forward to kill a monster. Dian affirmed firmly, "Not yet. I keep wandering in my thoughts, convinced that if I stop, I will die." A fierce hatred burns in Dian's eyes, his aura blazing with unstoppable power that could slaughter anyone who dares to come near him. The monsters couldn't move in front of Dian's deadly aura. The roaring growls echoed throughout the space. Dian emphasizes his declaration, "I will kill you all," blood pouring out wildly on the battlefield. Dian turns his back to the monsters, his worn-out outfit looking utterly tattered. Dian seriously deduces that the monsters following from behind have long since stopped. His hands are stained with blood from the monster's scratches, and his face is covered with bloody scars from the fight. Though it turns out their claws are poisonous. The remaining monsters still stare at him hungrily. Their blazing eyes show how great their desire and ambition are. Dian glared at them, still holding a sharp knife in his hand. He's sure that because it's poisoned, he has to cut it off before it spreads. Now just finish the job, right? The monsters on this side still stare at Dian with confusion, but anyone, regardless of species, would recognize a madman. At the same time, the monsters rush forward, but Dian shows no reaction at all. He just stands still like the sky itself, lowering his face without saying a word. Suddenly, Dian's body collapses onto the blood-soaked battlefield. He lies face down on the ground, surrounded by a multitude of monster corpses. Blood flows in pools, creating a terrifying scene. His body is drained, but Dian's mind remains quite clear. He tries to reassure himself that he must get out of here quickly. His eyes are still wide open, but it seems like he's fighting alone against a horde of monsters that have drained his strength. Dian, exhausted and weary, sighed, "I can't move anymore because it hurts." Dian quickly gathers his spirits and forgets about the stupid monsters. With his last bit of strength, Dian struggled to hold the communication crystal in his hand and forced himself to say, "Please, Demon King, I need help at the northern front." As soon as he finished, Dian fainted, his mind still echoing with the warning to return here to find food. In Dian's mind, he was always urged to wake up. A hazy dream appeared in his mind, and the surroundings at this moment were incredibly harmonious and bright, bringing a sense of ease and comfort. Someone's hand gently placed on his head and softly said, "Dian." It was as if his entire body was relaxed and healed more than ever. When he appeared, he no longer felt the heavy, stiff sensation like before. Dian exclaimed, "So comfortable!" The peaceful scenery before him brought an incredibly soothing feeling, and that person's gentle voice once again filled the air. Soothing like a lullaby, I drift into a deep sleep, and when I wake up, I find myself under the lush green canopy, sunlight filtering through the branches as a gentle and kind young man comes to comfort and reassure me with tenderness. It's this that made him instinctively wonder who can stay peaceful for long. And now, the young man was gripping Dian's shoulder tightly, hurriedly saying, "Dian, stay awake." As Dian was overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, he widened his eyes and stammered, "Ooh, wait a moment." The deep-set eyes of the boy blaze with an indescribable strength, his face gradually contorting, yet he continues urging Dian on. "Open your eyes." At this moment, Dian suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he still hadn't fully recovered from that strange dream. His mind is still floating above the clouds, the roar of the monsters echoing in his ears. Dian instinctively wonders, what was that dream? Turning around, the monsters had moved closer to him. Dian remained motionless, unable to move anymore. One by one, they kept getting closer to him, and Dian's mind was blank, as if he was deeply puzzled and confused by the situation. He exclaimed in horror, "What kind of monster is this? I remember fighting those monsters under the Demon King's orders. But when did I stop?" The monsters at this moment are extremely aggressive, launching surprise attacks on him. Their strikes are getting closer to Dian, leaving no way to retreat, so he rashly raises his hands to cover his head. But inside, he can't help but feel scared and curse aloud. Damn it, it's too late to dodge now. But surprisingly, the Crown Prince appeared out of nowhere, swinging his sword to fight the monsters and save Dian from the hand of death. Dian was extremely surprised by the sudden appearance of the Crown Prince. A series of question marks flashing through his mind as he exclaimed in shock. Still overwhelmed, Dian blurted out to question him. "Why are you here without consulting the radiance of the Empire You?" As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly realized what was happening. How did my body end up like this? Did I really fight to this extent? My right hand has a chunk missing. After dealing with the monsters, the Crown Prince finally turned to answer Deloc's question with the communication stone. Is it okay to be a spy with such flaws? The Crown Prince mocks the communication device, which is used in the human world, while the communication stone is a tool used in the demon world. Still not done with surprises, Dian had to face another. He was stunned and exclaimed, "I contacted him?" Then thousands of questions flooded his mind. Did I contact the Emperor while I was unconscious? The Crown Prince suddenly spoke. I'm speechless too, but I know what I have to do now. Since my talent is relying on me to help, I have to go there myself. I can't just send anyone because this involves the Demon King. The prince's response made Dian freeze in place, unable to utter a word. Glancing at Dian with a scrutinizing look, the prince smirked and said, "Still, thanks to this, I was able to meet the commander of the Zero Army, Dian, for the first time." That statement made Dian Trung flinch again, clutching his wound in surprise, his eyes gradually turning terrifying as he glared at the prince walking away. The Crown Prince smugly laughed and said, "Haha, no need to worry. I don't plan to do anything right now." Inside, Dai thought to himself, "Damn, is life really this terrifying? Why has it turned out like this? I'm going crazy." The Crown Prince softly announces, "I will leave clothes, clean bandages, and medicine here for you to take care of yourself and then return. I will send a knight because it seems you can't even walk properly." Dai took a deep breath and sincerely said, "Thank you very much." I am sitting on a pile of blood, looking down, thinking to myself, luckily, I really can't stand up anymore. As he sat on the horse, the Crown Prince cleared his throat and suggested, "And because this time you followed the Demon King's orders, next time you must follow mine. I will call you soon." Sitting back against the tree, Dian bandaged his wound himself, then reluctantly pondered. Whether they are the Demon King or the Emperor, they all just want to use me for their own purposes. Still, I carefully bandage my wounds. Dean sighed bitterly to himself. Forget it. This isn't my first race anyway. I just want to go back quickly to treat my wounds and rest. When the knight had not yet finished speaking, a doctor with a medical kit appeared from afar. Ben exclaimed in panic, "Lord Dien?" Dean was also surprised by her sudden appearance and thought to himself, "Ben, wait a minute. This is the demon world, right?" Then Dien hurriedly asked, "Why are you here?" Ben didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "I received a signal from the necklace and was worried, so I escaped secretly." "Why are you so badly injured?" "Did you kill all those monsters yourself?" Dee quickly explained, "It's probably not the case, Your Majesty. Someone is coming soon, so before we get caught." Before he could finish speaking, the guard sent by the Crown Prince appeared from afar and respectfully said, "I am here to escort Lord Earl Dien on His Majesty's orders." The guard was stunned by the scene before him, and his mind suddenly thought, "We have been captured." Ben, happy after a long separation, froze in place unable to move, while Dien silently cursed, "Why did you cause trouble now?" The guard, seeing a stranger appear in front of him, swung his sword defensively and hesitated, saying, "Are you a demon?" Both Dien and Ben turned pale with fear. He painfully realized how difficult and awkward this situation was, and he was so terrified he couldn't even speak. It's over. Diane and Ben, resting in the forest, are suddenly discovered. Seeing this, they instinctively looked at each other nervously, thinking they were about to be captured. What should we do now? The person who caught them is the guard. He pointed his sword at Dien and Ben and shouted, "Demon, stay away from the Marquis." Dien already had a small sword ready in his hand. He carefully examined it while wondering whether he should kill him or not. If I explain, His Majesty will surely understand my reason for killing him. But suddenly, thinking of that, Dien acted. He quickly grabbed Ben by the collar and thrust the sword into the tree trunk right next to his face. Ben, unable to react in time, was struck with terror. Dien then continued to think that with his current condition, he must avoid fighting. Then he softly told Ben in a tone only the two of them could hear to push him away and run. Ben quietly respectfully calls out Lord Dien, but the healer witnessing this scene immediately speaks up with concern. "My lord, are you all right?" Ben was placed in an extremely difficult situation and struggled to decide what to do. Then Ben shouted sharply and pushed Dien away. Dien, being pushed back, let out a few faint cries of pain before Ben seized the opportunity to escape. Now only Dien and the guard remain in the forest. Seeing Ben run away, the guard shouted loudly, "Stop right there, you devil!" And so, the guard, trusting his own resolve, hurriedly said, "I will chase after him." But he had only taken a few steps when Dien suddenly coughed up blood behind him. He saw this and asked in fear, "Are you all right, Count Dien? You are coughing up a lot of blood." "I'm fine." Actually, that was just a performance. Dien wasn't really about to faint like that. I'm glad I managed to draw his attention. Even the illusion hurt so much. Luckily, Your Majesty gave me some painkillers. However, that guard thought differently. He truly believed Dien was seriously injured. His wound is more serious than I was told. And besides this demon, there are nearly 100 monster corpses around here. I never expected him to go on this mission alone. How much responsibility must he be bearing? The guard nervously told Dien, "Sir, I prepared a carriage nearby and will escort you there safely." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly carried Dien on his back, his face anxious and almost tearful. The guard carrying Dien on his back was deep in thought, unable to be angry, because he had chased after the demon himself instead of taking care of himself, and Dien, being carried, was quite surprised. He saw him running too fast, so he stopped him. Wait. However, his words had little effect because he was still lost in his own thoughts and worries. The guard was running while thinking that he had to take care of his lord's wounds first, even if it meant getting punished. On the other side, Ben is trying to escape, running while thinking about what just happened. This is the first time I've seen a magic tool react so strongly. I even sneaked out even though I knew your condition was already terrible. But instead of being helpful, I just became a burden. Ben also blames himself for almost revealing Lord Dien's identity, acting like a spy disguised as a Marquis' servant, even though he knew it was a command. He always escapes thanks to Lord Dien, but if he gets caught, things could get really serious. I should have accepted my fate if he had killed me then, but he found a way to let me live. He always helps me. Returning to Dien's side, he's lying on the back of that guard, feeling a bit embarrassed but also incredibly comfortable. Finally, you made it home. When the guard carried Dien to the car, another guard was already standing right there. That guy saw the shadow of the two people returning and shouted in surprise and panic. Your lordship, meanwhile, 3 people are sitting and talking inside the royal palace. The emperor quietly pondered and spoke, but his tone remained very serious. So, you mean I am cursed? The girl respectfully replied, yes. Nemesius, hearing the noise, was furious and shouted, how dare you use the poison? But the emperor calmly replied, it's fine. Then, he said to Tong in a very cold tone, Loin Nguyen must be very strong, right? Strong enough that you had to cover his mouth to speak. The girl quickly denied, no. Then the girl immediately proved her innocence by saying that I could handle the curse. But the karma and hatred the emperor is enduring are so great that I want to ask why you can still stay so calm. Your Majesty, hearing that doesn't seem surprised at all, he said with a smug smile while stroking his chin. Well, I guess not. Forget about those things. Tell me the details of the curse. That girl continued to talk about spiritual matters. Your Majesty, there is an evil spirit causing chaos in your mind and draining your vitality. It is a curse used to eliminate its target. An evil spirit needs someone to die. However, it seems the Emperor has been cursed for a year. How come you don't know? Although its effect has weakened lately. Nemesis heard that and was extremely worried and frightened. He shouted, 1 year, how could the Emperor? It's nothing serious. Don't cause a fuss. Then the Emperor told the girl that a person killing another to kill him in their place was nothing worth mentioning. The girl cut her thumb and thought of a curse based on karma. Normal people would probably be going crazy by now, and the culprit probably didn't expect such strong willpower. Thinking that, the girl slammed her hand on the table and made her decision. I will burn this talisman to temporarily suppress the evil spirit. As she held the burning talisman, she said everything would become a bit easier once it was burned. At that moment, a guard ran in to report, Your Majesty, Marquis Dian has returned. Dian quickly ran into the room and respectfully saluted the Emperor. May glory come to the Empire. Is it true that the god was summoned by Your Majesty? When Dian entered the room, that girl subtly glanced at him. She saw the darkness emanating from him. She was utterly amazed by it. The girl covered her mouth and stammered, I'm sorry. The three of them, Dian, Nemesis, and the Emperor, were all quite surprised. They all turned to look at the girl, and upon seeing this, she quickly ran out of the room. Dian, confused about what's happening, wondered silently, why did she run after seeing me? The Emperor, not surprised, gently sipped his tea and said with a smile, You must have a lot of hatred too, huh? Dian responded, Yes. The Your Majesty then softly said, It's nothing. My mind suddenly flooded with old memories. The Crown Prince recalled the past and said, I told you before, I have something I need your help with. And so, in the prince's imagination, the words appeared. And because this time you followed the Demon King's order, next time it'll be my turn. Dian Langthin immediately lowered his head after the reminder, anxiously pondering. Damn it, he's been pretty quiet lately. I thought he'd forgotten. Now that I think about it, you're probably fully recovered by now, right? Sitting on the sofa with arms crossed, the prince casually remarks that among the soldiers, there's a rumor that you lead the Zero Army, and you'll need to prove once again that you're on humanity's side. After hearing that, Dian sprays on the glue, and then, after a while, he involuntarily mutters, Yes. The wind gently blows across the mountains as a base camp gathers the most elite soldiers, and Dian stands on the observation deck sighing in frustration. He rested his hands on the railing, feeling discouraged as he thought to himself, finally heading back to the battlefield. Stigma appeared out of nowhere and asked politely, So you're here, Junior, bowing respectfully to greet him. Long time no see, senior brother. Stigma also friendly pats Dian's head and smiles happily, saying, I heard you're coming here, probably while I was out on reconnaissance. Stigma, resting his chin on his hand, pondering silently, said, Having two heroes together while lacking energy must mean this place is of great strategic importance. At this moment, Dian felt extremely uncomfortable, thinking to himself, I don't like being here. I just want to do difficult things like killing monsters. But that's not easy for me. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed from somewhere. What's going on? That was what broke Dian's emotional flow. He vaguely guessed that this voice belonged to his family's crazy dogs. Thinking, he looked down and saw a group of soldiers gathered together, apparently arguing, with two of them shouting at each other. Hey, if you're a candidate for the future hero position, you should act to your liking, right? The angry young man with black hair shouted loudly, You started it first, you arrogant knights. That young man with brown hair immediately retorted mockingly, The arrogant female knight, you started it. Dian, standing on the observation tower, was so frustrated he cursed. These crazy dogs are causing trouble while Dan lies outside. Thinking about it, Lai An's words echo in his mind. I will go talk to the captain of the Royal Knight Squad to improve our cooperation. At this moment, Dian was furious and shouted loudly. Suddenly, Milan appeared out of nowhere to stop the two soldiers and shouted, Hey, stop right now! Before he could speak to advise them, someone had already stepped in to help. Deep down, Dian thought to himself, Milan, that bastard, finally he has acted like a vice captain. I'm touched. The blonde, brown-haired soldier couldn't hold back his emotions and blurted out, Hey, Milan, whose side are you on? They are the ones who looked down on us first. Hearing him say that, Milan suddenly thought, Do you think you're the center of the universe just because you're a hero candidate? Soon after, Milan quickly retorted, What if he is a hero candidate then? The soldier suddenly paused in surprise and then sneered mockingly at Milan, saying they are just a team without even a name. The soldier clenched his teeth in anger and retorted that the name of a knightly team had nothing to do with their strength. The argument was raging fiercely. Milan gave a convincing reply. You may be arrogant, but you don't even have a team name. You're just a bunch of ragged beggars. Milan's words hit with such force that the soldier couldn't say a thing, and outside the cheers of Milan's teammates echoed. He is indeed Vice Captain Dian, who is now standing on the observation deck witnessing the entire confrontation between these two people. His face clearly showed anger, but he said nothing. Stigma suddenly spoke up beside him. Junior. That remark made Dian startle and quickly turned back to respond. Yes, Stigma still maintains a cold expression as he assesses. It seems your team needs to learn a lesson before heading into battle. Dien was speechless in shock at the warning. Stigma Duong Duong boasts confidently that the honor of the captain can be judged by the actions of his subordinates. The PRMO Night Squad appears around them from start to finish, composed entirely of the most valuable warriors shining in their heroic uniforms. He secretly admired them inside. Just by looking at their uniforms, you could tell they were far different from the childish knights fighting each other. Are they really that elite? I wish my crazy dogs could be just like them. Stishma rested his hand on his hip and softly advised, I only say this because I don't want you to be looked down on if you go out. Please listen to my advice. Dien nodded in agreement. You're right. A commotion erupted below the Yun camp. What did you just say, you bastards? Dian observed and thought to himself, it seems they need to be taught a lesson. Below, the noise and debate continued. What kind of hero are you if you have no remnants of heroism at all? The brown-haired young man still stubbornly argued back. No matter how many achievements he had, they only mattered in the human world. How can someone without any hero remnants be called a hero? Hey, you're jealous of the Marquis, aren't you? Ha, you're just jealous. The echoing challenge in the air declared that the victory belonged to us. No matter the fight, we would win. Milan's eyes burned with uncontrollable rage. The PRMO heroes exclaimed in shock, huh? The blonde-brown soldier was terrified as he watched Milan's expression. The PRMO hero group had now reached the peak of their fury. They erupt in their fury with arrogant threats. You don't know your place to insult our Lord Marquis. The battlefield is desolate, the sky tinged with a sickly yellow, battered and devastated. The survivors are covered in a disgusting red slime. The ones standing and the ones trembling beside the fallen bodies are mercenaries, an anonymous team formed from farmers, the poor, and frontline soldiers in a 10-year-long battle. The endless battle causes some to tremble and kneel, crying out with their faces buried in bloodstained hands. They are afraid, they can't go on, and they've never wielded a sword before. The braver ones will stay by your side. Using the bloodstained mirror as a support, they drive it straight into the ground. Stay strong and keep from falling apart. Stay alert and never give up before the fight is over. They know they are just expendable soldiers with no hope of returning alive. They choose to abandon it. A strange sound awakens them. Reacting instinctively, they look toward the source of the sound. A child with silver hair and a cloak covering his body was desperately stabbing a lifeless body with his dagger. What is it doing? The boy leaves the sword stuck in the ground and hurriedly runs toward the child to stop its crazy actions. The boy's hand touched the child's shoulder, and it slowly turned its head, its blazing red eyes glancing at the one who touched it, eyes like a demon ready to burn him. Commander Dien, that child is Dien, because he was too far away. The boy couldn't recognize his own commander. This was the first time he met the commander, and he was still too young. But still, the boy's actions hurt Dien. What about the dead? Everything only stops when they no longer move. This is the battlefield. The weak will be left behind. Dien screams. Dien's challenge was both a threat and a warning to those who think they are strong enough to survive while worrying about others. The surviving soldiers are a bit scared. They are stunned to realize that none of them can say anything in the face of the harsh reality before their eyes. To survive in this cannibalistic place, they must make their opponents afraid. Make them hesitate with fear. A crazy battle, a hunting beast needs calm to hunt, and a frantic prey is harder to catch. Dien is not just threatening, someone has truly fallen. A quick swing of the white-haired youth's hand and a dagger shot straight into the opponent's eye. This place doesn't need those who respect the dead. Such people should all die. It sounds crazy, but it revives the terrified spirits of the mercenaries. They must do everything to survive, relying on each other to live. Dien was not only the savior who pulled them out of the abyss, but also their hero. A quick battle plan was devised, using the tense frontline to distract, while the Demon Legion infiltrated through another route into the demon world. The Emperor has noticed the Demon King's plan and quickly sent his army. Struggling with the defense, he dispatched the main forces. Second hero Stigma, third hero Dien, and even the remaining hero candidates still possess remnants of heroism. As a result, the battle has turned the tide, and the fight against the demons is slowly reaching its end. They win easily, killing the demon like crushing a tiny frog with a smile on its face. Or perhaps those with remnants of heroism are not truly heroes after all. Their confidence was shaken. If they fought, could they really win? They began to doubt their ability to triumph. They are afraid but can't look away from the demons, as if facing an unstoppable predator. They act as if ready to fight but are now filled with fear. It's no wonder that even those who have seen this many times still get goosebumps. And it's understandable that hero candidates with remnants of heroism are also afraid. They have been influenced by the spirits of the demons. Even though they are no longer as easy to attack as before, Dien still pushes forward bravely, his right hand with the dagger charging into the demons, tearing them apart with fierce, almost uncontrollable rage until Stigma grips his wrist tightly, causing the bloodstained hands to stop. Dien's shout of death just ended. The madness to survive on the battlefield seemed to freeze. Dien recognized Stigma. That's your senior. Stigma smiled softly and said calmly, Dien, after being with Stigma, it's the same on this side. A compliment to the night team led by Dien. They are not known for their cruelty, but they also have skills. They laugh and joke with each other.
They boast about saving their teammates and complain about the exhaustion from lacking medical support. It's no surprise they've been fighting for 8 years, often wanting to give up.
In Stigma's eyes, he shouted die. Whether it was Diane's habit or not, it was truly savage. It diminishes Dian's dignity, but who cares about such things? Stigma laughed, then slapped Dian hard on the back, making him startle. The second hero told Dian to keep his shoulders back, chin up, stand straight, and look others in the eye. Dian never responded or wanted to respond, and Stigma always gave him advice, even in the past, through gestures and thoughts during battles, believing he was the senior and needed to take care of him. But Dian didn't need advice that seemed useful because as long as he had overwhelming strength, those words were unnecessary. Stigma also saw this, realizing the advice was meaningless. A deathly scream pierces the quiet space, the rare calm between Stigma and Dian as the long spear of the demon rushes like wind towards Stigma. Yes, he blocked the spear for Stigma. Fresh blood splattered into the air, surprising Stigma. Second hero. La Sit Thon, the disciple he always advised, was wounded right in front of him. Dai seized the demon's spear, controlled it so it couldn't move, and finally shot him to pass his tribulation, settling the debt for his bleeding shoulder. Knowing that they are weak and must survive, he has no right to choose luxury. Still, he is human, and as the reckless moment passes, his left shoulder begins to throb, and then he faints. In the camp, Stigma grabbed the head of a supposed assassin and slammed his face to the ground. He felt as if he was being looked down upon, since when did others see his disciple as someone attracting flies in such a bad state? The assassin's head was held tightly and couldn't move. Stigma's smile grew brighter, his voice tinged with contempt. You think I look down on you? So many fools don't realize how important this battle really is. Sending assassins like this is ridiculous. After a moment, seeming to realize something, the second hero with green hair suddenly stops. He realizes he used too much force and the assassin has been forced to remain silent forever, sending someone to clean up the mess. Does his successor know about this? But if Dean has enemies, it's quite unusual for assassins to come here and try to kill him unless someone is trying to protect him. At this moment, Stigma loudly declares it, as if to make others hear and scare them. It seems that Stigma has succeeded. The masked figure in black hiding behind the crate begins to panic, terrified of being recognized. He must be sure he hid well. Stigma's fierce eyes gaze at the crate, loudly questioning as if to confirm he knows it was him who sent the assassin and who ordered him here. No response from Stigma. The young man with green hair softly smiles. It's okay. If you don't want to answer, then forget it. Those guys just need to protect Dian well. A killer and a bodyguard are assigned to stay close to someone. Stigma leaves feeling uneasy. The one hiding behind that crate isn't any better either. He slumped to the ground, and the pressure created by Stitch Ma seemed capable of killing him. It's too dangerous. Inside the tent, the screams of Dian's subordinates echoed, mostly worried about his madness, as he clung to the enemy with his injured shoulder. Dian didn't quite understand, nor did he remember much. He had just woken up, and besides, the wound wasn't serious or anything. Stigma's caring voice echoed in the tent, not requiring Dian to sit up, as the young man with green hair just now, with a sinister aura and a gloomy face, looked at Dian. Stigma realized that Dian was not only insane on the battlefield, but also willing to sacrifice himself. It seems Stigma has already gotten angry. In fact, Dian has been like this for 8 years. He has been fighting since he was very young, sometimes childish, even buttoning his shirt wrong. But on the battlefield, he is more cruel and ruthless than anyone else. As long as he is alive, even if his body is ravaged by alcohol, covered in wounds, or destroyed by drugs, it's not a problem. The medic bandaged your wounds, and since he's been with you for a long time, he knows very well and doesn't oppose Stigma's words. Dian also knows that. Dian also. Does Stigma believe that Tran is just convincing himself he has no choice? No, he didn't even bother to listen to that explanation, directly exposing him. Dai follows the enemy commander without hesitation, a smile on his face, taking pleasure in killing. Most of the enemies have fled because Dian killed the commander. But think about it, if Stigma hadn't been there, would they have retreated? In the end, it's still him who doesn't keep himself safe. Dian seems to realize that too, and Stigma keeps speaking kindly to expose him. The enemy scouts know that Dian is injured, which means news of one of the most important commanders of the army being wounded will spread among the Demon Legion, and they might seize this opportunity to strike back instead of retreating further. Do you understand? Clenching his fist, despite Stigma saying, because you know he's completely right. The young man with blue hair gently strokes Dian's white hair, his voice suddenly softer, as Stigma only wants Dian to understand that his action isn't the best, and he should care more about himself. Stigma had no idea how his recent actions had gained the admiration of his subordinates in his tent. He had another admirer now. The alarm siren breaks the atmosphere. Just as Stigma said, they're back, and they're not retreating anymore. Everything went as Stigma said, but the situation escalated much faster than he expected. We're in trouble. It's all because of his wound that everything has become so serious. With this thought, DDN started to feel like taking all the blame on himself. Realizing this, Stigma flicked his finger to help you calm down. No need to panic, Stigma will hold them off with his army. Ducking out with your army? Bringing the remnants of the heroes with you? Retreating? But is Stigma really okay on his own? Deanne is truly just worried about his senior. But from Stigma's perspective, it doesn't seem like he's that concerned anymore. The second hero gently chuckled. They're just a bunch of bearded guys. He and his army are more than capable. He's not weak enough to make someone seriously injured worry about him. On the contrary, it's his junior who's injured, but can he free himself on his own? You might as well take care of yourself instead of worrying about him. According to the scouts, most of the demon troops have been sent somewhere, and the sound of hooves echoes. The troops and I are retreating while calculating our next move, meaning this will be the final battle. As long as we can eliminate the retreating army, we will complete our mission to wipe out the enemy. Somewhere else, where Stigma and the madman are not present, a black-haired man and a purple-haired woman sit facing each other, leisurely playing chess. That is the Duke and Kruin. Recently, they have had a rather strange relationship. Although Kruin claims to willingly serve the Duke treats him with respect, creating a strange relationship that is neither equal nor hierarchical. Kruin's royal army was defeated by the Duke, and he conceded. The Duke realized he lost because he wasn't focused, probably worried about his younger brother. After all, Laster had gone to great lengths to send so many assassins. But no one could approach him. This statement helped Kruin regain a little composure. This strange relationship is breaking through. Yaster presses Kruin's head down on the chessboard to control him, revealing that Kruin has been the one protecting Diane all along. If he can't kill Diane, then capture one of his dogs instead. The Duke's pride won't allow him to give others a second chance to betray him. But Kruin is very important to him, so he had no choice. Bright blood splattered as a dagger with great force stabbed straight into Kruin's hand. That's all for today. The Duke is truly curious. Does Kruin still remember that the one who killed his parents was Diane? A family that loved each other. A family that Kruin cherished was ruthlessly killed by Diane. Whether it was a misunderstanding or for any other reason, that family truly deserves sympathy. Laster also realizes from the dagger stuck deep in his hand and his deadly questioning that Kruin cannot speak a word. He will give him one more chance to choose between his own life and his brother Kruin's. The Duke pulls the knife from Kruin's hand, wipes away the fresh blood on the blade, and also declares that he will assign someone to monitor Kruin, so he shouldn't do anything stupid. Unless I want to die, bring Diane's head here quickly. Kruin stepped into the tent, slowly taking off his coat. He thought again about the old woman's words earlier. If you want to die, just die. Kill that child before you die. Count Yaster just now also threatened him, saying which one of their lives is more important. Kruin furrowed his brow, his mind echoing with the words, if you don't want to die, bring your crazy head here and sing for me. It's time. He grasped the sword on the table with his bandaged hand, ready to end this, but as he lifted it, his strength failed him and the sword fell to the ground. He looked at his bandaged, bleeding hand. The Duke had just cut his own nerve. I can't let this stop me. Thinking it through, he clenched his hand firmly, ignoring the pain that made it tremble. Senior quickly asked as he saw him step outside, do you plan to go out? Kruin coldly looked at him but didn't respond. I've thought it through. The dog the Duke caught must be someone from a guild I hired to protect them, moving more quietly than anyone else. When Senior saw him walk past coldly, he hurriedly called out, I will follow you. Most people wouldn't notice their presence. Kruin clenched his fists and slowly said, no, stay here and do what needs to be done. Clearly, the other side was a bit startled and frightened after hearing that. My job is to protect the Duke, and if there's a way to find them, it can only be through bribery. Kruin immediately turned to cut him off. Are you protecting the Duke just to do this? Senior immediately froze, his face darkening. Kruin let him see his angry expression and asked, Seninger, when did you become the Duke's eyes and ears? Thinking back, S had gradually stopped calling me young master. Seeing the other person remain silent, I also knew that my suspicion was correct. Since when have you been reporting my actions to the Duke? You used to be a trustworthy subordinate who served under me before you went to the Duke. Is that matter really that important? If I said I wasn't shocked, I would be lying. But Kruin is very straightforward. In consideration of our past, I won't pursue this further. After all, I have important matters to attend to. I guess I thought that was no longer important now. I won't allow you to follow me anymore. Kruin just walks away. Ignoring your former close subordinate now standing frozen there, Kruin spoke loudly enough for those behind to hear. I'm not kind enough to keep a traitor by my side during an important mission anyway. Since this is the last time, it doesn't matter anymore. It's over. No need for applause. Kruin stepped onto his horse. From the very beginning, this has been a play with no audience. It's best to end this chapter here without anyone knowing. He quietly rides his horse into the deep forest, where the demons loudly shout to block the path. When I am with the demons, I am the one the Empire desires most. When I am with the Empire, I am the one the demons desire most. That's me, Diane. The sound of hooves pounding on the ground grew more urgent. Diane looked back and saw an army of monsters armed and charging straight at him. Damn it, there's even something behind us. Damn it, I can't get a moment's peace. Sitting on my horse, I had to swing my spear to attack ahead and clear the way. I've killed many of them, but they keep charging forward. Your army also keeps moving ahead to clear the way. Where did these demons come from? Suddenly, the person next to you pointed into the distance and shouted, Commander, mark it, there's something over there. Dai looked in the direction pointed to and immediately froze. That, a convoy of wagons carrying many boxes moving in a line. An immediate thought crossed his mind. the First Legion and a convoy of demons transporting supplies, he quickly realized the problem. So that means that road is the supply route? The nearby demon heard this and panicked. We're caught. Dian immediately turned around upon hearing that, and the demon quickly covered its mouth. Dian naturally couldn't miss this, so he raised his dagger in front of his face with a smile. The demon immediately turned pale with fear and shouted, "Stop him! Stop Dian!" But it was too late. Dian had dismounted swiftly and charged toward the supply team. Are the demons over there not aware of what's happening yet? What's going on? Did they find out about us? Dian said with a smile as he ran. If the supply source is cut off, the helpless demons can only cling to the supply vehicle and cry. No. All right then. This mission has finally come to an end. As the battle rages on once again, the cliff above them suddenly trembles, and a few stones fall from the mountain peak. When the battle against the demons began, humans united their strength by forming an alliance. In the end, 4 nations joined forces with the Empire, the Kingdom of San, Rueki, and Esperanus. During the truce, when both humans and demons were exhausted after the prolonged battle, a fateful storm swept into the Empire. A voice echoed in the camp, saying, "You're here, Marcus Stick." This young noble also responded enthusiastically. "My successor has returned, a strong pillar of the Empire." The person behind him replied, "If you mean the Count singing, he has been back since yesterday. He is resting in his tent after his injury." Yes, while eliminating the reinforcements, he caused a landslide and blocked the enemy's supply route. As a result, the demon faction suffered heavy losses. Stishima calmly retracted his smile and left it to him. As they arrived at Hat's camp, they were immediately stunned. The soldiers in front of the tent had collapsed. The servant hurried over to check. "What's going on?" "Hey, wake up." Stigma decisively pulls aside the curtain in front of the tent. Inside, it was indeed empty. It seemed he had already left. On the other side, Dian, with a face full of wounds, frowned and struggled. "Hey, let me go." "Damn it, this crazy bastard, why did he do that?" Even with his injured hand, Dian still couldn't break free. "He was so strong that I couldn't break free." Dian kept resisting, but was completely powerless against the opponent's strength. "Hey, can't you hear me? I have nothing to say to you." Kruin remained silent, making him grind his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why did he come here and suddenly kidnap me, remembering a few minutes ago when I was sitting in the tent and a hand covered my mouth and pulled me away? He even whispered in my ear, "Follow me. I have something to tell you." And then he just dragged me here without saying a word. Whatever his reason, I can't let him take me like this. Although he is a relative, I've never had any good intentions towards him, and I think he feels the same. What if he's planning to drag me somewhere to deal with me? My wound is pretty serious, so I can't win if we fight. Thinking that, I quickly said, "Hey, Kruin, I understand. Let's talk here." "Why him?" Kruin turned his head, and upon seeing his bloodthirsty, cold-blooded face, he trembled. Surely he's trying to kill me. But a second later, I saw him draw his sword, turning in the opposite direction, ready to fight. Kruin whispered, "Keep following the path we just took." Dai, confused and clueless, asked, "What?" "The direction we just came from." Dian immediately noticed as he turned back. "Wait, if we keep going this way, we'll reach the front line connected to the demon realm." Before he could finish speaking, an arrow shot towards him was cut in half by Kruin's sword. Kruin frowns and decisively says loudly, "I don't have time to explain. Someone is chasing after me. Escaping from them this time is very difficult." At the same time, a group of soldiers in black cloaks also appeared in front of them, ready to attack and kill them at any moment, because they had sent a force capable of killing the hero here. Dian froze, realizing all these people had come just to kill him. Suddenly, Kruin gently placed his hand on his head and whispered softly, "This side is very dangerous now." He was originally shorter than him, but from this angle, he suddenly saw the warmth of his brother. The feeling he seemed to have long forgotten, Kruin gently whispered with a warm smile, "Join that side and never come back." Dian was stunned. "Do you think that guy from the other side knows about his dealings with the demon faction? How is that possible?" Kruin smiled gently at Dian. Those people all heard their conversation. The leader scratched his head and said irritably, "Well, it seems he has finally made his choice. I really don't want to face both heroes." "Traitor, have you forgotten the order?" Hearing this, Kruin pushed Dian back behind him. He drew his sword to shield his younger brother, and immediately afterward, the leader shouted an order to kill both of them. The entire group charged forward together, rushing at the two of them. Kruin fought back fiercely, moving quickly and with agility. All the arrows and the soldiers' heads were quietly taken down by him. He told the Duke he saw nothing, but in fact, he secretly followed Dian deep into the forest that day. And the place he arrived at is Tam Nguit Demon Realm, the Emperor's secret mission, the appearance of the Zero Legion commander right after Dian disappeared. And when Kruin saw Dian suddenly moving back and forth in the demon world, he remembered that moment. Yes, it was all Dian's doing. Back in the present, Kruin still struggles to fight and protect his brother even though his sword is badly damaged. He tells himself that being appointed as the commander of the Zero Legion means his life in the demon world is going pretty well. So instead of a dagger suddenly flying from behind and stabbing the enemy in front of him, Kruin turned around to see Dian with a flushed face, panting heavily, and realized that with all these thoughts, he wouldn't be able to fight them all alone. "Even if I run, they'll catch me easily. A few more of them are charging at me. I don't know the reason, but it seems Kruin wants to help me. Diane and Kruin are fighting together, so now I just have to coordinate with him. At this moment, Kruin blames himself for making the wrong choice, wishing he hadn't brought Dian here. He wanted to take him back to the demon world because it was too dangerous here, but he didn't expect the Duke's assassins to be so quick. I have to find a chance to get Dian out of here. Just then, an arrow whizzed past his face, and 2 more arrows were heading straight for Dian. You're not paying attention, and Dian just realized he couldn't dodge in time. Blood splattered as the 2 arrows hit their target. But it was Kruin who was stabbed, and he rushed in just in time to shield Dian. She anxiously called out to him. Dian shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Suddenly he axed carrying towards me. Kruin didn't answer and decisively pulled out the 2 arrows from his shoulders. All of a sudden, memories flood back to Dian. Does he have any reason to do this? Is something wrong right now? Are my memories somehow not right? No, but wasn't he the one who abandoned me? He remembered as a child the 2 of them reading books side by side. Dian said, "Kruin, I want to see the world outside." Hiding the disgust beneath a patient expression, when he remained silent, she looked up and forced a smile. I was just joking. I really enjoy reading and playing chess with you like this. Isn't he planning to kill us? At that moment, a hand placed on Dian's head. Kruin gently smiled and asked, "Dian, when you grow up a little more, do you want to travel with the whole family?" The girl opened her eyes wide with excitement and anticipation. Dai realizes the truth is him. Kruin suddenly covers her eyes. He reminds him, "Don't overthink it, just do as you always do." 2 more enemies rush in, and he still looks at him kindly with a smile. He wanted to tell him to accept and forget it, but it was only a thought in his mind, so he let go of Diu's trembling hand. Kruin told himself that the family, mistaken for Disoy, rushed toward them and continued fighting. It must be a misunderstanding, or it's not a misunderstanding. I remember my little brother hugging his teddy bear, smiling brightly inside. If it weren't for the Duke, my kind-hearted little brother. From one top to another, they keep rushing to kill him. Kruin remains lost in thought. He would never do that. A voice says, "Do you remember that your brother was the one who killed your parents? Between your brother and you, whose life is more important?" Kruin seems unaffected by fatigue. He fights back bravely against them. The day my only younger brother was covered in blood, I made up my mind. The memory of him stabbing a knife into his hand and bowing his head before him suddenly flashed through my mind, the pain that had tormented me all along. The 2 of them suddenly lunged forward again. He looked at them and then swung his sword to finish both of them. But at the same time, Kruin was injured to protect his only family, his younger brother. Dian stepped up behind his brother. Kruin turned back and said, "When I die, you'll realize the truth soon enough." He looked at Dian, who was still conscious. Until now, in the current situation, Kruin still worries about Dian. If she discovers the truth, she will go insane with guilt and thoughts of revenge, then kill everyone around her and ultimately take her own life. He pushed Dian away and said, "Go, this is my final offer." Dian cried. Then he immediately left after hearing Kruin's words. Kruin is heartbroken. He doesn't want her to know the truth. "No, Dean has run away," the leader shouted. "Damn it, there are only a few of us. How come you guys let him escape?" He ordered to kill Kruin first. The leaders charged forward, shouting loudly, and Kruin, unfazed, charged to meet their attack. Don't wonder about my involvement in the battle 8 years ago or what happened to me. The sword and your whole body are covered in blood. Both the enemy and I should just focus on the hatred you have for me. Just feel relieved. Kruin is surrounded. He coughs up blood. By the time he died, Dian had already run a long way. You were panting heavily, but in the end, you didn't listen to him. Kruin turns back to look. If you really want to know the truth, now in his blazing red eyes, the image of his brother is overflowing. Kruin is exhausted. He chose to follow the sword path of a certain man. Kruin knelt in the blood, facing the reality of everything you have done. In those final moments on the brink of death, do you still blame yourself for it being over? People might mock me for living a miserable life, for failing to stop my brother from killing our parents, or even for rising to a higher position to protect my sibling, becoming a hero of the empire and working like a dog for the enemy. Still, I am happy. Kruin smiled. After all, I lost my life protecting my brother, didn't I? From afar, Dian trembles as he calls out to Kruin. Kruin looks towards Dian. Even if I die, it's okay, but I have one wish. I just hope that when you find out the truth, you'll hurt a little less. I wish for you to live in the love of the demon world. I worry that after I die, you'll be left alone in this world once again and no one will love you. Dian, my brother, I truly hope you find happiness. Someone stepped beside Kruin, but he no longer cared. He will still protect you. Ah, this is a perfect ending. 2 masked figures stand above, watching the man lying helpless on the ground in the snowstorm, one still holding a blood-stained sword in his hand. He coldly said, "Kruin sings." The snow beneath him is now stained with blood, shining with a mournful red. Kruin lies cold on the snow without any reaction, as the sword wielder wipes the blood off his blade with a very annoyed tone. The so-called hero, after all, my troops have fallen too many times under his hand. There aren't many left now, and the stubborn bastard finally didn't say a word. Now then, the sword bearer looked up, frowning, and said, "So now he'll continue, and we finish Dian, right?" As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward Dian standing among the pine trees. Dian stood there, his face darkening as unpleasant thoughts flooded his mind. Is he dead? I have wanted to kill him for a long time. Memories of him and Kruin from the past then come to mind. The image of Kruin gently patting his head becomes even more meaningful. Those thoughts kept lingering in my crazy mind, making me believe I would be happy. Suddenly, he shed tears. The appearance of Kruin only deepened Dian's pain. Why did you do that? What was your reason for all those actions? I, clutching his head in pain, said, My head! I sank down. The thought that I am unworthy keeps echoing in my mind. Suddenly, a strange voice called out, pulling him out of his trance. Dian Kruin appears beside him, making Dian disbelief fill his eyes as members of royal attire appear around him one after another. Kruin said, Don't think about that, but if you want to know the truth... Kruin reached out his hand toward Dian, who was tearful in front of him. Dian was now unable to hold back and was gasping. He struggled to speak, but Kruin interrupted him. Facing reality, everything he had done, this statement made Dian question himself about what he had truly done. Suddenly, something brown quickly struck him, pulling him out of his tangled thoughts. The jade beach necklace immediately created a blue shield to protect him. Unable to withstand the force of the blow, the bracelet immediately shattered into many pieces. The two combatants, seeing this, scowled and said, What is that? The scar-faced guy frowns and thinks, Damn it, that last hit was solid, but where did I go wrong? At this moment, still grieving, he told himself to run, but his will refused to let him move. And then they started running, leaving footprints on the white snow. Dian is still struggling with his consciousness. I've fought to survive until this moment. What should I do now? But Kruin's figure appeared once again. He mouthed to Dian, Live, run fast! Dian has already escaped far from them. The scarred man shouted in panic, chasing after him and not letting him escape, but unfortunately, they were blocked by the snowstorm. They couldn't help but curse. You, the snowstorm. In just a moment, Ju had run far away, out of sight of the masked men. They panicked and said, Damn it, where did he go? We lost him. Find his trail. Hurry up. The snowstorm is getting worse, and Dian keeps running into the heart of the storm. But the tormenting thoughts kept flooding his mind. He died before my eyes because of me. What I believed to be the truth shattered right before my eyes. Dian ran desperately through the snowstorm, and soon he could no longer hold on, gasping for breath. That thought appeared again in my mind, justifying and avoiding. But even those have their limits. Suppressing the constant flood of memories also has its limits. Did my parents really send me to the battlefield, or was Kruin truly trying to kill me? Dai slowed down, trying to conserve her strength. Why does Kruin work for the Duke? Are the memories I believe to be true actually true? Everything before him seemed to blur and fade. Yes, perhaps I now know everything completely. Dian's strength has run out, and he can no longer endure. Collapsing onto the snow, his illusions pull him into the abyss, but he avoided them, believing he could never return once he accepted them. Fearing that I would fall apart, I tried my best to avoid all the truth. At this moment, Dian's mind was almost shattered. He tears up, constantly blaming himself. But was that a wrong decision? He told himself that he couldn't just close his eyes and watch everything he had done for her go by. Then Dian decided to give up everything and accept it all. At the same time, in a white castle, some elf servants are having a problem, and Ben rushes in hurriedly. Daniel held his arms back and shouted, What's going on? Ben, why are you in such a rush? Ben, trembling, held up the glowing red necklace and said, Your Lord Dian's magic necklace has never shone this brightly before. Daniel's face went pale as he stammered, What does that mean? Could it be that he is? But before he could finish asking, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the hall. She is a small pink-haired girl saying he is in danger. She cried as she said, You're crazy, you're in danger! Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a fist slammed into the blood-soaked snow, splattering fresh blood everywhere. He was almost going crazy, furious as he kept pounding the ground, still haunted by relentless thoughts, and the barrier he had built for 10 years had now collapsed. He despairingly clutches his head and cries, his eyes wide and terrifying, but those thoughts keep haunting him relentlessly. When he stops denying, everything will only be a matter of time. His eyes seem to radiate deadly intent as he continues with those thoughts, and all the memories he had ignored start flooding back. Dai painfully sat down on the ground, her voice trembling as she asked, Kruin, why are you suffering so much, tormenting yourself endlessly? Why do you say that? You should have just killed me. That memory was truly painful and difficult for Dian. My feelings at that moment were still so vivid, making it hard for me to breathe, and I felt like I was reaching my limit. Dian spat blood and angrily shouted, Why didn't you just kill me? Suddenly, someone from afar ran over and shouted, Master Dian! Everything in front of Dian gradually darkened. It was getting dark, and I only managed to see that she was a girl with pink hair. She approached him, tears welling up in her eyes. He just wanted to live, that's all. Then Dian suddenly fainted on the cold snow. At the same time, in a small village, a voice was heard saying, We must run away. An older woman stood in front of the villagers and loudly declared that the last wall had fallen and disaster would come soon. The villagers were confused and asked, What's going on at night? Another person replied, That old woman is acting up again. But suddenly a hand was placed on the old woman's shoulder and the person said, No, you should listen to her. She's right. It's a young girl with long black hair and a very serious expression. She says, This place is very dangerous right now. We must prepare to leave. We will arrive at the castle soon. A man nearby asks, Remember, Don't you know where the master is? The news has started to spread that the Empire's third hero, Dien, has gone missing. He sighed and said, how would this old man know? The rumor immediately caused concern among all the courtiers, with whispers that he had cornered or killed Kruin and fled to the demon realm. The soldiers are also worried about Dien, not knowing if he's eating enough. One person said, honestly, where could he be running off to with a body like that? Someone else said, I hope he is safe. A female general nearby also spoke up. Don't worry anymore. Just focus on training. We just need to trust him and His Majesty and wait. Since a hero has gone missing, His Majesty will surely issue a search order. She says that, but deep down she thinks differently. Even so, I still worry a lot. She keeps thinking, not knowing where he has gone, hoping he still remembers that many people are worried about him. The Crown Prince here is also very busy, and he says, still no information about Dien and crew. The general said, yes, someone reported that they were last seen in the northern area, but we still haven't found any trace of them. The Crown Prince listened and pondered deeply, and in the end, it turned out like this. You told the general that now we must focus on protecting the country and finding the two heroes. At that moment, a hand was placed on the shoulder of the man standing in front of you. You did well. The man looked very resigned, silently listening as the Duke continued speaking. I will save your life as I promised. The Duke looked satisfied, as if he had achieved his goal, thinking that he had decided to sacrifice his life for his brother. What a fool. The Count continued. That's a good opportunity. I do regret not killing Dien. But in his mind, he was sure he had escaped to the demon world. I wonder how Dien's actions in the future will affect the Emperor. At the same time, Dien has been successfully taken to the safe hideout by everyone. They asked each other, what should we do now? The girl with pink hair came to the bedside, tears streaming down her face, saying, he's crying. He's crying endlessly. Then she angrily said, Ben, do something. Aren't you his doctor? Ben just scratched his head and said, I have treated all his external wounds.
That is his psychological wound, so I can't do anything about it. The girl responded sadly upon hearing this.
Lord Din. A stranger stepped forward and asked everyone, what did he see that made him cry like that? That person is the Demon King. He stands by Dien's bed. If that's your decision to accept the truth, then Demon King Dien, I think, if we leave him like this, he will die. All right, this is a good opportunity to test your fate. Everyone watching was stunned and asked again, Demon King, could it be that you? Everyone was gradually driven out of the room by the Demon King, who said, everyone get out. The power from the Demon King's hand was continuously transferred to Dien, and he thought it was something that would affect your future life. The price to pay is also very high. Everything is starting to get interesting, and I can't let this opportunity slip away easily. The Demon King, while healing Dien, said in a sinister tone, sleep deeply and peacefully. Suddenly, a flash of purple light burst out, illuminating the entire castle. Dien slowly opened his eyes, but quickly fell back asleep, still muttering. Kruin is in the large study room filled with shelves of books stretching for many floors. Dien sits in a corner, rummaging through each volume, with stacks piled thickly around him. The servant who needs to take care of you ran over to ask, Lord Dien, are you okay? I heard you were sick. It seems Dien isn't paying any attention to what he's saying. He's confused. Has he just been sitting and reading books since he woke up? He doesn't look well. I should report to the Demon King. In an instant, a book swept past his face so forcefully that it drew a bit of blood. Dien panting heavily, his breath heavy with anger. The logistics officer anxiously asked him, the former fourth hero Kruin has already passed away, and the information will soon be destroyed, being blood relatives with the third hero. Dien sings. Dien's pupils constrict, flashing with red sparks. Cold sweat dripped down, and my breathing grew even more rapid. I silently thought, I still haven't gotten any answers to my questions. But one thing is certain. The pages containing information about Kruin are scattered all over the ground. The boy analyzes and makes his arguments. Perhaps everyone knows he is a Duke's man opposing the Emperor, but his decisions seem to be wrong or go against the Duke's orders, maybe even manipulating him. Dien burst into loud laughter, startling the attendant standing behind him. Haha, you think everything is for you, not killing you but protecting you? My throat aches sharply from the injury not yet fully healed. Hearing that, tears involuntarily fall, unsure if it's the pain or Kruin's sacrifice for me. Dien painfully holds his neck as the Demon King approaches and sternly gives an order. Everyone else outside, I was surprised when the Demon King arrived here. Eden couldn't hold back and vomited blood, tears and blood mixing thickly and flowing down his hand. He wondered exactly what he had done to him. The Demon King grabbed Dien's hand, pulling him up to see clearly. And as he was suddenly pulled up, he couldn't keep his balance. Tears fell down Dien's pale face with a hint of blood still on his lips. He reproached you saying, I saved your life and you do this right after waking up? Dien's voice, strained with pain, became even harder to hear. Kruin, why did he replace me? I'm sure he hates me. Both my parents are because of me. Could I have been mistaken all along? How? The Demon King patiently listened to you and then sighed in helplessness. He uses his power to search through the piles of documents. I will help. So, stay calm. You need more detailed information, right? Plant the paper fluttering above Dien's head and you will be surprised. This is a piece of information flying into your hands. The Demon King explains that Duke Uter Starba has been interfering with your family since the 8-year war, and with these, you might be able to uncover truths you didn't know. He hid the evil things in his heart, but of course I omitted the details of my contract with the Duke. The guy pitifully sympathized with your situation, singing a sad song. Now he's truly alone and helpless. The more he reads, the harder it is to believe what he's seen. He screams in anger, knocking over the pile of documents, papers flying chaotically through the air. You resent me? What did I do to the Duke? What did I do? The Demon King covers half his face with his hand and asks, do you know when humanity will become corrupt again? The image of your shadow turns into a dark silhouette, tears still streaming down your face. He replied, it's when they lose what they value most, or specifically when they have nothing left to lose. Your words lose reason. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. I will end my own life. With a vacant, soulless gaze into the empty space, my mind gradually spirals into madness as I scream, kill me. I want to end my life. I want to end my life myself. I want to end my life myself. Dean crumples the torn piece of paper in his hand, squeezing so hard that blood vessels burst from his hand. He despises himself and wants to kill this body in the most brutal way possible. The Demon King stopped you, his blood-stained hands trembling, voice choked with emotion. The Demon King continued, you dying like this is too selfish. Wasn't it your brother who sacrificed his life to save yours? Dean's realization and understanding deepened after his words. His fragile face looks up at the Demon King. Ian's battered appearance makes the Demon King reflect. Sometimes I regret using 90% of my mana to save you. Because I feel like I used my power on a toy that was broken from the start, Diane grabbed the Demon King's collar and questioned him. Does the Emperor know about all this? But then he reconsidered and placed his trust in you once again. But you definitely won't let me down. The Demon King then placed his hand on your shoulder, his cold gaze piercing into your thoughts. He replied, no way, Your Majesty. The one who personally investigates the family wouldn't know either. He knew that 90% of himself wasn't too high a price to pay for a ticket to watch this show. The image of you being compared to a puppet proves his thoughts. The king has been struggling lately with conflicting news. Diane H. killed Kruen and then fled to the demon world. He understands that. Surely R2 would never do such a thing. It's probably just a false rumor. That's likely what Kruen wanted. Is Nemesius not able to believe those things? Eduardo explained in detail, but he himself had witnessed everything clearly. Do you know, General? Kruen H. sacrificed everything to protect his younger brother. On the day the fourth hero was born, Kruen knelt and placed his hand on his chest to swear allegiance to the king. The fourth hero, loyal to the Empire in return, please help me deceive the victim kneeling before the innocent, for he is guilty. Eduardo stands high above, gazing thoughtfully downward as he clasped his hands and declared to Kruen that this way, those who know nothing will continue to resent him and the Hat family. Kruen accepts by becoming the bait. He smiles faintly, satisfied to take on all of his brother's resentment. That's enough. That's why going to the theater will never be suspicious. The king understands because he knows he doesn't want you to give yourself to him. The one who killed his father and mother out of revenge finds the truth and suffers the pain. I also used to think that Dienhat resembled me in many ways, but his family is different. The image of a figure in a brown cloak appears, approaching the palace. Those feet stop in front of the emperor's office door. Do the guards recognize who it is? It is Dienhat. He opened the door confidently and barged in. I want to express my respect, especially towards Kruen H. Nemus turning back towards the source of the sound. Dienhat, despite the guards and the count trying to stop him, this will cause trouble. He plans to draw his sword to punish this insolent person. How dare you come in here with that attitude? The king felt reassured seeing that you were unharmed. So, you are safe after all, the Marquis said happily. But Kruen, seeing that your body still isn't fully healed and yet you came to find me, asked, why are you here when your body is so injured? Diane bombarded the king with a series of questions. Do you know? Your Majesty, do you know what the Duke did and the truth that my brother Kruen tried to hide? How much do you know? King Luang hesitated, not knowing where to start. In the end, his efforts were in vain. He replied, I know everything. After hearing that, Didion was furious, his veins bulging and his face turning fierce. Dai lowers his hand from covering your eyes and sees the truth. You scream, blaming him for hiding the truth like that. So you should have told me then? No, at least you should have given me a hint. I remember that moment. If you had at least refused my request back then, I wish I hadn't asked for that. Then everything wouldn't have turned out like this. If the Emperor had chosen not to stay silent during the victory from the war, Dian wouldn't have wielded the sword to slaughter his own family, wouldn't have carried deep-seated resentment, and they all would have survived. Duato thinks you're still too naive. It seems you're still just a child. Dean stands there stunned. He continues, everything was your own doing. I was just following your wishes, but if you still insist on knowing why, then yes. The king crossed his arms and bluntly stated that his desire was driven by greed to keep a talent like yours by his side. Dean clenched his fists, his palms still stained with dried blood. You say I have talent. I frowned, the dark aura surrounding me filled with resentment. I'm not as talented as you think, Your Majesty. Inside, tears of sorrow had turned into tears. It turns out the Duke and the Emperor have been exploiting me from the start. I've only been living a life manipulated by others. The snowstorm blanketed the sky, and the distant mansion gradually came into view, footprints silently marking the white snow. Dressed in a cloak, Lathan, exhausted, struggled step by step through the storm, his nose red from the cold, his body about to give out and fall forward. Suddenly, a hand caught him, and when he looked up, it was Remember. He asked about your condition. Are you okay? I'm worried. Hey, I have betrayed the Ta family. He didn't let you finish your sentence and immediately offered to help me walk you inside. It's very cold. Let's go inside. Remember carefully entered the madness, and the conspiracy in your heart is gradually ignited. Fine. Let's kill. Tears streaming down his face reflect both pain and determination to take revenge. Let's kill them all. At least this is my absolute will to avenge those who have exploited me. The scene shifts to Kruin, sitting at his desk surrounded by piles of documents, moonlight streaming through the window casting shadows on the floor. Since the Duke once doubted him, he must prepare for the inevitable end. He carefully reviews every piece of information because he's worried about you and is trying to organize everything perfectly. Everyone is focusing on Dien. If Dien can be safer even just a little, first we need to distinguish Dien's enemies, the Duke and the Revolutionary Army. The reason the revolutionaries were formed is because their leader wanted to make his mother's dream come true. If he knew she was ill, he would surely rush to find the Duke. The Duke will oppose and eventually persuade the revolutionary leader that he does not want a revolution and they need to time it so the leader hears that his mother is ill. That way they won't have time to focus on Dien due to internal conflicts. Kruin has always done his best to keep his brother safe. Even if my chances of survival only increase a little, I am content. Until the very moment at death's door, I only care about the field. Maybe I could only do so much before, but you've always been a smart child, so I'm sure you'll do well. The bright red blood has stained the white snow. Even if it's just your last breath in this world, I will give it all to you, my little brother. Now, please let me leave the stage first. The snowflake falls onto his eyelids as if to hide his desperate eyes. Kruin remembers when Dai-Dan was patted on the head. Dien, I have always looked at you with those gentle eyes. I support all your decisions, so please move forward and do everything you want. Being with me makes you radiant and innocent, not worrying about anything, but I can no longer protect you. I will always love you. At the Star Beast Duchy, the Duke's residence is gradually burning, consumed by fierce flames, as if nothing can stop the fire from spreading. A scene of deadly war unfolds all around the estate. The sounds of shouting and chaos fill the air. Find the Duke. We won't let any of the Duke's dogs or traitors to the revolution survive. The clash of swords rings out non-stop. Found you, Duke Laster. Now he's cornered. Damn it, there are too many of them. If this keeps up, we'll lose without achieving anything. His guards arrive to help. Are you all right, Duke? You tell him that we will hold them off and quickly retreat to a safe place. Before you can finish speaking, another revolutionary soldier has spotted us. The Duke is here. Kill him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he cursed in fury, blaming everyone else. Daniel thought he was in control, while he was actually speaking to him through the communication stone. Could it be that you truly don't want the revolution to happen? Countess Laster sneers. No, you're even slower to understand than I thought, Daniel. It was then that Daniel realized he had been betrayed. The communication stone was emitting from Yaster's soldier's hand. You and the revolutionaries are just tools to undermine the Emperor's support. To change the political system so that everyone is equal. Are you really going to throw this entire world into chaos? Now Daniel is completely surrounded with no way out. His voice remains full of defiance. The Revolutionary Army are villains trying to plunge the world into chaos. Those dangerous ideas will be erased along with your life. He fell silent, his clothes soaked in bright red blood, with a bit of blood still on the corner of his mouth. Daniel burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yaster is so confusing. He's actually laughing in this situation. You sneer because you have calculated and taken a step ahead of him. I knew you would betray us. Do you think I will just stand by and do nothing without preparing? Daniel's blue eyes seem to see through everything. You have him in the palm of your hand. Do you want to destroy the Revolutionary Army? No. For an heir, the Revolutionary Army will never end. You also emphasized to him, and moreover, it was you who helped us root out the corruption within the Duke's Revolutionary Army. His face darkened. He didn't expect the situation to now turn against him, from a master manipulator to a sacrificial pawn clearing the way. He choked back his anger and swallowed the bitter pill. Are you deliberately bringing those bastards here? Daniel calmed him down. Yes, they are the ones who extorted and embezzled, the ones who will do nothing for the future of the Revolutionary Army to show gratitude. So allow me to present you with another gift. Just as Laster was about to reply, suddenly a servant rushed in to announce, Duke, we are under attack. Staring at the sea of flames before him, he could only remain silent as chaos erupted. Clashing, fighting, screaming, everything overlapping. From the balcony of his room, he looked down. Everything was in complete disarray. Smoke and dust filling the air. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? It was he who was deceived by Daniel. Did you spread out your forces? Daniel, you smile with great pleasure. It seems they have arrived. All the plans you've been secretly preparing for have unfolded exactly as intended. By the way, the place you're standing is our final attack point. For the future, we need to cut your forces in half. What do you think? Yaster's soldiers realize the situation is getting worse and immediately order him to be killed. Kill him at once. Daniel didn't hesitate to rush in while also delivering a death sentence. So then, go to hell and tell me the result. At the prince's mansion, Yaster was groping along the stone wall, escaping through the secret passage of the principality, with guards escorting him from behind. Yaster hurriedly escapes from here. They have an heir. I need to move quickly. Now Min has cut off contact with the revolutionary forces. I need to catch them before they completely slip away. He didn't expect a fool like you to turn against him. Daniel, you're smarter and more dangerous than I thought. Losing soldiers is painful. Losing troops hurts me, but killing you would be a consolation. Ba hurriedly ran over upon hearing the news, witnessing the scene before his eyes. Bao sat beside Daniel's cold body, holding him tightly and crying out in pain. Daniel! The pounding of the knight's door urges him to hurry up. The captain opened the door and asked if he needed to eat something. Liner and the knight also felt helpless as they received no response. He was worried about Dian. Oh my god, he's been locked in his room for days. If this keeps up, he's going to destroy everything. Liner, feeling disappointed, still acts as usual. Jian approaches and is immediately called over. John, the cavalryman holding him by the neck, scolds him. You bastard, the captain is in danger. Where have you been all this time? John responded vaguely to brush it off. I have something I need to do, he asked again. Something you need to do? Jian returned to that old village and set it all on fire that very night. He watched the blazing flames, feeling strange about himself. After your fate as the harbinger of disaster was exposed, it was that old woman who branded you with that evil label. You are the bastard destined to serve catastrophe. The villagers' voices shouting at me echoing in my ears. Get out of our village and die. I just barely escaped with my life. The vivid memories of this village come back fragmented. Still, now they all turn their backs on him. But she says he's the supporter of disaster. What if we stay together and get caught up in that chaos? The spark in my hand is like an end for this village. I came here to boast that I am fulfilling the destiny you all praise, but now I am just burning an abandoned village. I've never longed to be understood. I told John, don't worry, I'm not saying I'll go find and kill them. I just need that old woman to see with her own eyes that I am fulfilling my destiny. She never thought the person she once loved would become like this. So, he brushed past John and hoped she would pass on the message to that old woman. I hope she spends the rest of her life in torment, telling her that I am the sin she created. She also warned John Baodi to be careful with his eyes. He didn't understand what she meant by that. What? John ended the conversation with a reminder, hoping he wouldn't cause too much sin. She simply disappeared from sight. John stood there in shock, recalling every word she said, especially about his eyes. John was still very curious. Had she already seen his future? Then he simply opened Dian's room door in front of Liner's and the knight's surprise. Huh? Weren't the doors already locked? How could you open it? John calmly replied. Unlocking isn't a basic skill, is it? Cavalry, you're confusing. How could it be a basic skill? Still, you should worry and advise Jian not to rush in. It's probably dangerous to go in right now. Jian, I think I should. He takes the tray of food to comfort and says, It's okay, let me give this to him. I have something to talk to him about. John gently opens his door and brings in the food. In the spacious room, Dian sits curled up on the bed, looking very lonely. John politely asks Dian for permission. Sir, it was only then that Dian turned his attention to the boy. Jian asked, Do you still hurt yourself? I never thought the one they call a disaster would end up like this. Jian places the plate of food beside the bedside cabinet. Everyone is very worried. He advises Dian, Go outside for a while. Dian lazily looked at him and suddenly asked, What does he mean to you? The plate of food John was about to put down froze, his dark eyes staring at John as if they could pierce through him. He continued, I've always been curious but never received a proper answer. What is it about him that makes you keep following me? John smirked and replied, You have ruined my life. You are my disaster and my target, so I beg you, please allow me to continue following you like this. Zhang's clever response made Dian very happy. Haha, he's definitely confident inside. That's right, Na isn't the Emperor's person, nor is he the Demon King's. You look at John, your loyal bodyguard, he's one of us. Dian is more than happy to accompany Jian. Your disaster? I like that, it's great. Let's go together. I will never let anyone control me again. In the demon world, 3 moons stacked on top of each other look strange as faint rays of light shine on the castle. Dian told John to wait here because he would be back soon. John obediently waits for its owner at the door. I understand now. Are those demon soldiers whispering and talking? Could they be the person Lord Dian personally brought back? Lord Dian is a special case, but others are careless. Ririnel glances at John with annoyance. So this person is the human that Dian personally brought back? A leader of the D-Don sect. I won't forgive you. Deka respects you. Your will is impressive. I'm surprised you can stay calm in this atmosphere. The two of them kept questioning you. So you are the human that Commander Zero brought back. John helplessly calls out to Dian in despair. Come out quickly. Your Majesty, the Demon King was a bit confused by your explanation about that human. Are you saying it's according to your destiny? Do you need that human? I will respond, yes. He continued to affirm that it was not just a possible future, but destiny. Is there nothing that cannot be changed at any cost? Surely she must be a mere mediocre witch. The Demon King rested his chin on his hand in acceptance. Fine, I will allow him to stay in the demon world. He wants to ask what Dian's true purpose is. So you came here just to make a simple request?
Is that all? After deciding to take revenge, I keep thinking about it.
What is the most effective way to take revenge on the Duke and the Emperor, those who have deceived and ruined my life? He spoke in a deep voice. Please destroy the Empire completely. The Demon King suddenly asked, What? You emphasize leading it to total collapse, trampling over it and making sure it can never rise again. I will destroy the Empire you hold so dear. Be honest, this is my real request. The Demon King chuckled with pleasure. Ha ha ha, he knows he has been successfully manipulated, rushing in like a fool. Not knowing the truth and throwing himself into the fire. Have I deceived and exploited you 1,000 times over? You, who know nothing about the Emperor, have chosen evil again. Dian firmly said, I sincerely vow to follow you. The Demon King smiled cunningly. Ah, at last. After a long time, the toy has fallen into my hands. Will Dian once again become a puppet, easily controlled by him? In the vast but gloomy palace, in the darkness, Dian and Daniel walked past the henchmen. They spoke with reverence, paying their respects to Lord Dian, whose expression carried a hint of coldness and unpredictability. Those nearby also felt the same. The blonde demon spoke to the person next to him. Sir Dean's aura has slightly changed. The pink-haired guy agrees as well. Yeah, he's always scary, but now he feels a bit more distant. In another room, the Demon King placed a hand on his shoulder and entrusted him with managing the army. Daidon silently told himself that he now possessed the power to destroy the Empire, and if he wanted to use this power properly, he could not be careless. Imagining the image of the demons frantically slaughtering, capable of killing even giant monsters, he became even more certain. In that moment, the demons realized their weakness, and I will lose my life, my newly gained power, and the chance for revenge. The demons still have much they don't know about me. They are confused, and for me, so far, it has only been an unintended misunderstanding. Dean quietly calculated in his mind, his face showing more suspicion, but now he needs to make use of it. He stepped forward in front of the minions, who placed their hands on their chests and bowed at a perfect 45-degree angle. Finally, Dida thought to himself that for now, he would keep his distance from everyone, and changing his attitude to make them feel more pressured was also a good idea. Sir Dean, you're back already. You just passed by without saying a word. He also sensed something strange and thought to himself, he's crazy. Only now did the crazy one recall what he had heard before and sigh inwardly. Yes, just as Stigma Primero said, a small change in posture can make a big difference. A faint red glow flickered in your eyes. Determined to create an image they couldn't reach, he still hadn't seen Daniel's next move in Titan, so he could only speak up to remind him. Come in quickly. Hearing the call, he was startled but immediately regained his composure and stepped inside, saying, Yes, sir. Just as E was about to speak, he was interrupted. If you need help, I will slam the door shut, making him startle, clearly giving him no chance to communicate with them. E sighed inwardly, confused. Why is he so crazy? Daniel also seemed to want to understand him, glancing outside where the blonde demon was standing behind him, then turned to speak to Dien. You're too cold. Sir, I think he's been hurt. The act of unbuttoning his shirt suddenly paused. Then he seriously advised that as a demon, there's no need to be close to another demon. Outside the door, the gloomy figure of the guy was aimlessly wandering through this dark castle. Unable to bear it, he turned to look at the door, a pink hue appearing on his face. The boy sitting by the window still thought that would only add unnecessary danger. Dean subtly glanced at the night sky outside and quietly reminded himself, I feel more at ease alone. Winter passed in the blink of an eye. The snow on the rooftops melting away thanks to the gradually warming sunlight, and as if the past was just a joke, the Demon King's army eagerly advanced into the human world. The mighty army advances led by burly figures in iron armor, while the royal soldiers with shining swords become hesitant in front of their opponents. A blonde-haired guy shouted, That's the demons! The demons! The demons have crossed the border! The brown-haired guy next to him gritted his teeth and responded, but then suddenly realized, contact them immediately and prepare for battle. Wait, that demon in front of us. Looking closer, the soldiers finally realized that it was indeed Dian Hat, and now the city was in chaos. With news of the missing hero Dian Hat spreading like wildfire, and him now standing with the Demon King alongside the death of Kruen. The headline reports the death of Kruen, the fourth hero, and the newsboys are spreading the story everywhere to sell. A special report, news of the vanished heroes. The villagers' faces gradually pale as they read the newspaper, which clearly reports about him, but features an image of Kruen with bloodstains on his white hair. But the cries of protest echo through the street. I knew this would happen. In the end, he also killed his last remaining family member. So cruel. Too cruel. Does he refuse to be filial and even lose his humanity? In the king's palace, he is staring intently at the map, discussing with his henchmen led by Dian Hat. Another frontier fortress has fallen. Reinforcements have been reorganized and sent to prevent them from reaching the nearby village. The map shows red pins and markings indicating the planned locations for the upcoming major battle. Nemesis asked beside him, Your Majesty, why did you let Dian Hat leave so easily that day? Eduardo remained silent for a moment. Nemesis continued, At that time, Dian Hat had clearly turned his back on you. Rewind to earlier. Dian stood before the king and said seriously, I am not the kind of talent you think, Your Majesty. His voice sounded more resentful, saying, You must have known there would be a day of regret. Eduardo spoke up but was suddenly cut off by him. I know that as emperor, I made a foolish decision, Nemeus shouted in frustration. Then why? He closed his eyes, thinking, why? Suddenly he remembered Kruin kneeling with his hand on his chest, where his badge was shining. That was enough for me. He thought to himself that maybe it was out of respect for the deceased, someone who had always acted for others from start to finish. Then he remembered that Duke, or perhaps because he knew what the Duke had been doing all this time, but he couldn't stop it. In the end, he concluded that no matter what you say, it's just a moment of impulsiveness. Eduardo smiled and said, It's already happened. What more can we do now? Whether by accident or on purpose, his words made the two people beside him break out in a cold sweat, their bodies trembling. Then he spoke again with a righteous tone, saying, I have no intention of regretting what I've done, so let's put that aside and focus on resolving the current situation. In another place, in a dark room lit only by a blazing torch, a figure stands beside a cabinet, fiddling with a stack of papers in his hand. Daniel is dead, all to sever ties with the Duke. In the letter, it says, I leave the rest to you, but don't forget my anger at injustice. With the revolutionary troops including him as bait, he stabbed the Duke in the back, the one who tried to exploit us. The smile on his face was cold as he muttered to himself, This is exactly how he would go. Then he stepped out of the room, silently determined to live up to the trust he had placed in him. A hint of hesitation was evident in his eyes. And I'm sorry the torch in your hand earlier was on the floor. The wooden floor quickly caught fire, engulfing the entire house. In another corner of the room, a middle-aged woman lies still on the bed, her mouth bearing strange marks, vowing in her heart that if anything happens to him, she will follow his footsteps with this poison, because she couldn't protect his mother. Holding a wooden box in his arms, he stepped out and bumped into a girl who asked, Are you okay? He is the senior commander of the Revolutionary Army and Daniel Iram's close friend. He just smiled, jokingly saying, What if I am not okay? Iram noticed something unusual about him. She placed her hand on his shoulder and shook it a few times, reminding him to stay alert. Bao, when you kept asking questions, he just handed you a wooden box and forced you to take it. Did Daniel declare you as his person? What's going on with this? Bao still acts like nothing's wrong. I understand you don't need to worry so much. That's Daniel's stuff. Please take good care of it. I will do my best to deserve his trust. But I need to meet someone first. Iram was stunned to hear that. Are you going to see that kid again? He didn't deny it and even replied, Yes, I need to find her. It was Daniel who taught me how to love others. That is Zia, my only family. Just hold on a little longer. I'm coming to protect you. Sitting beside her, a woman with pink hair shows her a piece of paper as if introducing something. The girl asked curiously, and the woman smiled and explained, Yes, if you're interested, go to the place listed. Unlike the rescue church, no one can destroy this paradise. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up as she quietly recalled the dark castle from earlier. The room was round, with a long table, and the Demon King sat on the throne, listening to his subordinates report on the Empire. Luich and the Empire San. Apart from Esperantis, the major kingdoms of the human world have already formed an alliance, which is quite surprising given the current actions of the Empire. Then he coldly asked again, So the Empire hasn't suffered any losses yet? Aslis was startled to hear him ask. He stammered and replied, That seems like Dadan is in his own world. He spun the ruby in his hand, but deep down he was thinking, according to the plan, we should have already taken down one of the Empire's castles. Why are our troops advancing so slowly? Hearing his question, the Demon King smiled and replied, Haha, don't worry. You know it. Our demons are limited in power in the human world. There's nothing we can do, so we have to move slower than planned. Demon species are hated by the whole world and face punishment when entering the human realm. If they form a contract with humans, they can use their full power, but without it, they can only use half. He continued, adding that many human castles are protected by magic suppression arrays, making it difficult for our demons to fully unleash their power, as these enchantments are placed in the castles, preventing easy access. A demon also clutching his head lamented, This is driving me crazy. Dien realized he was right. He hadn't considered the nature of the demons, and now he needed to change his strategy. Suddenly he spoke up. I also need to ensure that humans cannot unleash their full strength. The Demon King asked back, Do you already have a plan in mind? As he finished solving the complex Rubik's Cube in his hand, he replied smoothly, I need to disable their alliance with Luik, a wealthy trading hub. He then recalled another land and outlined a plan for it. Near the border, there is a small country called Tion. They merged with Luik before the war. That means if we attack there, Luik will have no choice but to divide their forces and send reinforcements. JK added, so weaken their strength. Are you planning to attack Luik before the Empire? I will use them as a mirror. So you plan to send that message how? Dai calmly replied, we can use the same magic you used during the previous declaration of war. The man was surprised, as if he had anticipated what he was about to do. Dai flatly said that I will appear myself to reveal the truth that the third hero of the human world and the commander of the Zero Army of the demon world are actually the same person. I will tell them that I was betrayed by the Emperor of the Empire. That led me to side with the demon world, which is now trying to help humanity isolate itself from the Empire. The Demon King laughed, cutting him off. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. The guy leans on the table, genuinely amused by him. truly fascinating, absolutely beyond anything I've seen before. He smirked, revealing a sinister smile. That would surely cause a huge shock, maybe even shake the entire human world. Without holding back praise in my heart, you truly are the best toy I've ever had. Then Dianhat will speak to agree, and I will prepare immediately. It was a peaceful morning like any other in the town when suddenly floating screens appeared before everyone, drawing their attention. The girl wondered, what is that? The image on the screen shows Dian facing them. They immediately recognize him and exclaim, the Demon King turned to look at you and said, ah, you're here. Yu Jing spread his arms as if inviting you to come to him. Next to two female demons placing their hands on their chests in greeting, there was also the appearance of a rope. Looking around cluelessly, Dian asked, what is this room? The Demon King stepped forward, put his arm around his shoulder and boasted, what do you think? Not bad, right? He has no idea you're secretly complaining inside. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Dean said, you don't need to go that far. But the Demon King didn't agree. He pushed you into the chair and said that this was only natural since today is your first day appearing in front of the crowd. He also muttered to himself more precisely, today you will just be carrying out a trivial task. The two worlds and you will appear as a traitor of the human world. Then he guides you. When you want to start, place your hand on the magic stone. He muttered to himself that so this is how humans are treated in the demon world. It's all just an act by this bastard. Then he placed his hand on the magic stone determined to succeed. So let's make history. Dean sits upright, clasping his hands together with an expressionless face. At this moment, on the screen in the human world, Dean begins to speak. Everyone must be wondering what's going on, right? Down below, the people are still in an uproar. With red eyes and white hair, aren't those the missing hero? Then I calmly introduce myself, surprising everyone. My name is Dian H. I am the third hero of the Empire and the Demon Lord's Legion commander. The noise starts up again. The Legion commander is human, and he's also a hero of the Empire. You keep talking, saying, humans, listen carefully. Our target is the Empire, or rather, then he smirks, revealing his sinister plan. We all know that your Emperor is delaying his campaigns because of the Demon King's declaration of war, allowing many of you to stay safe. In a corner, Yaster looks at the screen, leaning on his hand as he contemplates seriously. He knows the entire country is against him, yet he only targets the Emperor. If ordinary people turn their backs on the Emperor, the nobility will benefit, and the Empire will lose its unity. Could that be what he truly wants? If internal strife breaks out and the Demon Realm sends troops, then it's over. Yaster, furious after discovering his true goal, punched the wall in a burst of rage. He regrets that he should have killed him and that Kruen guy back then. Dean keeps going. He's creating a perfect illusion for the demon world. Humans are misunderstanding the demon world. You all think demons are untrustworthy, but based on what evidence does the Demon King still accept someone like me as his subordinate? He not only shows generosity to me, but also grants me a high position. If the demon world were truly evil, then how could what I just said happen? The king stared intently at the screen in front of him and praised Dian for singing. He's really good at sowing discord among the enemy's side. Then he lets out a sigh. We just can't make him stay silent. If you truly only want to kill the Emperor, then you should join the Revolutionary Army. That is Pow, he said. The moment you sided with the Demon Realm, you became a traitor to the Empire. The royal envoy immediately announced, Your Majesty, someone is interfering. Eduardo immediately guessed it was the Revolutionary Army. Then he pondered that this outfit belonged to a highly skilled mage. Bao kept a calm face, waiting for Dian's response. Bao felt lucky. Waiting a little longer and the demon world would achieve its goal. The Emperor's side probably can't break the barrier, so they haven't reacted. Luckily, I found a talented mage. Even though he's full of resentment and dissatisfaction, why should I work for that Emperor? He silently lamented that it took so long for him to agree. He continued to ask, why didn't you answer when I called? In an alley, you say the Demon King has accepted you? That might be possible too. Red eyes, white hair, light Japanese skin. His appearance is already extraordinary, and you are also known for being brutal. At this moment, Dian is also assessing the opponent. Who is he? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Then he suddenly remembered. Oh right, he is the one I met in the basement, where that mysterious old doctor treated him. After Dian woke up, he was asked to put on a cloak and blindfold. Because I was so curious, I lifted the blindfold to secretly see where this was. Why are my eyes covered? Then I saw Pow approaching, and I hurriedly pulled down my blindfold. Ah, someone is coming. Bao is still questioning you. If that's the case, the demon world must accept you. The reply is, if the demon world is evil and racist, then there's no way they would accept me. But deep down, I still think that compared to back then, he is taller, but I can't be mistaken. Could that building be the base of his side's army? This is troublesome. Suddenly, what Pow said next left you stunned. Killing your own brother is already an act of extreme cruelty, isn't it? Dian exclaimed inwardly. What do you mean?
The malice in Pow's words continues to grow. You've killed your family, so who still considers you a person?
You stand up suddenly, thinking you must have misheard. He said, who did I kill? In front of you appears the image of your older brother, completely unable to believe what you've just heard. I did kill Kruen, right? Seeing your face gradually change color, the Demon King reminded Didian. Daniel standing beside him also whispered to his master. Ian's whole body trembled, panting heavily. Turns out everyone thinks I killed him. That's right, to form an alliance, they need a common enemy. Deep in thought, why is there silence now? Could I have hit his weak spot? After thinking it over, this only benefits him. But anyway, fine. Let's keep going. Thinking that, he shouted, "How can we trust the words of a wicked person like you? You're not even as trustworthy as the demons." Dean interrupts and says, "I don't have time to correct those accusations. My heart is full of anger. How dare you exploit my brother's death? You said, I am a human being, and out of love for my fellow humans, I did this."
I'm not here to talk nonsense. Dien must remind himself to stay calm, not let emotions take over, and keep the conversation under control.
He clenched his fists and kept trembling as he spoke. To a habitual liar who thinks of themselves as a representative of humanity like you, I have nothing more to say. Control your emotions. I repeat, we only want the Emperor's life. Riranella and Adelia look at him with concern. Daniel also can't hide the gradually stiffening expression on his face. In the presence of the Demon King, Dien raised his voice to warn that anyone who interferes will be destroyed. He smirked, placing his hand on his chest to assert his authority. The Demon World Gate is always open to welcome those who wish to connect, so you should think carefully. Pao was stunned. Damn it, I thought he wouldn't say anything else. If this continues, people's perception of the demon world will change. So he spoke up, "Wait!" But Dien didn't care. The screens disappeared, leaving only a sentence behind as the people looked on in amazement. "I will only say this. You better choose your path wisely. Does the demon world not harbor resentment towards the human world?" Finally, this conversation has come to an end. Dai secretly thought that chaos would erupt in the human world, but then he turned to target Devalania's neck and reached out to touch it. Don Lu presses her against the wall. His actions make her feel suffocated, and she calls out, "Lord DDN!" Dean's voice echoed, "I told you to bring me the news. Why did you hide Kruen's rumors? I almost messed up because of it." Devalania trembled. "Please forgive me." "Do you think I would get excited? You think I will go crazy? Do you believe that from now on there's nothing left to stir my emotions?" So he was beheaded. Hearing that, Devalania reported, "Yes, by the time I arrived, everything had already happened." He then asked, "What about the body?" After having her head cut off, they took the body away. "Sorry for not doing my job properly." Holding the cigarette in hand didn't calm him down. He was trembling uncontrollably, then sneered coldly and said, "So you think they are really bold, daring to use his head as evidence?" Then he ordered madly to find a way to retrieve the body for me. "You still keep blaming yourself after hearing this news I tried to hold back, but honestly, how dare they?" Then you pressed close to Devlin, placing your hand on her neck, and asked in a low voice, "You think I'm weak so you hide things from me?" She trembled and replied, No, I only worry about you." Dien shouted loudly, "You don't need to worry." A voice echoed in your mind reminding you that there are many other ways to vent your anger. Shouting only hurts your throat and ruins your composure. He suddenly calmed down, let go of her neck, and said, "Enough." He whispered to himself, "I must not lose my temper." He turned and walked away, only leaving a reminder not to repeat the same mistake. Devalania coughed dryly a few times, a sense of dread rising in her heart. She thought to herself that this killing intent used to be quite calm in him, but after a serious illness, his personality also changed. Dien turned around and walked away, his expression becoming even more grim and unpredictable. He closed his eyes and frowned, thinking how hard it was to breathe. Near the border of the Han territory, a fierce battle was raging, flames rising as if to burn everything down. There is a command from the Demon King for the 5th Legion to attack and destroy our forces as much as possible. With a thud, an arrow flies straight into the chest of the brown-haired man, piercing him, blood splattering everywhere. The owner of that arrow was a blonde girl, also covered in blood, followed by a white-haired man, Donovan, the vice commander of the 5th Legion. O asked, "Is this the order of the Mad King? Have we killed enough?" Conan replied, "They keep supporting, but it's just a bunch of flies and mosquitoes." She said just as he predicted. "Did he give any other instructions?" He replied, "He said the 2nd Legion will be ready soon, so we need to act carefully." Io turned and asked, "So can we go into the village to find the treasure?" Suddenly, a strange sound caught their attention. The sound came from a house hidden behind the trees. Aweo pulled back the curtain to look in that direction, while he silently pondered. Then suddenly he seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Lord Aweo, wait a moment." With her expectant gaze, he shared his thoughts. "That's the cry of a human child, isn't it?" Aweo's face brightened, and she replied, "Hurry up and get there, Donovan." Luwick is a land rich in resources. During the war against the demon realm, it supplied many materials, and now it will bear the brunt first in the fight against the demons. Devalania sternly throws a decisive punch at the opponent. Fresh blood splatters, but doesn't faze her. Instead, she quietly thinks that as Lord Didian predicted, our side's reinforcements have arrived, making it easier to defeat them than I thought. Lowering her bloodstained hands, Devalania looked around at the scattered bodies. She silently assessed that both the Empire and the Allied Empire were stuck on the front lines and unable to provide support. At this moment, Lil Weich has to defend herself while waiting for reinforcements, so it will end soon. Suddenly, the back door swings open and a figure rushes in, shouting, "Evil demons, enough already!" She immediately turned to look in that direction, then suddenly remembered what the madman had said. I heard that the king of Luik has a sibling, and their relationship is very close. The sibling is a general, and when he had to fight because the Second Legion was too powerful, he was killed. After throwing open the door, he immediately put all his strength into a fighting stance, charging at her without hesitation, seeing her as his target. At this moment, Dian's target is also Devilania's target. He has finally appeared.
My sacrificial offering to the gods. The screams and cries echo loudly throughout the hall.
King Liquick holds his blood-soaked sister wrapped in white cloth and screams, "No, don't! This isn't my sister, right?" The soldiers with spears also tremble at the death of the general, still refusing to believe what they see, insisting the headless corpse must be a mistake. No, it's not. In front of him, a woman is kneeling on one knee, placing her hand on her chest.
That's the former knight commander of the Lawn Renner Imperial Knights. Her face hardens into a grim expression.
The king kept crying, hoping for a miracle to happen. "Wake up, little sister, I am here." When the city gates were attacked, my younger sibling was in command inside the city. At that moment, when I said I would go, he desperately tried to stop me, saying it was too dangerous at this hour. "Wait for the reinforcements. Your brother's wife convinced him, but the soldiers can no longer hold out. You're a general again. You must fulfill your duty." He could only helplessly sigh and say with concern, "Reinforcements are almost here. Just hold them off for now and don't get hurt." That young general was so confident, he thought he was someone important, but now he only feels regret, wishing he had stopped him. Although the rescue arrived quickly, their limited strength led to all of them being killed. Luik tried hard to help the Alliance, but when they needed him most, he was only met with disdain. Holding her lifeless body in his arms, he forgave him with regret, and he apologized again. Determined to take revenge, "I can't ignore this. They are dying." Renner could only beg, "I apologize to you. Although I am just the commander of the reinforcements, I couldn't do anything to help. From then on, I sincerely apologize to you. Your apology. Does it save my sister?" The king's anger grew even more. "My sister is gone, but why does the Empire's knight still live like this?" Hearing that, she immediately raised her sword with both hands. Renner said, "If you want my life, I will offer you this sword." She also felt a deep sense of guilt for failing to complete the mission entrusted by His Majesty and for harming her master. Even if she sacrificed her life, she couldn't wash away her sins. The king took the sword and raised it, his face still wet with tears. He shouted, "If you just continue properly, then I am determined." He pressed his strength toward her neck. Renner closed his eyes, with Fomak's life in his hands. Just as he reached the skin on her neck, he suddenly stopped, then threw the sword to the ground, no longer caring. "Forget it. Killing you would be pointless. In the end, cutting ties completely only brings injustice among the empires. And tell the emperor that the Luwish alliance and the empires are officially dissolved." The scene shifts to the empire, and Eduardo, after receiving the news, simply responds, "All right, no wonder. You all should return to the empire." Standing by the window, he reflects, knowing he had foreseen this when Jun Tiep Vien set out. "Because of the shortage of soldiers, we have no other choice. Indeed, this time we did not have to deal with Luik." A voice suddenly spoke behind him, catching his attention as he turned to see a man with long hair, and he greeted him as if welcoming a duke. Yaster apologized, claiming he didn't mean to eavesdrop. It seems the alliance has fallen apart. Paris had only recently fallen into the hands of the demon race when they decided to leave the alliance. His face grew even more cunning and a bit more pleased, as if he was contemplating something. "Even during wartime, there are still foolish nobles causing trouble for your majesty to impress me. Your majesty has had a hard time." I remember the scene where everyone was excited and asking, "Do you know him, your majesty? The Legion commander?" He only silently blamed himself, thinking if you hadn't deliberately tried to conquer the human world from the start, the demon world wouldn't have had a reason to cause trouble. Then he spoke again. "Still not too late. What does your majesty think about handing the throne over to me?" Eduardo sneered contemptuously. "You crave power that much? That foolish noble leader is actually worried about me?" Yaster smiled, his voice gentle but carrying a weight that belied its softness. "You are the reason that the fool went crazy. Now is the time for us to unite against the enemy, so where will you stay silent? You speak arrogantly. The scene of the people fleeing in panic reminds me of that. The soldiers only panic and do nothing while their leader, like Laster, grits his teeth and watches." Eduardo then sarcastically remarked that your arrogance must have led you to make mistakes, which is why your territory was attacked while you could only stand and watch. He clenched his teeth and frowned in annoyance upon hearing that, then spoke up again to remind him, "If you knew how to consider wisely, you should stay in your place. Do you think you're holding the advantage?" Suddenly, a blonde servant's voice interrupted their conversation. "Your Majesty, there is new news about the Night Squad, and your Majesty should come see for yourself." Hearing that, Eduardo was about to leave. "I'm going now. Go back to the palace and rest. After all, you have nowhere else to go." After they left, only Laster's figure remained standing there. He gently brushed his hair, blew out a few puffs, reminding himself of the young prince. His brothers really knew how to provoke others. 10 years ago, the crown prince tried to firmly secure his position to protect his family. But before he could ascend the throne, he was poisoned and fell ill to his death. He asked Yaster to protect my son and daughter along with Eduardo for 10 years. Yaster paused for a moment before replying, "Why should I do that?" The next words of the crown prince made him hesitate. "I know you're trying to poison me. Yes, I am the one who poisoned him. The Crown Prince is a fool who wants to use everything to protect his loved ones. Someone as clever as him can't become emperor. I need to find someone easier to manipulate and plan to make him die slowly. But now that it has come to this, I have to kill him before he reveals everything. Just as Yaster was about to act, he suddenly spoke. I have no intention of telling anyone about your poisoning. By the time I found out, it was too late. The Crown Prince calmly sipped his tea and said, I have no proof that you poisoned me, and even if I had an antidote and ascended the throne, it wouldn't be strong enough to oppose your ambitions. His eyes hardened and looked a bit different before he made a request, saying, I would rather call it a plea, so I want to negotiate. Yaster crossed his legs, hands on his knees, and replied with a smile. Negotiation? What do you have left to negotiate with me? After finishing, the great emperor pushed a red-covered book in front of him and asked, Do you know this book? Yaster exclaimed in surprise, That's it! He smiled and continued, This is the forbidden book you've been searching for. It contains instructions on how to contact the Demon King. I will leave it for you. He spoke in a slightly sinister tone. Also, my life now belongs to you. You know what kind of person I am. Yaster falls silent, contemplating. The emperor seems to understand clearly. I only want my child to be safe. Before him is the innocent, playful smile of the kids he has risked everything to protect. In contrast, Yaster, you are cunning. Every move seemingly cautious, like a game of chess. He spoke, and you want power, both sides benefit, right? Yuder carefully considers this negotiation as he stares intently at the book on the table. He raised an eyebrow slightly and arrogantly asked, Do you think this is the only way I could get the book? Little did you know that wise emperor had devised a meticulous plan. I had everything arranged before coming here. If anything happens to me, you're the culprit. You think I can't forge evidence? Facing the stunned look of the other person, he continued speaking as if it were a joke. Whether you are assassinated or ambushed on the way, everyone will think you are the culprit. If you accuse me of hiding forbidden books, I can just burn them. Yaster felt angry for being set up. You're threatening me, but your face still looks so calm. He didn't think so and immediately denied it, saying this wasn't a threat but a proposal. Then he added, Let me increase the benefits of the deal. If you don't want others to suspect you, I'll arrange for an outsider to suspect Duke Gratis as the culprit. What do you think? That emperor was willing to help him pin the blame on someone else. This surprised him, so he decided to reconsider. The great emperor voiced his thoughts. An empire with 2 dukes owning territories is indeed worrisome. Laster smirked maliciously, thinking he was pathetic, only caring about his family, but he didn't expect him to be so terrifying. In the end, this negotiation was established. Both of them left their fingerprints on the paper. It is finalized. Next, a wizard appears and seals this agreement with magic. Yaster whispered to himself, So you're bringing a wizard too? I wonder if you'll manage everything. The emperor warned, I want to protect my child both physically and mentally, not lock him up and call it protection. It seems Yaster's scheme has been seen through by him, and I secretly admire his sharp intuition. He promised, I will protect them for 10 years. The emperor also agreed, 10 years is enough for them to grow up and for you to become attached to them. He interlaced his 10 fingers, looking a bit confused. Huh? Bonded. That person squinted and smiled brightly. You will definitely like them because they are adorable kids. Truly, childhood is a time of innocence. With her inherited appearance and golden hair, it's hard not to fall in love with her. And so the 10-year agreement passed. In a quiet corner, Yaster propped his chin on his hand as he looked out the window, silently thinking, trivial attachment. He wants me to be close to them. The reason I let them live is just not the right time yet. His teeth clenched tightly, the conspiracy still simmering. When the empire was stable and the opportunity arose, the scene shifts to Dien, who now looks at the stack of documents in his hand and bursts into loud laughter. Daniel beside you was momentarily stunned by your action, not blameworthy because in the end you uncovered the truth, which was truly unexpected. Unable to hold back, Diane exclaimed that this was the reason why the Duke. Dean curled his lips into a smile, pondering why Starbaster had protected the royal family for 10 years. The more he thought about it, the harder he laughed. Here it is, I've found the thing that can make him feel what I've been through. Dian's voice reminded his teammates, Listen up, everyone. If you see a teammate using stimulants, you have to stop them. Even if it means using force, the soldiers all turned to look at him. They hesitated and replied, But if we do that, they'll die. Everyone must go back. You have a place to return to and continue living. You must not fall into addiction.
They also reminded you the captain needs to remember his words. Not quite understanding what they said, Dian exclaimed, Huh?
One of them explained, You also have a place to go back to. Returning to the Demon World castle scene, Jian opened the door and called out, Master, the meeting is about to start.
I was a bit surprised to see you sitting on the edge of the bed. Then I asked, Are you awake now? Then I approached, wondering, You slept late but woke up early.
Did you finish designing the game? Dian replied softly, Yes, I did. I was so bored I came up with this, and it didn't even take much time. Da swallowed hard, thinking to himself, designing such a complex game just out of boredom. On that table, there was a piece of wood with a strange grid, different from the pieces placed on it. There are the crown army, shield bearers, and the crossed sword symbol. It's a strategy game inspired by chess. He feels fascinated when he sees what's in front of him. Even just listening, it seems incredibly detailed. It's perfect for simulated battles, but when he designed it, his mind was a little unusual. Then he immediately launched into a relentless monologue about the gameplay he created, working tirelessly like a machine, with the only difference being his exhausted face. If chess pieces were divided by function, here they are divided by units: archers, spearmen, swordsmen, shield bearers, as well as horses and supplies. If not resupplied within 3 turns, the troop count will drop to 1/3, meaning that if there are 9 units, only 6 units can receive orders. John interrupted, expressing concern. Wait a moment, my lord. It seems you are about to lose control. Please rest now. He, who had been by his side for a while, spoke up indignantly upon hearing him say that. How dare you say he's about to go berserk? That's just part of his personality. He really admires you deep down. You became famous for being extremely skilled in several fields. You are truly talented. Walking to the window and lighting a cigarette, he heard John ask about how things were going. It seems he didn't have a nightmare today, and his face looked quite good. You smile so much your eyes squint and reply, yes, I had a funny dream. As John helps you put on your coat, Dian asks, where's what I requested? Hearing that, he also replied, so you're talking about expanding the trade guild? We are facing some difficulties. After your warning about the human realm, the punishments have become stricter. Moreover, the guild is under strict surveillance, Dian said with a sarcastic tone. Who told you to use my name when requesting the pass? You were so happy to use my name back then, but look at you now. John used to be very cheerful and confident, acting authoritative when he said, if I say I serve the noble count, everything will be easier. But things didn't go as planned, and he could only complain. Master, everything was smooth until you betrayed the human world. Then John turned around to inform you about the situation. Still, our trading company is quite large, and many places depend on us, so it's not easy for us to be eliminated. He said again, we've also found a skilled wizard to use the talisman, and we will get what we want soon. Dian praised, you found him sooner than I expected. Hearing this, he was excited because of the butler's memory. Thinking about the face of that white-haired man, he couldn't help but wonder why he knew everything. Who exactly is he? Moving to another room, where everyone is gathered to discuss the upcoming plan. To quickly catch the Emperor, the demon army will take the shortest route. According to their original plan, after arriving in Mantium from Paris, it would be easier to head to Hentor before going to the capital. I explained, yes, I intended to do that to hold back the Duke. However, we no longer need to, as in the battle against the rebel forces, he has lost almost all his strength. In fact, you know well that this is just a secondary reason. D-Tuan continued, but his trump card was suddenly interrupted by Rireneo slamming the table. If it's the Church of the Savior, then there's nothing to worry about. She said again that the sect in the human world had weakened the power of the church. The Demon King responded with a smile on his face, but an ominous aura radiated from him, making her panic. Oh no, I had no idea what you were doing, but it turns out you're doing better than I imagined. Rireneo could only awkwardly reply. Well, I also think I am useful to you, Demon King, he said casually. I don't blame you. Behind him, Dian was lost in thought. All right, the Duke's power is dwindling, and the Emperor is the root of everything. Gaster can only endure in silence because his power has been threatened. So the first step in revenge is to kill the Emperor. I will make you feel what it's like to lose someone you cherish. He smiled with a sinister grin. Then there's no need to delay further. I understand your plan now. Indeed, Lord Dian, I didn't expect you to plan so quickly. Excellent. Demon King crossed his arms, looking pleased. I can sit back and enjoy my tea with a commander like you. I quietly thought that the Demon King knew my intentions, but still let me do whatever I wanted. His smile was truly hateful. Then he asked, what's next? With the Empire and the Empire still allied, is it safe for me? It will be a firm and definite answer. That alliance will soon fall apart. The Demon King looked surprised. Oh wow, why are you so confident? He slowly explained that with Lakich no longer the mediator and the two leaders being stubborn, if conflicts arose, no one would back down and it would definitely fall apart. A look of surprise, maybe understanding appeared. Then he said, according to the direction of the advance, we will go past Mantium Castle. Dai replied to him. That's right. Mantium Castle is the residence of the second hero of the Stigma Primo Empire, a hero with long blue hair. You suggested an alternative plan, since he's a tough opponent, to change the direction of the march towards Lord Miller's territory. Deep down, I also think that I don't want to fight him. So instead of advancing to Mantium, we will go around to the neighboring territory before heading to the capital. Delia wondered if that territory was close to Stigma Primizzo. What if he sends reinforcements then? At this moment, Didian reveals his plan. It is possible, so I will personally go meet him. The scene shifts to Mantium territory. Stigma sitting on a chair with his chin resting on his hand, waiting. Dai appears after the curtain, reaching up to remove his hood from his cloak and greets, It's been a while, Senior. He speaks. You dare to come here again? Have you become an enemy of humanity and still show up at the hero's residence? He replied, Well, I just follow your orders and keep my subordinates from acting rashly. Stitchma looked as if he understood everything. When the Black Market Guild requests a secret meeting, I knew it was you, since you are the one who established it. He chuckled and then said, My subordinate, I thought this was just a friendly meeting about supplies. Observe the situation. Then he said, You have changed quite a bit since the last time we met. From your attitude to your eyes. Stitchma hesitated before the next words from you. Are you not fond of my new subordinate because of your guidance? He chuckled and said, Haha, you're my junior. How could I dislike you? What brings you here? Hearing that question, Dien sneered coldly before explaining his thoughts. The demon world plans to invade the capital through Lord Miller's territory. Facing each other, he continued, I know that territory is close by and you will surely send reinforcements, but I don't want to fight you. Stitchma looked straight into his eyes. I agree, so do I. Dien quickly asked back. In that case, he immediately crushed your plan. If the king issues an order, I will be forced to deploy troops. I also have to protect my honor. But secretly, I thought that even though I knew it would happen, I didn't expect it to actually occur. I'll find another way since the plan didn't work. I put on my hat and turned to leave. I understand, so I'm going now. Suddenly he asked, Wait, have you heard about those bastards, the Proud Knight Squad? The boy was confused. Why was he mentioning them? Stickma stroked his chin and replied, After you disappeared, I was in charge of them for a while. A few days ago, I sent them to Lord Miller's territory, but they vanished during the march. Dien stammered in surprise, Gow! Meanwhile, in another part of the dark forest, someone shouted, Where did those bastards run off to? They are a group of soldiers desperately searching for people. If they are deserters, they must be punished severely. Otherwise, we need to bring them to military court. Find them quickly. They sealed their own mouths, trying to stay as hidden as possible to avoid detection. Stigma thought they must be deserters searching for their master. But it seems they failed. You are very lucky to have found such loyal subordinates. Not everyone is so fortunate. Even after leaving Mantium territory and riding through the night, Dien couldn't stop thinking about them. The Pride Knights are working for the Empire, so I don't want to contact them. These bastards are really crazy. Remembering his brothers, he couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected they would abandon their lives and desert like that. First, I hold a blues crystal shard to communicate and say, John, find me the survivors of the Barbari tribe. A voice responds from the crystal shard. Why is that? The reason Dien made that decision is because he thought that when the battle begins, Stigma Permiso will definitely receive reinforcements from Miller. I have to give him a reason why we can't send troops. After attacking the Stigma Permiso territory, almost the entire Barbari clan was wiped out. You warned me that you would provoke them. Those wolf-hatted guys won't hesitate to attack with fire. Daidon silently thought that even though he was silent, they definitely still wanted to retaliate. As long as I provoke them, they will surely retaliate against the Count. When his own territory is at war, he cannot help others. As he approaches the Demon King's castle, the sound of Jian from the crystal ring echoes again. Master, please return. Things seem chaotic on his side, and cries for help are ringing out. Let us meet him, please, John said. Please go back to the Demon King's castle. He found it strange. Why was it so noisy? The Knight Squad had already arrived just outside the castle. They hold their swords high and shout, Bring out the captain! The demons also roar. Are you trying to cause chaos and get yourselves killed? They responded without a hint of fear, saying, We have a hostage. Did the messenger inform you anxiously that the Proud Knights have arrived? That news shocked him, causing him to pull the reins as if he couldn't believe it, and he silently exclaimed, What? One of the knights made a request to negotiate. We know the captain is here. If you want to keep the hostage safe, he will stop immediately and pay attention to what's happening behind. As soon as he saw the madness, he shouted out, Captain, the situation is shocking. What the hell am I supposed to curse about inside? A good day at the camp. There are cautious footsteps. The Proud Knights' figures peek around, looking everywhere. They whispered to each other, No one is around. Is everyone ready? One of them enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Of course, he said matter-of-factly. Now that we know where the team leader is, we don't need to stay here anymore. I still remember how excited they were when the message screen displayed the information for the human world. Our captain is truly amazing. He's #1 in the demon realm. Everyone shouted in unison, Let's run! Suddenly, a voice rang out, like a bucket of cold water, dousing their excitement. Where to run? It's easy to tell who's speaking. They nervously greet him, Marquis PRMO. Stigma stands with arms crossed, exuding deadly intent. How dare you discuss fleeing on my territory? If you weren't a bunch of dogs rather than my junior knight's followers, I would have killed you 100 times over. They tried to speak up but were cut off by him. Did you just call us some creatures? Stigma paid no attention to them and continued speaking. I said I took you in to train my juniors. As I say this, he mutters to himself, full of dissatisfaction. But these brats, ever since you took them in, haven't caused trouble with others, but they keep provoking and rushing in. When they do, they're just destructive, openly chatting. Who brought the bombs? Who knows how bad the damage is? They ruin walls, break houses, and don't regret it, only laughing and causing more chaos. Haha, make it jump around. Hey, hey! Stigma's eyes widen with anger. What are these endless accidents of theirs? Defy my authority and challenge me. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, so I place my hand on my sword and warn them, causing them to fall silent immediately. Which ear doesn't understand human speech? Whoever moves, I'll cut off your head. Stay still for me. My voice sounds full of helplessness. I've never felt so frustrated with my subordinates as I do with you. They could only scratch their heads and say, I'm sorry. He continued, Although I want you to disappear as soon as possible, I have been ordered to oversee you. A voice of complaint echoed, You're too calculating. Hearing this, Stichma immediately questioned them. But if my soldiers run away, what will become of my honor? They stammered, explaining, We have to go to the captain. He crossed his arms and smiled, but his deadly aura remained unchanged. So wait and see. If you're not under my control, I don't care if you disappear or die. After telling that story, the proud Knights squad boasted proudly, and that was how he pushed us onto others. And while moving, we escaped. Dian was speechless, not knowing what to say. They really pushed him that far? Impressive. Looking around, he suddenly realized something and asked, Lady Lian, aren't you coming with us? A brown-haired man scratched his head and explained, We can't mention that, and since she is coming with us, we left a letter saying we are about to leave. Maybe she has already seen it now. At the Empire lies holding the note they left behind. There was only a brief line that said, Sorry, Commander, which made her curse out loud. Damn bastards. Maybe she understood why they did it. He waved his hand and said, It's fine. You did well. He thought to himself that even if Lan was with them, he would just send her back. She is too honest. She won't be accepted in the demon world. His attention shifts to the blonde demon girl behind, who asks, So what are you doing here anyway? Captain of the 7th Legion. You should be at the border, right? You are the commander of the 7th Legion, Silua. Seeing that you finally noticed me, I exclaimed, Oh, you finally paid attention to me. Then I explained, I met these humans on my way back to report to the Demon King. Then I showed that I had done a good deed, because they intrigued me and claimed to be your subordinate, so I let myself be captured. Although I considered killing them, I realized their fighting style was similar to yours. Diane remained silent, seemingly at a loss for words, as if a crow flew by to emphasize her helplessness. On the contrary, the knights were very surprised by the girl they intended to take hostage. They gathered around her, praising her without hesitation. Commander Goa, no wonder she's so strong. Hearing the praise, she snorted and looked up at the sky. Hung, just so you know, I let you live. But before long, a voice from Dian suddenly rang out, making her startle. Dina, do your necessary work now. You can only follow orders. Understood. And the knights were also taken away by Dean. As for the others following me, they could only lament and sigh, knowing that he was angry. Still, he acts tough on the surface. Captain, let's talk things out first. Seeing that you still won't turn around, they feared their fate was sealed and desperately shouted, Please stay calm. I'll just pull out these 2 small swords from my body, acting scared but actually joking. Yeah, that's right. I should use them now. These 2 swords happen to be called Talkative and Calm. So these 2 swords have been called Talkative and Calm for some time now. The more they screamed and lied, the more chaos the knights caused in the demon castle that was peaceful that night. In another room under Dian's supervision, they had to squat and raise their hands to accept punishment, with a few lumps on their heads that clearly showed who was responsible. As he cleaned his twin blades, he also scolded them. Why did you dare to recklessly start a fight with the Legion commander? Do you want to die that badly? To die. The purple-haired guy angrily said, But we need to see you, Captain. How could you leave us behind? They started to get riled up and agree. Hey, we only exist because of you. Captain, we give you clothes, a place to sleep. We raised you. You belong to us. Captain Dian just keeps cursing. He's really crazy. Then, with a shy look crossing my arms and speaking awkwardly, I am not theirs. They are mine. They couldn't hold back their surprise and moved to tears, saying it with deep emotion. I never thought the captain would say that someday. That's why I say raising kids is an art. Captain Dian couldn't believe how vivid their imaginations were. Damn, I never said that. In truth, he simply exhaled coldly and indifferently said, You are mine. The blue-haired guy, still shouting loudly, was hit in the face with a piece of paper thrown sideways. My son finally started singing. Dian looked angry, pointed at them, and ordered, Stop talking nonsense and put these charms on your shoulders. What are these talismans for? He slowly explained, It's a tool to help you fight like a demon, but don't tell anyone. Feeling surprised, he asked again, Oh, where did you get it? John has worked very hard for this. Jang nodded a few times and said, Yes, I obtained these talismans through a lot of hardship. Then, he explained the function of the talismans. The first talisman is used to suppress demonic magic. It's very straightforward. He continued, The second one is to suppress all demonic powers, effective within a 3-meter radius of anyone carrying the talisman. That means when they have this talisman on them, they seem to have a protective circle within the allowed range against the power of demons. This is not the first time this talisman has been used. John told them about its origin. In the past, a warrior and his allies used them to kill the Demon King, and although they weren't very useful for the warrior, they were very helpful for ordinary people, meaning they would be useful for everyone. Before he could finish speaking, a hand was placed on his shoulder in surprise. They rushed in, some patting his head and tousling his hair, others threatening. Ha ha ha, John, this bastard found a pretty good thing. The team leader must have really beaten you up bad, huh? Who gave you permission to come here on your own, traitor? John stammered in response, but was cut off, so I choose to ignore it. They shouted loudly, Do you think just saying sorry is enough? Watching the scene, Dian slightly smiled. You secretly thought you knew when you would give it to them, but you didn't expect it to be so soon. Aren't their noise and the lesson in swordsmanship we gave them over yet? Shouldn't you have invited us to go together? How dare you enjoy it alone? The volume kept rising without any intention of lowering, making you annoyed. In the end, you turned around and gave them a good lesson. These damn troublemakers, when they're done, go outside. Sitting quietly alone, I reach out and poke a small flower in my room, feeling confused and strange, but there's no response. Remembering, this is the gift they gave you, she said, I hope you will feel better when you see a flower from the human world. She thought to herself that it was a flower blooming near the border of the demon, spirit, and human worlds. His eyes gradually became dreamy. I'm not really interested in flowers, but for some reason I keep drawn to it. Could it be because it's a flower from the human world? A scream that seemed to tear the sky apart made you suddenly wake up with your eyes wide open. Why did you do that? The scene before me is unfamiliar. A dark crimson mass, but a figure rises from the ground and rushes toward me in panic. After a while, I've become used to this. I sigh, just a dream again. Once more, countless lives I have taken. Those people with pitch black eyes keep screaming, why did you kill me? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? He wondered silently. No matter the reason, he knew he was the culprit, but they kept growing in number and their resentment deepened. How dare you sleep peacefully after killing us? You should also be dead, dead, dead. Unable to contain his emotions, he spoke up to question. How stupid. After everything that happened, do you think I will endure this? That voice keeps repeating. The one who should also be dead, dead, dead. They want you dead to atone for their mistakes. Suddenly, a voice calling your name startles you. A familiar shadow appears in sight, calling out to you. It's Kruin. He reached out his hand to you and called out warmly, beloved younger brother Dian. Dai is overjoyed. At last, they realize what has had the strongest impact on them. Dian speaks out loud. Kruin. The joy of seeing his brother again brought him to tears. Please say you hate me. He reached out his hand, wanting to hold that familiar face and to fall into Kruin's arms. Just as he was about to touch, he opened his eyes and woke up, tears welling in the corner of his eye. Looking around the space, Dian felt full of regret. Am I being chased out of my dreams? You think it's bad luck? Maybe if I had dreamed longer, I would have heard him say he hates me. If he tells me to die, I will gladly die. I sit up, telling myself I don't have time for this. I know this is not my goal. I need to inform the master, or I won't be able to move forward. As he stepped outside, he encountered him, who looked at him in surprise, then panicked and shouted, Lord Dian, you're sweating. His face was gaunt, drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe. Seeing you continue to walk, Yi worriedly follows and asks, Han, are you leading the way? Let me. Suddenly cutting you off, no. You're cold back, he calmly instructs. Stay here and report to me immediately when there is any news. I will personally go to the human world and take command. A voice in his head whispers, destroy everything, as a sudden attack is launched, blood spraying so fast the eye cannot follow. In an instant, the sound of collision echoed loudly, and the surrounding space was tinged with a dark red. A choking sound escaped, and blood began to seep from the gray-haired man's back, dripping onto the cold ground. Stishma, with a cold gaze, clenched tightly onto the opponent as if not giving them a chance to escape. The air thickened and a line of text appeared. The Babai clan has launched an attack. Stigma, don't do it, the cold voice said. We've always lived hidden like a pack of dead rats. Why are we acting suddenly? Do they have backing or some kind of protective item? Hearing that, he looked up, breathing heavily, his face covered in blood, eyes wide with suspicion. He asked himself, why would that person want to help us? He gradually remembered someone who had come to see him, wearing a black cloak, revealing only red hair and half of his face. The caravan leader said to the gray-haired man, we also have a deep grudge with Stigma and want revenge. He then placed a sword in front of the gray-haired man and continued, Gen Caravan, we will do our best to support you and show Stigma the price they will pay for crossing us. The gray-haired man sat motionless, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, a few beads of sweat on his forehead, his face showing clear suspicion but also a calm demeanor. He was doubting what he had just felt, a flicker of hesitation flashing for a moment before quickly being hidden behind his cold exterior. Breaking free from his thoughts, his eyes widened, pupils constricting as the light reflected straight into them, making his whole body seem frozen. A wave of panic overwhelmed me, my breath catching as if the world around me was being squeezed by what I just saw. The gray-haired man lay on the ground, covered in blood, exhausted from blood loss, his voice hoarse and choked, but he still managed to force out each word. Stigma, Primero sneered. Even if we have to die, we want your life, that's all. Stigma stood there silently, but his face was calm and full of pride, his cold eyes fixed on the person lying at his feet, sword hilt in hand, but not in a hurry or defensive, as if everything before him was not worth his concern. So, has anyone from the caravan come to help you yet? Seeing the panic in his eyes, Stigma continued, a faint smile forming. So, it's because of Humum, right? The scene shifts to the black-clad man with red hair bowing before Daniel. The junior is using you to provoke me and then dragged me here. The purge of the Bye-Bye clan is not over yet because the war with the demon realm suddenly broke out. He knows he must step forward for his honor. Stichma, furious, swung his sword to kill the one lying on the ground. He laughed arrogantly, a mocking smile curling on his lips, speaking with contempt. Using these bugs to trap me, huh? Stichma, he slightly curled his lips with his characteristic arrogance, narrowing his eyes, his voice tinged with disdain. Junior's memory is quite good. Dien, with the lower part of his face exposed, slightly curves his lips. He speaks slowly. In this way, there will be no chance for Stigma Primero to come and save Ami. Dien led the army forward, raising his head to reveal his glowing red eyes full of seduction. He said, "Now, we set out." The scene before us unfolds, with sturdy walls built like a shield, as the commanding officer's voice echoes. "Countess Amiibo, we have deployed guerrilla forces in the forest as you instructed. Tender Amiibo is the commander of the Miller territory in the human realm." The commander continued, "We will use the terrain of the forest to block the demons." Amiibo, with a slightly worried face, replied, "Everyone hold on a little longer." Suddenly, an arrow shot out from nowhere, but luckily it was split in two by a sword strike. An angry green demon shouted, "Damn it, so troublesome, where the hell are these things hiding?" The red demon beside him added, "Those damn humans don't even have the guts to face us directly." From a hidden corner, Amiibo's troops hiding nearby. A soldier whispered, "They may not be exhausted, but their minds are gradually being worn down. Even if this army and the demons reach the wall, they won't be in any shape to fight anymore." Another soldier, hearing this, took the signal and entered the Royal Guard's position to buy as much time as possible. Everyone's eyes focused on Dien, and the atmosphere suddenly freezes as if waiting for his command. Beads of sweat roll down. Dien wipes them away, thinking to himself, "I thought my troops would break through the encirclement quickly, but these guys are really tough." He glanced towards the forest where Amiibo's army was ambushing, unable to believe he had to get involved in the defense, and yet, he kept calling out to a pink-haired demon named 2N. At the same time, he thought to himself that even if the enemy called him Dien, this trick would no longer work. When the two-headed demon heard him call, it rushed over from somewhere. "I am here, Lord Dien. Are you asking if the preparations are not yet complete?" High-End Demon quickly replied, "It's not good, sir. It looks happy," pats its chest with its hand. Ha continues, "We can fight immediately if you give the order." Inside the forest, Amiibo's army saw the demons retreating, seemingly thinking they had scared them off. Unaware, a terrifying monster appeared from behind, and one of them spoke with a somewhat sarcastic tone. "Ha, so the demons aren't that strong after all? Look at them run away in panic." Another one chimed in, "Good, just keep it up." Before finishing his sentence, he was immediately attacked by the monster behind him, blood splattering everywhere. That disgusting creature growled with terrifying snarls, leaving the remaining man stunned and pale, speechless. The hideous beast with jagged, sharp teeth roared in madness, indiscriminately sweeping everything in its path. "The entire army is almost wiped out," one of the survivors hurriedly shouts. "Run away! The others flee for their lives." There's still one left who hasn't escaped, witnessing the monster attack, sweat pouring down his face, which is now pale as a sheet. He seems unable to believe his eyes, stammering as he whispers, "How can such monsters be here?" A silent scream echoes out, and as soon as it ends, he is taken down by the monster. It turns out it wasn't the demons retreating in fear, but a plan arranged by Dien. You, holding a cigarette, praised him. Well done. "You two are praised," and he exclaims happily, "I am glad to be able to help Mr. Dien in some way." Ian throws the cigarette to the ground and stomps on it. He says, "Now the enemy can't hide in the forest forever." The entire demon team is gradually advancing, and he suggests launching a full attack on the wall from this position. Meanwhile, the defending troops are starting to panic, and a commander shouts loudly to hold the defensive line. The soldiers started to rush out, shouting as they charged and blocking each other. Shin Lua charged in like a gust of wind, swinging her sword to cut down the soldiers, shouting, "Die!" Dien also jumped out from somewhere, raising his sword and delivering deadly strikes, taking down one enemy after another, each falling beneath his blade. Blood splatters across your face, your eyes blazing red as you stare wide open. Bodies lie scattered around, and Dien gently wipes away the remaining blood on his face. I was expecting a siege, but it ended up just a messy brawl. Are they trying to stall for time at all costs? I won't let them get what they want. Just as I feel a bit triumphant, Tender's face suddenly tightens, as if realizing something's wrong. Wait a minute, these demons seem suspicious. I have a feeling about the cavalry's movement. His pupils suddenly constricted as he realized everything was spiraling out of control. He shouted, "All units retreat into the fortress immediately!" They are using a hammer and anvil tactic, with infantry blocking the front while cavalry surrounds and crushes the enemy from behind. But at that moment, the troops were completely surrounded by the demons, with no escape route left. Damn it! We are completely surrounded by them. A whispering voice in my mind says, I must win to enter the empire. I can't be held back here. Dien stands above, calm and composed, and says in a deep voice like an order, "Now let those blazing red eyes shine through the white hair. Kill them all for me." At that moment, Tender's face no longer showed triumphant confidence, but was twisted with anger as if about to explode. "How dare you!" He gritted his teeth and said, "Dien, sing." The moon quietly drifts across the dark sky. Now the fortress is just a cold, lifeless stone. Calm silently witnesses a recent massacre as black crows descend from somewhere, and the scene gradually turns ominously terrifying. At the front base of the Demon King's army, a figure sits on a chair, eyes fixed on the chessboard before him, thoughts flashing through his mind. Humans who escape are more than I expected. As expected, One battle isn't enough to finish them off. Each siege brings headaches, but also some gains. The slender fingers lightly tap the table.
If we let them attack in waves, the situation will become very dangerous. My thoughts still haven't stopped.
I must quickly wear down their forces in the upcoming battle. I'm back. That is John. Maybe he just finished his mission and has returned. Before John could sit down, Dian spoke up. How did it go? John said with a dissatisfied look. If I come back, you should at least ask about me. Dian turned around and replied with a nonchalant face, but I'm still in one piece. John froze as if choked. Dian continued, Have you finished what I instructed you to do? John also no longer beat around the bush. You are serious. I have successfully fulfilled my promise to King Rechi. Hearing that, Dian was momentarily surprised. From the Tihon border, a crimson attack point on the map streaked straight toward the Laofeo territory. John continued, As long as we don't provoke them, they will allow us to cross the border of the Tihon vassal state. He also promised to turn a blind eye to our entry into the empire. A thought flashed through Didian's mind, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. If we are allowed to cross the border, we can send armies directly from the demon world. Traveling from the south of the empire to Laofeo is closer than from here. Somewhere, a request is calling for us to meet. A golden-haired demon holding a glowing blue stone respectfully replies, Yes, Lord Dian. With a determined look and a slight frown, I will head straight to Laofo. The news that the demons will quickly arrive at Laofeo's territory will reach the Earl of this region. He angrily slammed the table. What do you mean, demon? How could they come if our territory has no borders? The subordinate beside him stammered in fear because of his anger. The numbers are few and they don't seem ready to attack, so please don't worry. The Count went berserk and cursed a stupid fool. The Count's face twisted and turned pale, sweat pouring down his face as he tremblingly said, The demons, the evil demons have come to my land. The demon generals, or even the demon king might come. First, our soldiers must call back their troops. The subordinate keeps reassuring, but our soldiers are all under the king's command. Please wait a little longer. We will also seek help from the young master soon. As he finished speaking, a guard hurriedly ran in from outside, shouting as he ran, The Count still has a letter in his hand. The guard hands the letter to the Count and says, There is a letter from Lord Stichma. The Count, like seeing a glimmer of salvation, quickly says, That's right, my son. Hero Stichma will help us. As he spoke, he took out the letter and opened it. Let's see. His voice was hurried. As he read the letter, his whole body trembled, as if he had just read something shocking. The subordinate beside him anxiously asked, Count, when did the young master say he would arrive? He threw the letter onto the table, holding his forehead with his hand, and that was the end. The Countess collapsed in despair, and her servant, terrified, hurried over stammering. Lord Count's pupils constricted, his eyes vacant, fingers clutching his head as he desperately tried to hold on to some semblance of sanity after the shock from the letter, his voice trembling and broken. My land is doomed. The content of the letter appears, and I have received the sender's message, which is quite interesting. Shame, disgrace, an obstacle to the family for so long, a worthless bastard. Why would you ask for help from someone like that? Stigma. Primero appears, his lips slightly curved as he brings the teacup to his mouth, hoping that the next news from Lord Fell will be its downfall. At the end of the letter is your name, Stigma Primero. After learning that the letter has reached the Count, he sits gracefully on his chair. He leisurely sips his tea as memories flood back. A lonely figure appears, turning towards the three people gradually disappearing. Perhaps they are Stick's parents and younger brother. The mocking words appear, accusing you of throwing me into the battlefield to let me die a miserable death. And now when you're in danger, you come to me for blind blood. How pathetic. He also has another name, Stigma Lao Fellow, a name that will never be spoken again. Stigma sits alone in the room, his eyes filled with curiosity. This must be Junior's plan. That's interesting, but how did he manage to make this happen? If things keep going like this, the king will be in big trouble. He ordered a few troops to come, but not to attack. It was definitely a bait to spread fear and stir up chaos among the soldiers. Eduardo sat on the chair, his fingers clutching his forehead. He said, I agree, but until we find a way for the demons to enter the border region, we will have to send the troops back to the nobles in each area. Then he slowly opened his eyes, carrying a sense of calculation. Eduardo continued, If not, the panic among the nobles will cause internal conflict, and a resolute voice echoed with caution and a hint of interest. Dean sings, I am really looking forward to it, but if the enemy is him, it's truly a difficult problem. I am not the kind of genius the king is thinking of. Dian's figure appears, with white hair hanging down to his eyes, and another voice echoes, No! Dian's eyes gently opened, looking this way, her lips pressed tightly, and that voice continued, You are that kind of genius. The full moon illuminated the night sky. On that tall fortress, a soldier was watching the actions of the people below. He wondered, don't they get tired? Then he called the still sleeping blonde soldier to wake up. They have returned. The blonde soldier, still groggy from sleep, let out a soft sound. I fell asleep. The blonde soldier, still dazed, stood up and said reproachfully, You keep chomping your gum and I can't sleep. Then moved to the edge of the wall and looked down, but something caught his eye, making him suddenly freeze in shock. A few seconds later, the blonde soldier regained his composure. He suddenly shouted, "Wait, look there." The purple-haired soldier next to him was startled by the scream and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's Rihan." The yellow-haired man's voice was unsteady, and the purple-haired man looked down, his voice trembling in surprise. "What is that?" The person mentioned below probably also heard the commotion upstairs. He glanced up quietly, his eyebrows furrowing. The blonde-haired guy keeps shouting loudly as if he's found something very precious. It's not over yet. Look at their faces. They're not demons. They are the comrades who went missing in our battle. Hearing that scream, everyone below looked pale as if they couldn't recognize old friends. Another soldier hurriedly said, "Report to your superiors quickly. I have 2 messages. Tender is so angry he slams the table." His face was so grim it was almost unrecognizable. His voice seemed to explode. "That bastard dares to use my soldiers as slaves?" An anonymous figure from somewhere has already drawn their bow, waiting for the command to shoot. The sharp arrow's light flickered through the dense forest as the 2 soldiers seemed to have seen it and whispered to each other. They are definitely watching from afar and forcing them to do this. Tender is already on the wall above. He leaned on his hand and looked down when one of the soldiers spoke up. "Sir, the rate of hill building is accelerating. If it continues like this, they'll be able to climb over the wall. We need to come up with a plan." Another person also spoke up. "We have to save our comrades. Please let us go out and fight." "No," Tender said with a determined voice. "Going out now is very dangerous." He was trembling all over. He said, "We will continue to protect this place, but we cannot let them get away." His eyes turned sharp and determined, sweat pouring down from the tension. He orders, and everyone raises their bows. The soldiers were taken aback by the order, their voices trembling with uncertainty, but Tender's voice was firm. "If we lose, thousands of people will have to die. Teammates, your children, and all the loved ones dear to you will be trampled and tormented by those people." His voice still echoed, doubt clearly visible on each face. "Do you want that to happen?" Each person's hand holding the bow trembles as they hesitate. After Tender's words, everyone seemed to agree. He shouted, "If you understand, raise your bows and shoot." Everyone erased their earlier hesitation and raised their bows together. "Don't hesitate. Go for it." Tender's fiery voice still echoed loudly. As the arrows prepared to fly, a familiar voice rang out. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that." Tender suddenly froze. "Are you abandoning your subordinates, those who have devoted themselves to you? Don't you think that's going too far?" The voice still echoed with sarcasm. And that familiar voice is Dai Don's. Sitting calmly on the chair, he said into the communication stone, "You show mercy to the savage tribes, but are cruel to your own subordinates." His inner voice echoed faintly. Impressive even in this situation, he still remained calm and continued to fight. "Isn't it true that you used to treat your subordinates fairly and care about them?" "Countess?" Dian's thoughts appeared. "Then I'll go after something else." Although he says that, he is truly a good person. No matter how much he pretends to stay calm, it's very hard for him to keep his composure when attacking his own soldiers. "You, a traitor to humanity, what do you know to talk?" His voice now sounded a bit sad. "When they started climbing that hill, they were no longer my soldiers." Dean's thoughts kept racing. If he kept bothering him now. Moments later, Tender, seemingly losing his mind, stood on the city wall and shouted down, "Traitor of mankind!" Those words leaving his mouth, everyone present was caught off guard. And Dian Yu witnessed through the communication stone, a faint smile gradually appears as if he knew beforehand that he would destroy himself. The bows slowly lower. Fists gently clench. The people's unwavering trust in him has collapsed, and now real trouble has arrived. His face froze for a moment, his pupils trembling slightly, lips pressed tightly, sweat rolling down his temples. A careless word in anger and haste can cause everything to fall apart completely. The familiar voice echoes again. "Ha! Even I think that's too much. When they are taken prisoner, they have no choice left." "Wait, what are you doing?" Panic starts to show, and his voice raises in urgency. If he had thought more carefully, he should have let them die with honor. The voice continued. "You not only want to kill your comrades, but also insult them by calling them traitors?" Tender seemed to have lost all reason, repeatedly ordering everyone to fight and raise their weapons, but I had no intention of giving him any time. Thoughts fade away, Tender falls to the ground, blood beginning to drip. He is dead. Dian killed him. Standing there coldly, he looked at the body on the ground and softly said, "I really admire you, Count Amblebow. You fought better than I thought, even when your will was gone." Dai gives a cold glance and continues speaking, but it's only a matter of time before the Imperial reinforcements won't come through, and you won't last long. Not only Miller, but other places are also in trouble. They will have to split up and send troops to other areas being overrun by demons. In other words, all the Imperial forces have been divided as planned. Luckily, I sent the demon to Long Fio. In the forest, the golden brown-haired demon's sword swung mercilessly, then sheathed decisively, blood splattering across the ground. A gruesome sight. Another demon stood there, sharp eyes looking down, hands crossed in front of his chest, his clothes also stained with blood. Elegantly lighting a cigarette, his gaze casually drifted toward the city walls. Now, no one can stop me from reaching the capital. Dian slowly advances into the city, step by step over the scattered corpses and bloodstains that still haven't dried. At the magnificent castle, everyone was sitting together at the dining table. King Eduardo asked, "Count Miller has broken his promise, hasn't he?" "Yes, your majesty. Count Ambo died on the battlefield alongside the demons. Hearing that, Elpidius and Anthea were stunned. That story. The king fell silent, covering his mouth with his hand. He let out a strange sound, his other hand clenched into a fist, as if he couldn't believe it was real. Cold sweat dripped down his temple. Elpidius, seeing the king's expression, hurriedly stood up. Your Majesty, you're hallucinating. My voice is urgent. The king waved his hand to signal. It's okay. Just speak. Don't make a fuss. I just don't feel like eating because I keep smelling the stench of blood. Elpidius looked at the king with concern and said confidently, I will make sure the meat is cooked thoroughly. Elpidius struck a pose, raising his hand to ask the servants to leave. I have something to discuss with your Majesty, so everyone please go out. Everyone responded together. Yes. The door gently closed. The king sat back, his eyes closed. So, you chased everyone away just to scold me about something? His voice was a little helpless, softly rising. Elpidius immediately spoke up. I want to hear clearly about your health condition. His voice carries the worry, saying, you will only claim you're fine and won't call the doctor, and you won't tell me the truth. So please allow me to ask you another question. Her face hardened as he evacuated all the civilians from the road from Miller to the capital, along with the soldiers and nobles. Her voice carried a hint of worry. If this continued, Dien Hot would reach the capital soon. At this moment, Dien was sitting on his horse, slowly moving forward. He was walking while thinking, and there was no one else in the city. A line of thought tinged with curiosity. Did he really clear the way for me? Your Majesty finally couldn't take it anymore. Why did you do that? A voice rang out, seemingly angry. The king sat there silently. Because it doesn't matter. The king spoke after a moment of silence. When we arrive at the capital, it will be empty. And Leah, hearing that, looked confused. Yes, Your Majesty, what do you mean? The king replied, I will leave the capital soon. Your Majesty, are you serious about leaving the capital? Yes, I have prepared for a long time. And now the moment has finally come. King Didon continued, it may not be a fortress, but it is still a stronghold. His voice was calm and supplies had already been transported there. Well, there we can also cultivate. In the worst case scenario, even if we are besieged, we can still survive. When did you start preparing for this? His voice rang out calmly. The King of Nations smiled mysteriously. Since Dien Hot turned his back on me, your voice has carried an indescribable strange quality. Not just since Dien Hot disappeared. Dien Yang's eyes were full of mystery as he spoke softly. I didn't see a single ant on the way here. Then he gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you? In front of him was a choked fat man with a face full of embarrassment. Why is that bastard who should have run away first still here? I asked, my voice like an interrogator's. Countess Hat, there is a man with white hair dressed in royal clothing. He has come to see the fat man, whose face also darkened with worry. He knelt before Dien, his voice trembling as he said, This is the Hat family's territory? I only have this left. What's the point of escaping? His whole body kept trembling, a look of panic flashing across his face. Now I've said everything, how did you get in here? Earlier, Dien charged straight in and threw open the door, making the fat man jump in surprise, his face turning pale. I'm sure I locked everything tight. His voice kept trembling as he spoke.
I have memorized all the secret passages in the Hat estate.
What? Only direct descendants of the Hat family would know about these secret passages? His voice was stunned. But unless you are a descendant of the family, how could you know? He gently smiled. The boy replied in a calm voice. A flashback shows a door slightly open, a small head peeking in, with two people inside talking. A question arises. Why didn't Dad and Kruin chase him away? The second son is eavesdropping outside. The father, upon noticing Dio's presence, spoke up. You may come in? As Dio, standing before his father and brother, still had a faint smile on his face. At that time, I thought they let me in because I was still too weak. They didn't think I was worth worrying about, but it turned out they trusted me. I approached my brother, and my father and brother didn't hesitate to push a book in front of you. Thanks to that, I was able to learn. My thoughts disappeared, and now, in the present, Dien lit another cigarette. The subordinate saw this and said, Sir, do you also plan to let him live after putting the cigarette out on his body? Dien turned away. I'm in the mood, so I'll let you live. In a calm voice, the fat man quickly realized his luck and stammered. Really? Even the subordinate is surprised. Lost in his thoughts. Even if he is a bastard, I don't want to kill anyone from the Hat family. Dien and his subordinates leave, and the fat man thanks him. He also put on a look of doubt, but isn't Dien Hat supposed to be a cold-blooded person? Dien's face briefly showed a hint of contemplation. Now, I'm next to the capital. I will soon get what I want. A thought flashes through my mind. Two figures, one of Dien and one of his subordinate, gradually moving toward the castle peeking through the trees. Because the Honorable Duke said so, I will trust and follow. Laster smiled politely. Thank you for your trust. Take care. Suddenly, a cold voice came from beside you. What are you planning? The Duke looked up and saw it was the king. Immediately bowing and greeting, long live the divine empire of Sabiyaster. Eduardo's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Aren't the ones who just returned the ones dissatisfied with the recent situation? I didn't expect you to have personally convinced them. Aster thought to himself, I left the capital without permission and withdrew all the troops along the route to the city. Damn it. I didn't even leave a single soldier on the way to the capital. If he says I put the Empire in danger, I have nothing more to say. He looked up and smiled politely. I do this for the Empire. Eduardo silently watched him, unsure of what he was plotting. Then he let out a quiet sigh, turned to leave, and thanked him for helping to resolve the trouble. But he spoke up, causing him to stop. However, do not forget, Your Majesty, one wrong decision and many will try to bring you down. After hearing him speak, Eduardo simply responded with an indifferent and cold expression. Don't worry, I don't intend to show my clumsy side. After saying that, he immediately left, thinking to himself, I can no longer keep my composure. I will personally end my life. Yaster sighed in frustration. I suppose those are the things he said. If you are about to fall, the Empire will plunge into chaos immediately. That is why we must act before that happens. Relying on the resistance of nobles or the church to atone is not enough. That is the reason I need. The magic stone emits faint glowing rays as a deep, hoarse voice suddenly echoes. I will refuse your request. Yaster was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? The voice of the Demon King still echoed steadily. Whether it's ordering the Demon King's army to retreat or asking me to stop for a moment, I have no intention of obeying you. He looked a bit confused. What about one more round? But the Demon King didn't let him finish and cut him off directly. He chuckled happily, staring intently at the white-haired youth in the picture. Something interesting is happening before my eyes, so why should we bet on it? He gently stroked the screen and softly said, I've been having a lot of fun lately. Unlike that guy, Yaster here is extremely angry. His face darkening, veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenched as if about to crush the arrow. Suddenly, he smiled, a very sinister smile. I don't want to do it this way, but I guess I have no other choice now. At this moment, a stranger suddenly rushed to Dian's place, presenting a violet-pink stone in front of him, surprising him a little. What? You sit on the horse and look down at him cautiously. What are you trying to do? Who sent the message? This communication device? The stranger stammered nervously to keep his word. He was startled, immediately grabbing the stone from his hand. The soldiers, noticing his unusual behavior, wondered. Lord Dian was silent for a moment, and you decided we should rest here.
Dian chose a quiet spot nearby with a hut, holding the stone in his hand and calmly said, Let's get to the main issue now that we've pulled back nearby.
The Duke was quite amused and casually joked, Haha, what a sharp reaction. But Dian didn't seem to want to waste time and simply replied, We're not close enough to chat and joke at the same time, are we? Let's get to the point. He was a bit speechless. You're really impatient. I just wanted to lighten the mood before we have a serious talk. He seems to be losing patience. To me, you seem to be trying to buy time. So I'm ending the call now. Euster then spoke up, saying, How much of the truth do you already know? Philin hesitated in confusion and asked what he meant. He remained calm as if unaware. But judging by your attitude, you know I killed Kruin. Yet instead of seeking revenge, you continued toward the capital, which is why I am confused. He sneered coldly. So the truth is you participated in the 8-year war for me? Are your red eyes shining with cruelty? Are you two talking about a different truth that you're trying to hide? The truth is that Starby Laster can use magic, and his heart feels as if an invisible hand is squeezing it tighter with every word he speaks, yet his voice remains steady. Humans are only allowed to use magic, and only demons can wield dark magic. However, strangely, I found traces of dark magic when I visited the church to atone. The scattered pieces gradually come together. Although it was thought to be magic, thanks to a talented wizard, I was able to detect that it was actually demon magic. That's the evidence you used to conclude that I did it. You cut him off. When I reported to the Demon King that magic was found in the human world, how do you think he reacted? And this is another issue, but the magic was found in the human world. Memories of the day you met the Demon King flood back. When he only smiled and reassured you, I will investigate this. You should rest. You continue. He speaks very vaguely. Although it's very frustrating to know someone dared to use magic in the human world. Dian Hat is very clever, so he connected the clues together. In other words, the one who uses magic in the human world must be directly or indirectly connected to the Demon King and draw a conclusion. This person must also be able to freely use magic in the human world without being punished by the Demon King. The pieces have come together to form a complete picture revealing Yaster's face. This is the Demon King's contract holder. Your voice echoes steadily. It can only be one person, and that person is you, Starby Laster. He listened in silence after you finished speaking and then smiled in admiration. You are indeed a very good thinker. After my brother died, I investigated and gathered information like crazy. Of course, you weren't an exception. That's how I learned so much about your actions. Strangely, I don't understand why you did it. As if someone deliberately erased the information halfway through. The image of the white-haired boy helpless among the scattered documents suddenly appears, trembling hands feeling that the truth is very close. But an invisible wall blocks him, suffocating him. The only one who can manipulate information in the demon world, the mastermind behind the church's atonement, the Duke, and the magic used there. The Demon King's hesitant attitude despite knowing everything. The reason behind the actions of the Count and the Demon King and the one trying to hide it is related to the Demon King. The only reason these two entities, who have nothing in common, can still communicate is through their contract relationship.
The Duke constantly craves power and a higher position, while the Demon King is bored and looking for fun, and I am caught between those two. Dian remains calm. I must be the sacrificial object of that contract.
The person next to him couldn't hide their surprise, but Dian remained calm as if the character being mentioned wasn't himself but some stranger. Because of my unique appearance and fragile body, I am the perfect person to pique your curiosity. Yaster seems very pleased, laughing and clapping enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, I have to say you're clever. Yes, you were just unlucky to attract my attention. Nothing more. It's just a joke, and you're the test subject of the bet. That's all. The villain's face twisted in horror. They used a 4-year-old child's life as a bet? How can you be so cruel? Completely opposite from Jian, Dian just smirked after hearing him speak. Well, thank you for your explanation. My face is now cold and ruthless to the extreme, but I am not shocked or trembling. If you think I will run to the Demon King and change the army's direction towards Ulister after hearing the truth, you are wrong. My priority is very clear. The first thing on my list is to destroy the Empire. After I take my revenge on you, then it will be the power of the Demon King. Suddenly, someone entered UAS's office carrying a rather large box. I have learned your weakness from the information I have gathered so far, so I will never underestimate Ulister territory. But Yaster shows no sign of fear. He looked at the box and smiled. What a pity. Dai still doesn't know about the box and remains calm. If you have nothing more to say, I will interrupt you now. Then I'll take it as you no longer want to retrieve your brother's head. Dean was stunned, unable to believe what he heard. He hesitated before asking again, what did you say? Yaster gently placed his hand on the box. You know, I have Cruin Hat's head with me. The thunder of hooves shook the ground as a squad of riders charged through the forest like arrows, some visibly anxious. What just happened? Why are we returning to Miller? The leader changed the target to Yaster's territory, probably wanting to deal with the Duke first. The young blonde seemed still confused. We're almost at the capital. I don't know why they turned back. Who knows, but they have to follow the commander's orders. If she still has the strength to talk, let her speak then. John Fee rides closer to Dien, his breath ragged. Master, I know you're angry, but aren't you tired? Sweat drips down your face, but you remain silent, thinking to yourself, I have to hurry. Oh, and I also want you to know that because I used magic, it hasn't rotted yet. He grit his teeth and endured, swallowing the nausea back down. I can't breathe anymore. I can't let the Duke see that I'm trembling. Jian worriedly helped him up. At this moment, Dien seemed to have lost his mind, tears uncontrollably falling down. Laster gently concluded the last sentence. When you reach Yaster's territory, you can bring your strength with you, but you must go there in person. You control the horse to run faster, so Daniel behind had to shout, Master, wait for us! But Dien no longer heard anything, only Uter's voice echoing in his mind. If you arrive late, you'll never get to see your brother's head again. You wouldn't abandon the one who protected you until the very end, would you? Guilt overwhelmed his mind. I'm sorry, Kroon. Even though you died because of me, you still haven't found peace. Laster sat alone in the room, his hand on the box. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily quiet, but he knew this was only the calm before the storm. D&H has left the capital and is heading this way to take his brother's head. Laster looked down at the box and smirked. Using the mana accumulated over so long to perform preservation magic is completely justified. How does it feel now? You will soon meet your younger brother again. He recalled Cruin's expression and wondered why there are so many people in this world filled with regret. What is so important about family that they have to risk their lives for it? He whispered to the box, or rather to Cruin. Don't feel too wronged for still being alive. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble. Would it be fair if you help me once after I'm gone? At Yaster territory, Den's army has arrived at the mansion gates. He looked up at the huge building in front of him, sweat soaking his face, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of his chest. He was losing his composure. Jian hesitated slightly. Master, are you really going to step inside? The gate is wide open, but there's not a single soldier in sight. It's definitely a trap. Dien no longer cares about those things. I am determined, but I still have to go in. John, do you remember the old woman in the village who said something strange to me? She grabbed you and shouted, You are not allowed to hate anything. That statement is not wrong. Fate is trying to make me hate the entire world. John silently looked at his master's back, a little worried. He seemed completely exhausted, and anyone who knew what he had been through would understand immediately. He unconsciously clenched his fists. I have to admit that. Even if you are the calamity bringing misfortune to me and I resent and hate you, when you sing, I still feel compassion and empathy for you. Suddenly, he spoke. If so, then why can't you show a hatred that even the world cannot imagine? Show them a great hatred that no one could have imagined, a hatred greater than fate itself. To show them a great hatred that covers the entire world. He silently thought, I don't want to see Dean singing in this shadow. Dean looked surprised and stared intently at his subordinate. He continued on. Isn't that also a way to destroy this world? Jian wondered. When did I become so attached to him? Cam chuckled, but there was no joy in it. All right, I will remember that. After finishing, he turned around and continued inside. He sighed and said, I understand why the owner always keeps his distance from the demons. Whether I like it or not, if we meet every day, we will gradually become closer. I also have to be careful and not let myself get any closer to him. He quickly ran after Dean because I couldn't let myself fully like and feel comfortable around him. With a bang, the door swung open, revealing an empty room with white drapes covering the furniture, indicating the owner of the villa was no longer here. You wonder, is this the last room? Dian thought there was nothing here, but something immediately caught your eye, interrupting your train of thought. At this moment, Jian also entered the room, looking a bit confused, and said, I have searched carefully, but I haven't seen even a mouse, let alone that person. I'm sure this is just a false alarm. Jian hadn't finished speaking when Dian slammed the door shut. He was startled and shouted, Master! So it turns out Dian found its yellow box standing out amidst the dark surroundings, placed quietly on his desk, and I silently shouted inside I found it. He softly calls Kruen, knowing no one will answer him. Dai presses her lips tightly together, her slender hands gently touching the box. He silently looked at it, the smell of blood. This box emits a foul smell of blood. Fear gradually overwhelms you. You don't have the courage to open it. In the silence, only your heartbeat thumping wildly like it's about to burst. A desperate scream draws Jian's attention, startling him and filling him with concern for the person inside the room. He pounds on the door and shouts loudly, What's going on, owner? Are you all right? Dian suddenly remains surprisingly calm. I'm fine. Don't come in. Tears streamed down my face, my eyes filled with hatred and despair. He reached out for the box as if in a daze. The person inside really is Kruen. He didn't just die for me but ended up like this. Why would he go to save someone like me? Dai hugs the box to her chest, using the stone to contact the Duke. Where is the rest of his body? Yester doesn't care about your attitude. His tone is teasing. Boo-hoo, it seems you found him. He sat in the carriage, casually talking with Dian. Unfortunately, I only have his head. His body has disappeared. Dian continues to question. This castle is completely empty. Where are you now? The Duke remained calm, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Have you forgotten how to respect others? Going to the concert, you know I have no reason to tell you anything. My final gift to you is his head. Honestly, when he died, he was already useless. So see you again later. Let's sing. As soon as he finished speaking, a timed bomb immediately appeared in front of Dai, about to explode. Everything happened too quickly. I only had time to hold the box tightly to my chest, damn it. Now there's no way to escape. The entire room exploded, lighting up the sky. A loud blast shaking the ground, drawing the soldiers' attention. Someone shouted, What's going on? Huge explosion. Everyone was stunned and wondering why it suddenly exploded. Why? The young man with green hair anxiously looks toward the explosion site. Is Lord Dian among them? We need to check immediately. Suddenly someone shouted behind them, Stop! The three of them jumped in surprise, turned around, and looked in astonishment at a group of people who had arrived unnoticed. Someone recognized the Duke's soldiers, so they had been following from the beginning. Inside the villa, the room was pushed back by the force of the explosion and is slowly getting up. Everything is now engulfed in flames, and the thick smoke obstructs his view. An explosion, it turns out to be a trap. Jian anxiously looks inside, trying to find a familiar figure but cannot, and desperately shouts, Master! It seems Dian has lost consciousness, like a slow-motion film, memories flashing before my eyes. When did everything become like this? Where did the mistake happen? Since the Emperor only watched or the Duke, who started everything and used Kruen's head to deceive me. No, the real culprit is the Demon King, the one who treats me like a toy and teases me. Resentment over the times you spent with him suddenly floods back. He treats me as if he wants to tear my heart out, but that only shows how tempting I am as a toy in his eyes. He must have enjoyed teasing me very much. If he had refused to sign the contract with the Duke from the beginning, none of this would have happened. You play in the air, desperately clutching the box to your chest, ignoring the hatred that consumes you. Because I, a child abandoned and tormented by those bastards, committed a grave sin, so even if I die, it doesn't matter. You Demon Kings, I will never forgive you. In this world, there is a warrior and a Demon King. The warrior is the hero who defends the human empire, while the Demon King is the ruler of the demon world and the strongest creature alive. A being no warrior has ever defeated. Why? Why can the warrior never defeat the Demon King? Why does the Demon King always defeat the warrior more times than the warrior defeats him? That's right, it's definitely because the will of those who want to destroy him is too weak just because they are forced to become warriors. People keep pushing them into battle with him, and that's not enough. Human emotions are the key to increasing power, especially love and hatred. The sacrificial goat in the bet between the Demon King and his contract candidate is a human thrown into this cruel world. That child is perfect. He is their hope. He must not die. That is why I left a curse to prevent death, so that the weak body could withstand the strength of the warrior. We have gradually transformed it into an ideal intermediary. Now only one thing remains as the motive for revenge. Demon King. His face gradually disappears into darkness. Hatred consumes his mind and tears flow endlessly. You tell yourself I cannot show mercy to you. Demon King. Aha. Finally, all preparations are complete. Suddenly, a flash of light appears from somewhere, splitting the night sky into two halves. The people are confused. What is that light? Wait a minute, isn't that the light that appears when a warrior is born? Inside the palace, the king and his sister also saw this scene and exclaimed in joy. A new warrior had just been born. It was unbelievable that they appeared right at the critical moment when the Demon Lord's army was pushing the empire to the brink. I don't know who the warrior is, but they are truly extraordinary. On the other hand, the king doesn't seem overly pleased. A look of concern appears on his face. A warrior? The Demon King here also knows about it. His hands holding the documents pause in midair. The warrior has been born. At the same time, the locator signal on the Mad Singer disappeared. What does this mean? The Demon King suddenly laughed out loud because he realized that normal magic would not exist on the body of a warrior. He laughed, his amber eyes shining with amusement. Why do you keep making everything more exciting? You have finally become a warrior. A figure staggered out of the smoke and flames. That guy has strange white hair, porcelain skin, and deep red eyes. He's the singer. In the foggy darkness, he slowly opened his eyes and 4 words appeared in his mind. Where am I? It's been a while since we last met. A pair of shoes walk up behind you, and when you turn around, you see a brown-haired person in a black cloak smiling kindly at you. You. Are you? The words, 3 words, warrior, immediately appeared in my mind. Maybe it was because my desire to save you that day was so strong that part of my consciousness remained within you. In your mind, the image of the brown-haired person struggling to speak while exhausted appears. This is my final wish. Please save this man. Then a blinding, brilliant light erupts from the man with brown hair. Seeing that you are still watching me closely, the brown-haired person continued to explain that this is a world within your mind, created because you lost consciousness after the final explosion, giving me a chance to talk to you. I have been watching you from here all this time. The brown-haired person added that it's not that I did it on purpose, but after witnessing your life, I realized that even the wish for you to live might have become a burden. Your eyes couldn't hide their despair, and now you finally spoke, saying that this is my selfishness, that there's no more happiness left for me in this life. So why should I keep living? Right now, as you speak, the brown-haired person sits down, pats your shoulder, and interrupts. But there are still people who desperately want you to keep living. The brown-haired person gently comforts you, telling you that you are loved more than you think. If you have truly seen my life, you wouldn't say that. The brown-haired person places a hand on your shoulder and dismisses your negative thoughts. No, I have met them already. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of me, surprising me. As he looked more closely, he trembled and let out a small cry. Ah! Tears couldn't be held back and rolled down his chin. The person in the brown shirt gently speaks. The ones who don't want you to be bound by anything. The ones who only want you to live freely. No matter what, the image of your parents standing behind the brown-haired person becomes clearer. The brown-haired person gently asks, do you guess who they are? Your parents look at you with affection, and you can't help but call them mom and dad inside. Then you tremble and ask, why? You ask and cry uncontrollably, why me? Someone like me doesn't deserve to live. The brown-haired person softly replied, even if not for our wishes, you will still survive. Over here, John hesitantly asked, what is it? A huge beam of light suddenly crashes down in front of John, making him stagger. On this side, the singer suddenly collapses, and the brown-haired person quickly supports him and explains, your body in the real world is probably starting to recover. Maybe you don't like it, but that is the will of the world. Behind him, a purple magic circle filled with intricate patterns appeared. The brown-haired person spoke again because the world has chosen you as a warrior. Hearing this, your tear-streaked face looked up and asked, what? The brown-haired person was surprised and then spoke, ah, it seems like it's time. Suddenly, the brown-haired person's hand gradually disappeared. Before leaving, they still remembered to smile kindly and offer comfort. This will be my final farewell. Now that you have a loyal knight by your side, rest assured. The brown-haired person smiles before their body gradually disappears completely and then speaks again. A man will protect you even if it costs his life. On the other side, after the smoke clears away, John approaches hesitantly and calls out, Master! He looked into the white smoke and saw a figure slowly approaching, silently wondering in his mind if it was Hat emerging from the wreckage. The announcement rang out. Hat had officially become a warrior. Behind you, a golden magic light radiates from behind the character's head like an aura of a deity, giving a sacred and powerful impression. On this side, the sounds of fighting echo throughout the White Mansion. Inside, everyone was fighting and stabbing each other non-stop. Shinla was gasping for breath, blood covering his body as he stabbed another person. What the hell is going on? Is that a beam of light from the sky? Hey, do you know what's happening? A blonde guy shouted. Isn't this the time to ask those questions? Before Commander Zero arrives, we need to. As he speaks, he sings along with the golden horn, his eyes seeming to swallow everyone present. The blonde-haired man loudly says, Commander Ben, I saw you come and call out loudly for the general. Then she hurried over, ruthlessly pushing aside anyone who dared to block her way, and charged forward shouting, I'm here. Ben runs up to you and asks Han, are you okay? And secretly thought that at last I finally found him, even though I was really tired because he kept moving and changing direction constantly. John silently wondered from behind, is this guy really a doctor? Ben quickly held up the necklace and asked, this necklace kept ringing, so I came to find you. Wait a minute. Just now the gem was shaking strongly. Seeing that you didn't say anything, he looked up at him, surprised by his perfect beauty. Ben hesitated and called him sir, then wondered to himself what was wrong with his face. He was already handsome before, but now his beauty and aura far surpassed any ordinary aesthetic standards. I immediately asked, the light pillar earlier and this aura, have you awakened as a warrior? As I was asking, your eyes seemed to realize something was rushing toward you. Ben silently thought to himself, he never expected the Zero Legion commander of the Demon King's army to be chosen as a warrior. He immediately praised him. As expected of you, suddenly you pushed the box into my hands and ordered me to protect this with your life before rushing to the back. The event happened too quickly for him to grasp the box in confusion as he watched him rush straight at the man trying to ambush Ben from behind. I secretly think I can feel the power surging within me. My focus is clear. After stabbing that guy, blood splattered onto his face, but his sharp eyes remained unmoved. The wound he inflicted on him sprayed blood everywhere. He thought to himself that his breathing was also more stable now. At this moment, 2 more guys tried to take the opportunity to jump up and kill him. In his mind, he thought his body usually only moved with full strength. He quickly jumped into the air. A sudden thought interrupts your mind. Now, just one idea is enough for your body to react easily and lightly. He flipped up so quickly that the 2 guys below didn't recognize him, only surprised as they looked at the body just stabbed. When one of them looked up, he finally realized and could only shout, "Wait!" You rushed down and crushed his body, blood splattering nonstop and the ground breaking into chunks. After stabbing him again and when his body stopped moving, you sat up with your head. Your face, seemingly perfect, was covered in blood splattered on your clothes as if about to be stained with blood. The others were too scared and shouted to run away. I never thought I could sense the presence of my eternal enemy. Demon King, I have truly become a warrior. In his mind, the image of his eternal enemy flickered, and he vowed not to spare the others as he chased after them. He shouted, "No one of you will escape." The fleeing enemies are cut down one after another without mercy, as he strikes so quickly they can't react. They didn't even see your figure. After clearing the obstacles, you gently land on the ground. He stands still. Behind him, a pile of corpses scattered on the ground. The pink-haired girl and the blonde-haired man look at the display and turn pale, thinking it was too fast. The pink-haired girl thought to herself that even though he was already strong and fast before, now as a warrior, he's reached a whole new level. His power is truly overwhelming. You scowl and shout at the 2 people staring in awe, unable to believe how flustered you are and that you haven't taken down a single one. Do you want to die? He thought to himself, feeling disgusted, as if he had become a pawn controlled by the whole world. Ben hurriedly ran over with the box and asked Lord Dian, "Are you okay?" As he held the box, he remembered what the brown-haired man had just said to him. Now you have a loyal knight by your side, so rest assured. The voice of the blonde-haired man in your mind, a man who will protect you even at the cost of his life. Holding the box, you suddenly think of someone and wonder, "Kruin, are you still protecting me?" A bright smile of Kruin appears in your mind. As I thought of Kruin, I quietly thought he wants me to be happy, to live freely without being bound. Yes. You get on the horse, hand the box to Jian, and give the order. "John, you must take this to the demon world before me." "I'm sorry, I can't do that because I can't stop seeking revenge." He looked at John with surprise and a hint of admiration, then softly smiled and praised, "Well done." His relentless thoughts kept interrupting him. He was just an ordinary person after all, and in the end, he still had to act according to the will of the world. A voice echoed in your mind, "So why can't you show a hatred that even the world wouldn't expect?" In your mind, Jian's firm voice echoed, "Show them a hatred that is truly great. No one expected it. Show them a great hatred that surpasses even fate. Show them a great hatred that engulfs the entire world." John's image and his determined face appear in his mind. Then he makes a decision that he will not be a puppet. Deep down, he is determined to do it. His mind is fighting to regain his freedom, breaking free from the bonds that bind him. A fire of revenge and grand ambition ignites in his mind. He will become a terrible disaster that even the world will fear. His eyes seem ready to destroy everything in existence. Yaster slams his hand in frustration. "What?" His face was full of veins as he asked, "Is Dianhat still alive and heading to the capital?" He is really worried about this, that damn snake-like bastard. I remember Dian galloping on his horse, clearly wondering how he managed to survive after hearing the loud explosion through the communication device. Laster rubbed his forehead and sighed, thinking that Dian's arrival at the capital was just a matter of time. He reassured himself, hearing that the Revolutionary Army was trying to prevent him from getting close to the city. The soldiers outside keep trying to stop the demon army's advance, but they'll eventually be overwhelmed. He stood up and stepped outside, thinking to himself that it's okay. He had bought enough time with Kruin's head, and the mercenaries sent out would arrive at the capital soon. Below his gaze, the soldiers stand waiting for orders. In his mind, a name appears. Esperanus, a territory marked with the initials EP, despite countless kingdoms rising and falling. The oldest kingdom among them still maintains its position. He knows well about the people there. Their most distinctive features are their silver hair and eyes. This is a mercenary kingdom where even children tend to be violent, and its leader is truly extremely disciplined. However, this is an absolute neutral country that has never officially accepted military aid requests from any other nation. Laster fears that Min now needs excellent mercenaries to protect the empire. He knelt and begged the person in front of him, "Please accept my trust." His eyes looked determined. "I need to protect someone." "I never expected you to kneel before an old man like me, with that hand propped under your chin in mockery." "Duke, this will be very difficult because I am your enemy and the steward of the opera." He respectfully continued, "I now need you as an intermediary." He still knelt, not daring to lift his head. "You hold a high position, so you can accept my trust even as an intermediary." He persuades you, If you help me, I will give you the entire Duke's fortune. I also assure you that this will not harm the survival of the kingdom, Yaster said, then glanced up cautiously. Remember, at this moment, he spoke softly with a gentle smile and said to him, "You move me." Hearing that, he chuckled faintly, feeling pleased inside. Just as I thought, instead of explaining at length, hitting the emotions is more effective. Yaster mocks himself. The person I want to protect really is that stubborn. Every action of mine is a strategy. I will never bow to anyone. Remember, reached out and helped him up, saying, "You're making this old man uncomfortable. Please stand up. I'll go make some tea for you." Yaster also followed suit, standing up, and he thought to himself, "Even if I have to lie, if it helps protect the Empire, I won't hesitate to abandon everything." Remembering that scene, he reached out to take his coat, and he set about sending around 70 people ahead, followed by a sizable reinforcement. He told himself he had to get to the palace quickly when suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. The minister outside solemnly asked him, "Do you really need to go in person?" She looked at him worriedly and said, "I'm sorry, but I truly have a bad feeling about this." Yuto gently took her hand and interrupted. "Silent!" He smiled and looked into her eyes, softly saying, "I appreciate your concern, but I have something I must do." He gently kissed her hand. "You'll understand, right?" Silin felt embarrassed, pursed her lips, and said, "He's really too much. How can I stop him if he does this?" Silin closed her eyes tightly and furrowed her brows. He has completely exploited her feelings. She looks down from above, while Yaster has already walked a certain distance away. Silin quietly wondered, if the Emperor was the one giving the orders instead of himself, would he stop? From her perspective, she could still see his figure walking away and Long silently wondered. I wonder if someone who always uses others without caring about their feelings even realizes they are being led by their own emotions as if chained. But I doubt. I suspect he would never admit it. At this moment in this palace, a clear voice announced, "I, Eduardo, officially declare the end of the alliance with the San Empire." The Emperor looked at the jade pendant in his hand and said, "As long as I am alive from this moment on, do not concern yourself with the actions of the Empire." What? What do you mean by that? Wait a moment. Eduardo gazed at the jade fragment silently, a probing voice asking, "Is it really okay to break the alliance with the San Empire like this?" Hearing that, he glanced over and saw Anthea and Elpidius sitting in a corner, asking, "Why are you two still here?" Elpidius quickly replied, "The nobles have all left. Your Majesty is still here, so how can we run away first? That would be considered disloyalty." Elidius sighed helplessly, saying I told him to stand up, and that his actions were not proper at all. But his words were cut off by the king's interruption. "I have endured enough of your stubbornness. Go to the new capital immediately." Hearing that, I wanted to protest. "Beha, this is not stubbornness. You don't care and call someone else in." Nemesius immediately stepped forward when he heard his name. "Are you calling me sir, your majesty?" Seeing him appear, Elpidius was startled. "Wait, please listen to me." Ignoring your explanation, Eduardo ordered, "Leave the palace and take the crown prince and princess with you." Both of them shouted in panic. "Uncle," the king replied coldly, "that is an order. The old empire will stay here, so you must protect the current and future empire." Nemesius obediently nodded. "I will escort them and return as quickly as possible." Suddenly, Eduardo glared and said sharply, "No, do not come back." Enlace was upset, "General, are you also going to obey the order?" Elpidius also spoke, facing the king. "Uncle, is this your original plan? Why did you make such a decision?" Erudo drew his sword and thrust it down forcefully, making a loud sound. He declared with authority, "I must stay here until the very end." Hearing that, Onlet Leah's whole body stiffened. Eduardo then asked, "Do you guys forget, little one? I salute the current state of the empire. Even Elpidius trembles before that power. I am the empire. How can I run away?" He wondered, is an emperor just someone who rules? Eduardo stood up and approached the two. "I don't want to become the king of a country with no people, nor do I intend to have my name recorded in history as an inept ruler who abandoned his people and fled. Are you continuing to act like a father to your people?" The king firmly declared, "I refuse to be remembered as the last emperor of a fallen nation, or as someone forgotten in the final pages of history not written at all." I tell myself I don't want to argue over such a serious question. When he approached Elpidius and Anletia, he reaffirmed that this was the reason he would stay here. Both of them understood. Uncle Anluthea bowed his head and raised his hand to hide his confused expression. I know. But without you, we are nothing. She always carries a burden in her heart."
What is an emperor? Even Min hasn't found the answer to that question yet.
Her eyes widened as if she realized something. Maybe only smart children like her brother will find the answer. Suddenly, the king placed the crown on Elpidius' head and gently draped a cloak over Anthea, leaving her puzzled. I smile and say, "Let the survival of the empire be proof that I am still alive, so you will allow me to continue living, and therefore I must always hold my head high." Eduardo realizes it's time for him to step back. This is the natural order. Nothing to be sad or strange about. Anthea's eyes had started to well up. Elpidius was determined to do whatever it took as long as the empire remained safe. The crown and the glorious history only strengthened his resolve. The emperor will be recorded at the top of the royal genealogy and live forever in history. Sitting on the highest chair, he sighed, so bored. Seeing someone appear, he asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Eduardo recognized the person in front of Dame Leon Renner. She was still kneeling on one knee, her voice earnest. I have one last request for you. Bell's sharp gaze said, I beg you to allow me to stay here. I have a reason to meet Dian Hot. He looked at her and softly said, I knew it. Even if I issue a royal decree, you will still go find him yourself. So just do what you want. Over here at DH's castle, as the sunset falls, a voice rings out. Wait, almost done. Outside, Dan was hurriedly adjusting his clothes as Ben helped him. It doesn't matter if it's Mac Dai or not. He's about to meet the Emperor. I can't let him go like this. He casually glanced away, as if it didn't matter since it would get ruined after the fight anyway. Hearing that, Ben frowned. Of course, since your appearance is already perfect and everything looks good, but oh, there are long scars on Dian's neck and quite a few wounds on his arms. Lord Quan Nai, you have more scars now. I'm sure I told you not to let your wounds show. Hearing that, Dai brushed his hand aside and said, When I become a warrior, they will all be healed. Ben still worriedly replied, but the scars from before I became a warrior are still there. You want to stop? I'm not very comfortable with that. You ignore everything. I already have too many scars. A few more don't matter. Worrying is pointless. Ben calmly says scars are memories. Dai wants to stop. Stop. The worry on the doctor's face is clear. Wounds from memories and negative thoughts should only exist in the mind. Please, don't let your body bear any more scars from today. Hearing that, he immediately rubbed his neck and thought to himself, Stop bothering me already. Suddenly, someone called him Master. Hearing the voice, he was startled. Liner was descending the stairs at the gate. He was stunned. Dame Lan spoke firmly. As a knight serving your lord, I am here to prevent you from going astray. He silently thought that all the noble knights had quietly gone to the demon world. Ben, hearing that, angrily said, You're really bold. Do you know who you're talking to? Dai raised her hand to stop him. All of you, retreat. No one is to step out until I give the order. His thoughts continued. Since they quietly left, she had to stay in the human world alone, facing everything. He asked her, You must hate me a lot, so why do you still call me master? Hearing that, Liner immediately retorted, The knight doesn't hate his master. Recalling the sacred vow, she said, If you return now, I will continue not to hate you. He looked at her, not blaming himself, but her true righteousness still shined brightly, and he felt sad, which is why he didn't want to face Dame Leon. Make an excuse for your voice. Can't you avoid it? I am sincere. I have become a warrior. You won't win against me. Just pretend you've never seen me. Hearing that, she swung her sword. If you want to pass through this door, I will stop you at all costs. Commander of the Zero Legion, even if it costs my life. She approaches Liner with a heavy heart. Now she calls me Commander of the Zero Legion. I remember my old vow. I will always be sincere to my master. Countess, you mock yourself. I truly betrayed my promise. I told her I would do my best to be worthy of her loyalty. You think Dame Lan's stance on this is very firm. Trying to soothe her is just insulting that resolve. The words you just said left her stunned. I used to love the knight's spirit. Dian thought to himself. All she had to do was close her eyes. You swung the dagger, but now I hate it. You realize that her integrity no longer allows her to act cowardly. Now this situation might make others allow it. Dian's whole body becomes incredibly cold as she challenges. What are you still doing there? Come here. Dian is currently fighting with Liner, and her hand was cut by him, causing her arm to bleed. Dai also slashed her face with a quick strike. He swung his sword to attack her. A powerful strike pushed Liner back. He also slipped backward due to the momentum. Ben watched the fierce battle from afar. His face resigned. He thought to himself, no need to panic. She's struggling completely against Dian. Of course, that human can't compare to Lord Dian. The difference in strength is obvious. Lord Dian is much stronger than her. But he was also stunned to realize, why does Lord Dian look so exhausted? Dian cursed under his breath. Damn it! He grits his teeth, his eyes staring blankly. Too easy. So easy. Yes, life is inherently unfair. But does that mean I can easily trample on others' efforts for so long just because I am a warrior now? Liner charges at Dian. You dodge her slash and then stand on tiptoe, launching yourself at Dian with all your strength. Anyway, if I don't try my best, it's no different from insulting her. Since Dame Leon prepared for this fight, I can't trample on that effort by holding back against her. Dai swings her dagger to attack Liner. I also have to be ready. Liner raised his sword to block Dai's attack when suddenly her hand was cut, blood splattering everywhere. Liner collapsed to the ground, his sword falling as well. Dian stands above, looking down at her, kneeling at his feet, her breath ragged, head bowed as if she has accepted the truth. Do you think being a warrior would feel this dirty? Liner looked up, smiling as he spoke. You're really strong. Dai raises the dagger. She shouldn't have encountered someone like me. Damn, Lanlian. I don't agree. I don't regret serving you as my master. Dian hesitated, and she continued. Dian, I mean the master. Please don't regret it. His eyes looked remorseful, sweat streaming down his face. He pursed his lips and said, I am sorry. As he finished speaking, Dian struck to end Liner's life and said, Don't regret anymore. You already carry enough burden. After attacking her, now he's standing in front of a large door, telling himself it's too late. Damn Lon, when she opened the door, Dian stepped inside. I can't stop here. Someone is sitting on the throne. Dian speaks first. I haven't seen you in a long time. Your Majesty, Eduardo sits on the throne, chin in hand, smirking at you. He stands up, saying you've changed a lot since the last time we met. He means to praise you for becoming a warrior. Dai responds confidently. Do you regret anything? Eduardo draws his sword. Regret? He looked over at Dien. What should I be sorry for? I asked coldly. What exactly should I regret? Memories flashed through his mind, from not advising the prince to the image of him sitting and holding the two kids, or the intense battle where he killed his brothers, out of misunderstanding, and then ascended the throne, launching a war to restore the nation. Even Dien couldn't escape his involvement in helping Dien Singh to kill his family, turning him into a weapon, and when he uncovered the truth, there was no excuse left. The king's corruption and his lifelong responsibility sitting on the throne felt like a noose tightening around my neck. I have turned myself and others into links to restore the empire. Eduardo rested his sword on his shoulder and smiled, saying, Whatever you're talking about, it's all choices I made, and I have no regrets. He continues, and that's what led to today, his voice cold. Even though you've become a warrior, you still haven't learned to control that power properly, have you? Dien frowning, what does that have to do with anything? Eduardo rushed in front of him. I will teach you swordsmanship as my last act in life. Dien was surprised by his speed and quickly raised his dagger to block his attack, but even so, he was knocked back a distance. You stare fiercely at the king standing before you, even as your arm feels like it might break from that last blow, despite being a warrior. Maybe because he is the strongest hero in history. The boy rushes toward him at full speed. Eduardo quickly casts magic on his sword and jumps into the air, preparing to strike again. When Dien lunged to attack Eduardo, he quickly raised his sword to block Dien's strike. The force of the blow caused the ground around them to crack apart. The king struggles to hold his ground. His strength and speed are unbelievable. I just managed to block in time. If his swordsmanship also improved, I might have already lost. He struggles to hold his ground and says, You really are a warrior, but you still haven't let go of those old habits. Hearing this, Dien looks panicked. Both of you fight fiercely. As a warrior, you no longer need to move within your old physical limits. You need to be aware of your abilities as a warrior. Even if you're very skilled, interrupting the next move would be a mistake. Relax a little and move more smoothly. Be cautious. He's really teaching me as if this weren't a life and death battle. Eduardo swings his sword. You also need to break the habit of rushing in recklessly. Dien's eyes showed surprise. You reply, Your attack style is like a moth flying into the fire, making it easier for the opponent to counter. Eduardo's strike leaves a large wet patch on the ground. Dien dodged her attack. Watching Dien wipe the blood from his face, the king continued to preach loudly. I didn't expect you to use my own strength against me to nullify that attack. Exploiting your opponent's power is a very effective strategy. You frown and reply, I was just mimicking your move, Your Majesty, but what are you really thinking? As I said before, this is just a temporary whim. The warrior's body recovered very quickly, and Eduardo showed a clear look of surprise. This is how atonement is done through singing. Even if it's just an excuse to satisfy himself, he has improved a lot in this short time. He's really a fast learner. Dien stood there watching Eduardo, still feeling amazed. He has absorbed everything I taught him and immediately made it his own. I don't know if that's talent or ability. He said seriously, Then let me show you something as a thank you for teaching me. And Lung pushed with all his might, causing the ground beneath him to cave in. This is how I've survived in this hell until now. Both of them start rushing at each other. He could feel himself falling behind in skill due to the constant hallucinations and his poor condition, while Eduardo smugly blocked each strike. He thought it was really funny, but his heart felt very relieved. While the two were fighting fiercely upstairs, everyone downstairs was panicking as the castle shook violently. Everyone looked up to the upper floor while Elpidius was protecting Anthea, who was coughing uncontrollably. The palace is going to collapse. But we are almost there. We must leave before the palace collapses. Everyone quickly rushes outside. A corner of the castle explodes from the battle between the two above. Elpidius and Anthea anxiously look up at the shattered part of the castle. Uncle, Elpidius exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the words. Sir, upon turning around unexpectedly, you see the familiar Laster. He speaks, We are taking the back route because there are Demon King troops ahead. It turns out you are here standing still. We will guide you from here. Nemesius stepped forward, standing before the two of them, and stepped back. Why are you guiding them, Duke? Yaster reassured them, Don't worry, I don't intend to harm them. I also brought along the guards. Elpidius stepped out from behind Nemesius. What are you saying, guard? He explains to him that they are here to take him to a safe place. Your Highness? A soldier stepped forward from the crowd and introduced himself. Hello, we are mercenaries from Poranas. We have received orders to protect you until we reach the capital. Laster cast a spell to earn everyone's trust. I also don't want this empire to fall, like that. In politics, there are no permanent enemies or allies. This time, I came to withdraw the prince. Everyone is looking at his hand. Magic? No, it's probably sorcery. Humans can't use magic. But why does the Duke have that kind of power? He asked, Where is your Majesty? Why are only two of you here? Hearing this, Elpidius was worried. Although he wasn't sure if he could trust him, he was certain he didn't support Fidon H. That power might make him the only one who can help my uncle. He decided to tell him that his uncle had chosen to stay alone inside the palace. Yaster looked momentarily surprised. Are you saying His Majesty is inside the collapsing palace alone? He was annoyed. The foolish emperor, he's still the same after all. He entered the palace and said, I will go to the emperor. Your highnesses, please leave with the mercenary group. You calling Laster made him turn around and look at Elpedius as he handed him the map. This is a secret tunnel map. You'll move faster using it. His eyes showed a hint of surprise. Yaster took the map and entered the palace. Thank you. The battle was incredibly fierce. Dean charges forward like lightning, constantly appearing and disappearing around the king. Then suddenly, he unexpectedly swings his arm back, gathering strength to launch his next attack. The king grits his teeth, raises his sword to block the attack, eyes full of suspicion. Dai glances at him sharply, her voice cold. Then let me show you something as a thank you for what you've taught me to survive in this hell until now. He started sweating, constantly thinking to himself that he was getting faster and faster. Then he asked aloud, I've always wondered how you can kill stronger enemies with just that fragile body of yours. And as soon as he finished, the two immediately charged at each other. The relentless attacks thundered like thunderclaps. And the king now hesitated, his speed far surpassing what the eye could follow. Dumb smirked provocatively, saying, You'll find it harder and harder to face me, because every time I use this move, my whole body will be so exhausted I can't move. His eyes flickered with concern, and he quickly asked, But is it okay to use it now? Oh, right. Now you're a warrior. And with that, Dian's cold sword was pointed directly at him. The fierce collision between the two caused a massive explosion, with a pool of blood spreading on the ground. Dian stood there, his eyes shining coldly as he stared at the fallen king, covered in wounds. The king faintly groaned, blood at the corner of his mouth, whispering, I guess I can't beat you anymore. I tried to ask if I regret what I've done. Now I will answer properly. I think I just lack the courage to look back. Once I start to regret, I won't be able to stop. Maybe you're not the only one who has ignored the past. Ayan stepped forward and continued, but now exhausted, he lowered his head and said, Your Majesty the Emperor, I have no regrets. With that, a peaceful smile appeared on his lips before his last breath. Yaster's eyes widened in shock, calling out loudly. His eyes narrowed as if he had just realized something serious. Dian quietly glanced at him with meaning, and at that moment the Emperor's body collapsed heavily, just as a hand reached out. Yaster held him tightly, feeling bewildered by this scene. No, his face froze into deep thought. The previous images of the king appear one after another. The Emperor is someone I have to protect because of an agreement with the Crown Prince, because I am more of a disaster than a catastrophe. At that moment, he was very confident. Don't worry, I don't intend to show my pathetic side, just a tired and troublesome variable. Laying him down, he gently draped his shirt over him. That was all. Laster coldly reproached, You can't hold on any longer? I told you to hand over the useless responsibilities and the imperial throne to me. He chuckled indifferently and said, If I had known this would happen, I would have ignored your will and taken it by force. In the end, you died before passing the empire to me. What a complicated version. Edwin Dian crossed his arms and sneered. Is that your reaction after losing what you valued most? The Duke sneered with a smug smile. You're weaker than I thought. Should I behead him and put him in a box like you did? He calmly said, Trying to provoke me is useless. Suddenly, the boy froze in surprise. He softly spoke, I just sent my final farewell to the Emperor of the Empire. The only thing I truly cherish is this empire. The person he sees suddenly unleashed a surge of intense power. The boy exclaimed in shock, How dare this bastard not realize that he still values the Emperor? At this moment, he seized the opportunity to attack you. Yaster smirked with satisfaction. What nonsense are you talking? Do you really think you understand me? I used to wonder how he survived the explosion. Turns out he became a warrior. A fierce power erupts from his palm. He frowned and reproached, If you had died 8 years ago, I, the Emperor, the Hat family, and even Kruen would be very happy now, damn it, cursed gods and cursed Hat. He strikes out while shouting, his voice filled with fury. If it weren't for you, the human world wouldn't have been ravaged by the demon realm. Dean quickly leapt back to dodge. He raged, blaming everything on you, but no innocent people will die. At that moment, Didi grit his teeth and dragged the knife across the ground, trying to keep his balance as his strength waned. He swung his hand, unleashing his spiritual power, his voice filled with anger. I hate you. All this misfortune is because of you. Blood splattered in a wide splash right before his eyes, causing him to stagger. Yaster cried out in pain, clutching his severed arm. Before he could recover, another slash struck straight into his shoulder, blood pouring out wildly. Does he think those shallow taunts still work? With a cold and piercing gaze, a savage smile curled on my lips. Thanks to someone, my spirit is no longer easily trampled. You frowned and questioned him. Why did you do that to me? Before dying, at least be honest for once. You cornered him and asked why he had to sign a contract with the Demon King. Yaster remained silent for a long moment before he grinned, his hoarse laughter echoing mockingly. He still looked smug and asked, On the contrary, why do you ask that? Do you expect a special reason or a tragic story behind what I did?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer won't change. No, there's nothing. You're just unlucky enough to catch my eye.
My contract with the Demon King was just a simple chance to gain more power, a stepping stone to climb higher. After that contract, it wasn't really useful at all. After finishing, he was immediately kicked hard in the stomach. He was thrown far away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dean stepped forward, staring directly at him, writhing in confrontation. The day I was dragged to the battlefield was exactly 1 month before my birthday, and my brother Kruin also died exactly 1 month before my birthday. Yaster was trembling with fear. He truly is a cruel bastard. He still maintains a nonchalant attitude and laughs loudly. Haha. Daidon stared in horror. Did he just laugh? He spoke. So now you realize, huh? Haha. The image of you walking with your older brother. Your older cousin worriedly covered your eyes with his hand. Hey. Even with his face injured and blood continuously flowing, he still cares for you. Younger brother Dien. Yaster chuckled coldly, his voice sarcastic. You two brothers are exactly the same. But before he could finish, a cold and sharp slash from Dien cut across his words. His eyes widened in shock and pain. Dean raises the knife again, his voice as cold as ice. I hope you will regret it. Regret to the bone marrow again and again. Blood gushed from Yaster's mouth as Dean continued relentlessly, carving dozens of wounds into his body before he died. I don't know how long it has been. But Dean's whole body was covered in blood as he sat collapsed beside Yaster, whose shirt was soaked in dark red. You try to shake him awake, a few drops of sweat rolling down your face, your eyes narrowing in discomfort. Laster smirks defiantly. Haha, I have no regrets. Live your whole life with the feeling of discomfort that I died without regret. After speaking, he activates a stream of purple mana, controlling it to form a curse that wraps around your body. You will not find peace in death. The purple mana quickly merged with his blood as one. Dien, fearless, spoke with contempt. He's already dead but still leaves a curse on someone with the remaining mana. I won't be able to die peacefully? You grinned ferociously and delivered a final blow to end his life. That's fine too.